Men were originally the strongest and eternal knights on the journey of life, but they were declared dead by the gods they believed in during the ascension ceremony. Even if they could endlessly obtain the power of life and possess immortality, they still could not resist the 9 divine curses buried within their own bodies. The once closely bonded beauties of life and death chose betrayal at this moment, facing the obstruction of the gods' projections before ascending the divine steps. The man who ultimately fell into despair could only self-destruct his divinity, retracing the path he once took. However, he no longer chose to protect life, but instead joined the once hostile path of death. Little did he know that in this game of gods, all believers were nothing but pawns in the hands of the gods. When I opened my eyes again, time had returned to the moment when the wish began. This is the effect of the time artifact, intersecting anchor point, descending. Once triggered, it will make time flow backwards. Originally, I intended to leave it to Lu Rushue to save her life, but I didn't expect to be forced to use it in this way now. Since I have returned, they should probably do the same. Just then, a beautiful elven maid rushed towards me, repeatedly calling out master. At the first sight of Vierna, a surge of hatred, anger, and hostility flooded my heart. I immediately reached out and viciously grabbed her neck, and Vierna's memories from her past life came flooding back. It wasn't until a sickly flush appeared on her face that I finally released my grip, because I realized I couldn't just kill her so easily. Then, I took out Vierna's slave contract and burned it on the spot. Seeing this scene, Vierna couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but it was followed by a sense of loss. However, she quickly pushed aside the complex thoughts. What did you use to bring us back? Why self-destruct? Why self-destruct instead of using the forbidden technique of abundance? Wheel of Heaven's return? I coldly replied. What's it to you? Just get lost and don't delay my prayers. Upon hearing this, Vierna gritted her teeth and said, even without you in this life, I can still become a god. I merely sneered in response. In the previous life, those who claimed to be Vierna's family said they wanted to take her back, but at that time, I had just set foot on the path of life, and when I sensed the smell of death emanating from those people, I took out the slave contract as a threat, resolutely refusing to let Vierna leave, and her family eventually gave up on forcibly taking Vierna away due to fear of the constraints of the slave contract. It wasn't until later that I discovered her family had been sacrificed in a special death ritual, and that entire area had become a realm of death. If nothing unexpected happens, Vierna's top priority is to find her so-called family. I watched Vierna's departing figure and sneered coldly. You think you can become a god? Just focus on staying alive and dreaming. At this moment, in front of the wishing square of the Star River Academy, there stood a crowd of people who were about to embark on the divine chosen path. With the influence of the divine game, the era of nationwide trials had begun, and all those who had reached the age of 18 must complete their wishes on this day. The so-called prayer ritual is a prayer to the god of destiny, and those who receive a response can join the faith camp. At this moment, President Wang on the high platform announced the opening of the prayer ritual and stated that all those who set foot on the path of the gods would receive 10 level 1 celestial crystals as assistance for their job transition trial. As soon as these words were spoken, it instantly triggered cheers from the crowd, and everyone was incredulous at such a lavish reward. In the divine game, Tianjing coins are the necessary material to activate the Tianjing roulette, where one can draw divine talents, equipment, and special skill books for professions. Currently, there are 6 known major destinies in the divine game, namely, void, mystery, preservation, destruction, life, and death. Each destiny is associated with 3 well-known deities. The abundance I believed in my previous life was the first god on the path of life, and the power of faith in abundance is the power of life. As long as one follows this path, one can attain immortality. Moreover, I possess the ability to exchange lifespan for any item through a special skill, allowing me to upgrade or transform objects at will. This was also the reason why I chose to be abundant in the first place. Now that I have a second chance at life, the ability to exchange lifespan still exists. Even without Tianjing coins, consuming an equivalent amount of lifespan can still activate the Tianjing wheel. It's only a matter of time before I return to my peak. But President Kana's words made me furrow my brow at this moment, because the academy in the previous life was not so generous. This made me doubt whether the rebirth had changed the course of the world line. Soon Dean Wang began calling the first volunteer, but before he could finish, I stepped forward on my own. This move immediately drew jeers from other students. Even Dean Wang felt somewhat displeased. Who is this person? Director Wang hasn't finished speaking. Why is he going up on stage? Yeah, even the top student of the academy, Su Chongqing, hasn't left yet. What is he pretending for? Does he think that by completing his prayers, the gods will pay attention to him? Even though we at the Star River Academy are in harmony with the path of life, a little carelessness could still lead to death. On the other side of the prayer square, Su Zian gazed quietly at the man on the platform. We're back again. It must be the mischief of Brother Feng. But teacher, you don't need to worry too much. Brother Feng should still choose the god of abundance. When that time comes, I will go to him again and use the power of life to help teacher ward off the invasion of death. After hearing this, Lu Rushue's face turned cold, and she remained silent. She had never imagined that she would return to the Star River Academy in this way, nor did she know how to face the man standing on the platform. I listened to the mocking voices around me, and then I began my prayer, whether seen or unseen, whether near or far, the living not yet born, the dead already gone. Flesh and blood serve my Lord, bones endure for eternity. As the prayer ended, a black mist rose into the sky, followed by countless vengeful spirits surging out. My flesh and blood began to rapidly disintegrate in the black mist, leaving behind only a bare skeleton in the end. I don't know how long it took before someone on stage said something. This isn't life, this is death? Chapter 3, Two Parents Sacrificing Heavenly Luck. If I remember correctly, this seems to be the prayer of death's third god, corruption? A madman. What a madman. This is a place of life, faith. An idiot. Praying across the path of life without any preparation is really not enough to die. I'm afraid that he'll desecrate life and make the gods move against us. Off stage, Han Xingxia frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled by Chu Feng's reckless actions. Su Zian was even more surprised. How could it be? How could Brother Wine choose the destiny of his lifelong enemy? Lu Rushue's expressionless face showed a trace of pallor, but it quickly recovered. It's okay, Zi Yen. Teacher herself has a way to resolve the death infestation. So much the better. Let's just pretend you were never there. Lu Rushue thought in her mind. Just as the crowd was mocking, the collapse of Chu Feng's body suddenly stopped, and in the next second, all of the black mist was poured into his body, and his entire body recovered as before. No, this isn't even dead? Really let him succeed? Look at the corners of Dean Wang's mouth. Just a moment ago it was still Sima's face. Now the corners of his mouth are almost grinning to the back of his ears. Nonsense. This person is obscure and the academy didn't expect him to become a professional. It's kind of a waste for the academy. As long as you haven't passed the transfer trial, everything is empty talk. Don't be sour. Don't be sour. Smell it all. Prayer succeeded. Please confirm your occupation. In Divine Game, the basic professions are warrior, mage, priest, assassin, hunter, and warlock. The power to choose a profession is only available after a successful prayer, regardless of the profession. Before the start of the transfer trial, there was only the title of apprentice. Only those who succeed in transferring will receive the title of the corresponding destiny professional. In his previous life, Chu Feng fought for guardianship and chose the warrior of abundance, becoming a eternal knight, step by step. Today, he no longer lives for others. Occupation confirmed, warlock. Panel opens. Chu Feng, male, 18 years old. Fate, death. Faith, corruption. Occupation, trainee warlock. Mental state, good. Skills, death summoning. Life healing. Slow force field. Gift, longevity instead. Props, none. The reason why Chu Feng did not choose life again was because he thought of the words that the god of abundance had said when he became a god. If abundance is really waiting for him at the end of his life, does that mean that he is not dead? Moreover, from the fact that he had specifically made a move to help himself, it seemed that he couldn't wait for him to break through to godhood. This is completely different from the stereotype that abundance gives. Recalling that during the divine burial period, no one had successfully stepped onto the divine path, Chu Feng realized that there must be some sort of hidden secret. Another layer of the reason for choosing to self-destruct his godhead was not just to make a break with his confidants, but more so to sever the connection with abundance. As for why Chu Feng ultimately chose to throw himself into the arms of corruption, under the influence of the burial of the old gods, annihilation and shadow had appeared, but only decay was missing. Chu Feng guessed that decay might be the one who had truly fallen as a god, on the long steps of ascending god. Without the influence of true gods, he was able to walk with greater peace of mind. Secondly, there is the warlock of corruption, which is essentially similar to the knight of abundance. That's the control of longevity. As you can see from the panel's initial skills, there are 3 schools of thought for decay warlocks to follow: the summoning stream, the blood exchange stream, and the control stream. Decay, the warlock's healing ability exchanges lifespans for the purpose of healing, and the object for exchanging lifespans is not limited to oneself, but can also be one's summons. As regular conscription trials become more and more difficult over time, the resources available to regulars can only support the selection of one genre, and there is simply no energy to juggle the others. But it so happened that in his last life, he had encountered such an enemy during a galactic shuttle to seize a planet-level treasure. It was a Night Watcher from the Long Night Star. It took Chu Feng 10 days and 10 nights to barely kill him. Also peeked from his memories this wild way, now just right for him to use. Ahem. This student's name? Dean Wang coughed lightly several times. Chu Feng. Mr. Chu, I wonder what your teacher is. Ru Yui Lu. Ha ha ha. So it's Teacher Lu's student. Take these 10 heavenly crystal coins. I'll be waiting for your performance in the transformation trial 3 days from now. Old man. Chu Feng accepted it without politeness and gently thanked him before walking off the prayer platform. What's wrong with old Wang? Can't even recognize all the students in our college? How can he be the dean? Suggest a strict investigation. Who the hell is this guy? Isn't it just a prayer? If it's over, it's over. Why is he so pretentious? Dude, it's not that I'm saying, if it was you who passed, you'd only be more pretentious than him, would you believe? Ooh, don't tear me apart. I'm going to lose my little pearls. As the students on stage discuss that, praying to be recognized is actually one of the few in an academy. Even if the prayer fails and dies, it is a common occurrence. But the first formal prayer is just the beginning, even if you don't gain a profession. As long as you survive the prayer, you may not be unable to find a chance to step into the divine path in future trials. The latter prayer, Chu Feng had already experienced it once, so he didn't have the heart to pay attention to it anymore. And after a simple greeting with Han Qingxia, he returned to his own home. Yard. Chu Feng took out the heavenly crystal coins that he had obtained from Dean Wang and did not use them the first time. Level 1 heavenly crystal coins from inside the heavenly crystal spinning wheel will at most spin out level 1 props. However, if the grade is raised to the second grade, with a burst of luck, up to a third grade item can be transferred. How do I go about it? The operation is actually quite simple. Chu Feng looked at his initial skill. Death summoning, use corpse as medium. Can summon the dead person's lifelike appearance? Inherited power is limited by the summoner himself. At most can't exceed 1/2 times of the summoner's own power. Maximum number of summoning can't be more than 3. Cooldown time, 24h. He perked up and recited the summoning incantation. Not long after, 2 corpses that looked a bit similar to Chu Feng crawled out from the ground. Inside Star River City, it's an absolutely safe place. In order to prevent death, believers from using summoning spells to cause trouble. So there are very few randomly discarded corpses in the city. What Chu Feng can think of is only the cheap parents of this body. No, accurately speaking, it is the biological parents who straightly manage to give birth and do not care about raising. If there really is a spirit in heaven, you will be gratified to see that your corpses can still shine for your sons. The two had about 50 years of meditative life remaining combined. He immediately used the life healing technique to transfer his lifespan to himself. Subsequently turn on the lifespan instead and upgrade the sky crystal coins. Obtained item, level 2 heavenly crystal coin x10. After consuming this lifespan that did not belong to him, Chu Feng upgraded the heavenly crystal coin successfully. He tapped on the heavenly crystal spinning wheel that came with the panel and started the 10 consecutive draws. 2 flashes of golden light flashed by under the sound of the clunking and spinning of the roulette wheel. Acquired items, Double Shadow, Necromantic Pact, and a number of universal credibility points. Double Shadow, A-rank talent 50% chance to x2 the number of summons each time it is summoned. Necromantic Pact, Corruption, S exclusive enslavement skill. The recipient will be completely under the caster's control. The recipient's maximum rank cannot exceed the caster's by more than 3 ranks. A-rank talent plus Decay, Warlock's core skill Necrotic Pact? Is this the gold of a 2-parent sacrifice? Good luck. Wait, with the skill Necro contract so soon, the monsters summoned by Vierna's family through that death ritual, I might be able to take them in? As Chu Feng pondered, 2 people suddenly came outside the door. Brother Wind, when you said you were leaving, how come you didn't even come to find me and my teacher? Su Zian held Lu Ruxue and spoke in a sultry tone. Brother Wind? Seeing that Chu Feng was ignoring him, Su Zian stepped forward and wanted to go pull Chu Feng's hand. Chu Feng backhanded a slap. Bright red 5-finger palm prints were clearly imprinted on Su Zian's face. Chu Feng. Su Zian's pretty face changed instantly. She stared hideously at Chu Feng. Are you crazy? What are you doing hitting me for no reason? Plain and simple? Chu Feng pointed to her head. Imagine it well with your hair. Is it really plain? The expression on Su Zian's face froze. Of course she knew exactly what Chu Feng was talking about. You? Why have you suddenly become so vindictive? I'll apologize to you for what happened in my last life. In Su Zian's opinion, she can never be wrong. And even if she is wrong, the one who ends up apologizing has to be you. But if she starts apologizing voluntarily, it means this is something she really realizes she did wrong. Even if the attitude is extremely perfunctory. Chu Feng knew her too well. So much so that now whenever he thought that he had once loved such a contraption, a sense of contempt for his ego could not help but rise in his heart. The good thing is, it's not too late. Well, I forgive you. Su Zian was instantly beaming with joy. She once again tried to grab Chu Feng's hand, and Chu Feng smoothly slapped again. Chu Feng, just talk. Don't get your hands dirty here. There's nothing going on, so don't stop here. I'm going out. Su Zian was furious, but thinking that there was still the transfer trial to come, she could only endure and said, if you want to leave, you can. Give me a life essence, and we'll talk about it when the transfer trial is over. The life essence is exclusive to the life fate path, capable of living and dying, flesh and bones, an absolute life-preserving base card. In his previous life, worrying about Su Zian's safety, Chu Feng had consumed a large portion of his own lifespan before condensing a single life essence. Chu Feng was almost exasperated and laughed by the little table smasher in front of him. After the breakthrough fiasco, what makes her think she'll give her this again? You don't really think you have diamonds down there, do you? Stupid beep. Chu Feng didn't bother to pay attention to Su Zian anymore and pushed her away. As he passed by Lu Rushue, he saw a strand of white on the roots of her hair. As in the previous life, the onslaught of death is about to begin at this very moment. Let's see. How on earth do you handle this on your own, dear teacher? Lu Ruoxue felt a shiver run through her insides. In this world shrouded by the game of gods, both perceptions and personal abilities could be passed on. So those who lived in this world placed great importance on the teacher-student relationship. But Chu Feng didn't even greet him, showing that he didn't care about himself anymore. It was a feeling that both made her feel grateful and lost at the same time. Su Zian ran back to Lu Rushue in a pitiful manner. Teacher, he actually scolded me. You control him. It's normal for him to have anger in his heart. It's better for you to provoke him less during this period of time. Lu Rushue feigned composure. Vierna is currently not here. The way Chu Feng is in a hurry. He probably went to look for her. I remember. Vierna is thinking of going to her family at the moment. Last time Brother Wine said it would be dangerous. Right now maybe she's going to stop her. Su Zian's eyes were slightly bright in Brother Feng's heart. He really does still have us. Chapter 3, Disillusionment and Regret. Alien City. Suburbia. Vierna flew all the way. It took almost 3 days to finally get to see my family. Father, mother, brother, sister. You guys, how are you doing? Vierna misses you guys so much. In my last life, a very bad master imprisoned me and prevented me from meeting you all, causing us to be separated in yin and yang. But this time, I'm not going to make the same mistake and let this happen again. Vierna wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and knocked on the door in front of her. Who? The young girl who opened the door sounded slightly impatient, vaguely visible in the afterglow that shone in through the doorway. She bore a passing resemblance to Vierna. Sister? It's me, Vigus. Stunned, dumbfounded, surprised. For a brief moment, the expression on Vigus' face shifted abundantly, but the elation was not like a long goodbye. Instead, it's more about the joy of the aftermath of the hijacking. Vigus hastily grabbed Vierna's hand in his, as if he was afraid she was going to escape. Father, mother, sister is back. Vierna's parents as well as her brother arrived quickly. Several people surrounded her in the center and hugged her. Vierna couldn't help but shed tears as she reveled in the reunion of her family. Come with me, Vierna. Let mother take a good look at you. All these years have been hard on you. Vierna's mother pulled her toward the inner room. Along the way, Vierna looked around, and when she returned to her room, she asked, Mother, how come I don't see any other clansmen in the courtyard? We can't get back to our home planet for a while, and the expenses here on Blue Star are so great that we have to send the rest of the clan out to work to supplement the family. As she spoke, Vierna's mother handed Vierna a cup filled with tea. It wasn't easy escaping back alone, was it? Here, have a drink first. That human, by the way, didn't give you a hard time, did he? As I recall, between you and him, there is still a slave contract in place. Has it been lifted? If it's not lifted, I'll have to talk to your father about it, so he can think of something to do with it. Vierna took it all as her own mother's concern for her, not taking into account that the entirety of the other woman's words were meant to be a test. She finished the water in her glass in one gulp as a wave of dizziness passed through her brain. No, that human has broken the contract with me. Mother, my head is a little dizzy. I want to rest. A smile played at the corners of Vierna's mother's mouth. That's good. Good boy. Go to sleep. And when you're asleep, you won't know anything. With a bang, Vierna's loved one swarmed in. The original hypocritical smiling face was now filled with evil. Are all life elves such fools? A random memory compose, and you really consider us as your family? Vierna's father patted his son on the head. Be careful what you say. This is an item given by my lord and must not be desecrated. It's also thanks to this idiot. If she hadn't run back of her own accord, it would have been me who sacrificed herself for this sacrifice. My sister patted her chest in celebration. I'm actually a bit surprised that the human acted so strongly, obviously trying to protect her. So why did he let her go so easily in the end? What's the point of thinking so much? Cut the crap and bring her to my lord's sacrificial platform now to avoid a long night. Father, mother, could you wait for me for a moment? I want to leave the dark elf seat inside her. The older brother licked his lips, his eyes greedily staring at Vierna's entire body. The younger sister gave her brother a disgusted look. If you want to do nasty things yourself, just say so. Don't tarnish the dark elf's reputation, can you? Idiot. Don't even look at what time it is now. This sacrifice was originally postponed. If it wasn't for the fact that we encountered a fellow with the bloodline of the life elf royal family, the ones who would be dying right now would be you and your sister. Father shouted a rebuke. Forget it, it's not that bad. Let's get out, Mother said dotingly. The brother was overjoyed. When a few people exited the room, his eyes were full of lust. Vierna was so pissed off that she was shaking. She was once at least from the god level, and the moment she drank the water, she realized that something was wrong. A little bit of the small poison that made people unconscious was quickly dissolved by Vierna. They're lying to me? The family's intentions are also fully exposed at this point. This couldn't help but make Vierna think back to a conversation she once had with her master. Master, my family is here to see me. They're fake. The only family you have is me. Master, I secretly went to see them and spent some time with them. They really are my family. Starting today, I won't allow you to go out again. Master, that direction is my family's home. There's a black fog descending there. It's the scent of death. Please go save them. Will you? Don't worry. I'll be there. Vierna looked at the devastated earth and despaired. My family, all of them were killed by death. They didn't die of death. They were, themselves, of death. Memories, like running lights, frantically flooded into Vierna's mind. The Lord was right all along. But why? Why not tell me the truth? Nope. Vierna, you idiot. The Lord has said from the very beginning that they are not my family. It's my own wishful thinking. I never took my master's words to heart. Regret poured strongly into Vierna's mind. I was wrong. Master, I'm sorry. I really did wrong. I shouldn't have done that to you. No, it's not too late. My master loves me the most. I'll go to him and apologize, and he'll forgive me. Before waiting for the false brother to approach, Vierna instinctively released the breeding power that life elf inherently possessed, directly purifying the dark elf in front of her. But Vierna forgot that at this point, she was no longer the breeding slave god of her last life. After barely eliminating the fake brother, a feeling of weakness spread throughout his body. The screams disturbed the others outside the door, and several people entered and were shocked and outraged to see the scene. Vierna panicked and broke the window to escape toward the back room, but Vierna didn't run a few steps when countless black chains swept towards her from all directions. The chasing Bigas several people stopped in their tracks in a hurry. My lord, we have recovered your offering. The creepy figure that looked like a human and not a human approached the crowd step by step. It's too slow. As a punishment, think of it as an appetizer before I descend. The faces of the Vigoriths turned pale, and just as they tried to flee, black chains tied the family together in a solid knot. Creepy shadow coalesced into a pair of hands and gently waved them, and countless dead souls gathered towards him from all sides of the courtyard. Turns out everyone else here died out a long time ago. Vierna's eyes froze. Although she had never seen what this creepy shadow was, it must have been this monster that had turned this place into an extinct area in her previous life. What do I do? It used to be my master who stood in the way to protect me. What the hell am I supposed to do? Pust. The black chain pierced through Vierna's heart. The vitality belonging to breeding was being greedily drawn by that black creepy shadow. Breeding tastes awful as always, but better than that, it gives me a lot of recovery energy, so I can barely enjoy it. Under the double pressure of the torture of the black chains and the loss of vitality, Vierna became moribund. No, I have not been forgiven by my master. I cannot die. Vierna's pupils dilated and her eyelids became a little heavier until it was difficult to open them again. In a blur, she seemed to see a familiar figure. Master, is that you? Have you come to rescue me? Hello again, son of Shadow, Carlsbad. Fate really knows how to joke around. Karthus was a little surprised inside. Human? When did it come? How come I don't have any perception at all? How could anyone in this hole know my name? Chu Feng's hand gently rested on Vierna's shoulder, externalizing the aura of the necromantic pact, roughly dragging Vierna's body, and the black chains interspersed with broken pieces of heart and blood were pulled out one by one. With one hand, he threw Vierna's body on the ground like trash, and with the other hand, he tightened his grip on the black chain that Carlsbad was manipulating. Exuding a greedy gaze, Karthus found the human in front of him to be very weak, but somehow it gave him an inexplicable feeling of fear. Very well. The strength of a third-order professional is just within the control range of the necromantic pact. Chu Feng truly did not expect that the one who had caused the Jedi domain in Blue Star was actually the Shadow Apostle Carlsbad who had died in his hands in his previous life. Karthus, Shadow Shuttle, talent was a very buggy ability. And now, he had to be made his dog. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Feng opened the necromantic contract with all his might. And only then did Carlsbad react. The source of one's fear was actually the same, death, power of, corruption? He couldn't be bothered to absorb any more of the residual power nearby and hurriedly transformed into a vanishing shadow to escape. But the absolute control of the necromantic pact left Carlsbad with nowhere to run. No! Karthus was horrified and angry, but realized how he could not break free of the ritual of the pact. Chu Feng closed his hands until the last trace of black mist dispersed and Carlsbad turned into a seal that was engraved on the back of his hand. There are still a few moments to go before the transformation trials will open. And with this good dog Carlsbad around, I'm afraid that the hidden trials that I didn't manage to touch in my last life can be completed with my eyes closed. Chu Feng was about to turn around and leave when his feet tripped over some sort of object. He looked down as Vierna clutched his ankle. Master, Vierna is so sorry. I was wrong. Wrong? You're not wrong. You just know you're dying. Chu Feng kicked her away, completely disregarding her. This scene happened to be seen by Su Zian and Lu Rushue who had arrived late. They saw the cold expression on Chu Feng's face that did not contain a trace of emotion. Su Zian was just about to open his mouth when, in the next second, the summoning beam of the transfer trial landed on Chu Feng's head, and his figure disappeared in front of the two of them. Chapter 5, Transfer Trial. Ming Karis. Transitional conscription trials, destroy it. Let Scorched Earth cover this planet. Destruction is now open. Random teammate match in progress, 1/6. Trial objective, stay alive, limited time, 48 hours. Match made, 6/6. Opening his eyes again, Chu Feng was already in the middle of a sea of blood of mutilated corpses and broken bones. Destroy? It's actually a trial of, destroy, fate? Chu Feng's brows furrowed slightly. Destruction, the transfer trial of the fate path has always been the most difficult of the 6 fate paths. And this time, the transfer trial was still the destruction, with the highest probability of death. The destruction doesn't have the weirdness of the death, destiny, nor does it have the inscrutability of the mystery, destiny. The only thing that runs through the destiny of destruction is the word kill. But despite the danger, the rewards of destruction related trials have never been stingy. Several beams of light flashed by, and Chu Feng's teammates were teleported over one by one. 2 men and 3 women. Among them, there was actually Su Zian, on Chu Feng's left-hand side, holding a deadwood staff in his hand. The short-haired teenager who looked just a little bit self-conscious laughed. Academy rules. Let's all talk about our respective destinies and occupations. It's just a transfer trial, not an official draft, so I hope you're not hiding anything. As a sign of sincerity, I'll go first. White Prayer of the Observatory Dragon Academy. Deposit Protection, Fate, Profession Mage. There are also oppositions between destinies. For example, Save and Protect, and Destroy, Life, and Death. Everyone tends to hide a hand of their own beliefs to avoid coming up and leaving gaps between each other because of differences in belief camps. This was not just a rule of the Academy, but actually an unspoken secret for future recruitment trials. The focus of the transfer trials is to pass, with the goal of acquiring their respective destined professions. Although it was not as brutal as the competition of the conscription trial, no one dared to guarantee that the gods they believed in would not suddenly send down mysterious will. After all, backstabbing a believer in the enemy camp is the easiest and yet the easiest contest for a god. Behind White Prayer, a yellow-haired girl who looked down at the short serrated dagger in her hand faintly said, Huang Xiaotong. Destruction. Assassin. The white-haired man who had leaned against the broken wall and fumbled around as soon as he teleported over, not caring in the slightest about the undried stray blood that had soaked into his own white clothes, continued. Gu Chang'e. Destruction. Warrior. The smile on Bai Chi's face tightened slightly. What's the point of coming up with 2 opposing destinies? Xinghe Academy Su Zian. Destruction. Occupation is warrior. Su Zian didn't expect that she could actually be matched in the middle of the same transfer trial with her brother Wind. She was about to greet Chu Feng and question why he did that to Vierna when she caught a glimpse of Gu Chang'e, the prince charming in her heart from her previous life. In order to not let her male god misunderstand her, she had to pretend that she didn't recognize Chu Feng, and with a sweet smile on her face she kept peeking at Gu Chang'e. From the beginning to the end, there was no glance at Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not say a word and did not care, but the first one to be introduced, White Prayer, was a different story. He collapsed into a batch face, hating that he never should have spoken up in the first place. Damn, this is stabbing, sabotage, in the nest? Luckily, the next girl's words made White Prayer feel slightly better in his heart. The transfer trial is to become a true professional, and I hope that we can put aside the antagonism of our destinies and work together. The girl's words were gentle, but her tone revealed an attitude that was not to be chosen. As she pulled back her wind-blown hair and softly said, Tianjin Academy Yang Mian, fate, death, profession priest. Aside from Su Zian, everyone else placed their gazes on Chu Feng. After one round, he was the only one left who hadn't introduced himself. Chu Feng, decay, warlock. A few short words froze the others. No one would have thought that Chu Feng would directly state his beliefs, including Su Zian. She opened her mouth to warn of something, but when she saw Gu Chang'e, she gritted her teeth and ultimately said nothing. Brother Wind must have his own plans for doing this. Well, it must be. I'd better not interrupt his plans. White Prayer stared blankly at a few of his teammates. Death, hoping for a full complement of villains, right? Yang Mian broke the somewhat awkward atmosphere in front of her and said, since there are 3 companions of the destruction destiny present, I'm sure that a few of you should have some knowledge of the planet and timeline you are currently on, right? All of the draft trial scenes are slices of Game of Gods history. That's why the Academy exists. It teaches students the knowledge of the history of the Game of Gods, and then through immersive trial scenarios, they learn to determine where they are and what point in time they are at. So every memory learned at the Academy is knowledge for survival. And in this precarious Game of Gods, sometimes staying alive is often more important than reaping the rewards. When Yang Mian asked, Su Zian and Huang Xiaotong kept their mouths shut. Huang, as a person, is a quiet person as you can tell from her appearance. Su Zian, on the other hand, just simply didn't know. In the past, with Chu Feng around, she would never use her brain to think about this. Even if she failed the enlistment trial, with the life essence that Chu Feng had given her, she would be able to survive the trial. Gu Chang'e ruffled his white hair out of habit. I've been observing as soon as I arrived, and it's no surprise that we should be in the Warstar, Dream Calvary, at this time. The odds are that the one who destroyed this town and killed all the inhabitants is the most common destruction believer, slaughterer of Moncarius. As soon as they said slaughterer, the crowd understood. Divided by level of faith. The slaughterers could only be considered the bottom of the list when it came to the power of the many destruction believers, and could not be ranked at all. The leader of the slaughterers, Rabid Dog Ramos, was even only a third-ranked professional. But for the few people who were not currently considered full-fledged professionals, this was an insurmountable gap. But don't worry everyone, slayers usually don't come back for a short period of time after bloodshed somewhere. Seeing that the crowd's aura was a bit weakened, Gu Chang'e added, we just need to find a place to get through these 48 hours, and passing the trial will be no problem. Su Zian looked at Gu Chang'e, her eyes covered in little stars. Is this my Prince Charming? Although he had only spent some time with Gu Chang'e in the secret realm in his previous life, and hadn't gone through the conscription trial with him, it wasn't hard to see from this analysis that he was indeed a very good person yet. Su Zian's frequent peeking finally caught Gu Chang'e's attention. He silently looked at Su Zian's appearance. Youthful and lively, sweet and lovely. Well, it's a beauty. What's with that look on her face? Does she look like she has a crush on me? A prey that comes to you? That's interesting. Thinking of this, the corners of Gu Chang'e's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. After listening to Gu Chang'e's analysis, Yang Nianyang was incredulous. Is it really that simple? Everyone knew that the destruction trial was the hardest. If it was really like Gu Chang'e said, they didn't have to do anything, just find a place to hide and get over it? White Prayer was also a bit puzzled. No, man, how come your method is the same as ours? You don't know what to do, you? On the side, Huang Xiaotong, who really couldn't stand listening, couldn't help but remind look at the back of your hand first. Several people bowed their heads. On the back of his hand, Silver Dragon Kingdom Advance Army First Class Soldier was engraved, along with a series of numbers. What does that symbol on the hand of mean? Su Zian asked weakly. So it is, Yang Mian explained patiently. Moncarius, the Silver Dragon Kingdom, combined with the Slayer. This is the third era of the rise of war, the chapter of the Empire. It was now the stage where the Silver Dragon Kingdom was expanding towards the Tianlan Kingdom. The leader of the slaughterers, Rabid Dog Ramos, is a dog kept outside the kingdom by the Tianlan Kingdom, and we are now soldiers of the Silver Dragon Kingdom's advance army, and there's a high probability that we've been ordered to hunt down the slaughterers. Ha ha ha, have you guys finally noticed? Gu Chang'e smiled awkwardly and unobtrusively. I was afraid that you didn't see it and wanted to quiz you guys. Not bad. Where is there hiding under the will of destruction? The corner of Bai Chi's mouth twitched. Don't take the liberty of saving your honor, brother. What a mess. So you're Mr. Wulong. Su Zian is still a little unsure. Wait. I still don't get it. It means we can't hide and wait for the trial to end? White prayer hit his face and shook his head. Sister, it's all been made so clear. What's the point of asking? What's the saying? Where there is destruction, there will be war. Bah! Where there is a crouching dragon, there will be a phoenix chick. Chapter 6 Power Grabbing. Figurative Objects. On second thought, Bai Ji thought that it didn't seem like a bad thing for such a person to step into the destruction destiny. At least he'd be able to encounter fewer such idiots on his trial path. Yang Nian didn't break it down. She patiently nodded since the current situation has been determined. Let's all pray individually. In 10 minutes, we'll rendezvous here again. Prayer. A preparatory ritual before the start of each trial. Those who pray to the God of faith and are favored by God may be able to receive some gifts that will benefit the trial. This prayer, however, is not just a prayer that is recited like at the prayer desk. To get a response, you have to give first. Sacrificing certain things that are in line with the beliefs is more likely to be favored by the gods. Although Chu Feng had determined in his heart that the true god of corruption was dead, that did not prevent Game of Gods from still being able to manipulate the authority of corruption to send down oracles. Yang Mian came before Chu Feng and launched an invitation to Chu Feng, who was also in the death fate. Warlock San, would you like to pray together? What is sought? Chu Feng asked. Being in destruction, we don't have an official profession, and I'm the only nurse, so naturally I'm begging for power of increase. The so-called power of increase is the ability to give the person who received the gift a certain increase in skill within the current scene. In addition to the power of increase, the divine favorite also receives the gifts of embodied objects and sheltering heart from the God of faith. Compared to the latter, power of increase was the easiest option to get a response. Could be. Come with me then? It's not very convenient here. Hearing those words, Chu Feng's steps that he had just taken immediately stopped. A priest of shade? You sure know a lot about death. Both annihilation and decay offerings require physical sacrifices, with only shadow being slightly different. The prayer of shadows goes after the darkest side of the depths of the shadows, and this offering can be a bloodthirsty mutilated body, a frenzied killing intent, or, of course, an abyss of desire. So when Yang Mianyang displayed a look of unseemliness, Chu Feng guessed her beliefs. Seeing that Chu Feng was not moved, Yang Nian smiled. What? You don't want to take advantage of it? After weighing the situation for a moment, Chu Feng faintly said, let's go. Su Ziyan saw Yang Nianyang pulling Chu Feng towards the dilapidated house. Gu Changge went to finish praying that the people were not here, and finally couldn't help but speak. Brother Feng, where are you going? All that was obtained was Chu Feng's silent response. You know her? Coming to a position that was barely covered on all sides, Yang Mian asked softly. A college, don't know each other very well. Yang Nianyang stood on her tiptoes and approached Chu Feng's ear. Is that so? Then later on, you won't treat me as her while ravaging me, right? No. Saying that, Chu Feng used the death summon, and 4 vicious-looking canine people covered in black aura crawled up from the ground, because it is they who will ravage you. Yang Nianmian's small mouth was slightly open, completely frozen. Asshole. It's just a prayer, but it doesn't have to be like this, does it? What does this fellow warlock think I am? Need me to recuse myself? Chu Feng saw that Yang Mian did not act and kindly reminded him. No need. Yang Mian reached out to undo her sash, her expression a little stubborn. It seemed to be paranoid that later on, Chu Feng might not be able to help himself and join the play's One Ring. However, it was not to be. Chu Feng stared at her the entire time without a trace of desire in his eyes. When the woozy sound stopped, Yang Mian ended her prayer and also changed into another face. How? There's kind of like a post-sage mode state? I'm better. Your prayers, do you need me to recuse myself? Hello, needy. You. Yang Mianian obviously did not think that the man in front of her would still be so heartless after the two of them had experienced a close contact. She snatched the door and walked out without looking back. Only after Yang Mianyang went out did Chu Feng summon the summon to his face. With a casual tug from the 4 canines, several strands of Shadow Spirit Silk appeared in his hand. Shadow Spirit Silk mixed with a hint of life? TSK? What a desire scam. Had he not been extremely sensitive to the things of the gods, he would not have been able to discover the hidden mysteries. Although he didn't know what Yang Mian's purpose was, the thing she prayed for was never the power of increase. Good thing too. It's a good idea not to take an offering that comes to your door. Chu Feng threw the Shadow Spirit Silk in his hand upwards and chanted a prayer with reverence. It didn't take long for a palm-sized pitch-black circle to appear in his hand. The gods love nothing more than to plunder each other's authority. This happens most frequently, especially between same destinies. The Shadow Spirit Silk, as a divine spirit silk descended from the god of shadows, is just right to be used to sacrifice to corruption in exchange for figurative objects. Chu Feng sacrificed the spirit silk belonging to the shadow authority, and the corruption immediately gifted him the figurative object, without hesitation. In this way, whatever Yang Mian played, it wouldn't have any effect on him. Chu Feng swept the circle. Jumping Fellowship. Grade, Second Order. Usage, inflicts 1 second order attack / defense / control / healing embodied ability. Note, this is a one-time consumable that disappears upon use or leaving the current scene. Not bad. A second order consumable item. And with optional skills that aren't completely limited to death. It should come in handy for the rest of the day. When Chu Feng walked out of the dilapidated hut, Su Zian angrily ran over. Brother Wind, what have you done? Chu Feng looked to where Yang Mian was, and it just so happened that the other party was also watching him. Yang Mian smiled gently, meaningfully. Chu Feng felt slightly strange, but this time, he didn't ignore Su Zian. Yes, I'm dry. Do you realize that before entering the trial, Vierna cried out that she was wrong? Though I don't know what means you used to compel her again. She told me that she would wait for you outside and ask for your forgiveness. And you? And yet you're in there doing unashamed things. You disappoint me too much. Brother Wind. Gu Chang'e is here. Are you sure you still want to talk to me? Just such a sentence immediately caused Su Zian to close his mouth tightly. It didn't take long for a few others to finish their prayers and head for the place where they were initially teleported from. The 6 of them regrouped and were about to discuss their next move when a large group of men and horses rushed towards the location of several people in the distance. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Silver Dragon Kingdom's advance army coming. When Gu Chang'e saw the raised military flag, he said, "It's still the 1,000 husbandmen leading the group. We have 2 choices now. Join them and fish in troubled waters, or stay away from the army and go deeper into the Tianlan Kingdom." White Prayer was the first to say, "We can't join in. We don't know the ins and outs of this town's affairs, so if we can't answer, it will be detrimental to us. Besides, a level 1 straggler like us will definitely be cannon fodder once we run into the slaughterers." Chapter 7, Mixture of Life and Death. Twin Souls. No one responded to Bai Qi, and after the atmosphere froze for a long while, Su Zian took over. Then go deeper into the Tianlan Kingdom. White Prayer shook his head. No, the slaughterers are all over the borders of the Tianlan Kingdom. Entering rashly is like asking for death. Not this, not that, what do you want? Su Zian was upset that Bai Qi had overruled Gu Chang'e's judgment. However, when she finished speaking, her eyes couldn't help but sneakily place to where Chu Feng was. With hindsight, Su Zian finally realized that from the time he came back, his good brother, who used to love him immensely, had long since become very much out of favor with himself. She doesn't understand. We've already lived a new life. Why don't we just be good siblings and not interfere with our personal feelings? Although that was what Su Zian thought in her heart, she was afraid that if she focused too much on Gu Chang'e, she would cause Chu Feng's dissatisfaction again. Unfortunately, to Su Zian's disappointment, Chu Feng's line of sight kept falling on Yang Mian. This inexplicably caused a strong wave of jealousy to rise in her. Wait a minute. Brother Wind has been dissatisfied with me. Is it because he is also jealous? Thinking of this, Su Zian could not help but glance at Chu Feng again. White Prayer voiced his insight at this point. I have an idea, and the risk factor isn't too bad, but if it works, we'll at least make it through the night safely. Tell me about it. Yang Mian cocked her head slightly and listened intently. We can pretend to be slaughterers and attract the attention of the Silver Dragon Kingdom's advance army, drawing the advance army's attention to the nearby slaughterers. The not-so-talkative Huang shook her head and refused. No, this isn't a role-playing game. The advance army can see at a glance the identity that Divine Game has given us. What if I use figurative object? White Prayer smiled mysteriously and took out a patched round wooden shield. My lord's gift. A third-order prop, positive and negative. You're a believer of the custodian, third god, equilibrium? That's rare in Blue Star. If it's balanced, then I have no problem with it. Yang Mian nodded gently. Huang Xiaotong also stopped talking, and was considered to have acquiesced to Yang Mianyang's decision. I'm in favor. This time, Chu Feng first stated his position. Before Yang Mianyang made any other moves, Chu Feng unconditionally favored her decision. Gu Chang'e shrugged 4-2. I obey the principle of minority to majority. Then what are you waiting for? Close in on me. White Prayer raised his round wooden shield high, and the power of equilibrium enveloped the crowd. You've entered a state of positive and negative. Mental state recovery efficiency increased by 10%. Defense increased by 20%. When approaching a teammate on the same side, the other side will default to you as the enemy. When approaching an enemy of a different camp, the other side will default to you as a friendly. This effect lasts for 12 hours and cannot be enjoyed again for 3 days after expiration. With the effect of the third-order props, even if Ramos, the rabid dog of the slaughterer, came, he would have to come over and hook me up. Topped with the equilibrium buff, The crowd quickly attracted the attention of the advance army according to Bai Chi's Si Lu. Everything went as initially planned, slipping the advance army in a frantic run towards the territory of the Tianlan Kingdom. However, just as the crowd was fully entering the territory of the Tianlan Kingdom, another advance team from the Silver Dragon Kingdom suddenly appeared on the right side. Even though it was only a team led by a centurion, the six were still wrapped up because they were too close together. Brother White Prayer, tell me, what should we do now? Gu Chang'e shouted at Bai Chi, who had negated her decision. Don't rush. This is almost close to the territory of the Tianlan Kingdom. It's a time of war. There's no way the Tianlan Kingdom won't put up defenses. Even without the slaughterer, as long as we wait for the Tianlan Kingdom's garrison army to find out, we can get away just the same. Bai Chi said calmly, but now, I'm going to have to ask you all to show some real skill. Regardless of whether it was the Silver Dragon Kingdom's Thousand Master or Centurion leading the group, their strength was only at the second rank. The soldiers under their hands, like Chu Feng and the others, were all of the first rank. As a result, a few people could barely drag their feet for that much longer by relying on their skills. A quarter of an hour later, the mental state of the crowd began to gradually show its decline. While the slaughterers and the Tianlan Kingdom's army that should have come hadn't even seen a shadow, White Prayer began to panic. Damn! Even with the positive and negative effect, it can't withstand such a toss. At this rate, we're going to die of exhaustion without the advance army having to do anything. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Mian said, make the circle of the battle a little wider and let's break out separately. Whoever left first, make sure to pull the slaughterers and the people from the Skylan Kingdom's army over. Only war can withstand destruction. I don't need a nursemaid. White Prayer, you're coming with me. Huang Xiaotong was like a ghostly shadow, stalking in stealthy. In the next second, a soldier beside Bai Chi who tried to sneak up on him had his neck wiped out by Huang Xiaotong's sawtooth short dagger. Su Ziyan swept around Chu Feng and Gu Chang'e in a tangled manner. Come to me. Gu Chang'e spoke first. When Su Ziyan saw that Chu Feng had no intention of taking care of her, she was so upset that she could only move closer to Gu Chang'e. Why am I so bitter? Isn't this the time I've been waiting for? Staying with Gu Chang'e was just plain fun. What the hell is bothering me? The earth cracked with a rumble. Before a few people could separate, the advance army's leader, the Shifuyu, summoned a behemoth from the ground. The chief of Thousand Husbands shouted, kill them, don't spare any of the Heavenly Lan Kingdom's scum. Yang Nianmian was slightly surprised to see this beast's pretty face. How is it possible? How can a second-ranked Thousand Husbandman be able to summon a third-ranked Earth Lizard Dragon? Chu Feng swept a glance, but it's a one-time summoning scroll that won't last more than 5 minutes. Now, not to mention 5 minutes. I'm afraid I won't be able to last even 5 seconds under the attack of the Earth Lizard Dragon. And then suddenly there was another change. Diagonally across the White Prayer, 2 people suddenly fled towards the pile of people. Surprisingly, no soldiers came forward to stop. Sorry guys, we'll go ahead and hold on. I'll be sure to pull in help for you. No matter how slow Su Ziyan's reaction was, at this point, he also saw through Bai Chi's intentions. This asshole. How could he actually cancel the positive and negative buff effect by himself? He must have thought this one out long ago, to send us to our deaths and live alone. Su Ziyan has some brains, but not too many. It wasn't true that Bai Chi had cancelled the buff effect himself, but he had purposely brought Huang Xiaotong with him, and the buff was still on Huang. Though it was unknown what the two of them had used to confuse the advance army and keep the other side from striking out at them, but it was undeniable that Bai Chi did have the intention of bringing them help. Whether they could wait or not, of course, was another matter. The Earth Lizard Dragon, tail whipped, and the deafening sound of the sonic whine was more difficult for the remaining few than the attack. Su Ziyan, quickly hide behind me and come. Gu Chang'e opened her arms to block in front of Su Ziyan. This moved Su Ziyan, and the worry was removed at once. Su Ziyan, you really didn't look at the wrong person. To Gu Chang'e, we were only meeting for the first time, but he was able to defiantly stand in front of me. In our last life in the secret realm, we fought side by side for so long, and he was never as direct as he is today. Could it be that he's moved on to me? Su Ziyan's heart was happy. This is, presumably, a two-way run. Chu Feng secretly shook his head. In his eyes, Su Ziyan was comically like a clown. The full picture at this moment was not Gu Chang'e blocking Su Ziyan's front at all, but rather her opening her arms and protecting Gu Chang'e behind her. B-rank talent, play? This Gu Chang'e can't even relate to destruction. He's actually a devotee of fraud. You saw it too? I have a small prop on me that protects against fraudulent believers. Anyone who knows the group, fraud, is even more offensive than joy among the 3 gods of the void. Yang Mian said to Chu Feng beside her. Are you sure? Not going to save her? In Yang Nianyan's impression, the relationship between the two was far more than what Chu Feng said. Save her? No, she deserved to die. Chu Feng recalled that in his previous life, he did not know how many times he had saved her, but she had never been grateful. And even these were in Su Xian's eyes, all of which he should have done. He used to love her, so he didn't care. But when Gu Changde used the fraud talent to falsely save her once, she actually became hopelessly attracted to this kind of trash. It's really disgusting to think about it. On the contrary, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Chu Feng turned his words around and suddenly said. Yang Mian froze. Me? Initially you tried to unite the others, which gave me a positive image. The desire to fall into the abyss of shadows while praying is very different from what you have shown earlier. After the prayer, you provoked Su Xian again and tried to get me into an argument with her. You don't, by any chance, think you're being contrarian, do you? Chu Feng gently twisted one of the long hairs at his fingertips. Or are you just a natural contrarian? Yang Nianyang did not feel angry at the insulting words that came out of Chu Feng's mouth. You do have a keen sense of smell, but you can trust me. I mean no harm. Why would someone with no malicious intent leave something like a shadow spirit silk on my summon? Chu Feng crushed the long hair in his hand, and a trace of life slowly rose. This hair, it was Yang Mianyang who had dropped it. By the way, can you tell me again in passing why you, who walk the path of death, destiny, have the favor of life? A smattering of black threads wrapped around the back of Chu Feng's hand. Chu Feng was already prepared that once Yang Niannian's words displeased her, he would immediately summon Carlsbad. Between the two conversing, it was as if the surrounding attacks were isolated, unable to land on the two at all. Shadow of reality? It was the Shadow SA rank talent, Shadow of reality, for sure. This was strange. Yang Mian was clearly a person of the death, destiny. So what was the matter with the life aura? After a moment of silence, Yang Mian said, have you heard of Twin Souls? Chapter 8, Abundant Divinity. Mastermind behind the scenes. Twin Souls? Even though Chu Feng had almost reached the top of the Game of Gods in his previous life, he still had never heard of a twin soul. One soul, life. One soul, death. That's why you can sense two different life path auras from me. Chu Feng rationalized his thoughts. That is to say, within you, there is another soul that believes in life? Yang Mian nodded her head lightly. Well, my sister, Yan Nua, we share a body. Just now when praying, she was also leading. Speaking of this, a blush rose on Yang Mian's face. Life, pastor, and will have a fever. Wouldn't that be a breeding priest? Chu Feng was so frightened that he hurriedly pulled over his summons. The reason why Chu Feng felt scared was because the breeding priests had a chance of impregnating people when they performed healing. This talent passive is not limited to species and is highly infectious. Once his summon is planted with the seed of conception, it is highly likely that it will infect him. The master. After checking the area, he was relieved to find no abnormalities. Yang Mianyang couldn't help but cover her face and laugh lightly as she watched Chu Feng, who had always acted calmly, become flustered when he heard those words. She suddenly approached Chu Feng and whispered in an extremely seductive voice. Little brother warlock, are you afraid of getting pregnant with my child? It doesn't really matter if you get pregnant. You're in charge of the birth and they'll take care of the raising. Chu Feng pulled away. Changed? I'm sorry, both of us. We have the absolute right to manipulate our bodies. Nua can appear anytime if she wants to. Yang Nianyan face apologized. As for the shadow spirit silk you mentioned, I don't really know what it is. It's related to shadow. Maybe it's left behind by my lord during the prayers? Chu Feng nodded slightly. That's what makes sense. Yang Mian was not even a professional, so how could she possibly know about the shadow spirit silk that contained divine authority? However, the twin souls that she mentioned had caused Chu Feng to come to be interested. Yang Nian's words dispelled his inner doubts. Chu Feng, who had no other concerns, decided to summon Carlsbad and prepared to quickly remove his current predicament. The black mist surged wildly, and Carlsbad, who had been trapped inside Chu Feng's body by the necromantic pact, was finally able to see the light of day under the summoning. Carlsbad was about to make a move on Chu Feng the moment he saw him, but in the next moment, the backlash of the necromantic pact caused Karthus to put on a mask of pain. Carlsbad had yet to understand how much he wanted to kill Chu Feng and how deep the force of the backlash he received would be. This isn't an ordinary death summon, but the core skill of the Decay, Warlock's official profession. Apocalyptic one. Necromantic contract? And the guy you've enslaved isn't of a low grade. It looks like he's at least of the 3rd rank. Yang Nianlian's eyes lit up. Why didn't you say so? You should have summoned it in the first place and killed all the others. Wouldn't it be more comfortable for you to pray with me as much as you want without the distraction of others? To be able to say such crazy words. Naturally it wasn't her sister Yang Mian, but in a strange way, compared to Yang Nianmian, Yang Nuanua was rather more of a believer in shadow. Chu Feng waved his hand, and Carlsbad, who had suffered, unwillingly began to sell his life to Chu Feng. The cold weapons in the hands of the level 1 soldiers were vulnerable to Carls's magical attacks, and soon, large swathes of the advance army were having their lives harvested by him. Chu Feng looked around in a circle and realized that Su Zian had already been knocked down by the Earth Lizard Dragon, and Gu Chang'e, who used Su Zian as a shield, wasn't much better. He was covered in wounds and cursed every now and then. Gu Chang'e had wanted to use the Yi fraud, powers fabricated and unwarranted healing props to recover the injuries on his body, but when he took them to no avail, he realized that Chu Feng and Yang Mianyang had long ago figured out his beliefs. Gu Chang'e had no choice but to ask for help. "Where's the milkmaid? Quickly save it." He was well aware of fraud's reputation in Game of Gods. It was an existence that even dogs disliked. But in order to live, he had to lay down his dignity. But without waiting for the nurse's treatment, Gu Chang'e suddenly felt a chill on her back. A creepy figure made of black mist stared at him. Gu Chang'e gulped. This aura was an existence that he didn't dare to resist at all. Chu Feng did not want to kill Gu Chang'e. Simply just the advance guard soldiers around him were killed off. There were no other targets for Carlsbad to set his sights on. But at that moment, Su Zian, who was in a coma, suddenly woke up. She shielded Gu Chang'e behind her, and the chi within her body rose higher and higher. "Brother Wind, I won't allow you to hurt him." Chu Feng's expression grew cold. He smelled a familiar scent on Su Zian. That was the abundance, divinity that belonged to him in the last life. Su Zian had actually brought back his abundance, divinity? Everything that happened at the god formation ceremony was definitely not an accident. Lu Rushue was just a puppet that was pushed to the surface. Behind the 9 of them, there must be a mastermind. What was ridiculous was that Su Zian was actually using her divinity to stop him and protect Gu Chang'e. Chu Feng subconsciously touched his chest. Instead, he was relieved when it was clear that he should have felt angry. What Su Zian wanted to do had nothing to do with him. However, what made Chu Feng unhappy was that his own abundance, divinity was being used by Su Zian in this manner. He reached out and pinched his hand in the void, and the large hand composed of Carlsbad's black mist suddenly gripped Su Zian, who exactly is the person who instructed this? Su Zian mobilized abundance, divine resistance. However, the divinity shrunk back the moment it touched Chu Feng. Su Zian's face was suffocatingly red, but wasn't willing to open his mouth to reveal a bit. "You're not going to say it, are you? Very well, when the trial is over, I'll personally go find Lu Rushue." As Chu Feng casually threw Su Zian to the ground, Carlsbad turned into a black mist and killed the advance army that was slightly farther away. The soldiers of the advance army were scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. The commander of the 1,000 soldiers on his horse shouted angrily, "No escape is allowed. Those who disobey the military order will be killed on the spot." With that, the long blade slashed down at the fleeing soldier beside him. The approach of the Shifuyu only deterred for a few seconds, and the fleeing soldiers became even more numerous instead. No one is a little cute. In this case, it's a death either way, so it's better to run away to fight for a chance of survival. Yang Mianmian came behind Chu Feng, still saying, "You don't know her well?" Chu Feng did not turn around as he silently stared at the one-sided slaughter until the last Silver Dragon Kingdom soldier fell. "Class, hold on. I'm moving help to." Ha! At that moment, Bai Qi and Huang Xiaotong, who were riding on their horses, rushed over. Behind them was the Tianlan Kingdom's garrison army, the Heavenly Guardian Army. "Dead? Finished?" Bai Qi froze, and Huang Xiaotong, who had always been aloof, couldn't help but exclaim in shock at the sight of this scene. Chu Feng retrieved Karthus, and White Prayer instantly knew who had killed the advance army that was full of wreckage. "No, big brother, you're so fierce. Why didn't you show your hand when we escaped just now? You're making me look like a nerd." Su Zian climbed up from the ground and gave Chu Feng a complicated look, then said to Gu Chang'e, "Let's go." Gu Chang'e had wanted to refuse, but remembering Chu Feng's killing intent just now, he ultimately chose to follow Su Zian's lead. Bai Qi looked at the sudden parting of ways in the hearts of several people, even though there is a stomach full of questions, but also did not dare to ask out on this occasion. He smiled sarcastically that, "Chu student, I, Bai Qi, am kind of true to my word." Chu Feng lightly nodded his head, indicating that he did not mind his proclivity to flee. "This is Noah, the centurion of the Tianlan Kingdom's garrison army, and he says he invites us to rest at their garrison." Chapter 9, Divine Sense Negotiation, A Touch of Light. Under the escort of the Tianlan Kingdom's army, the 4 of them arrived at the border zone unharmed. Several warriors, "Thank you for your contributions, and if there is anything you need, please feel free to ask." Noah expressed his heartfelt respect for Chu Feng's act of slaughtering the Silver Dragon Kingdom's army. For the Sky Lancers, every additional Silver Dragoon that died increased their chances of surviving. Noah exchanged pleasantries with the crowd, then took his men on a border patrol. The 4 men in the not-so-small room were huddled together. "There are almost 40 hours left until the end of the trial, and I only have 10 hours left of my buff time. Lingering here is just a stopgap measure. Now it's time to think about the path after the buff is gone. Bai Qi leaned against the bed, his tone a little worried. Chu Feng patted Bai Qi's shoulder. Don't sit down yet. Go and inquire about the current battle between the two kingdoms. White Prayer came to his senses at once. You want to replicate my earlier plan? Maybe. Whether it works or not depends on how much information you get. Okay, I'm on my way. Yang Mian laughed softly. Why is he suddenly so obedient? If you can also summon a third-order demon without an official career title, White Prayer will listen to you. Huang, who was a man of few words, took the rare initiative to speak up. Before she'd prayed, she'd heard too much in the academy about the various bureaus where the big boys took flight during the draft trials. Just listen to the words. Even the transfer trial can be won lying down. And in his place, he wouldn't mind. Obviously, Chu Feng, who had demonstrated his strength, had become the leader of the group of four without realizing his influence. A few people had a casual conversation, and after a quarter of an hour, Bai Qi returned to the room. I've inquired about it, and in one day, the Slayers will appear in Carol, the border town between the Tianlan Kingdom and the Silver Dragon Kingdom. I heard from the soldiers here that the decree was passed down from above to use Slaughterer as bait as a way to attract the Silver Dragon Kingdom's advance army. When the advance army begins to hunt down the Slaughterers, Tianlan's Heavenly Guard will take the initiative and pit against the advance army. After Bai Qi finished speaking, he quietly looked at Chu Feng and waited for his instructions. Chu Feng shook his head and said, It's too late after one day. Is there any way to bring the war forward? I have a law. Yang Nianyan stared at Bai Qi and said with a smile, But it will require a bit of hard work for you. Bai Qi, you say. It's simple. The equilibrium, buff of, positive and negative, can only be switched on and off by yourself at any time, so all that's needed is for you to head to the Silver Dragon Advance Army's garrison right now and act as a snitch. White Prayer froze. Still? Yeah. Wouldn't the purpose of leaking the location of the Slaughterer and starting a war in advance be achieved? If time permits, you can come back and notify the Skyguard again, preferably to a few more locations. The more chaos, the safer we are. Bai Ji gave Yang Nianyang a thumbs up. Worthy of being a believer in death. His mind is just evil. What about my proposal? Yang Nianmian? No. Yang Nuonyuo looked at Chu Feng with a growing smile. Anyone who could think of this in a short time probably couldn't do it. Yang Mian. That's it. White Prayer nodded and headed out the door again. The burden of provoking the war was given to him. As for what to do behind it, that was something Chu Feng had to consider. After Bai Qi went out, Chu Feng was not idle either. He opened the necromantic pact and mentally entered the divine consciousness where Karthus was. Carlsbad was depressed. Inexplicably, he has to uncontrollably serve him as a dog after being confined by a guy he's never met, but knows him very well, in a contractual ceremony. Not to mention his son of shadow. If he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't be able to swallow this breath. So the moment Chu Feng appeared in front of Carlsbad, he almost instantly pounced in front of Chu Feng. Carlsbad stared at Chu Feng in death, itching to eat him alive. Chu Feng was unmoved in the face of Carlsbad's killing intent. Yo, digesting the loot from earlier. The floating souls of the soldiers gradually became one with Carls's unique way of manipulation. Karthus sulked. Who the hell are you? Who am I? I'm the one who changed your fate. Of course. Karthus didn't answer. Chu Feng stopped him. Stop what you're doing. Don't waste your energy. The souls of these soldiers are nothing more than fragments of history that will soon be gone. Furthermore, your current strength, influenced by me, is unable to cross over to the third rank. Carlsbad faded to a halt. What Chu Feng said, he also felt. What affects you must be the result of that damned deed. What the hell do you want? Chu Feng said indifferently. Give me the soul bodies you collected. Karthus sneered. Dream on. You want to stay at the third rank for the rest of your life? So what if it is? Carls's coldly said. I am the son of shadow. Immortal. How long can a short-lived species like you consume with me? When you die, the pact will dissolve itself. Chu Feng shook his head somewhat helplessly. Honestly, from what I knew of him in the past life, this thin-raised guy is indeed a tough nut to crack. I knew you'd say that. So here's the deal. I only need 3 years of your time, and within 3 years, you'll agree to whatever I ask. After 3 years, I voluntarily break the contract. Karthus moved. Really? Swear in the name of the god of shadows. Never a word. 3 years was just a snap of the fingers for Carlsbad. He didn't think too long about it, and agreed in a heartbeat. Okay, just 3 years. Carlsbad handed over all of his soul bodies to Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng was also able to use the absolute obedience of the necromantic contract to make Carlsbad hand it over. The consequence of doing so was that the next time there was a similar soul body, he felt that he would destroy it at the first opportunity. In order to maintain a good master-servant relationship, Chu Feng appropriately chose to respect Carlsbad's personality a bit. After obtaining this batch of soul bodies, Chu Feng's first lifespan was substituted and extracted the meditative lifespan of all the soul bodies. He wanted to turn the heavenly crystal carousel within the trial. Items obtained by spinning with heavenly crystal coins that do not belong to the real world, like things of prayer, cannot be taken out of the trial. However, this does not affect the use within the trial. This kind of thing, Chu Feng had often done it in his previous life and had long been familiar with it. With this many soul bodies, the plutonium life extracted is definitely enough to upgrade a few rounds of level 2 heavenly crystal coin 10-round draws. After several more hours, Bai Qi, who had gone out, finally rushed back before the several people's buffs were about to disappear. Fellow student Yang, not to mention, this method of yours is really good. The armies of the two major kingdoms are now rushing to Carol in great numbers. It won't be too long before the Skyguard here passes as well. When that moment comes, it's time for us to move off and fish in troubled waters. Shortly after Bai Qi's words were finished, the heavenly guardians outside the gate began to consolidate their personnel and set off towards the location Bai Qi had conveyed. Chu Feng rose and said, "Action." Chapter 10 When the Prey Bites. The time has come. Into the night. The full moon hangs high. The border between the Silver Dragon Kingdom and the Tianlan Kingdom. Su Zian takes the injured Gu Chang'e on an escape journey. On the way they encountered several advance and Skyguard armies. The two dodged around and just barely managed to avoid being discovered. During that time, Su Zian had used the power of the abundance, divinity left behind by Chu Feng to kill quite a few slaughterers that had wandered off on their own. Although Gu Chang'e barely managed to maintain her injuries on her way to dodge, her situation was still not optimistic. Su Zian, let's rest here for a while. Gu Chang'e gasped. Here? We've just killed a few slayers, here. Aren't you afraid of more people? It's okay, the slaughterers just put up a fire here, indicating that it's a temporary resting place. And there won't be any other slaughterers coming back for a while. Su Zian seemed to understand. This kind of trial common sense had never occurred to her before. But in order not to let Gu Chang'e think she was stupid, she pretended to understand and sat down. Do me a favor, in the sash behind me, there is a bottle of abundance, second order healing potion, deadwood, hidden. As she spoke, Gu Chang'e opened her fraud, B-rank talent, create something out of nothing. Creating something out of nothing can only work if the other person believes it and has not recognized his belief. Gu Chang'e wasn't sure if Su Zian also knew his true beliefs, and could only use this speculative way to test the waters. If the other party does not get the potion from her, it means that her identity has been revealed. But if she can get the potion, Su Zian reached out and touched Gu Chang'e's back, her expression becoming pleasantly surprised. There really is a potion. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you could have taken it earlier, your injuries might have fully recovered by now. Gu Chang'e wore a smile on her face. I couldn't make a move backwards with injuries to both my hands, and the party was full of enemies all the way, and I didn't want to stop. I'd blame myself if I got surrounded by enemies for the few moments it took to fetch me the medicine and put you in a bind. It's good that she doesn't know what I believe. Destroy the identity of fate's path is still there. So next, controlling this prey in front of you that was sent up on its own accord will become quite a bit easier. Su Zian sat down across from Gu Chang'e, not realizing in the slightest that intrigue was descending around her. In the distance, there was a long, drawn-out horn. Gu Chang'e's expression immediately became grave when she heard this voice. It's the Silver Dragon Kingdom's advance army that encountered the battle. Even the call for help was blown, so it doesn't look good. Is it dangerous for us too? Su Zian said in disbelief. No, on the contrary, as soon as the war is opened, it will be easier for us to muddle through the rest of the time instead. Gu Chang'e pondered for a while, but this is too close to the battlefield. I take back what I just said. Let's go. Go to the downstream area and wait for the time to end. The town of Khalil. Inside the brick hut. When Chu Feng and his group saw that the battle fire was ignited, they were able to relax a little. We're right in the center of the war vortex. We won't get caught in the wave later. Will we? Bai Qi, who had been busy for half a day, finally had time to rest at this moment. But the sound of shouting and constant fighting outside made it impossible for him to sit down at ease. What do you think Brother Warlock is doing deeper into this place instead of finding a safe place to muddle through? Yang Mian looked at Bai Qi and asked rhetorically. Bai Qi scratched his head. Why? Honestly, he didn't really know. Passing score. Huang Xiaotong answered Bai Qi's question for Yang Mianmian. Ha! White Prayer reacted then. It wasn't that he didn't know this, but he was too pressed to think about it. Typically, passing the trial normally and contributing to the trial pass earns you an A rating. The 3 levels of scores further up, SSSS, require proximity to the Simply Trial, Fate Path, and recognition from the current god of Fate Path. The higher the rating, the better the rewards will be at the end of the trial. But brushing up on past scores in a transfer trial is simply unheard of. Could it be that he still wanted to compete for the ranking of the 5 major academies in terms of transfer trial points? The rating of the passing trial is only momentary. What is more important is the academy points. Yang Mian added. Don't forget, our files are hung up in the academy, and the academy can observe each of our passing trial scores through our files. Passing trial scores are eventually converted to academy points in the academy's records. Academy points could not only be exchanged for various levels of heavenly crystal coins, but even for the leapfrog boat tickets to leave the blue planet. This is the only chance for us regular students to get out of Blue Star. White Prayer was moved by what the two said. How could he not wish that he could also become one of the proud sons of heaven? But his strength did not allow it? Bai Qi gazed hopefully at Chu Feng. It seems to say, Big brother, take me flying. Chu Feng looked out through the rusted iron window. Wait a little longer. White Prayer finally sat down at ease. With these words from Chu's classmates, he was relieved. During the boring waiting time, there was a sudden knock at the door. The next moment, someone outside broke down the door. The visitor's expression froze when he saw Chu Feng's several people. White Prayer, on the other hand, greeted them with a smile. So it's Brother Noah, what are you doing here? Noah's face took on an angry look when he heard the familiar voice. Damn you guys, no wonder the war was brought forward. It's because of you hateful snitches. Follow me, kill them. White Prayer was a little embarrassed by Noah's words. He forgot for a moment that his positive and negative buff had ended a long time ago. As first-class soldiers of the advance army, they were rightly regarded by Noah as the mole. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You have the nerve to talk about me? Outside fighting to the death. You're taking your own little brother around to find a place to hide. Are you good enough to do that? Deserter. Embarrassed. White Prayer remembers Noah and his entourage sneaking around and instantly chokes back. Noah's face turned red. Kill. Make sure you kill them all. The trumpet sounded once again at the battlements. It's already the 5th sound. And enough people are coming. 2. Chu Feng softly said, let's go. It's time to end this trial. Saying that, Chu Feng casually grasped the gadget in his hand, and the gadget in his hand rapidly grew in size, transforming into a blood-stained spear. He flung it with such force that the spear exploded the moment it struck Noah, splashing liquid like blood onto the crowd of Sky Guardians. After a few breaths, Noah was all but vaporized as if he had never existed. White Prayer swallowed second-order disposable consumable prop. Destruction, S, explosive blood spear? Chu Feng did not explain and threw out 6 or 7 defense props at once. Order, S second-order defense prop, I refuse. Memory, S third-order defense prop, recall. Damn it! It's so trenchant. Letting you transfer to a trial. You put aside wholesale intake? Yang Nianyan looked at Bai Qi's dumbfounded appearance and teased. There's no time for you to be surprised, Bai Qi. Are you ready to lie down and win? Chapter 11, Heart of Fraud, Blade of Backstabbing. It's fortunate that Chu Feng is not a believer of the destruction, fate's third god, chaos. White Prayer felt very grateful. The gods love to cast a watchful eye on the believers who excel in their trials. If Decay wanted to have some fun, by the time the trial was about to pass, it was highly likely that he, as an opposing destiny, would have an oracle sent down by the gods that Chu Feng believed in. When it really came to that, White Prayer didn't even know how bad he would end up. While Bai Qi was speaking, Chu Feng took out a few more defense props out. These, all of them, were the proceeds of Chu Feng's raffle using the heavenly crystal coins from that batch of soul body conversions. After all, it doesn't hurt him to use it if he can't take it outside. After all-around good protection, several people came to the center of the battlefield. The Silver Dragon Kingdom's advance army, the Wandering, Slayers, and the Skyguard of the Tianlan Kingdom all mixed up and fought. The madmen of Slaughterers didn't even spare the people of the Heavenly Guard in addition to storming the advance army in a completely indiscriminate attack. This fits the character of destruction. The advance guard is losing ground, but they know how to shake a man. Successive calls for help were blown, and the men on the field who belonged to the advance guard instead fought more and more. At this moment, a small group of the Heavenly Lan Kingdom's Heavenly Guardians suddenly discovered Chu Feng's few fallen advance army soldiers, and immediately reversed the direction of their attack and rushed towards Chu Feng's 4 people. But before they could get close, the defense energy shield took the initiative to rain down heavenly lightning, instantly wiping out the squad. After the deaths of the Sky Guardians, no one dared to bother them again for a short period of time. Chu Feng slightly moved his wrist, and Carlsbad quickly coalesced. I came, I witnessed, I destroyed, and wherever I went, not an inch of grass was left. The 3 people behind Chu Feng were filled with shock. He prayed to destruction. The crowd looked at the sky in unison, and the full moon hanging high in the sky turned into 2 as if it appeared as a double image. It is like a pair of deep eyes, gazing at the beings of the earth. Huang swallowed her throat. I seem to, see the presence of destruction. Chu students. Chu, are we alright? Praying across destinies. Aren't you afraid of suffering the wrath of the gods? Move on? At least not now. No? Chu Feng said softly. Carlsbad, do it. Carlsbad, who had already made a pact with Chu Feng, unreservedly displayed his strength. The two round moons were gradually covered by floating black clouds, and on the battlefield, the people attacking each other stopped their hands. An invisible force seemed to manipulate their bodies. Doubt, disbelief, and strange feelings rose in the hearts of all. Behind the crowd, the dark shadow actually detached itself from them in a bizarre way. The shadow's hand turned into a sharp blade and stabbed its master in the heart with precision. Thousands of people fell at the same moment. The battlefield, which was shouting and yelling one moment, became silent the next. Silence, deadly silence. Carlsbad stared at Chu Feng's back and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He knew I had the gift of shadow shuttling, and also knew that it was possible to control the shadows within the domain field before shuttling. He knows even more about my abilities than I, myself. Who the hell is he? It was a long time before White Prayer dared to speak. That's the end of it? I suppose. Not yet? Huang looked at the time. There's still about 20 hours left. But for the rest, none of us will have to worry about Slaughterer coming to pick a fight. Yang Mianmian came to Chu Feng's side and put her small hand on Chu Feng's shoulder. Chu Feng's expression stared as he realized that his body was in an uncontrollable state. You sure are different then. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. It's not in vain that I chose you as my prayer witness at first sight. Then the fruit of victory. I pick O. A silver-white dagger penetrated Chu Feng's chest. The dagger's pointed blade was like a suction cup, and little by little, it absorbed Chu Feng's blood. Chu Feng was filled with shock. Why? White Prayer was dumbfounded. At some point, two Yang Mianmian actually appeared at the same time by Chu Feng's side and behind him. Hey, Yang Mianyang, what are you up to? Seeing that Yang Mianyang suddenly made a move against Chu Feng, Bai Qi was furious. You don't have a life path to contend with, so why are you laying hands on Chu's classmates? With that, he raised the staff in his hand and a tornado rolled out of thin air. Yang Mianyang, who was standing beside Chu Feng, casually waved her hand, and a healing light rose up. White Prayer cracked up at the sight of his rapidly bulging belly visible to the naked eye. Asterisk you little. Stop it now. Yang Mian didn't take heed of it, and her healing hand swung faster. Seeing that his belly had grown to the point of almost 5 months, White Prayer's heart snapped, slashed the surface of his belly with the withered wood staff in his hand, reached out and grabbed the byproduct of the treatment, an oddly shaped little guy that made people guilty of the Valley of Horrors effect just by looking at it. Yang Mian stopped her hands, but the afterglow of the treatment still healed Bai Qi's stomach. Asterisk. So you're a priest of breeding. Yang Mianmian, who was holding a dagger in her hand, turned back and said with a smile, Huang Xiaotong, what are you waiting for? White Prayer was alarmed. Think of Huang as the one who spoils the destiny. Sabotage. You are a believer in chaos, White Prayer said in a hateful voice. No wonder you rarely speak for fear of exposing your attribute of going crazy, right? Huang was silent. However, the dagger in his hand kept stabbing out at Bai Qi. To say that the hardest thing to do right now is none other than White Prayer. He had thought that he had hugged his thighs and could lie down and win until the end of the trial. But who would have thought that this damn fated rivalry was stirring everyone up all over the place? Obviously we were good teammates who loved each other 1 second. How come in a flash we are in this situation? A mage who's been close by an assassin and still managed to last this long. You're already pretty good, White Prayer. Bai Qi's mental state gradually failed to keep up with the dodging ground, and he raised his head to the sky. My life is over. Yang Mianmian hugged Chu Feng's waist from behind and murmured in his ear, my cheapness is not so easy to take advantage of. Oh. So, leave your life as my compensation. It's the only way. No one will ever know what happened in that wreck of a Hadu. Chu Feng turned back with difficulty. You this. Don't curse. Go in peace. Yang Mianyang gently pushed, and Chu Feng's vitality was completely cut off at that moment. Done. Yang Mianyang clapped her hands and came next to Huang Xiaotong. What? Can't bear to kill Bai Qi? You actually left him a breath. Huang put away her weapon. You're overthinking it. The trial ends in 18 hours, and he's got enough blood to bleed for 18 hours. I am merely following the will of my lord toward the choice of chaos. She glanced to the other Yang Mian. What's your situation here again? The figurative thing is just that. Yang Mian reached out and grabbed it, and the other her re-entered her. But in the next instant, her expression changed drastically. Huang Xiaotong frowned. What's wrong? How could backstabbing blade have obviously absorbed his life force? But why hasn't Chu Feng died? There must be some mistake. In the shadows, Chu Feng's body rose little by little from within Yang Mianyang's shadow. Of course you're not mistaken. He held a dull circlet in his hand, a teasing expression on his face. The show was great, but it's time to tear down the fraud's disguise. Chapter 12, Early Finish. Trial completion. A gift of corruption? An item that can withstand lethal damage? It shouldn't be. I clearly buried the heart of fraud within you when I prayed. If it was truly replaced, I would definitely be able to sense the change. Yang Mian murmured in a low voice. It turns out that the abnormality I detected was the heart of fraud. Not bad for a believer in fraud. And not bad for my most hated destiny. Chu Feng casually threw the jumping mana ring in front of Yang Mian. My lord's gift is only a second-order item, but it is superior in its comprehensiveness. And when I am mortally wounded, the me you control in your hands is no longer me. The jumping mana ring had automatically activated the defense effect, scapegoat puppet, the moment Yang Mian contacted him. So he went along with it and hid in the shadows. Honestly, without this prop, he might have actually had the potential to roll over. Yang Mian gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, Why? Why are you defending yourself against me? Why? When was it that I gave you the illusion of having trusted you? Do you think I have these props to defend against the advance army? Or the slaughterer, Skyguard in them? Yang Mian's expression was a bit embarrassed. It turned out that Chu Feng had been defending himself all along. Chu Feng snorted, Come on. This is a trial. From the beginning, I never trusted anyone. Especially if it's someone like you who likes to take the initiative, to reveal your heart. I'm not likely to believe it. Yang Mian rubbed her small face and put on a pitiful look. Brother Warlock. Since you have guessed my fraud identity, then we are not destined to be opposites. Can you let me go this time? This woman. Flipping her face faster than a book. That's what I was going to ask. You said we don't have opposing destinies, so why did you target me as soon as you arrived? If I tell the truth, will you leave me alone? That depends on how true you are. Yang Mian pointed at Carlsbad. Because you control this third-order monster. Carlsbad, who's a monster? Are you polite? Chu Feng stroked his chin and gestured for Yang Mian to continue. The first time I entered the trial, I received an oracle from my lord, and he told me that there is a monster within you that can help me complete the hidden trial. As soon as he opened his mouth, Chu Feng knew that Yang Mian, the fraud believer who was full of lies, had been honest this time. It was impossible for an ordinary person to know about this hidden trial thing. The Chu Feng of his previous life also learned about it only after he had gone to a very high position. Unfortunately, hidden trials can only be unlocked when transferring trials. We are entering the trial of destruction, and destruction implements killing and removal. Just do more destruction than destruction, and you're sure to complete the hidden trial. Speaking of this, Yang Mian suddenly understood that Chu Feng had known about the hidden trial all along. When you finish the hidden trial, I'll come back to destroy you who completed the mission. Then the winner in the end will be just me. The corner of Huang Xiaotong's mouth twitched. So I became a part of your mission, huh? Chu Feng gently nodded his head. Not bad. No lies. Yang Mian said. Where would I dare to lie to you again? Wake up the white prayer first. Chu Feng said as he pointed at Bai Qi, who was lying on the ground for half a day. Huang Xiaotong immediately stepped forward to stop. No, if you save Bai Qi, he could kill us at any time. Yang Mian let out a bitter laugh. Haven't you seen him yet? Even if we don't save him, he's just as capable of killing us. Huang Xiaotong was still trying to block, but Yang Mian's healing light had already landed on Bai Qi's head first. Bai Qi opened his eyes in a daze and saw Chu Feng standing in front of him intact. Chu-san, come here. You're not dead? White Prayer scrambled to his feet. Sure, but someone else is going to die here soon. Huang Xiaotong blared hatefully at Yang Mian. Transfer trial completed. Trial ends early. Please leave within 1 hour. Get hidden achievement, more destruction than destruction, enforcer. The sudden prompting sound made Yang Mian and Huang Xiaotong overjoyed. The moment the portal opened, the two flew away. Before entering the former teleportation portal, Yang Mian was rather less anxious. She looked back, resuming her initial look of triumph. Thank you, Brother Warlock. The hidden achievement, more destruction than destruction, witness, has been made available to me. My goal was still accomplished. And in this round, it was me who won. If you want someone's life, you'll have to wait for the next time. Oh, we'll see each other again sometime. Yang Mian flew a kiss as a sign, while throwing a wink at Chu Feng, and then disappeared inside the teleportation door. Witnesses? Chu Feng was dumbfounded. She didn't think that with this hidden achievement, she would be able to obtain the final reward of the hidden trial. Did she? White Prayer on the side was also excited. You got it too? White Prayer nodded furiously. I don't know what it's good for, but it sounds like it's very powerful from what Yang Mian said. It looks like it should be all three of them who have earned the witness achievement. Chu Feng patted his shoulder. Let's go. You're a good person. I hope I can keep this initial heart. Bai Qi was a bit embarrassed by Chu Feng's compliment. Thanks to Chu student this time. I hope we have the chance to see each other again in Blue Star. After seeing White Prayer leave, Chu Feng pressed the transfer trial as settlement button. Grading in progress. Reward settlement in progress. Performance rating, SSS. Acquired props, decay, level 3 equipment, stinky mud. Decay, level 3 potion, ability increase. Decay, level 3 consumables, deadly long lamp. Level 1 Tianjin coin X13. Level 2 Tianjin coin X6. Cosmic General Currency X134. Acquisition of special item, special occupation certificate, moldable. Stinky mud, personal defense equipment. Can withstand one full attack by a 4th level professional, negative effect, emits a bad smell when wearing this equipment. Ability increase potion, choose one of the current states to increase. This increase factor fluctuates between 5% to 30%, negative effect, improper consumption may cause an explosion. Forcibly deducting 10% of the current mental state. Deadly lifelong lamp, after lighting the long lamp, the wick can be burned for 1 hour. Death within 1 hour can be resurrected once in the same place. Early resurrection wick will be damaged and enter into an unusable state, negative effect, 90% decrease in ability after resurrection. Duration 72 hours. This is the prop of decay. It looked like the level was only the 3rd rank, but the actual effect was no worse than something of the 5th or 6th rank, especially the deadly long light. Although it was extremely restrictive, resurrecting this kind of heaven-defying effect could not be done even by a 9th rank priest. However, within this pile of items, there was nothing Chu Feng needed more than this certificate of special profession. After the normal transfer trial was completed, he would be transferred to a decayed warlock-undead warlock. And with this special occupation proof, he would be able to become a unique special occupation in the game of gods. Chu Feng opened the proof of special occupation scroll, and only then did he understand what exactly the note's malleability meant. Career combinations are optional. Equilibrium plus decay equals judgmental terminologist. Fraud plus decay equals master of the trick. Chaos plus decay equals heavy hammer warlock. Destruction plus decay equals the dying of the night. Note, only one of the special professions can be chosen, and it disappears after the scroll is used. I was not wrong in guessing that it is really possible to cross life paths. The few gods that appeared corresponded to White Prayer and their 3 witnesses, as well as the trial, destruction, of the session. Of the 4 gods, to say that the most disgusting was definitely fraud. Although fraud was disgusting, this god was also one of the most powerful ones. But unfortunately, Chu Feng did not like fraud's style and decisively gave up. Confusion will cause a person to lose their brains thinking from time to time, identifying them as having no brain and giving up. Equilibrium is a deposit protection fate, and is also the main one guarding. Chu Feng was now diabolized when he heard the word guardian. In the end, Chu Feng placed his gaze on this time's home. Destruction, killing and death go together quite well. After pondering for a little while, Chu Feng finally selected the occupation of Eternal Night Witherer. Transfer successful. Current occupation, Dying of the Night. Acquisition of special profession exclusive weapon, cards? How come it feels like? Isn't very impressive? However, when Chu Feng carefully read the introduction, he immediately retracted his thoughts. 56 blank decks about the size of a tarot card. Each card face can record any information. Yes, any information. No wonder he didn't obtain any more corresponding exclusive career skills after transferring. It turns out that the compensation was in this exclusive weapon. With this exclusive, Chu Feng will be able to record the skills, equipment, and props of any destiny, disguised as any destiny. It's really good stuff. Even if I join the high end of the draft trials later, I'll have a lot of room to maneuver. Chu Feng couldn't wait to try out the effects of the card. Starting with what? Chu Feng stared at the flickering portal. Why don't we start with the abundance, divinity that remains in Suzian? But before that, there's a trivial little matter that needs to be taken care of. Chapter 13, Cage of Lies, Memories Revisited. Sky Gotham Academy. In private quarters, Yang Mian threw the pillow in her hand back and forth as if she was fuming. Witness. I should have thought of it. Chu Feng, this asshole. He's the enforcer of destruction. Perhaps tired of venting? Yang Mian buried her entire body into the pillow and let out a small sob. Wo Yang Nuonuo, you still said something about how the loss is just a momentary one, and that he will definitely die or something cruel like that. Do you know that right now? You're just as hilarious as the clowns of Joyful. Yang Mian suddenly thought of something and got up violently. Yes, what's it to me? Yang Mian Nuo, if you, Yang Nuonuo, are humiliated, you have a new friend request. Yang Mian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Strange. How could someone friend me at this time? She opened the message and the anger she had just quelled flared up again. It's Chu Feng. He actually asked to be my friend? You don't think you're going to come to the academy to get me? This dog man, he's so petty too. Yang Mian's mind was a bit confused, but in order to know Chu Feng's intentions, Yang Nian still chose to pass. You have a new message. The next second it passed. Yang Nian received a message from Chu Feng. It was a video message. Yang Nian subconsciously opened the video, and what was playing in it was exactly what she had seen when she prayed. What made her even more furious was that Chu Feng had only coded himself. Chu. Wind. You King. 8. Egg. Yang Nian sent out a typed message through gritted teeth. The message failed to be sent and the recipient could not receive the message. Looking at the red exclamation mark, Yang Nian broke down. He's still within the trial, yet he thought to use the message function to send me this. He must have done it on purpose. At this moment, within the Heavenly Gothic Academy, wailing sounds of pain resounded continuously. Inside the trial time, after doing this insignificant little thing, Chu Feng was satisfied. I'm here for the transfer trial. It's not too much of a stretch to turn on the camera and record the journey, is it? Chu Feng looked into the distance and sat in front of the teleportation portal, quietly waiting for Su Xian's arrival. Go back in time to before the end of the trial, the downstream zone of the town of Carroll. Inside the stone house, we were pretty lucky to find this sheltered house and avoid drawing attention to ourselves with a wildfire. Gu Changde lit the campfire and said with a smile, aha. Perhaps because the stone house was too small, Su Xian was sitting side by side with Gu Changde at this time, and the firelight reflected on her red face. For a moment, Su Xian couldn't tell if it was the high temperature in the room or the blush caused by her shortness of breath. In short, this feeling made her feel marvelous. Is this really reality? I've been back for less than a week, and I've been in such close communication with Gu Changde. I'm not dreaming, am I? This time, Brother Wind won't disturb me again, right? No, I'm in the same trial as him now. He could still show up at any time. Forget it, I was overthinking it. He won't even look at me more than once now. I don't even have to care about him. As Su Xian's brain rambled on, Gu Changde suddenly whispered, with the incessant sounds of battle outside, it's going to be hard for us to rest tonight. How about playing a little game? Ah, yes, what's it going to be? Su Xian hastily pulled back the hair around her ears and secretly glanced at Gu Changde, then quickly withdrew her gaze. It's easy, just give me your hand. Ha! Su Xian, faced with such direct words from Gu Changde, was a little unsure for a moment as to whether or not she should do as she was told. Gu Changde's tone was slightly frustrated. I'm sorry, it's me being too abrupt. Thought you wouldn't be too fussed about the small stuff after you took my hand when you led me on the run just now. Su Xian held out his hand. It's okay to play games. She smiled shallowly, and Gu Changde, who was watching her, became dumbfounded in his expression. What next? Seeing that Gu Changde didn't move, Su Xian asked suspiciously. Gu Changde hurriedly said, I'll hold your hand next and need you to relax a little. Okay, but it feels kind of weird. What kind of trivia game is this? Gu Changde said in a guiding tone. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. Wait, we'll enter a very interesting world. Wait a minute. Su Xian suddenly called a halt, causing Gu Changde to tighten up inside. What's wrong? Your faith. What was it again? Gu Changde took a long breath. So she was just asking about this. Of course it's the war of destruction. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully and said nothing else. When Gu Changde saw Su Xian cooperating by closing her eyes, the expression on her face finally couldn't control her smile. He quickly recited the incantation controlling the swift and nimble pace, shooting arrows to the other side of the mind. In the name of my lord, fraud, carve it, cage of lies. Su Xian's body gradually floated. Gu Changde laughed out loud, his expression slightly grim. Didn't expect that, did you? I'm not a bull warrior, but a fraud hunter. Ha, do you know the hunter of fraud? I don't defend beasts, only men. I can't believe there really is someone as idiotic as you, who casually took my words at face value. If you hadn't been so cooperative, it wouldn't have been so easy to control you. Praise my lord. Fraud's ability is just fine. Next, please fall obediently into slavery to my mind. Looking at Su Xian's exquisite and delicate body, the evil thoughts in his heart slowly rose, but Gu Changde was a person who could control her desires very well. He took a few deep breaths. It's not so bad. When I'm in full control, you'll still have to do what you're told later. Su Xian's eyes were tightly closed, and she frowned slightly. She suddenly realized she couldn't move anything. However, she had listened to Gu Changde's words word for word. It's not war, it's fraud. Gu Changde cheated on me? It's like I heard that somewhere long time ago. It wasn't until a flash of turquoise light suddenly sprang out from his chest that Su Xian's body was able to regain its freedom, and Gu Changde, who was waiting on the side, was shot by the sudden onslaught of light, and was too late to dodge and was swept away. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing next to Su Xian. Su Xian ignored Gu Changde at her side. but instead looked at the scene in front of her with a grave expression. Gu Chunga's heart was drawn full of vigilance. Where is this? It doesn't look like the real world. One floating bubble flashed in Gu Chunga's eyes, which reminded him of something. A dream bubble? That light is the power of memory? That is to say, I seem to be in the middle of a memory? Gu Chunga carefully scanned the circle. Why do the two people fighting in front of me look familiar? Su Ziyan's brows stretched. I remember. This is the scene where you and Brother Feng fought in the secret realm of Sinking Ju Valley. Sinking Jade Valley? Me and Chu Feng? The Great War? Gu Chunga was confused. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Chu Feng's power. It was just that he was really qualified to fight him? Gu Chunga stared at the image of the battle in front of her, and upon closer inspection, realized that it really was him. What the hell kind of memories are these? Why does it look like the future? Memories of the two fighting more and more ferocious. A photo. Chu Feng actually defeated Gu Chunga. Died in his hands. Why am I so powerful? How dare I press Chu Feng? And even killed him. Gu Chunga held her breath, as if she was now him in her memories. However, in the next moment, Chu Feng stood up again as if nothing had happened. This time, he didn't give Gu Chunga a chance to cut him down. Su Ziyan stared blankly at the scene. Reincarnation of Heavenly Return. No wonder he didn't use Reincarnation of Heavenly Return. It turns out that he used it a long time ago for saving me. Chapter 14, Blood and Tears. Gu Chunga felt tingling at the sight of her dead self. Desperate to escape, he looked at Su Ziyan and roared. What the hell is this place? Let me go. Su Ziyan looked back, her eyes just as if she no longer had the longing for Gu Chunga. She said to herself, I was very capricious at the time, ignoring Brother Feng's objections and stepping into the Sinking Ju Valley with you in private. It wasn't until moments before I fell into a coma after being in danger that I sent him a distress signal. So much time has passed that I've forgotten what my real memories actually looked like at the time. I only remember Brother Win telling me when I woke up that he came a step too late and only saved me. Not you. Without mentioning in the slightest the origins of the battle. Su Ziyan's lips trembled slightly. I finally know now the complete truth of the matter. The danger I encountered was you. You're a fraud believer, aiming to enslave me and make me your prisoner. But Brother Wind preferred to keep this truth under wraps, rather than destroying your image in my mind. In order to save me, he even the forbidden art of abundance, reincarnation of heaven, was used. And I, for the rest of my life, hated the fact that he only saved me, but intentionally let you die in Sinking Ju Valley. What's even more unforgivable is that I was personally involved in the whole process of killing him. Su Ziyan, you really deserve to die. Gu Chunga panicked. He could sense that Su Ziyan was extremely unstable at this time. The murderous intent towards him gradually rose. Su Ziyan, calm down. That's not true. Isn't Chu Feng still alive and well? None of us are dead. Okay? Take it easy. Everything will wait until we leave this fake world. Su Ziyan was silent. A false world? If this is considered false, what is real? She cocked her head and stared at Gu Chunga. You want to go out? Gu Chunga nodded frantically. With a flash of green light, the scene reversed and the two were back in the stone house. A campfire burning. Broken stone walls. Breathable wooden doors. The moment Gu Chunga came back to her senses, she realized that she had returned to reality. Without saying a word, he tried to take the door and flee. The moment Gu Chunga lifted her foot, her body fell back uncontrollably. Oops, the ritual of the Cage of Lies had not yet been completed, and he himself was still holding Su Ziyan's hand at this moment. Su Ziyan used 10% of his strength in this tug. She was at least a warrior, and compared to strength, Gu Chunga, who was a fraud hunter, was naturally inferior to her. Gu Chunga's body slammed heavily into the ground, and Su Ziyan stomped hard on his chest. Click! The sound of bones breaking was crisp, and Gu Chunga let out a heartbreaking scream. If it was just the pain of the broken bones in his chest, he could barely tolerate it. But Su Ziyan's next action directly made him lose his voice in pain. Su Ziyan stepped on his left shoulder and yanked Gu Chunga's hand so hard that she actually tore his left hand off. Fear crept into Gu Chunga's pupils. He stared at Su Ziyan dead in the face. How he wished he could speak and beg for mercy from her at this moment. But when Gu Chunga saw the 2 lines of blood and tears on Su Ziyan's face, he gave up his desire to survive. He realized that there was no way the other side would let him go. Gu Chunga's mind suddenly flashed back to the way Su Ziyan had looked at him for the first time. If I had never believed in fraud, wouldn't I be where I am now? In front of the portal, Chu Feng raised his head and looked up. Darkness, only a round of bright moon hanging in the sky at this moment. Suddenly fell a little rain. In the distance, a long dragging shadow slowly approached Chu Feng's location. The man was dragging a severed arm in his left hand and carrying a dead head in his right hand, drenched in dark red blood. Su Ziyan? Seeing Su Ziyan in this state, Chu Feng was slightly surprised in his heart. Su Ziyan arrived in front of Chu Feng and fell to his knees. Brother Wind, I was wrong. Chu Feng was unmoved. Look at this. Gu Chang'e. Hearing that Chu Feng had finally spoken to her, Su Ziyan cried tears of joy. Yes, this is Gu Chang'e. I killed him. With my own hands. I understand Brother Wind's good intentions. It's Ziyan's fault. Brother Feng, please forgive Ziyan, okay? The rain washed over Su Ziyan's pretty face, which was a mixture of blood and tears, and it looked like I could see it. Chu Feng took a step to Su Ziyan's side, ignoring her actions, and drew a blank card out of thin air. The divinity containing abundance saw its former master and actually took the initiative to fly out of Su Ziyan's body. Chu Feng looked very emotional. It was a pity that today he was not qualified to possess divinity for the time being. Su Ziyan had long since fused with the abundance divinity as if it were a vessel, and the onlookers could not notice. Chu Feng was different. If he possessed too much, once he was discovered, there was absolutely no way to live. Thus he did not extract too much, merely taking only a strand sealed within his deck. The abundance divinity had no choice but to revert back into Su Ziyan's body. The moment he came into contact with the abundance divinity, all of Su Ziyan's previous experiences poured into his brain. It turns out that I just triggered the memory source in the abundance divinity and saw my memories. I actually thought for a moment that she really knew she was wrong. After doing so, Chu Feng walked towards the teleportation portal without turning his head back. After dragging it out for so long, it's time to go back. Brother Feng, I really killed Gu Chang'e. I see. And then what? No one can be a thorn in my side anymore. And this time I won't make a mistake. Please Brother Wind, give me one last chance to forgive me. Su Ziyan cried with a pearly blossom and said in a trembling voice. Chu Feng said indifferently, you're very noisy. After saying that, Chu Feng dove headfirst into the teleportation portal. Su Ziyan howled. The rain, in this moment, fell even harder. Aboard the Starship, the deans of Blue Star's 5 colleges gathered. The annual transfer trial was also a time when the 5 major academies competed against each other. After all, whichever family trained the students who could get the highest points in the trial meant that they could get the most allocated resources from above this year. There are resources to attract great freshmen. There are excellent freshmen to take a top ranking in the following year's competition. It's a loop. For the past 10 years, Star River Academy had been at the bottom of the list, and Wang Tieha, who was the dean, couldn't escape the blame. He had heard that the human hierarchy had not been doing well in the Milky Way in recent years as well, and if the academy was at the bottom again this year, he was afraid that the 5 great academies would become the 4 great academies. He's fine on his own. Big deal. He can just pat himself on the back and go back to the galaxy as an intergalactic mercenary again. But the students here, he just couldn't let go. Spare him the thought, but it still seems to be a bad year for the academy. Just now, the most favored in the academy, the top 3 ranked freshmen had taken a grade ratings, which made him collapse with a batch face from beginning to end. Beside him, the Heavenly Gothic Academy dean with a goatee beard smiled and put his hand on Wang Tiehe's shoulder. I say old Wang, why don't you take the initiative to apply to the higher-ups to disband the academy and merge all the students into our academy? Chapter 15, Strangers. Wang Tiehe unhappily doubled the other's hand away. Lu Yucheng, you shelved to load your horse? Lu Yucheng still had the same smiling look. You're still as foul-mouthed as you were when you were young, which is one of the reasons you've grown nothing in all the years you've been back at Blue Star. Wang Tiehe said with a stiff upper lip. There's no need for you to preach here. The trial hasn't ended and the result is still unknown. I've been hearing that for 10 years or so. What do you expect when the juniors that you can show off the most have mailed it? Ha ha ha. Lu Yucheng ran after taunting. A strike disengages. Wang Tiehe was very helpless. He looked at the big screen scrolling on the Starship, even more tears. As of this writing, 11 students have received an S grade, but none of them were from his Star River Academy. At this point, there was a new update to the information on the screen. It means that another student has completed the trial. Wang Tiehe didn't dare to look directly at it, and from between his fingers, he unintentionally scanned the name of Star River Academy. There's a play? He took a closer look, and above it was written, Hanqingxia, Star River Academy. Passing score, S+. Wang Tiehe immediately ran to Lu Yucheng. He picked up his opponent's leader and growled. What are you pretending? What the hell are you pretending? See? It's S+. S+. Higher than all of you combined, you see? S rank little hot chick. Lu Yucheng looked at the screen calmly and made a wink towards Wang Tiehe. Wang Tiehe took a smooth look. Yang Mian, Tianjin College. Pass mark SS. Wang Tiehe loosened the movement of his hand, gently organized Lu Yucheng's collar a few times, with a smile on his face, coughed several times and said, Ahem, old Lu, I admit, it was my voice that was a bit louder just now. Like I said, you might as well take the initiative to disband the academy and make a good impression on the top. You and I have been brothers for many years. Come to me as an associate dean. It's not like I'm going to treat you badly. Wang Tieha let out a long sigh. I'll think about it. The sound of consideration was the last of his stubbornness. In fact, in Wang Tieha's heart, he no longer had any expectations. Just as Wang Tieha turned to leave, Chu Feng, Star River Academy, pass score SSS, popped up on the screen. Several deans of other colleges who were seated in their seats seemed to have springs installed under their asses. Tying a moment to spring up, Lu Yucheng's mouth opened wide. He pulled Wang Tieha, who wanted to escape the result. Wang Tieha shook his head. Older brother, I promise you still not. Wang Tieha's afterglow glanced at the strange yet familiar name. His chest, unconsciously, puffed out. Lu Yucheng, I ask you, you just now, roar spicy loud dry god and the devil? Lu Yucheng froze. No, old man. I didn't say anything just now. Did I? Wang Tieha, your silence is deafening. Yucheng Lu, Su Shinji, the dean of Guanlong Academy, came running and said in an urgent voice, all right, stop fooling around. Hurry up and report it. Have you guys forgotten who the last person who took SSS in the transfer trial was? The two men slowed down and were shocked. One of the Galactic Alliance, men of words, humanity's current supreme combatant, the apostle of the mysterious second god of the fateful path, memory, Sikomlan. Wang Tieha and Lu Yucheng looked at each other and said in unison, that's apostolic level. In Divine Game, junior professionals are categorized into 1 to 9 ranks. After breaking through the limit of the 9th rank, the growth route behind was planetary, stellar, domain lord, sector lord, and each rank had a beginning, middle, high rank. Become a planetary level professional and you'll be able to survive off-planet. If you reach the stellar level, you will be able to withstand the gravitational effects of interstellar leaps and travel through various galaxies. And reaching a high-ranked realm lord means that the limits of mortals have been reached. Once crossed and possessed of the divine nature, one can no longer be counted as a mortal and becomes an apostle of God. Humanity was able to move from the blue planet to various galaxies without Sikong Land's contribution. He is the herald of the blue planet and the beacon of humanity among the stars. Now there is another professional with the same potential as him. What does this mean? This shows the opportunity for humanity to rise. Thinking of this, Wang Tieha hurriedly left the starship. Before leaving, he did not forget to say to the deans of the other academies, the reward for ranking first in this trial. You old things are not allowed to be stingy. If you're stingy, I'll shoo you in. The other 4 deans. Inside Star River City, Chu Feng's house, Vierna woke up in the middle of a nightmare. She jerked up, but realized there was no one around her. At this point, her heart had been restored as before, and her chest was not even visible as having been previously penetrated. But inside, she was still empty, like the room at the moment. Master. Thinking of Chu Feng made it very difficult for Vierna. The master was so good to himself when he was there, but he didn't know how to cherish it, and now he doesn't regret it a million times until he loses it. No, Vierna, you must find a way to make your master forgive you. By the way, the master loves to eat what I cook for him. He's not home right now, and he'll be in a better mood when he comes back and sees a nice, delicious meal. Vierna wiped her tears, got up and began to get ready. Chu Feng had spent a small amount of money and had finally rushed back quickly from Alien City. As soon as she pushed open the door, Vierna's petite body surrounded by a kitchen white dress flew in front of Chu Feng, and she said gently, Master, you're back. Vierna made you your favorite white-seared shrimp. The seasoning has also been prepared. Oh, this time it's an alternative flavor. I remember you once said that since we stepped into the Star Ocean, we could no longer eat the flavors of our hometown. Don't worry about the taste. It's fresh from Vierna's trip to the neighborhood grocery store. Chu Feng was puzzled. You are? Lord. Master. Are you kidding me? I'm your most loyal slave. Vierna. Where's the proof? Proof there is. I have a slave license here. Vierna anxiously rummaged through her body, but found nothing. Master. I'm really sorry. Vierna accidentally lost it. Do you think you can do this? When we finish eating, you accompany me to make up a new certificate. Vierna had a very forced smile on her face. Since I lost it, I don't think it's anything very important. Chu Feng waved his hand. All right, you can go. Vierna swished her face. Master, please don't kick me out. As I said, I don't have any slaves, and according to Star River City's governing statute, strangers trespassing on private property are subject to 15 days detention. You better disappear before I change my mind. Chu Feng shook his head. It's uncomfortable to see obscure things early in the morning. Stranger? Vierna was completely flustered. If the master still hated her, it meant that between them, there was still a strong bond, albeit a negative one. But Vierna was confident of winning back her master's heart. But now the owner says I am a stranger? Well, Vierna, in the meantime, you're going to stay at my place. Chu Feng turned around and saw Lu Rushue walking towards him. Chapter 16, Sealed. Vierna was lost in thought. When they had served Chu Feng together before, she had listened to Lu Rushue the most. Now that Lu Rushue had asked her to leave first, she couldn't afford to refuse Lu Rushue's request. After Vierna went out, Chu Feng sneered. Teacher pushed her out. Was it just to see my reaction now? Before entering the trial, he saw Lu Rushue's figure. Vierna could now appear in his home, and without even thinking about it, he knew that she had brought Vierna back on purpose. Your words have changed a lot compared to the other day. Chu Feng smiled. Through Su Zian, Chu Feng had already seen this group of people through. No matter what one says, they will never believe it. Only when you see it for yourself and experience it for yourself do you think you're wrong. But what's the point? Having never been trusted to apologize, Chu Feng did not want or need it. I've been angry and questioned, but it doesn't matter now. Your choices, I respect them, bless them. Chu Feng's casual attitude caused Lu Rushue to inexplicably feel uncomfortable. Lu Rushue? Lu Rushue? What on earth are you thinking? In that case, you're not wrong. You being his teacher and him doing that unspeakable thing to you under the pretense of lifting the death infestation. He is the guilty one. Don't pretend to be hypocritical, Chu Feng. I know you best. Chu Feng was curious. Oh, what do you know about me? My techniques? Or my size? You. Lu Rushue took a deep breath. I ask you, why do you want us to go back in time? You know full well what I am suffering at this time. Once you claimed that we were all the love of your life. But now what is the explanation for this hypocritical face? Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. Explain? He has no explanation. Chu Feng reached out and placed his hand on Lu Rushue's chest, and Lu Rushue furrowed her brows and took half a step back. But Chu Feng's hand stopped at a point in front of her snow-white skin. Why go back in time? Sensei, I think you should know better than I do. Lu Rushue's expression was grave. What do you mean? I know better than him? Can't think of anything? Can you? That's the kind of answer. By me telling you, you wouldn't believe. But it's okay. One day you'll find out for yourself. Lu Rushue coldly grimaced, fooling around. I have answered the teacher's question. So now, may I ask you a question? You say. Chu Feng put away the smile on his face, who came up with the idea of dividing my abundance, divinity? Lu Rushue faintly said. I'm the one who said it. Very well. The fact that you're not even willing to pretend for a moment makes me even more certain of who the mastermind behind this is. Chu Feng looked at the starship shuttling in the sky. Sikong Yuer, even if you are Sikong Lan's daughter, so what? I can ignore the others. But you, a woman with a snake's heart, I will kill. Like I said, I'm the one who planned the whole thing. Before you beat me to the punch, I urge you to take a good look at your situation. Forget that someone from above came after you got an SSS rating yourself in your last life. I didn't think you'd dare to do this. I suggest you'd better go hide in the sinking Ju Valley secret realm. Chu Feng certainly hadn't forgotten. The balance of the Galactic Alliance was disturbed when Sikion became an apostle, and the other races, unwilling to see humanity rise from the Milky Way on its own, invited apostles from other galaxies to sneak up on Sikion and seal him out of the Milky Way. Dean Wang's good intentions to report upwards Chu Feng is clear, but right now, Sikon Lan was long gone from the Galactic Alliance headquarters. At this moment, his traveling to the headquarters to reveal the matter of Chu Feng capturing the SSS passing score of the transformation trial was tantamount to saying to the people of other races, look, we, the human race, have another genius. Teacher, your sudden concern for me is really nothing more than a fear that if I die, no one will help you undo the death infestation. Right? Lu Rushue's lips pursed slightly. The student in front of himself had guessed correctly. In the past few days, she had already tried her best to imitate as much as possible the posture that Chu Feng had once used when he had helped her to lift the death infestation. But she could not even do anything to delay the outbreak of the death infestation. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking is wrong. I left a message long ago to stop Dean Wang. As for your death infestation, forgive me for not having that skill. Lu Rushue was silent. At this moment, the dusty Wang Tieha descended from the sky. You kid, when you were the first to rush to the prayer platform to grab a prayer, I knew you were not ordinary. Chu Feng, when did you know? Why do I remember you looking so upset when I was on stage? The first time Wang Tieha saw Chu Feng, he came up and patted his shoulder. The way he looked at Chu Feng was as if he had found his long-lost son. By the way, where's your teacher Lu Rushue? She's got SSS scores. Why haven't I seen her come to you? If I were your teacher, I'd have come and rewarded you hard. Chu Feng, Dean Wang, I urge you to speak better of the rewards. Lu Rushue became even more silent. Chu Feng pointed at Lu Rushue, who was on the side. Ah, did you just get here? MS. Ryu? Sorry, I just saw it. Wang Tieha didn't continue with the nonsense. He said bluntly, the words you left for me, are they true? Are you really the son of time? Lu Rushue? What, time, son? How did Chu Feng become the son of time? Dean Wang. I know you're in a hurry on this trip, so why don't you take another look at my message and it will be clear. Wang Tieha's face showed suspicion. He opened the message box once more. I will pass the transfer trial with an SSS score at 5 hours 34 minutes and 45 seconds on March 5th, 6:56 of the Star Ocean calendar. At that time, please ask Dean Wang to come to my home to meet me in my small courtyard. I am the son of time, and death is just a mask for me. Although you left me a good message 3 days in advance, and the time you got the SSS rating was the same as the time you left the message, it can't be ruled out that you used the trick of time skill on me. Sure enough, it is old and cunning. No, the old steed is still not right. Old man, a casual guess. That's right. Chu Feng used the level 1 heavenly crystal coins given by the past to draw a hair 10 consecutively, and it happened to give this time basic skill, trick of time, which was only a first order skill but had a confusing max. Dean Wang forwarded the email to my teacher so that it would be clear if she was lying when she read it. Without saying a word, Wang Tieha forwarded the email to Lu Rushue. Ruoshue Lu felt outrageous just by looking at the time it was sent. The message, obviously, was sent while talking to her. He also really used the time trick. But hadn't Chu Feng switched to decay? How could he use the time skill? Despite the many questions within her heart, Lu Rushue calmly said, that's right, it was indeed sent 3 days ago. Wang Tieha nodded his head slightly. Teacher Lu is a big shot from above. He is not so bad as to swindle a bad old man like me. Alright, Chu student, what do you have to say to the old man? Please, Dean Wang, do not go to the Galactic Alliance to report about me, because the leader of my human race is currently in trouble. Sealed by the apostles of the other races of the Galactic Alliance who carry extragalactic systems. Wang Tieha's expression changed abruptly. Is that true? Chapter 17, Negotiating a Deal. After all, Wang Tieha was an old thing and instantly read Chu Feng's meaning. If true, for him to report back would be exposing Chu Feng to the entire Galactic Alliance. However, this matter was of great importance, and he always felt that it was very unreliable to speak from the mouth of a freshly transformed professional. And even began to question Chu Feng's true identity. No, all the more reason for me to make a trip to the Galactic Alliance. Chu Feng stopped him. Dean Wang doesn't need to be in a hurry. I've already seen through the future that one will break through the seal in the future and take a new step on the path to godhood. Wang Tieha. This kid, he's getting better and better. What's Dean Wang's expression? You mean, you don't believe me? No, gotta get real with the old man. Chu Feng pointed at Lu Rushue. My teacher, one of the top 10 guardians of the human race of the Galactic Alliance, fell from a primary realm lord to a ninth order professional due to the onslaught of death. That's something only a few of you deans know about. Wang Tieha shook his head. She is your teacher. This matter might have been secretly revealed to you long ago. How could that be? Dean Wang, you couldn't even call out my name at that time. Doesn't that just prove that I belong in the dispensable category with the teacher? Lu Rushue was very helpless. At this point in time in his previous life, Chu Feng indeed did not know her identity. It wasn't until she left Blue Star with him that she took the initiative to tell Chu Feng, using the experiences of his last life to act as time's inherent talent, time retrospection. What kind of son of time is that? What about this matter of Dean Wang immediately breaking through the primary planetary level and about to enter the middle planetary level? Chu Feng laughed and said, I believe that this matter, you have always not revealed it to anyone, right? Even your closest friend in Blue Star, Dean Lu, does not know about this matter. Am I right? Wang Tieha's expression froze. It shouldn't. I really didn't tell anyone about this. Could it be that he is really the son of time? Moreover, this advancement experience will make you feel deeply and follow up with a high level of advancement, even reaching the realm of a primordial domain lord. Wang Tieha, I'm that fierce? It was important to realize that humans as a race, unlike the galaxy's everlasting race, had an endless lifespan to perceive the power of the gods. As he grew older, if he couldn't break through to the primordial domain lord and acquire the same lifespan as the everlasting seed, the realm that his senses gained could easily fall back without advancing. Wang Tieha grabbed Chu Feng's shoulder. What about the back? As for the back, my realm is not enough to see it. Ruoshue Lu. It's not that you can't see, it's that you can't see, right? Further back, wasn't it true that Wang Tieha had just reached primary domain lord when he encountered a natural disaster of planetary collapse and directly mailed it on the spot? Good. Just for your words. The old man believes it. Wang Tieha thought about it and said again, I can trust you, but how should I notify the deans of the other colleges? No need to inform. Chu Feng said, The Galactic Alliance won't do anything to Blue Star in a short period of time, and will only withhold resources little by little. As it is now, by the time the resources are garnished to the point where there are only 3 enough to keep 3 academies alive, that one will be able to break through the seal. Wang Tieha pondered for a while. Chu Feng's description. This point is also right with the changes in recent years. So he nodded and said, I won't be going back to the Galactic Alliance. In that case, you will now go with me to the Starship, and if it is convenient for Teacher Liu, you may also go with me. After the transfer trial, the 5 academies would prepare an exchange session for the new professionals on the Star Ocean ship. In addition to the people from the academy, some of Blue Star's great clans with long-lasting legacies would also send their respective descendants. At the exchange, not only can you learn points about the next upcoming official enlistment trials, but you can also trade to get skills, equipment, etc. that match your own. After all, not everyone can be so trenchant as to get everything through the celestial crystal carousel. Of course, in addition to all that should be there will never be any shortage of forces fighting each other. In the past few years, Wang Tieha has always been reduced to a backdrop for La Stomp, but this time, with Chu Feng present, he was bound to get his revenge. Although Chu Feng did not care about the competition between the academy and the family, there was one reward item that he was determined to obtain. No problem, Dean Wang, you can go ahead. I still have something to say to Mr. Liu. I'll be there later. Wang Tieha nodded gently. Alright, I'll wait for you on the Starship. Witnessing Wang Tieha's back disappear, you calculated that I would come looking for you, so you deliberately pulled Wang Tieha here just to dispel his doubts and leave yourself a chance to catch your breath? Lu Rushue said indifferently. This is how you handle it. Ha, son of time, when really is childish. It doesn't matter if it's young. It just works. In his previous life, Chu Feng's rise to power had not been easy, especially before he had left the Blue Star, and he had lived a life of hiding almost every day. It was only gradually in the constant trial of enlistment that he possessed the strength to defend himself. Don't make yourself too noble. Teacher, don't you have something else in mind when you go to the trouble of trying? Once Wang Tieha left, both of them changed to another face. Lu Rushue didn't explain much and said directly, immediately the first, death, infestation is coming. I need your help. Don't worry, it's paid help. Paid? Do you think, teacher, that you have something in your hands that I don't know about and that would be useful to me? Chu Feng moved closer to Lu Rushue and softly said, besides, teacher, aren't you the one who hates it when students do those things to you that go against morality? What's done is done. Lu Rushue blandly said, I'll wait to live again. You're you, I'm me. We don't have any relationship between you and me. Whatever happens again is just a deal. Good. Good one has nothing to do with it. Good one is all a deal. Chu Feng laughed out loud. Then teacher. Oh no. Lu Rushue, what are you going to use? In exchange for my help? First things first, I don't want anything too trashy. Lu Rushue's face was slightly pleased. I don't know how you managed to fool Wang Tieha using time's trick, but if you're interested in time things, I do know a prop you don't know about. That's a divine item, pendulum of old time, that contains time. Chu Feng said with slight disdain. Just this? What do you mean just this? The old time pendulum is a apostle relic, so maybe the old one didn't see the point. But now that you've just turned pro, it'll do you a lot of good. Lu Rushue gritted her teeth. Of course, there is also me, who belongs to you on the day you get rid of the death infestation for me. I'm really laughing at you. You, Lu Rushue, to be honest, even if you were to strip naked and stand naked in front of me right now, I would find it appetizing. You, Lu Rushue said in a hateful voice. What exactly do you want? Never mind. Just come to me with the pendulum of old for a deal. And as for you, Chu Feng looked Lu Rushue up and down and shook his head. I can't use it. Ruoshue Lu sighed in relief. It's best. The death infestation is about a week away, and you'll be participating in the draft trials in 3 days. Then we'll talk about it after you've completed your first recruitment trial. Chu Feng waved his hand. Turn around and leave. Lu Rushue always felt that something wasn't quite right. Nope. What Chu Feng means is that it doesn't need to be like me. To lift the death infestation for me? Then he once upon a time. Damn it. He really has been lying to me all along. Thinking of this, Lu Rushue's hatred towards Chu Feng could not help but deepen a few more points. Lu Rushue calmed down for a while and prepared to leave from Chu Feng's house, but she saw the stumbling Su Zian outside. Chapter 18, well done. Zian? Lu Rushue looked at the somewhat muddled Su Zian and asked worriedly, what's wrong with you? Su Zian gradually came back to her senses. Old teacher, have you seen Brother Feng? Hearing Chu Feng's name, Lu Rushue's expression changed slightly. What do you want with him? Teacher, we're wrong. We're all wrong. Brother Wind, he has been silently guarding us all along. Yet we are still together. How could Su Zian not say the 3 words, kill him? I ran into Gu Changda early in the transfer trial. Su Zian couldn't hide what was in his heart. And the only person he trusted was his teacher. She told Lu Ruxue all of her experiences in the transfer trial word for word. Lu Ruxue's voice grew cold. First Vierna, and now you. What exactly did Chu Feng do to you guys? Brother Wind didn't do anything. He just showed me what I had once been ignoring all along. But was the most precious memory. Su Zian hurriedly said, Teacher, think about it too. Is there something important you forgot? Maybe Brother Wind is not at all what we first thought. He's always loved us. Something important? Why did you go back in time? Teacher, I think you know better than I do. You wouldn't believe me if I told you that answer. But it's okay, one day you'll find out for yourself. Why? Did I also forget something important? As Ziyan said? No, definitely not. He admitted with his own mouth that there were other ways to withstand death. And that alone meant that he was definitely doing it on purpose. Divinity. Right. He must have tampered with Ziyan's memories through the abundance divinity. Inside your body, there is Chu Feng's abundance divinity, which is sealed with his memories. If he wants to get his hands dirty, it's just an easy task. You've been tricked by him. Su Ziyan froze. It's not like that. It's not like that. Where's Vierna? I'm going to find her and ask her. Vierna has only been recovering for a short while. Chu Feng drove her away and I let her go to my place to rest for a while. Lu Ruxue wrapped Su Ziyan in her arms and gently stroked her head. Silly girl, Vierna needs to calm down right now. And so do you. When you go back and think about it after being quiet, you'll realize that things are completely different from what Chu Feng said. But Brother Wind he didn't say anything. This time, Su Ziyan rarely listened to Lu Ruxue. Teacher, I'm going to find Vierna. Seeing that she couldn't stop her, Lu Ruxue could only sigh. So be it, let's go. Aboard the Starship, Lu Yuqing felt a pang of doubt when he saw Wang Tieha who had gone and returned. Why are you back again? I ran into Mr. Ryu halfway through. Wang Tieha started to lie without turning red in the face. That Mr. Ryu who came down from above? Well, Chu Feng is actually her student, and his talent for the divine path has actually been heard of above. Lu Yucheng stroked his beard. Strange. Such a promising student. Then how come I've never heard you mention it? That kid has always kept a low profile at the academy, and if it weren't for the day of the prayers when he came on stage, I wouldn't even know what his name was. Wang Tieha pretended to be a little angry, which dispelled Lu Yucheng's continued questioning, because in Lu Yucheng's eyes, Wang Tieha was such an easily irritable person. Wang Tieha is also worthy of being a veteran actor. Between the real and the fake, he fooled his best friend, old Wang. Now that the matter has been explained, let that student from your academy come to the Starship soon. The one who spoke was Ouyang Shan, the dean of the Flying Sand Academy. The deans of the 5 colleges had all served in the Galactic Alliance at one time or another, and were all old acquaintances. That brat, Chu Feng, will be here later. Ouyang Shan smiled and said, people from several clans led by the Su family have arrived, and this time, they heard that your academy has produced a student with an SSS rating and wanted to get acquainted. Getting to know each other? I think it's because you want to be humiliated? Wang Tieha sneered. That group of people from the family, who boasted that their ancestors followed Sikon Lan to pioneer the Milky Way, tugged like $250,000 every time they met. If you didn't know, you'd think his ancestor had come to life. Lu Yuchen looked at the family and was quite upset. Ha ha ha, a few old friends, long time no see. Lu Yuchen's words just fell. The head of the Su family brought the Zhang and Luo families before them. Ha, why don't we see Dean Guan of the Guanlong Academy and Dean Jiang of the Wildfire Academy? Su Mo, do you guess it's because you don't want to see someone that you don't bother to show up? Lu Yucheng sneered sarcastically. He's always had problems with the Su family. Every time there was a friendly exchange between an academy and a family, someone from the Su family would beat the people from the Heavenly Gothic Academy to death or mutilation. Even though his students also had a record of killing Su family members, they had always lost more than they won. Suemo smiled, unconcerned. So it's Dean Lu. I wonder which student I plan to send to die this year. In fact, I'm quite afraid of the scenario of the student's parents coming to the door after a fatality. By that time, my Su family will still have to pay a share of the money, and it's all a bit humiliating to talk about it. If Suemo meant what he said, Lu Yucheng snorted coldly. He was about to open his mouth, but was stopped by Ouyang Shan. It's a young man's world now, so don't stand here with your lips in the air, old men. Okay, just follow Dean Ouyang's. Suemo turned his perspective and looked at Wang Tieha. I wonder if that student that Dean Wang cultivated has come now? The juniors in my family have wanted to spar with him after hearing about his great name. Wang Tieha was rather less upset at this time. So much for wanting to make the little cubs in the family suffer? Don't worry. I'll have your asses after the Academy's reward ceremony is held. Good. If I can really make these little guys in my family suffer a bit, I will definitely be grateful for Dean Wang's gift of education. Suemo let out a light laugh. The crowd walked to the field that had been set up long ago. On top of the high platform, the top 10 ranked students of this trial had all arrived except Chu Feng. Dean Wang. What's going on? That student of yours? Shouldn't be too scared to come, right? Suemo didn't miss a single opportunity to taunt. Wang Tieha's expression remained unchanged. In his heart, however, he cursed, Chu Feng, this little brat. What in the world is he up to? If he doesn't come again, the old immortal's face is going to be smashed. Just then, the sky was obscured by burning flames. A huge, monstrous bird with a fiery body fell from the sky. Chu Feng stood blandly. Beside him were the three Lu Rushue. The contempt in Sumo's heart tightened when he saw the iconic strange bird. Is she? Seeing this scene, Wang Tieha couldn't help but lament. Little this wave of 13. Well loaded. The grand finale. But also let Mr. Lu escort. The award ceremony is kind of for you to play understand. Dean Wang. Chu Feng arrived in front of Wang Tieha and respectfully greeted him. Wang Tieha felt very flattered. You've put on a big show, but still a student of our college. Doesn't that mean I'm pretending? He quietly glanced at Suemo on the side, and the other party's cautious expression was very comforting. It's good. It's a relief. Why are you so late? Wang Tieha came closer and asked in a whisper that only the two could hear. Chu Feng also said quietly, it's like this Dean Wang, because I can't get on. Wang Tieha was petrified on the spot. Chapter 19, The Star of the Desolate Cage. The Star Ocean ship was 10,000 meters high above the Blue Star, and unusual people could not board the ship without guidance or transportation from the Academy. I can't believe I forgot about that. Wang Tieha, you old thing with a bad memory. It's a good thing the teacher had to come on a whim before she gave me a ride up here in the meantime. Wang Tieha blackened his face. You kid. Won't send me a message? Chu Feng revealed a meaningful expression. Did you already send it? Wang Tieha quickly scanned the communication bar. Dean Wang. I'm here. Come down and pick me up. Mr. Wang, please read the message. Dean Wang? Looking at the screen full of question marks, Wang Tieha smiled awkwardly and unobtrusively. Dean Wang has a lot of work to do day in and day out. It's quite normal that he didn't see it. Chu Feng appeared to be generous, but he was actually eccentric. If it wasn't for him, would he have been reduced to looking for Lu Rushue? Just so you know. Wang Tieha pretended that he didn't understand and pointed to the opposite high platform and said, hurry up and go up. Don't delay. Chu Feng reluctantly nodded his head toward Lu Rushue. The other nodded in response. From a certain perspective, Ruoshue Lu was currently still his backer for the time being. On this kind of occasion, Chu Feng could only pretend in vain. Come to the stage. At a glance, nearly half the people were familiar faces. Han Xingxia waved to him cheerfully. Bai Ji shouted Chu student. Huang Xiaotong skimmed her head with some trepidation. Yang Mianyang, on the other hand, looked at him with a smile on her face, and those who didn't know, thought that the two were old friends who had been separated for a long time. Chu Feng responded one by one and stood in the very center of the stage. To his left, was the leathery Yang Mianyang. On the right is her only best friend, Han Xingxia. You can do it. Chu Feng actually gave me a big one. Han Xingxia's tone was sincere, without the slightest hint of jealousy. It's a shame we didn't get a match. I would have loved to fight alongside you. Don't fight alongside me again until you get out of the Blue Star, sis. In my last life, I was the one who screwed up by hanging out with me. Although nowadays there is no pressure from above for the time being, but tomorrow and the accident, who knows which comes first? Next time for sure. Chu Feng smiled. Where is your transfer trial this time? Why? Let's not talk about it. It's the villainous Colosseum, desolate cage star of the second age. TSK, all big brothers. This can even get S+. Or you are great, Chu Feng exclaimed. It wasn't that he was bragging about Han Xingxia. The desolate cage planet was a place of banishment where super prisoners were held in the second era, and each of the people inside had monstrous abilities. A few of them even survived until now, becoming apostle-level existences. The most famous of these is Apostle Clarice of Emotion. It really isn't bad to be able to live in this environment. Hey, got lucky and became in the Clarice camp and pretty much laid down the whole time. That's okay? Laying down to win is also a skill, unlike some people who can't even lay down. After saying that, he glanced at Su Zian beside Lu Rushue. This stupid woman, even if she does nothing, can at least follow him around and get an S or better? Yang Mianyang, however, took it as a reference to her and glared at him fiercely. Chu Feng felt inexplicable when he sensed her gaze. What about you? What planet? The star of the battle formation dreams of Carius. Third era? Han Qingxia asked. Aha. TSK, TSK, the fall of the old gods, the enthronement of the new, the last dance of the old god, roar, seems to be right there. But between the depth of the transitional trial, your experience is probably somewhere between the stages where war and destruction meet, right? Roar is when it pounced Guy. The gods of old are the gods outside the six destinies, whose names are seldom heard nowadays. Han Qingxia had analyzed Chu Feng's generalization from just his mere words, showing how thoroughly he had studied the history of the game of gods. Yang Mianyang, who was closest to the two, couldn't help but listen sideways when she heard Han Qingxia's voice. Speaking of roar, in the third age, it seems that part of his authority was taken away by order? Chu Feng asked. Han Qingxia nodded lightly. It's not in vain that I've been teaching you day and night, but in addition to order, emotion, and annihilation are actually involved. Order took away the authority belonging to rule. Annihilation gained the authority of remnant. And what emotion got its hands on was part of the rage authority. Authority must be accommodated and used on the basis of possessing the divine nature. Right now I have a strand of abundance, divinity in my hand. If I came across such a situation, would I be qualified to contend for it? Chu Feng was thoughtful. What comes to mind? Han Qingxia saw Chu Feng fall into silence, so she asked in a low voice. Chu Feng lamented. It just occurred to me that it's fortunate that you're here so that I can familiarize myself with so much of the history of the gods and goddesses. Knowledge can be really life-changing in today's world. So from now on, he mustn't make the same mistake and watch Han Qingxia die by his side. This scene of the two of them talking and laughing was seen by Vierna and Su Zian beside Lu Ruxue. Wow. Is that a confession to me? Aren't you afraid your love sister will get mad? Han Qingxia angrily nudged her mouth in the direction of Su Zian, who was behind Lu Ruxue. It's that Han Qingxia. Once upon a time, she didn't talk bad about me in front of Brother Feng. What a bad woman. Su Zian clenched his fists in anger. Vierna, after all this time, do you remember anything at all? No. Vierna is, right now, confused. Yang Mian looked over to where Su Zian was and stared wide-eyed. Chu Feng, this. I can't believe I'm going around womanizing. Wait a minute. No, why am I saying that in a weird way? Yang Mian, you're the victim, not the suitor. Why do you care if he's a womanizer? Remember to keep your goals in mind. Must make Chu Feng, this big asshole, delete that video. Without waiting for Chu Feng to answer Han Qingxia, Zhang Huaning, the dean of the Wildfire Academy who hadn't shown up much, stood out. Every year at this time, I repeat the following words over and over again, and of course this year is no exception. The Academy's rewards would only be given to the most deserving professionals, but that didn't mean that those who took the rewards wouldn't die. With a maximum of 3 recruitment trials, this year's freshman will be 1 out of 10, and even if you're number 1, the probability of life and death is the same. Speaking here, she deliberately glanced at Chu Feng. It's as if we are in a world where everyone can be a god, but that doesn't guarantee that everyone will make it to the end. Remember, the game of gods is unjust, but he is fair at the same time. What you will become about yourselves at each point in time is the result of a series of choices. Time, in the end, will tell you the answer. Praise be to my Lord. Zhang Huaning is still so godly and abstract. Chu Feng heard this passage for the first time as to give it a layman's summary. That is, live to have the opportunity to change. Chapter 20, The Curse is Present. After Zhang Huaning's speech, the ceremony began with cheers from the crowd. The awarding ceremony was very simple. Those ranked 6th to 10th were rewarded with level 1 Heavenly Crystal Coin X10. 2nd to 5th place were rewarded with level 2 Heavenly Crystal Coin X10, while Chu Feng had level 3 Heavenly Crystal Coin X10 all to himself. And it has to be used up in front of everyone. In the words of the Academy, it's meant to make those who don't have it envious, jealous, greedy, and wanting to resist the urge to take it for themselves. Already lagging behind in God's path talent, if he didn't have any more desire, he would die one day in a corner somewhere and no one would even know. Chu Feng picked up the level 3 Heavenly Crystal Coin and threw it into the Heavenly Crystal Carousel. Level 3 Heavenly Crystal Coins are guaranteed to produce 3rd order props, with a maximum of 5th order items. In his last life, he had gotten the Guardian Knight's 5th rank core skill, Sacrifice, from this. But Chu Feng was clear that all the results had changed with his rebirth. In the game of gods, there is a rather special phenomenon. Whether it's skills or equipment props, the higher the grade the better. Often the best things are actually the ones that work best for you. Just like the warlock's core skill, Necromantic Contract, although it was only 3rd rank, it was an absolute core skill. It could be said that without this ability, it was impossible for Chu Feng to swim through the destruction trial. I wonder what it will give me. This time? As the familiar sound of the turntable rang out, 5 golden lights blinded the freshman in the arena. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Chu Feng is not only a god of war, but also a European emperor? Holy, that's 10 consecutive hardware. Ooh, I sharked you. Honestly, I'm not envious at all that he got the SSS pass rating, but he got 10 straight hardware and I'm straight up jealous as hell. Acquired skills: 5th level skill Undead Servant, Summoning. 4th level skill Corrosive Chain, Control. Acquired talents: 5th order talent Overheal, S rank. 3rd order talent Split Robe, A rank. Twisted Force Field, A rank. Obtained props: Endless Sea Entrance Ticket X1. Universal Credits X326. Undead Servant, summoning sacrifice part of your body to summon the most faithful Undead Servant X2, with a 10% chance of doubling the number summoned this time. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Corrosive Chain, control when used on an enemy target. Link all units on the field. The linked target takes 30% extra damage. When used on a friendly, the linked target reduces the damage it takes by 30%. Duration 15s. Cooldown, 30s. Excessive healing, S rank when life status is full. The target being healed will gain a defense shield of 50% of the current healing amount. Shield toughness is affected by the target's life status. Splitting Robe, grade a 100% probability of splitting a summoned object when first summoning the target, followed by a 50% drop in the probability of splitting, with the probability of splitting decreasing in descending order, and the maximum number of splits is limited to 6. Twisted Force Field, grade A. The movement speed of a friendly party in a force field state is increased by 30%, and the movement speed of a place in a force field state is reduced by 30%. Chu Feng himself was surprised by this good fortune, but soon he calmed down. It is well known that the end result of such probabilistic draws is always conserved. Don't look at now. You'll have to hack it later. Chu Feng, who had received the rewards, did not hesitate to learn all of the talents and skills. As for that Endless Sea entrance ticket, Chu Feng did not even want to touch it. It wasn't a place he could reach at this stage of his life. Several other people had gotten their rewards one after another, and it was easy to see from their expressions that everyone was satisfied. The ceremony is over. Guan Cheng, the headmaster of the Guanlong Academy, rose and said, "Freshmen, raise your right fists high and prepare to officially step into the game of gods and connect to the Milky Way." The so-called connecting galaxy is actually taking the student data archived at the Academy and putting it into the Galactic Alliance, because Blue Star, as an insignificant planet, doesn't count as a belonging power. It's just a part of the Galactic Alliance. The only way for them to be recognized by the game of gods is to merge their data into the Galactic Alliance and have power. Chu Feng was the first to raise his hand. He wasn't worried about the leakage of his information. Although the personal information belongs to the Galactic Alliance, now, this is not an RPG, and the viewer can only ever be himself. However, the moment Chu Feng connected to the Milky Way, an intense feeling of discomfort spread throughout his entire body. This feeling was the same as when abundance purified the effect of the curse buff that was covering him during the godhood ceremony. Chu Feng's abnormality quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the Star Ocean ship. Thick death aura rushed out from his body, materializing into an immortal skeleton throne. Chu Feng? Han Qingxia looked at Chu Feng's agonized appearance and wanted to go forward to check, but was stopped by Yang Mianmian on the other side of the room, who pounced on him. "You don't want to die? This death aura that has condensed into a solid body is simply not something we can touch." She dragged Han Qingxia quickly away from Chu Feng, and soon, Chu Feng's surroundings were empty. "I've heard that Chu Feng is a believer of corruption, but this deathly aura clearly looks like annihilation?" Guan Qing asked strangely. Jiang Huaning nodded. There is a tendency for Chu Feng's surroundings to fall into a spatial collapse. It is the greatness of annihilation, that is correct. Although connecting to the Milky Way can sometimes have some discrepant changes, this movement of Chu Feng is too big, isn't it? "Old Wang, are you clear on what's going on?" Lu Yucheng asked his best friend beside him. Wang Tiehe shook his head and said, "Not quite sure. I'm afraid I have to ask Mr. Lu about this." Lu Rushua's back was turned to the several deans. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. Her mind was blank, and she was completely caught up in a shocked demeanor. "Annihilation, curse of the gods, moment of obscurity? How is that possible? Why did this thing follow Chu Feng back? If moment of obscurity didn't go away, does that mean the other curses too?" Su Zian and Lu Rushue glanced at each other, both seeing the fear in each other's eyes. Vierna covered her surprised mouth, her body trembling uncontrollably. "I remember. I seem to really remember it all. I encountered a dark matter storm when I went to Annihilation Deep Space to pick up Annihilation as Curse of the Gods. I was able to force my way through with the divine item of memory, just like yesterday, to get my hands on the cursed item. But the moment that dark matter storm engulfed me, I seemed to see my master's shadow. I felt it. It was the life force of abundance. No, That was more like the forbidden art, reincarnation of heaven. Just like yesterday, didn't work, and in the end it was the master who wasted a life to get me back. Vierna sat paralyzed on the ground. Master's reincarnation of the heavens can only be used a total of 9 times, and each time, it strips away a portion of his abundance, divinity. When I came back, I questioned why he didn't use the forbidden art of abundance. Turns out it's not that he doesn't use it, but maybe it's that he hasn't been able to use it for a long time. Vierna's spirit completely broke at this moment. On stage, just as the crowd was talking, Chu Feng's body abruptly became twisted. His limbs were all kneaded into him in an extremely strange gesture, until a pair of invisible hands pinched him in a ball when a strong death aura exploded within him. Boom! Chu Feng's body annihilated. Chapter 21, Countdown. No. Vierna rolled and crawled and rushed towards Chu Feng, oblivious to the space collapse on the stage caused by the annihilation. Su Zian and Lu Rushue followed closely behind. The 3 of them came together on top of the high platform that the crowd didn't dare to approach. But here, it was empty. Han Xingxiao was incredulous. Chu Feng, who had been talking and laughing with her the previous moment, was actually taken away by annihilation, in full view of everyone. Han Xingxiao saw the averted gaze in Su Zian's eyes. She pushed away Yang Mian, who was kind enough to stop her, and stormed up angrily. What in the world has happened to Chu Feng? Han Xingxiao grabbed Su Zian's collar and questioned loudly. In normal times, Su Zian would have pushed Han Xingxiao away with a push, but now she only had endless regret in her eyes. Off stage, in the dean's seat, Wang Tiehe stared blankly at the scene in front of him, unable to say a word. Lu Yucheng sighed, patted his old buddy's shoulder and said, "My condolences." Several other deans exuded a look of regret. Offhandedly, at this juncture, Su Mo, the family representative seated next to him, shook his head and mocked. Although I don't know what happened, but if you can't even withstand this amount of annihilation power, sooner or later, you'll die in the trial. There's nothing to be sorry about. If you ask me, it's a shame he wasn't allowed to fight my pups. What transfer trial scores? Our family? We won't look at this meaningless thing that has no judgment. Wang Tiehe said expressionlessly. Su Mo, if your old mother at home wants to die, she can wait for a while. You needn't have been in such a hurry to come and deliver the horse in mourning. Su Mo sneered. What? Did you get to the sore spot? Wang Tiehe rose, and the academy elites behind him followed suit. The people on the family's side couldn't hold back either, rubbing their fists together and quite literally wanting to make a move. Both sides are at swords drawn. The cacophony of conversation became quiet at the moment. The 2 sides stared at each other, and then suddenly there was a tinkling sound, as if something had fallen from a high altitude, making a clear sound. Only the body of a burning lamp was seen to fall on the high platform. Chu Feng's body, which was as if it had been erased by an eraser, slowly appeared in front of the crowd. His face was pale, his brow was furrowed, and pain was written all over his face. Master, Brother Wind, Chu Feng? The crowd was dismayed. The surprise of having her best friend back from the dead made Han Xingxiao let go of her anger towards Su Zian. Chu Feng felt a calling voice in his ears, and he slowly opened his eyes. Han Xingxiao hurriedly crouched down to help him up. Are you okay? What the hell just happened? Han Xingxiao asked with concern. Chu Feng rubbed his distended temples and gently pushed her away. It's fine. As for what happened, I'd like to know myself. He opened his personal panel. Chu Feng, male, 18 years old, fate, death, faith, corruption, occupation, dying of the night, Shinto realm, first order professional, mental state, extremely poor, faith camp, orderly evil, force, galactic alliance, skills, death summoning, life healing, deceleration force field, control, necromantic pact, enslavement, undead servant, summoning, corrosive chains, control, talents, lifespan replacement, double shadow, A-ranked talent, overhealing, S-ranked, split robe, A-ranked, twisted force field, A-ranked, props, corruption, level 3 equipment, stinky mud, corruption, level 3 potion, ability increase, corruption, level 3 consumables, deadly lamp, damaged, endless sea ticket X1, level 1 heavenly crystal coin X4, level 2 heavenly crystal coin X6, cosmic currency X684, exclusive weapon, cards, negative effect 1, has entered the state of curse. The effect is God's curse, hour of obscurity. Next outbreak time, 72 hours later. Negative effect 2, decrease in ability by 90% for 72 hours. Sure enough, it's the curse of the gods, hour of obscurity. It's really ironic that withstanding the curse outbreak this time around has even allowed me to raise my God's Path realm. I counted on everything, but I didn't count on even the curse coming back with me. Placed in the past, without anyone interfering, Chu Feng would be able to carry it off with hard resistance. But now, Chu Feng clenched his fists in death. He didn't stop until his fingers pinched into his palm and blood seeped faintly. If it wasn't for his strong sense of survival and turning on the long lamp of death before he was annihilated, I'm afraid he would never wake up again. I probably know the condition of the body. Kyo-ha, can you excuse yourself for a while? There's something I want to talk to Sensei about. Chu Feng stabilized his tone as much as possible and said. Han Qingxia thought about it and nodded silently. When only Chu Feng's four were left on the stage, he stared at Lu Ruxue and asked, aside from the moment of obscurity, sorrow and happiness have their own destiny, and flesh and blood divinity dissolution. Tell me, what else is there? Master, Brother Wind. Chu Feng closed his eyes before I change my mind. The two of you better disappear before my eyes. The two men's hearts went cold. Lu Ruxue gestured to Su Zian, you take Vierna and leave first. This time, Su Zian followed it completely. She knew Chu Feng best. This expression was already on the verge of a rampage. Lu Ruxue pursed her lips. I only know that Yu's curse is related to memory. Everyone else's, they have reservations. Lu Ruxue, don't say anything if you don't want to. Chu Feng blandly said. Give me a copy of the disposable toggle pointer. Don't tell me that you don't have it. In the face of Chu Feng's tirade, Lu Ruxue rarely did not lash out with your current strength. You will die if you take the initiative to enter the designated enlistment trial. If you want me to help you alleviate the death infestation in a week's time, can't you at least wait until I have the life to do it? What do you say? Ruoxue Lu froze. How long before moment of obscurity sees its next outbreak? 72 hours. Chu Feng was clear that the woman in front of him was only concerned about her own death. So cut the crap. Will you give it or not? If you don't give it, I'll go find Dean Wang. Lu Ruxue silently took out the prop used to designate a return to the last enlistment trial, dial pointer. Chu Feng accepted it without hesitation, and then walked toward Wang Tieha without looking back. Wang Tieha had not yet regained his senses from Chu Feng's disappearance and reappearance. It was only until Chu Feng arrived in front of him that Wang Tieha rubbed his eyes. Kid, did I see it right? What is this whole thing you're doing? It's a long story, so I'll make it short. Chu Feng said. That's it. No. What stuff did you say? How come it's just like that? Wang Tieha was rendered completely speechless by Chu Feng's abstract reply. It's not very descriptive. Anyway, thanks for Dean Wang's concern. If it's convenient for you, can you give me a copy of the consumable prop status transfer? Seeing that Chu Feng was unwilling to say more, he did not continue to pursue the matter. Wang Tieha was not stingy and directly took out the items that Chu Feng had claimed and threw them in his hands. That, few other deans? You, not going to show it? Chapter 22, Rushing. In fact, Chu Feng ranked first, and without him having to say it, later on, the other deans would also individually give him some more rewards, which was an additional preference belonging to being first. But Chu Feng could not wait for later. When Lu Yuqing saw how direct Chu Feng was, he immediately burst out laughing. Old Wang, how come this kid is as shameless as you are? If it's possible, I'd like Director Lu to give me some items about time. Want a face? Lives are at stake. What more face? Wang Tieha slightly side-eyed. Hearing that Chu Feng wanted time-related items, he believed in his identity as the son of time. For another point, Lu Yuqing looked at Wang Tieha and apologized. I was the one who misunderstood. He's even more shameless than you are. The several deans were amused by Chu Feng. A few of us who have been first in past years do give away something extra useful, but the thing of time is not something that you, a believer in decay, can use. Sure you want to trade a hard-earned opportunity for this? Guan Qing kindly reminded. Thank you for Dean Guan's concern. Regarding the time item, I have another use for it. For reasons that are inconvenient to disclose, please forgive me. Chu Feng was very resolute. Seeing Chu Feng's early decision, Jiang Huaning and Ouyang Shan no longer advised him. They weren't bored enough to pry into a junior's secrets. After obtaining what he needed, Chu Feng couldn't wait to participate in the exchange to look for a special prop that he had obtained here in his previous life. The heterodyne. It was also a must-have item for Chu Feng to come to the Star Ocean ship, wearing altered side. You can manage to split yourself in two with no time limit. And, of course, the individual ability is split in half. The benefit is that the other doppelganger being split off has the same ability to think and act as the main body. Having two selves meant having a teammate that he could trust completely and feel comfortable giving his back to. This is a rare thing in the incredibly guarded draft trials, and when acting separately, it can be of no small use in exploring the environment within the trial. Most of the time in his previous life, this prop was used by Chu Feng to divide half of himself as a way to protect his confidants. Times are different now. Chu Feng, who possessed the card and then descended as the heterodyne, was equal to having two different beliefs of himself at any time. This could be so much stronger than an unusual diversion skill. With this item, Chu Feng would also be more certain in the next trial. Slow down. Chu Feng had just taken a step when an old man with gray hair, but whose body looked very hard, stopped him. Since you're fine and are here, why don't you have a match with my family's junior before you leave? Chu Feng's face was puzzled. This old thing looks a little familiar. You are? Su Mo. Do you think you're like your mother, the head honcho of the Red Mansion, and everyone has to know you? Wang Tie has sneered. Old man, still living in your youth? Stopping at junior's path? You're not afraid of losing your Su family's old face? You're a bit sensitive, Wang Tie. Are you afraid he'll lose to my family's junior later? Su Mo didn't get angry either and continued to taunt. This man is Su Mo? Chu Feng remembered. This old man had received a request from the elders in the family above him and had deliberately come to provoke the 5 great academies. The purpose was to use the timing of Seacon Land sealing to enrage the academy and provoke a war as a way to achieve control over Blue Star. Seacon Land could be easily sealed without the betrayal of some of the family followers. The first to bear the brunt is the Su family. Chu Feng hadn't remembered wrongly. That heterodyne prop seemed to be on one of the Su family's juniors. It was just as well, and it was too lazy for him to go looking for it. From what Elder Su means, he wants someone from your family to compete with me? Wang Tie has said in a deep voice. Chu Feng, there is nothing for you here. Don't get involved. At the same time, he sent a message and said to Chu Feng, this old thing has been very abnormal lately, intending to stir up conflict between the family and the academy, but not yet. I will deal with him. You don't have to pay attention to it. Wang Tie came back from above in the end, knowing Su Mo's little tricks well. There must be a demon when things go wrong. And the probability that he's been jumping around so much lately is because he knows some information from above. And, most likely, someone authorized his movements. Since he wants to use the juniors to stir up trouble, I'll knock him out in the process. Chu Feng quickly replied. You? Knock out? No. Why do you look so sophisticated? However, Chu Feng's words did remind Wang Tie, when this exchange is over, it's time to tighten up the administration within the college. Wang Tie thought for a moment and asked, you're very sure? Don't worry, I'll eat him up. Chu Feng was so confident, which caused Wang Tie to look forward to him somewhat. Good, the family is full of unscrupulous guys. When you train your juniors, you also bring them more in this direction. And if you are not a rival, it is justifiable. If you can't hold out, don't be good-natured and just surrender. Surrender? Chu Feng looked through the entire dictionary and could not find those 2 words. It's still the little guy who has blood. Unlike you old bones who have been down there for so long that you've even lost your backbone. Su Mo smiled. Su Ming, you've just turned 18 this year as well. Come and meet this classmate. Okay, Grandpa. In the Su family crowd, a big man with an old face and scruffy beard walked out. From the looks of it, not to mention that he was 18, or even if he was 80, Chu Feng would have no problem with it. Wait a minute. What? Are you afraid? Su Ming's tone of voice was practically the same as that Su Mo's. The natural taunting attribute pulls full weight. Scared? That's not so bad. Ignoring the man in front of him, Chu Feng looked at Su Mo and said, since they all agreed to a match, wouldn't it be meaningless to win or lose if we don't show some color? Oh, interesting. What do you want? Su Mo asked with a smile. It's simple. For every one of you I win, you will have to pay me for an item within the 5th rank. And what if you lose? Chu Feng pointed to the back. If I lose, find the deans behind me to pick up what I need. Wang Tie's head was full of black lines. You take what you win. We pay for what we lose. You don't lose out on anything, do you? Ha ha ha. Well. You junior. Interesting. Su Mo laughed out loud and said, as you wish. In that case, don't go on one by one in line. Come along, little trash. Chu Feng nodded slightly. There are also the Zhang families and Luo families in the back. There is one that counts. As long as they are willing to fight, they can all come. Su Ming felt insulted to the point that he blackened his face. What do you mean? What do you mean? Chu Feng said indifferently. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everyone here. One of them counts. All of them are trash. Get it? Snappy. I'm in a hurry. Chapter 23, The Heterodyne. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the people of the family were nonplussed. And together? I'll do you alone. College dogs just love to bark. Don't cry for mercy later. Oh. Together? Yeah. I'd love to fight more than one. Lu Yuqing shook his head helplessly at the sight. This little brat. He's much better at taunting than that old thing Su Mo. When Su Mo heard Chu Feng's words, instead of getting angry, he directly agreed. His purpose, originally, was to pick a fight. Since this stupid kid likes to be in the limelight, don't blame me if he accidentally dies later. If a human being was rightfully killed, the balance between the academy and the family would inevitably be upset, and a large portion of the task entrusted to them from above would be accomplished. Thinking of this, instead of blocking it, Sumo encouraged the phenomenon of group beating. It didn't take long for the number of family members who intended to participate in the competition to reach 20. Led by Su Ming, the match between the academy and the family soon attracted a large wave of people to watch. Isn't this the Chu Feng who made a big commotion just now? How come he got into a fight with someone from the clan? Boy, I heard that Chu Feng is going to fight 10. No, 20 of them alone. That's too exciting, isn't it? Even if you're the current no. 1. There's no need to be so wild, right? What do you know? Our academy and the family have always been at odds. I'll stand with Chu Feng in this wave. Lu Rushua was alone looking out at Chu Feng with a complicated expression. What the hell were you thinking? Everyone pulled away to make room for the battle between Chu Feng and the people of the clan. Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you want to admit defeat, do it before it's too late. I won't be able to put my hand away if I move later. Su Ming said grimly. Chu Feng had a smile on his face and was fearless. You mean it doesn't matter if someone gets killed later? He turned to the old thing Sumo and said, isn't it true that the family won't pursue the matter even if a person dies? Sumo sneered in his heart. How big a storm can you turn with just one person? That's natural. Very well, you may begin. Just after Chu Feng finished speaking, the people of the clan swarmed up. He revealed an evil smile and gently raised his left hand, then extended his right hand and viciously pulled it down. Chu Feng's actions caused the onlookers to suck in a breath of cool air. What kind of play is this? Look at the way he's moving. It's kind of familiar. Chu Feng is of the death destiny. This posture, it looks like a sacrifice? In the next second, 2 undead servants crawled out of the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the undead servants went from 2 to 4, 10% summoning double trigger. The clansmen who rushed over were startled to see the sudden appearance of the summons, and the number of dead squires is still growing. 6, 7, 8. The talent, split robe, was pulled full the first time it took effect, directly allowing the summons Chu Feng control to grow to 10. I hear that you guys like to play more than one? Twin Life Shadow, triggered again, and the summons he controlled instantly became 20. That's the beauty of exponential expansion. The family was completely frozen. Wasn't there a deal about a group fight? How come you're the one who beat up a bunch of us? It's not fair. The people present were nothing more than full-fledged professionals. There is a limit to the amount of combat power that can be brought to bear. As for Chu Feng's undead servant, as a summon summoned by a 5th order skill, one could distinguish between the stronger and the weaker at a glance. Su Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily he braked in time. If he had rushed through, he would have been torn into pieces. Su Ming, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you want to admit defeat, do it before it's too late. I won't be able to stop myself if I move later. Chu Feng flirted with him while randomly picking a lucky undead servant and doing a status transfer with it, and the negative effects left behind by the deadly long light immediately disappeared. Unfortunately, status transfer can only be used for negative effects that are not too high in rank. At the same time, he unleashed the life healing technique, and his own arm recovered as good as new in a few breaths from the overhealing. Not only that, but he also put a hemathic shield on himself. Chu Feng's words made Su Ming feel inexplicably familiar. Isn't this the same harsh words he just put out by pretending to be X? He quietly glanced at his grandfather, and the expression on the other man's face was obviously much harder to see. Su Ming ruthlessly gestured at his fellow clansmen around him. Su San, you're an assassin. We'll create space for you later. As long as you get close, just kill him. Ha, I hit Chu Feng? Su San was inwardly afraid, but he was even more afraid of his clan leader grandfather and clan brother Su Ming. He agreed loudly. Yes, Chu Feng was almost invincible under the protection of the undead servant's surroundings. Since you guys aren't doing anything, I'm going to take the initiative. Oh, Chu Feng did not have the time to spend any more time with them. Undead squires swarmed the clan as they were scattered by the impact. How dare you pull away of your own accord? Looking for death. Su Ming yelled. Control release. Chu Feng's body was like a rusty chain, and it was suddenly difficult to turn. Su San, quick, seize the opportunity. A nearly transparent body swept past Chu Feng's front and circled behind him. Su San stabbed the dagger into Chu Feng's neck with all his strength. He was delighted in his heart. Got it. I killed Chu Feng. When I go back later, Grandpa Clan Chief and Brother Clan will surely praise me. What? Why am I kind of, out of breath? Su San reached out to touch his chest, but unintentionally went through the hole in his chest and touched his back. There was a flash of shadow, and the figure of Carlsbad crept in. Chu Feng wiped the dust raised by Su San at his neck. Seems like something, but, just a little bit. It's just a piece of that can't even break a shield. Su San's death shocked all the clans. It also made onlookers gasp in amazement at the students. Chu Feng actually really dared to lay down a killer. Chu Feng. I know. What's the point of screaming so loud? This will send you to reunite. Chu Feng gave Carlsbad a look. This, child of shadows, understands it in seconds. Aided by the undead squire, Karthus quickly reaped the battlefield. A few seconds later, all the people from all the clans in the room, not a single one left, all dead. Not only the people of the family, even the students of the same academy were subdued by Chu Feng's performance. After a brief moment of silence, deafening cheers erupted from the Star Ocean ship. The battle between the family and the academy was declared a failure under Chu Feng's killing. Chu Feng looked through the fallen corpses as if they were nothing, and finally got the item he needed the most in the hands of an inconspicuous little guy. Alter face. Acquisition of special props, heterodyne, heteromorph. When worn, it can split the body into two and have the ability to adjust the appearance at will. This item takes effect when worn and is lifted when the mask is removed. Chu Feng. Suemo didn't have that initial slack-jawed smile on his face. What for? Since Patriarch Su isn't willing to pay for the items we traded earlier, I'll have to take them myself. Chu Feng said indifferently. We'll have to ask Patriarch Su to arrange for his own people to deal with the rest of the garbage. And remember, don't dirty the Star Sea ship. Killed someone from my family and still want to leave so easily? The people from Zhang and Luo's families had begun to denounce Chu Feng. There were a few clansmen who even wanted to take advantage of the situation and sneak attack Chu Feng. Chu Feng then retreated behind the several deans. I'm relying on you next. A few people looked at each other and nodded silently. Chu Feng's strength was unexpected to them, and whether it was out of Chu Feng's talent or the academy's face, they would all unite to keep Chu Feng down. I've got a few things to do, so I'll take my leave. Go? Where are we going? Isn't it safest to be under our protection? Before the several deans could react, Chu Feng flicked the pointer in his hand and disappeared in their eyes. Did you guys get a good look? Lu Yucheng asked. That just now seems to be a toggle pointer? Guan Qing said suspiciously. It's a positioning draft? Several people shouted in unison. Wang Tieha cracked. Cam. This damned little brat actually took the initiative to enter the conscription trial? Chapter 24, The Night of Utopia. Trial of Enlistment, Night of Utopia, Annihilation, is now open. Random teammate match in progress, 1/6. Phase 1 trial objective, rules, limited time, unlimited. Match made, 6/6. It's night. A light rain drizzled down on the earth. The black and yellow soil grew muddy under the rain. On the pathway, there were 6 more silhouettes out of nowhere. Ugh, what a hell of a weather. The man who spoke was dressed in a cowboy outfit of dark blue denim, with a scruffy beard and 2 revolvers at his waist. He pressed his hand against the brim of his hat in an attempt to keep the rain from drenching the large cigar he held in his mouth. A gust of wind sprang up, and the dense rain showered the burning end of the cigar, dousing it in no time. Cam. Bad luck. Cowboy chewed on his cigar and scanned his teammates around him. All silent. Playing the master? Chu Feng tugged at the black hood that was placed over his body, and the other face, mask was naturally placed on his face. He drew a card face from his hand and popped it out, a grayish shroud easily enveloping the 6. The rain could no longer touch the skin of the crowd with the isolation of the gray shroud. Mystic. Warlock. People can call me darling. Darling? What kind of name is that? Where have you been all this time? You didn't turn on your skills until your brother's babies were destroyed, did you? Cowboy glanced at Chu Feng with some chagrin. Death. Hunter. Albert. Generally people like to call me Brother Tay. Ha? Brother Tay? And say what a weird name I have. What do you name? The divine path is currently at the beginner planetary level. Chu Feng touched the face of the card, and a dull cluster of fire lit up in front of Albert. The dark fire managed to ignite the cigar on Albert's mouth and then disappeared. Planetary rating. Right? Then, of course, give fire decisively. Beside Albert, a blue-haired woman who gently wiped the long sword in her hand and whose eyes were tied with red fluttering ribbons whispered softly, Void. Mid-ranked planetary. Professional warrior. Just address me as Red. Ahem. I hate the rain. I'm sorry. Allow me to wet my throat first. The man who spoke. No. To be precise, it was a robot. Only to see the robot elegantly pull out a bottle of something resembling a wine bottle from the pocket of its black evening gown. Unscrewing the lid, a pungent smell spread quickly. Dunton. The robot drained the liquid from his hand in 3 or 2 gulps. Luckily, I brought a bottle of Mechanical Star, pure-grade Morai crude oil with me, so I'll invite you all to try it when you get a chance. Allow me once again to introduce myself. Mystery. Mage, number 648,791. You may call me 91 for short. Okay, Mr. 91 Machine. It's just that, Mr. 91. We're gonna run into each other here, aren't we? Mystery is different from nothingness. Other destinies, opposing each other. And these 2 destinies, they love to engage in infighting. Especially this 58 robots also hit a hand Godway realm. Forget it, even if I don't hide it. The current probability is that I am not the opponent's opponent. This backtracking draft trial is really the high end of the game. It's a big step up. Chu Feng gently glanced at brother, hoping that he would try to be friendly later for the sake of lighting a cigarette. Sabotage, cleric, curie, beginner planetary rank. The one furthest from the crowd was briefly introduced. It wasn't hard to tell from the appearance that it was a wolf orc. The sturdy muscles and scarred torso hardly combined him with the profession of a priest. Until the last person spoke, Chu Feng's originally calm heart was instantly filled with anger. Brothers and sisters, my little daughter Yuer is a mage of void. The realm of God's path is a bit low. Only the 9th rank. I hope you can help me in the next quest. Yuer is most afraid of pain. Don't let people get hurt. Okay. The girls are not very tall. 5'2", with a white sari. She looked like the little sister next door. She put her hands behind her back and blushed. Division. Empty. Moon. Child. Chu Feng did not think that he could meet her here in advance. Ha? What's this little brother staring at Yuer for? Sikong Yuer gently tilted her little head, her face showing a puzzled expression. Chu Feng secretly took a deep breath and calmed his heart. There's no way she'll be able to recognize me with shifter around. I'm sorry. I've never seen such a cute little sister like you before, and I couldn't help but look at you a little more. Brother darling thinks Yuer is cute too. Thank you for the compliment. Sikong Yuer playfully spat out her tongue, but only Chu Feng knew just how evil there was underneath this lovely skin. 79 pounds of an 80-pound body is bad water. Chu Feng somewhat regretted the random name he had given himself. Being called darling by this little always gave him the feeling that he wanted to rush over and kill her immediately. Okay, masters, recognition is complete, and it's time to work on tonight's topic. Albert had a cigar in one hand and patted a slightly water-stained shoulder with the other since it's the rules. We have to follow them. No one likes to wander around in the rain. It's raining, so staying under the roof is the rule. The high end of the game is a little bit better. That is, we all know what to do. Even if the destinies were opposed, no one would come up to internal conflict. 91 echoed Albert's words. There's a small town up ahead, so after you've each finished your prayers, find out what slice of history we're in. This time, without an unsuspecting fellow like Yang Mian Yang interrupting, it was quickly completed. The crowd assembled again and walked along the muddy path for about half an hour to the city gates. Giant Wood City. Have any of you heard of this city? Albert asked back. 91 after a moment's reflection. He said, Megalopolis is a very common name. I did a search and it appears about 30,000 times in history. After sifting through the more notable of these historical records, there are only 3 left. One is that on the planet called Desolation Scourge, in the Second Era, there is a city called Giant Wood City that has been reduced to a city of puppets of desire under the seeding of breeding. Secondly, in the Second Era's Edo, there was a famous dwarf kingdom whose royal city was called Megyamu. 3 is the era of the rise of war, and in the Third Era, there is a city in charge of the god of the old days, also called Giant Wood City. Not bad for a mechanical species. It's so much more convenient than humans when it comes to recording history. Simply install the knowledge base within your brain and have whatever information you want at your fingertips. If it wasn't for the dial pointer that Chu Feng used to revert back to the historical slice of the transfer trial, I'm afraid that it would have taken quite a while to learn all of this information. Sensei, in which case, go in first. Come to the city. Since it was nighttime at the moment, there weren't many pedestrians on the street. Still, the crowd ruled out option 2 from the size of the pedestrians. It didn't matter that no one was there. It was clear to everyone that at night, it was never the streets that were lively. Instead, it's the favorite tavern of bad girls and bad boys. With a creak, the somewhat aged wooden door was gently pushed open by Albert. Chapter 25, Prayer of Fate. Inside the tavern, it was a different world from the quiet outside. A bard-like man with a tattered book, looking about 30 years old, stood on the center dais and narrated in a colorful manner. Oh, order. He covets the totality of emotions from time to time. He thought to himself, I control the rules of the world and judge the evil of the planet, and I can't do anything about you? Submission. It has to be submission. Rain and night coming. Order slips quietly into emotion. The tranquilizing flowers that took effect at his bedside. Emotions, stretching and aching. He couldn't tell if it was his own mood swings or if it was indeed needed. Emotionally, lying on the edge of the bed, he couldn't help but open the left-hand drawer and pull out his favorite companion. The warder, peering from the shadows, stared with wide eyes. You, the, unashamedly, unbelievably, he roared within the realm. Everything that moves is still. Emotions went instead to the highest part at the sound of his anger. With a cry, the baguette slipped out of emotion's hand. Order is overwhelmed by emotion. He sought him out, but how he felt uncomfortable. Annihilation. Where's annihilation? Come push the drum. Order was immersed in his own world, but as a whip landed on the ground with a snapping sound, he jolted out of his dream. Mr. Clown. Mr. Clown, if you keep moving, you're going to knock my barn down. The circus ringmaster put away his whip and laughed heartily. Turns out, it's all a clownish fantasy called order. The troubadour's last line was spoken almost pointing at the noses of all the drinkers on the stage. The atmosphere was originally just right. Even some hunters and adventurers were planning to wipe their guns in place and have a real battle. But the last paragraph softened the incoming drinkers instantly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Veritas, you little cousin. I'll kill you. Are you in arrears again? Cam. The atmosphere is baked like this. I'm not going to let this go. Special flavors fill the air as drinkers unleash their passion. Gee, that's quite a mess. Look at what that bunch of connected guys are up to, Albert said to Red at his side. Red clasped his long sword in both hands and said faintly, I can't see. Oh, I thought that thing of yours was decorative. Albert took a sharp drag on his own cigar, gurgled it in his mouth, and then exhaled. You don't mind, do you? The knife in Red's hand left its sheath for a millimeter, and the brim of Albert's cowboy hat cracked open a little. Hey, calm down. The woman who drew her knife at the drop of a hat made Albert shut up in a hurry. Half-heartedly, he rationalized. Doesn't anyone think it's strange? What kind of place is it, anyway, that can make up gods at will? Under the domain of the god of old, the gods are like ants, and it's a favorite thing for troubadours to use to make up color stories that not only get attention, but also make a name for themselves. 91 straightened his Yasuzuki. The air is overly hot in here. I'm going to ask for a drink at the front desk and ask around. If you're going to ask around, what's the front desk guy going to ask if you don't go to the bard? Sikong Yuer asked curiously. Don't look at this robot so one-dimensional. There's a lot of little minds. Albert laughed that Bard hasn't been beaten up yet for making up these self-respecting adventurers like that, so he's obviously not a guy to be messed with. Brother Tay has seen a lot of things. Bring me along. Unnoticed, the silent Kurenai headed for the corner without a word. The coyotes are so out of place, too. Now that it's just the four of us, what's the best thing to do? Sikong Yuer looked at Albert and said accusingly, First things first, I don't want to be alone. Okay kid, come with me. I'll show you what adults play. Albert smiled and took a bouncing Sikong Yuer to the other side, in front of the door of the tavern. Only Chu Feng and Red were left. So, what do we do now? Chu Feng asked. Red twisted and walked to the second floor. Sleep. Chu Feng smiled. That's exactly what I'm saying. He followed Red. Chu Feng wanted to see how this woman, who was blind, could live there without the consent of the shopkeeper. Walking to the second floor, Red pushed open the nearest door. Inside, on the bed, two men cuddled together. The oblivious duo actually did not pay the slightest attention to the arrival of Chu Feng and Hong. That is, until Red sat down next to the two men, and one of the men noticed and screamed loudly in fear. Red gently shifted the sheath. It was as if the two had never appeared and disappeared into Chu Feng's eyes. Chu Feng frowned slightly. Warriors of destiny. Miracle blade? Should have thought of that. This woman looks like she doesn't fit in with fraud at all. It's not cheerful at all. That leaves only the first god, destiny, of the void. What about those two? Chu Feng asked. Sent them to their fateful end. The end of any ordinary man is only death. It didn't look like the woman was any good if she could make light of it. Chu Feng suddenly realized that rashly following a miracle blade did not seem like a wise choice, or find an excuse to bolt. Chu Feng nodded and said, I realized that I still have a few things left to finish, so I'll go out first. No sooner had he moved his front foot than Red waved her sleeve and the door was gently closed behind her. Aren't you, like, going to bed? Red lowered the sword in his hand. She untied the knot and removed the cloak wrapped around the outside. The snowy whites exposed to the air instantly became a little pinker. Chu Feng swallowed his saliva. No, again? If you're like this, I'll have reason to suspect that you're also fraud. Hey. The woman unclasped her wrap and clasped her hands to her chest, facing Chu Feng with her own back, only to see the woman's back crawling with densely packed wounds. Black blood flowed out from time to time, but quickly congealed into scabs again. Chu Feng looked shocked. This woman, so badly injured, how can she act like nothing happened? Help me heal and then go to bed tonight at. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. So sure I can heal you? Prayer. Red turned back slightly, her rare blue broken hair covering the side of her face with a special beauty. I prayed to destiny to heal my wounds, but destiny pointed to you. Fate is wavering, and perhaps the one who can heal you is that priest of destruction. Chu Feng moved a little closer and took a closer look. Your injury, it's a whip wound, and that orc priest is the whip wielder. Right on. Red moved the clothing in her hand down slightly, the groove clearly visible. Chu Feng sighed. Okay, I'll show my cards. I'm actually the whip handler, too. With that, he picked up the whip directly. What a way to take you. Chapter 26, Emotions Not Emotions. One night, the end of the matter. Chu Feng turned off the camera that had been on all night. He stretched. It was clear that he hadn't rested all night, but it made him extra refreshed. Chu Feng looked at Red, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed. Suddenly it seemed that this woman was just that, except for bigger boobs, more drums, slimmer waist, and better living. Other than that, really average. Chu Feng lifted his pants and walked towards the door. On the connecting corridor, Mr. 91 Machine and the werewolf seemed to be chatting. However, when Chu Feng walked over, the exchange between the two came to an abrupt end. Gentlemen, did you find anything yesterday? Chu Feng asked. I had a long conversation with the tavern owner yesterday, and there are all sorts of little stories scattered here and there between the gods, but the only thing that's missing is the void, destiny, so I'm guessing that the authority of the old gods here favors the void. 91 words made Chu Feng somewhat skeptical. Is what's in this mechanical head even worse than Han Qingxia? Never. The only possibility, then, is that he's misleading? The beastly werewolf walked around the robot and nodded his head in greeting to Chu Feng before heading out of the tavern alone. Darling, what about the void lady you were with last night? I have some things I want to talk to her about. No way, oh gentleman machine. She played with little brother Darling all night last night. She should still be sleeping now. Sikong Yuer walked over from the first floor with her hands behind her back, bouncing. Uncle Beard and I were listening to humming and hawing all night last night. Kids are so rude. Albert was disgruntled. You've been listening to yourself all night. Don't involve me. He looked up Chu Feng back and forth. You can all little old brother. Can't see that you are quite capable. 91 shook his head. That would be a shame. What's the rush? Anyway, time is unlimited. Just wait for another half a day. Chu Feng said carelessly. Chu Feng's words drew sideways glances from several people. Little old me. How many times have you enlisted in trials? The first time you encountered one with no time limit? You don't think you're coming over to pick up girls and enjoy the scenery and the moon, and the trial is over, do you? Chu Feng curiously said. Oh, is there something to say? Albert flicked the ash from his cigar. Don't look like there's no time limit, but the longer you stay, the less you'll be able to get out. Until, that is, reduced to the background in this slice of history. You can stay here if you like. Little brother Darling, I hope to see you in this tavern the next time Moon comes back. Chu Feng's face darkened, controlling his impulsive emotions of wanting to lift her up and fling her back and forth. That's the end of the small talk. It's time to get out there today, 91 said, and went down the stairs. The robot hadn't been gone long when a loud noise suddenly came from outside the tavern. The three of them looked at each other and immediately rushed out. Once outside, the trio saw 91 embarrassed expressions. Yes, they were not mistaken. The robot in front of him looked very hard, and the crowd followed his gaze as the torso of the werewolf priest who had gone out earlier was nailed to the plaza above the church by a huge holy light cross sword. Only his face was horrified, and there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Where did this country bumpkin come from, even daring to desecrate the idol of my lord? Truly not afraid of death. It's not like he listened to some godly dirty jokes in that border tavern again and thought he could do whatever he wanted. Is it? TSK, 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 damned drunkard, just deserves to die. My lord, thank you for your divine punishment and for giving us the pure land. God-given. It's divine providence. Where there are divine punishments, there will be divine gifts. My body's internal injuries have actually healed. My lost hand has actually grown back. Thanks to my Lord's blessing. Thanks to my Lord's blessing. In the face of such a miracle, passers-by kneeled down. Come on, let's go back to the tavern first. Several people evacuated in a hurry. If they stayed where they were and didn't bow down, they were afraid that the believers next to them wouldn't be able to help but make a move on them. Back in the tavern was not as lively as it had been at night at this time. There were only 3 or 2 by drunken rushers. Even the bartender was the only one left. The 4 of them returned to the room without attracting the attention of others. What the hell happened? Albert looked questioningly at the robot in front of him. 91 shook his head. I'm not sure. I wanted to go out and see if there were any clues about the rules. Who would have thought that as soon as I went out I would run into something like this? You're lying. Chu Feng stared at him and said, in the morning, I clearly saw what you and Karinai said. He didn't speak to me, but he made a point of saying hello before he went out. Do you dare say that you don't know anything about it? I am from Mechanical Star, and robots don't lie. 91 said frankly. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You think I don't know about Mechanical Star? Lying about such emotions is just a matter of changing a code. Little old me. Wait a minute. What does lying have to do with emotions? Albert interjected. What does it matter? Chu Feng sneered it as the lies that can control emotions that are told that are no different from the truth. Do you think I am right? Mr. Emotion, S-Mage Robot. The Master Performer. Little brother darling. It suddenly occurs to me that you seem to be of the mysterious fate as well. Si Kong Yuer looked at Chu Feng with a smirk. You wouldn't have secretly received the oracle and deliberately targeted the robots. Would you? I targeted him? Chu Feng looked at Si Kong Yuer with cold eyes. If Albert had died not long after he finished speaking with you, I would have targeted you just the same. The only nanny on our team is dead, and you'll have a rush when we get into a situation that requires a combat solution. Little old me. I'm touched by that, but can you give me an example of someone else? Even when he was carried out and criticized by Chu Feng, the robot remained calm and collected. It's really quite simple to prove my innocence, you say. Seeing that Chu Feng still wanted to dislike him, Albert immediately stopped and said, that depends on who we have as a darling warlock. 91 gave a rare smile. As long as you're not a false dream warlock, then as a believer of the other two, you can use the power of backtracking. Fake sleep warlock? And emotion warlock? Si Kong Yuer stared at Chu Feng and asked curiously, little brother darling, so, are you actually a time-s peeping man, or a memory-s recollector of the past? Oh, I now suspect that you're the one who's had an oracle sent down to you. Mr. Master Performer. Chu Feng graciously admitted, not bad. I am a memory warlock, recollector of the past. So what are we waiting for? Come on, warlock friend. 91 opened his arms as if welcoming Chu Feng's inspection. Chu Feng drew a random card from the pile, and the scene was pulled back and forth by Unreal. Everything that had happened just outside the hallway played out quickly, until Kure and 91 met. No one could hear what was said in front of them. It wasn't until Chu Feng walked over that the crowd heard the first sentence of their conversation. I will do as you say. Please don't kill me, Mr. Mage. Kurenai begged in a small voice. The robot's originally natural and unparalleled expression was shocked by the image shown by the memory regression. No, it wasn't supposed to be like this. You tampered with my memories. You tricked me. What do you think I am? The god of memory? And tampering with memories? Chu Feng lifted the power of memory and coldly grunted. Still saying it's not you? 91 as if a breath had not been taken. The entire body directly exploded. Chapter 27, Fate is very fateful. The sudden change gave the crowd absolutely no chance to react in time. It was good that the other party simply exploded and did not cause any damage to Chu Feng's 3 people. No way? The robot died this way? Albert looked at the mechanical parts all over the ground and placed his gaze on Chu Feng. Hey, little old me, what did you do to him? Chu Feng bent down and started rummaging around in the scattered parts. And yet, no items were found that should have been there. There is no core chip unique to the mechanical one. Just after finishing his words, Chu Feng suddenly remembered something. Spreading his legs, he frantically ran outside. The unknown Albert and Si Kong Yuer followed close behind. Coming to the square, the body that had just been nailed to the church by the crossed swords had by now disappeared. Passers-by were talking and laughing as if the incident had never happened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Got laid. The two also reacted immediately. So it ran away? Albert laughed in exasperation. These two selfish guys, finding a way out of this place that is limited by rules and not telling us the way. Chu Feng shook his head in chagrin. How does the saying go? Those who are not of my race, their hearts must be different. I can't believe Mr. Robot looks like a gentleman but has a lot of bad blood in his heart. Si Kong Yuer wasn't that angry about it. She still had that smiling look on her face. Chu Feng slightly glanced at her and said in his heart, in terms of bad water, no one can compare to you. The three returned to the tavern again. Albert sat down on the ground. Let's analyze the current situation. Study and research how the werewolves and robots departed from rule, just in the form that the two are currently displaying. There should be 2 ways to leave this place. Chu Feng thought for a moment and said, one is to follow the rules and be recognized by this place. The second is to break the rules and be expelled from this place. It's easy to see from the way both men left that both chose the latter. As for how they did it, it's up for debate. Little brother darling can't see that his brain is quite good. Si Kong Yuer suddenly moved closer to Chu Feng, stared at his mask, and said, I don't know why. Looking at little brother darling's eyes reminds me of a deceased person. Oh, what deceased person? A big brother that I'm super into. Chu Feng vaguely felt that the deceased person she was talking about seemed to be herself. But the word like always made people uncomfortable when it came out of her mouth. The one who planned to kill himself behind his back in his last life. Si Kong Yuer was definitely one of the masterminds. Lu Rushue was, at best, their umbrella, being liked by the believers of joy. I'm afraid that big brother of yours is not going to end well. Chu Feng lightly mocked. Gee, how did little brother darling find out? Si Kongyuer was not angry about her beliefs being dismantled. Chu Feng was too lazy to tell her why. Darling guessed right. That big brother did end badly. He's got too many women around him. Unfortunately, I'm very petty and I'm not willing to share him with anyone but a sister who has been very good to me. So, I'll just kill him like you just killed Mr. Robot. Chu Feng corrected her. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't kill 91. Yeah, well, then I didn't actually kill that big brother either. Si Kongyuer sat on a chair, one hand under her chin, thinking, I just want to break him into pieces, put them together and then erase his consciousness, so that he will only belong to me forever. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in the end yet. Chu Feng's mouth opened, but he could not say anything. A chill rose from behind him. This sickly woman has horrible ideas. There is no feeling of wrongness in the slightest about what you have done. However, Si Kongyuer's words caused Chu Feng to be even more situated in the fact that the one who broke down his divinity was her. Breaking down the divine and then fusing and piecing together the I without self-consciousness. That person. Will it still be me? Ahem. Albert couldn't listen anymore. Aren't we talking about how to solve the rules problem? You too. Aren't you getting off topic? What Uncle says is true. I listen to everything Uncle says. Si Kongyuer smiled indifferently. There's nothing wrong with what little old me says, but the only point comes down to what to do and how to do it in order to break the rules. Albert took a deep drag on his cigar. This time, he didn't choose to spit it out. The pungency poured down his throat and into his lungs. Even an old smoker like him couldn't handle the intensity of a cigar. Accompanied by a violent cough, Chu Feng said along with his words, it is important to break the boundaries of the rules. We are not sure which situation is a desecration of the rules, and which situation is a defiance of the rules. If not properly mastered, we may be greeted, not with the punishment of getting out of here, but with devastation. Albert slowed down. Mother ********* ing hell, the one thing I hate the most, brother, is thinking about these problems. Albert got up and said, no, I'm going out to vent. Chu Feng stopped him. Let's wait a bit. When night comes, we'll find that bard and inquire. So what do we do now? Si Kongyuer wasn't too interested in staying at the tavern all the time. You can go out and look around, but don't do anything, Chu Feng admonished. Of course, this was said to Albert. As for what Si Kongyuer wanted to do, he didn't care. When the two left, Chu Feng re-entered Red's room, pushed the door open. The door was empty. Chu Feng looked at the empty bed and fell into deep thought. Night. Descend again. The tavern was back to its last night's bustle. The bard Veritas once again ascended to the high center stage. Hey, Veritas, if you ever pull one of your reversal tricks again, I'm going to you up today. An orc wrapped his arms around the foxwoman and shouted. Wilt laughed and responded, what's so great about a story that you can see the end of at a glance? You can always watch your drinking buddies beside you if you like that. They'll be live later. There was a roar of laughter from those present at Vitus' words. Ha ha ha, Nyojio. Look at mine later. I guarantee you can get high. Nyojio. I've heard that you're both male and female. If you can't do it later, I can help you push the drum. Oh. The flirting was loud and clear. The beast who was addressed as Nyojio laughed loudly. Fine. Fine. Then you guys don't let me down later. Second floor of the connecting corridor. The three of them, Chu Feng, each holding a glass of wine, silently looked down at the storytelling Vitus. Where's the blind woman? Why didn't she come with you? Albert looked at the silent Chu Feng and said, no way. Little old brother. You messed up someone else's person? Chu Feng shook his head slightly. She disappeared. Chapter 28, Annihilation to Annihilate. It's gone in the morning, and probably knows a way to leave. The drink Albert had just held in his mouth was sprayed out of him. Little old brother. Listening to you. It sounds like you've been put on the spot. Si Kongyuer teased. What does it matter? It's cool anyway. To have a good time is to earn it. Chu Feng drank the wine in his cup in one go. Watch the show begin below. The bard lived up to his reputation of possessing a great gift of gab, and the atmosphere in the tavern was quickly energized by him. But just when the atmosphere was at its peak, Veritas changed his voice. Used to hearing all those made-up false stories. Fellow drinkers, want to learn about the real world? What the hell? No, no, no. I love color stories. Spending all day getting drunk in taverns. The adventurous spirit of the adventurers has long since been thrown out of the window. While the vast majority of the people were like this, the minority voices mingled with the crowd and stung. Mr. Vitas, I believe in order. Can you tell us a little bit about what he really looks like? Well, I mean, something other than the part of the story where he likes to mess with emotions. A half-mechanical, half-biological reformed man offered the story he wanted to hear. But instantly, it was opposed by a large number of voices. Friends, objection overruled. Vitas made an inviting gesture. You can leave if you don't want to hear it. After all, your feet are on you. Sneaky Vitas. Just trying to drive us away so he can tell something more revealing and unpleasant, isn't he? Humph. We're not going to fall for that. I'm a bounty hunter at least. And it just so happens that I also believe in order. So it's not like I'm going to get pregnant if I listen to it. News of the tavern flew through their circle as if it had grown legs. It didn't take long for the people in the tavern to grow rather than diminish. The second floor, the third floor, and even the side of Chu Feng's trio were packed with people. Wow, wow, wow. That's a lot of people. Thank you all for your patronage. And next, it will be I, the great bard Veritas, who will come for you with the truest of the gods' authentic histories. Veritas bowed and said with his seductive powers, this is a speech about order, non-order. How do you get stronger above the gods? What lies beyond the gods? Sitting in the palace of order, he leaned back in his Guild King's chair in silent contemplation. One day, he happened to see children playing a game of King's Roll. I am the king, said the wise child. The strongest child said, I am the strongest. And the king is only the strongest man. The two wrestled. Intelligence is no match for absolute power. The child with the greatest strength became the king player. As expected, but the intelligent child is not convinced. He, while playing a game, called over the parents of a child of great strength, who scolded him for not studying hard and just having fun, and took him away after a lecture. The clever child steals the role of the king's playmaker. The good times don't last long. When the children come back to the secret base in paradise, they find that everything has been vandalized. The child of strength returns, but he's not coming over to take the playmaker's role. He resented the fact that congeniality told his parents off so he could no longer play freely. So he lit a fire to the once fond memories. Destruction that festers in the heart. Order, it's interesting to watch. The child of great strength seeks a path that is not of order. He used other powers to defeat the rule belonging to order. Standing high above the sky, order started to think deeply after looking back. Is it possible that in the distant future there will be such a force that threatens his existence? Order began to experiment. He ordered the army under his rule to pretend to be robbers and slaughtered half of the village's inhabitants. And then in a moment of crisis, he descended in the guise of order to save the remaining people. The living are grateful, but they never knew that it was he who took the lives of their loved ones. The warder found a hint of power that didn't belong outside of the order in the dead crowd. He had a seizure. How does one become stronger above a god? The questions that had been within his heart from before were resolved at this moment. He goes around stirring up wars and reaches a destruction rate of more than half before showing up to assist, practicing his orders, guardianship in a desperate way. At this point, Vitas paused. The originally noisy environment became silent. Albert's expression became much more frozen before he could put the cigar he had just lit to his lips. Boy, this guy talks so movingly. Maybe 9 times out of 10 it's true? If that's true, then, war. Veritas' voice was suddenly high after a brief pause. Exactly. War. Thus was born. Along with it came his twin brother, destruction. Order succeeded. And he searched for a way to become above the gods. But, order also fails. And he himself creates 2 enemies of his own opposites and puts an end to his dictatorship. He ended the epic of the second era and began the splendor of the third. Chu Feng was silent. This set of sayings is very close to the most common fights between gods' power grabs. As if he had thought of something, Albert sidled up and asked, "Little old me, I'd like to ask what you guys did before the blind woman disappeared. I mean anything other than a sport between the two. Ever?" Chu Feng nodded. "She's hurt and needs me to heal her." Albert grabbed Chu Feng's shoulder and, "I told her that Kure was the priest, but she told me that it was fate. Which chose me?" Albert slowly loosened his hand. "Fate. Fate has chosen you. I seem to know something." Albert pulled out the 2 guns that had been undrawn and stuck in his waistband. Chu Feng looked at him with a frown. "What are you doing?" "Watch this, little old me. Next up is my brother's part of the show. If I fail, it will be by fate. But if I succeed, the rules are within my grasp." Albert had a pleasant look on his face and seemed to be enjoying what was going to happen next. "You know how to do it?" Sikong Yuer asked curiously. "Know a little, but not much, but I can't tell you yet." "Little sister." Albert turned and leapt, laughing. "I, for one, hate to use my head. But for now, I don't blame the coyote pups or the robots, because there are some things that can only be said." Veritas looked excited. Before Veritas could utter his next sentence, a bullet with the aura of death passed through his skull, making a booming sound the moment it touched. The great bard's head exploded, killing him instantly. The tavern erupted in shrieks and the scene became chaotic all of a sudden. Albert kicked the headless body out of the way and stood where Vitas had previously been and said in a loud voice, all right, silence, silence. Perhaps you're wondering why a man suddenly fell out of the sky and took out your favorite troubadour. Mr. Veritas. But a lot of things, he just doesn't make sense. Like this moment in general. I know you still have a lot of questions, a lot of worries, and that's okay, I'll set you free. Albert fired a shot into the air. The roof of the tavern was completely tipped over. He fired another shot downward, the bullet spreading into a deep, dark hole. The bullets that went up and down suddenly flew backward and landed beside Albert. Albert's hand holding the pistol nodded at his head, signaling to Chu Feng. With that, his body was completely annihilated. Brother Tay turned out to be Annihilation, hunter, deadly hunter, Sikong Yuer looked around the area that was reduced to nothingness and said with a smile, "Now, it's just the two of us. Won't you do something about it?" Chapter 29 Pleasure to be pleasured. Doing what? You don't seem the least bit worried about getting out of here? With the tavern as the center, half of the city almost completely disappeared in Chu Feng's eyes. Not bad for a planetary level, annihilation, power. There's still you. Sikong Yuer reached out and grabbed Chu Feng's arm, guiding him to place his hand on his chest. She licked her lips and gave a look that she thought was flirtatious. "I haven't tried it yet. Posting up with someone inside a recruitment trial. You were so good last night, why don't you let me try?" Chu Feng pinched the Xiaolong Bao in his hand, and Sikong Yuer said with enjoyment, "Well, yes, that's it." He glanced at the posturing Sikong Yuer and let out a light laugh. "You're starting to rush." Sikong Yuer's cunning eyes carried a hint of panic. "You've thought of that too, haven't you? Seeing Albert practicing the will of annihilation, so you know what you have to do." Albert didn't choose to break the rules. Quite the contrary. He chose to follow the rules, to carry out the will of annihilation, to banish the city into the void of annihilation. This way you don't have to gamble on the boundaries of the rules, and it's relatively safer. The fact that the tavern disappeared while the two of us were safe from each other is a sideways confirmation that we can still survive as long as we follow the rules. And you, my teammate, I'm the only one left now. So if I were to leave any further ahead of you, there would be no way to release any of your pathetic pleasure power. Chu Feng grabbed her and pressed her step by step. Sikong Yuer was unable to retreat, and the smile on her face gradually tightened. "It's this time of the year, and you're still only thinking about yourself, not caring about the deaths of your teammates. Sister Yuer, you're really selfish." Seeing that her calculations were defeated, Sikong Yuer changed her face anew. "Darling little brother is really joking. How could I just abuse the power of pleasure?" Chu Feng gave a forceful tug, and Sikong Yuer let out a cry in pain, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. You really don't know how to be compassionate." The moment she said those words, Sikong Yuer remembered Chu Feng from last night. That's it. If he knew how to do that, he wouldn't be frantically tossing people around all night. "This is just a small punishment for your selfish behavior," Chu Feng said indifferently. "If you want to leave alive, you have to listen to me from now on." Sikong Yuer's eyes were misty with tears. "So what do you think we should do?" Sikong Yuer became honest. However, Chu Feng knew that this woman did not know what bad thoughts she was plotting in her heart. In order to avoid any more changes, he pressed Sikong Yuer's head. "Listen, I'm going to ask you now to recall a past event buried deep in your memory, and you must accept it with all your heart. If you resist even slightly, both of us will fail, which could result in harm from flouting the rules." Sikong Yuer also saw through Chu Feng's calculations. As a past recaller, he wanted to achieve the goal of following the rules by implanting memories. "What about yourself?" He succeeded. What should he do? "Don't worry, I'm not as bad as you are, and within memory, I'll let you finish practicing pleasure." "No, I can't. I don't believe me, do you?" Chu Feng lightly laughed. "You have no choice. Either I'll kill you and I'll figure it out on my own, or I'll cooperate and bet I'll give you a chance to live." Sikong Yuer was still hesitating. Chu Feng slightly revealed a trace of divine power, masking the abundance aura. "It seems like I forgot to tell you about my God's Path realm when I introduced it. Once again, I'd like to meet you, Sister Luna, recollector of the past, darling, high planetary rank, under the absolute power suppression." Sikong Yuer was instantly honest. Even though this was equivalent to handing over one's life and death to someone else, Sikong Yuer had to do it for that glimmer of life. Seeing Sikong Yuer, who had given up her resistance, Chu Feng was slightly relieved. But where a third person was present, Chu Feng would not dare to swindle her like that. The slightest mistake will wear off. It was only because Chu Feng knew her so well that he dared to go so far. Chu Feng turned the deck upside down, and the power belonging to time rushed out. Time and memory. The phases of the two are actually extremely close. The past and the future are shadowed by both. This was also the reason why Chu Feng played up without being discovered. If there was an actual combat scenario, though, the difference in skills between the two would immediately reveal who he actually was. Sikong Yuer closed her eyes and emptied her brain. A flood of memories swept her mind and body completely. Hey, wake up, wake up! Sikong slowly opened her eyes. In front of her, an elfin maiden with a stance as lithe as a falling flower petal was looking down at her with her arms crossed. Sikong gradually came to her senses. She got a good look at the elf maiden. A head of long hair as dazzling as the sun, softly hanging down to the waist, a few strands of hair in the breeze gently dancing, skin as white as snow, delicate as if blowing. She wore a pale green sari embellished with countless tiny crystals, and carried a long green bow on her back. His bare feet were slightly suspended in the air, and when he saw that he had woken up, he flicked his feet and flew to a trio of people who were not far away. Master, she's awake, is it, Vierna? Sikong remembered. This was the first time he, himself, had met Chu Feng. He defeated thousands of galactic pirates to save himself. Even though the rescue was only because he had taken his mother's bounty, the scene was still deeply imprinted in her mind. Sikong rubbed her head and got up to look at Chu Feng's side to thank him. Thank you for saving me. At this moment, Chu Feng was wearing the exclusive costume of a guardian knight and was holding a broad-bladed greatsword in his hand. He was on his side with a permanent smile at the corner of his mouth. It's okay, I should do it. The moment he said those words, Chu Feng did not even look back. In his eyes, there was only Lu Ruxue, who already had a head full of silver hair, the lovely and well-behaved Vierna, and his childhood friend Su Xian. Vierna, send her to the galactic flyer. It's time for us to go to her mother for the payment she deserves. After returning to their mother's territory and receiving their payment, the four of them turned around and left. Sikong remembered. Since the beginning, Chu Feng had never looked at her squarely. So all of this was just wishful thinking? When did I start hating Chu Feng? Yes, that's right, right now. I'm in love with the man who came from the sky to save himself, and hate him with a passion from the moment he started treating me only as a commodity to be traded. What have I done to get back at you? Sikong covered her head and fell to her knees. Pieces of memory began to flash back over and over. She faked a chance encounter and tried to join Chu Feng's team. She secretly drugged and tricked Chu Feng into taking her body. She takes advantage of Chu Feng's bearing and brainwashes him with all sorts of PUA, only to become even more cynical when she fails. Their journey went further and further. One by one, women with various agendas joined them. Finally, she could no longer endure this feeling of sharing Chu Feng with others. Selfishness sprouts terrible ideas. Further on, confusing fragments of memories overlapped, making it impossible for her to distinguish between illusion and reality any longer. Sikong awoke with a jolt. She gasped loudly and stared dead at Darling. No, Chu Feng, in front of her. It's been a long time, Moon. Last time you failed to kill me. This time, it's my turn to kill you. After saying that, Chu Feng reached out and ruthlessly pinched her neck. I'm sorry, Chu Feng, Stuart Moon confessed, screamed, and struggled. When she came back to her senses, she realized that it was her own hand that was choking her. The person in front of him was also not Chu Feng at all, but Darling, the one who remembers him. Is he your big brother? Chu Feng scoffed. Would it be too late to remember to apologize before dying? You, stay back. Who the hell are you? Sikong stepped back in fear. Chu Feng laughed out loud. I didn't expect you to be able to bring your memories into reality. Am I too high on you, Sister Yuer? Memory? Reality? Situ Yuer's face was ugly. Where is there any Chu Feng? In front of himself, has always been the Darling who wears a mask. Alright, let's go. Chu Feng's words caused Sikong to freeze. Where to? Of course it's out of here. Don't you see? You've already passed the rules trial? Situ touched her body, but realized that she hadn't grabbed anything. By the time she raised her head, her entire body disappeared in front of Chu Feng. Chapter 30, Order? Roar. Sikong mind was blank, dazed and confused and just passed, but remembering that you, a joyful believer, have instead become the butt of other people's jokes is just as hard as eating sure. Wait, happy. Being a believer in pleasure. I became someone else's pleasure. How is this not a kind of breaking of rules? It's hard to believe that Darling had anticipated this. No, it won't. How could he know my memories? Chu Feng. Sikong murmured in a voice that no one could hear. Am I really wrong? At this moment, a familiar voice pulled Situ back to reality. Yo, our Yuer's sister. It seems like she still hasn't come to her senses from the last level of the trial. Sikong looked over at the sound. Albert was sitting by the tea house, waving at her, sitting in a circle with Red, Corey and 91. Sikong shook her little head. Cheer up, Moon. You used to be a slave god level existence under one person at Joy. It's a little thing that can't hold you back at all. Sikong once again put on that familiar smiling face and walked towards the four people with a bounce. Uncle, didn't you hate their desertion with a passion? Why are you sitting together again? Albert glared at her. What do you know, you girl? This is all a test. He took a habitual puff on his own unfailing cigar and asked, where's the man? Who knows? He got hit with my pleasure, power, and I broke the rules to get out. Si Kong Yuer said with a stiff upper lip. Little sister. This is you being unkind. I remember he is a memory warlock. How can his memory take effect without the assistance of others? Albert still likes Darren quite a bit. There was some grumbling about Si Kong Yuer escaping alone. Jussie, how dare you say that? If you hadn't used the power of annihilation to make Giant Wood City a shambles, would I have made a move on my teammates? Si Kong Yuer snorted back. Albert coughed several times. So it was my pot. My fault, my fault. His eyes glanced aside to Red. Hey, your temporary concubine seems to be mailing it. How come you don't feel anything? Red moved his sheath. Seeing the skillful movement, Albert put away his somewhat indebted mouth. Fine, fine. I won't tell. But Red spoke up on a rare occasion. He'll be fine. 91 also nodded silently. Between us, other than the way Karinai completed the trial was unintentional. Everyone else who was able to get out of it had more or less something to do with that recollector of the past. The silent werewolf was suddenly a little embarrassed. I was merely rescuing a few local residents in the plaza when I somehow teleported here. Karinai's death made me speculate about the rules, but I can't be sure yet. 91 continued. It was past recollector who implanted his speculation in his memory. So I unleashed my master performer's ability to make my emotion begin to fluctuate violently. Whether I follow the rules or break them, I have a chance to leave. In the end, I got what I wanted. And that recollector of the past probably surmised the details of the correct way to leave from my departure. Albert said with a bit of a headache, besides I'm going to grow a brain. But the robot was right. After you left, he analyzed the way we left. Albert looked at Red again. How did you get out? I actively chose destiny. Albert nodded understandingly. Is that why you were at all night? The red hand rose and Albert's precious cigar was cut off along with the brim of his cowboy leather hat. Si Kong Yuera snickered. Uncle is good at everything. Just a little bit poor-mouthed. If that's the case, then Miss Yuera's appearance shouldn't be as simple as you say. Right, Mr. 91 machine? If anything, Mr. Memory is no fool to let you leave and then stay there alone. Si Kong Yuera's small face stiffened. Then he gritted his teeth and said, I've been tricked by him, broken my defense. And as a believer of joy, I'd become a clown. That's always good. Albert laughed at that. 91. Who is a robot? Suddenly goes belly up. That's right. He gulped down a cup of black crude oil that didn't quite look like anyone else's cup. War, there is no war. Emotions, will not be emotions. Destiny, determines destiny. Annihilation, actively annihilates. Joy, is countered by joy. And in what way will our Mr. Recollector of the past, appear? Trial of enlistment, Night of Utopia, annihilation, in progress. Phase 1 trial objective, rule, limited time, unlimited. Objective completed. Reward, level 5 heavenly crystal coin x8. 1 planetary level general skill. Phase 2 trial objective, search, limited time, 48 hours. Current teammates in match. 5/6. Giant Wood City. Inside the tavern. In an annihilated environment. Chu Feng watched as Si Kong Yuer disappeared into his eyes. Pleasure, is it? Don't worry. There will be plenty of pleasure for you in the future. Chu Feng stared at the unseen space below and silently said, finally, this group of teammates have been dispatched. It's time to do some business. He ignored the change in circumstances and leapt. After falling for an unknown amount of time, Chu Feng saw a headless body suspended in the air. Judging from the clothing worn, it was certain that it was the Bard Vitus. And having arrived here, Chu Feng's body that had been descending was finally able to stop. Although his feet were empty, Chu Feng could clearly step on something touchable but invisible. Get up. Don't play dead. The headless Veritas slowly climbed to his feet. He felt around as the blasted flesh and blood coalesced a little until a complete head appeared in Veritas' hand. Should I call you, Order? Or, Roar? Mr. Veritas. The head held in Vita's hand spoke. Little one, are you mistaken? There is no order here, much less roar. Of course I know there is no he here, but as his will, is there nothing you wish to say? Chu Feng smiled and said, at the very least, the last words before the fall. I can fulfill them on behalf of 4. Veritas put his head back above his neck. I can't understand what you're saying. Really, if I didn't understand it, I wouldn't have put my brain back in. Chu Feng said succinctly. Next, you will die under the depredations of order, emotion, and annihilation. But his depredations are also your only chance of survival. How about it? Are you interested in cooperating? Chapter 31, Truth and Lies. The god of old days, Roar, counts as one of the last of the old gods. He founded the unfallen kingdom of Hiddle. and stood on top of the Star of War, Manhwa. The War Star at this time actually had another name, the Howling Star of Fury Abyssal Roar. Very early on, when he was still learning knowledge at the academy and hadn't taken the step of enlisting in the trial, Han Xingxia had studied about why the old gods before the gods had fallen. However, due to Blue Star's incomplete body of knowledge, only one conclusion was reached, and that was that the authority to take control was lost. The first step to becoming a god is to possess divinity, which is equivalent to a cornerstone. When divinity is taken away and the cornerstone collapses, the godhead naturally falls into disintegration. Although the god of old became god early, his authority was quite mixed and not as specialized as the new god. Once Order found a way to go further, the gods followed suit, and the old gods began to fall off the pedestal one by one. Veritas was silent. Chu Feng's words deeply provoked the long-buried thorn within him. Why don't you say anything? Is it because you're thinking that I, a mere mortal, am worthy of talking about this matter? Chu Feng once again took out that strand of divinity. This time, he didn't hide the abundance aura, the divinity that my lord, Pale Emerald, gifted to me before he was wiped out by abundance. Seeing this, do you still think you can rely on dividing your will and escape? Vitus whispered. Pale, the one that was assimilated by Bountiful 300 years ago? As a fellow god of the olden days, you do know the name of my lord, Aogiri. Chu Feng laughed. Why not walk the same path as my lord? Pale, can I take that as an invitation? Veritas said with a meaningful expression. It's too much of an invitation to say. Chu Feng said, if you join, then we are allies who watch over each other. Vitus was always interested. How is it going to be done? It's very simple. You are now a remnant of will separated from Roar, and this part possesses the power of Order. Divine natures have a mutual attraction to each other. Before Order comes to you, hand over Order's divine nature to me. Vita's anger instantly surged when he heard the rude request made by Chu Feng. You call that easy? You don't have a choice. Veritas. Saying that, Chu Feng threw out all 13 cards in his hand, and the rapidly rotating cards combined to form a round of Gate of Time. Inside the door, Order approached the two shortly after their conversation ended. Two sets of endings are presented within the Doors of Time, respectively. This is what happens to Veritas when he agrees to the invitation and when he declines it. Vitas, who had agreed to the invitation, escaped the assimilation of Order with the help of Chu Feng, and after declining the invitation, it didn't take long for it to be absorbed by Order. Vita's expression changed slightly, and in his eyes, he seemed to be distinguishing between the truth and falsehood displayed by Chu Feng. Is this observation of time? Chu Feng nodded. Time is here. I can't bring it. I can't take it away. I ask myself that I don't have that ability to face Order head on, even if what he comes with is only a tiny portion of remnant soul, but that abundance, divinity, which can embrace all things. I will help you escape the Order. Veritas is still hesitating. Other than that, the abundance's inclusion of all things is indeed able to help him dodge. But, the abundance believers in front of us, are they really trustworthy? Chu Feng saw through Vitas's struggling desire to survive and continued. In order to survive, you discredited Order as much as possible to reduce his influence. But for all of that, it was too late. Vitas clutched the tattered books in his arms, his expression growing menacing. Yeah, it's too late. He indulged his faith too much, leading to where he is today. Haven't made a choice yet? Veritas? Chu Feng wore a disappointed face. Also, what my lord needs are like-minded allies, not timid and cowardly crippled wills that can't even grasp their own existence. On this trip, let's pretend I never came. After saying that, Chu Feng turned around and wanted to leave. Veritas finally moved. That is, as an ally, I suppose I should be entitled to know about Pale Crest's plans? An undetectable smirk showed on Chu Feng's face, but it quickly returned to normal. Sure. He raised his arms and shouted, my lord, Song Chui, will establish the association of the old gods, resurrecting the old gods that have disappeared in the past one by one, and sharing the authority together. As for a dictatorial god like Order, to hell with him. One day, the name of the old divine council will resound throughout the world. Chu Feng's flat tone was tinged with insanity, no different from those die-hard believers. Old days divine council. Veritas muttered. Okay, I promise. Whether it was the pie that Chu Feng had drawn, or the hope of survival he himself saw in the dissipated ending, all of these pushed Vitas to make up his mind. Very well, my lord will be above the temple, awaiting your presence. The divine light of abundance blossomed, and Veritas reverted to his original Order divinity. After the divinities merged, the aura of Order was completely covered by abundance, leaving only a worn-out book that fell into place. Chu Feng bent down to pick it up. Obtained only item, Old Laws of the Howling Star. The old laws of the Howling Star, on the Howling Star. Those who possess this item will equally possess the power of the rule of order. Holy. Seems like you've gotten something of great value. Originally, he had only planned to use this part of Roar's order power to coax Annihilation into joining the old Divine Council, and then use the opportunity to use the abundance, divinity to control him to lift the curse of the Hour of Obscurity for himself. After possessing this thing, the Annihilation power, which was also part of Roar, would definitely be much less wary of itself. In this way, his purpose would be easier to accomplish. I'm sorry, Veritas. Please forgive me for lying to you a little bit about the real events. The matter of Pale Green is true, and the matter of him wanting to establish the olden days Divine Council is also true. The only thing that is false is his believers. The Pale Green, who was suspicious by nature, had absorbed its followers to the bone in order to resist this great power before being assimilated by abundance. The ones who die the fastest are his most loyal followers. If he had been able to leave a way out for himself, perhaps the one who came to you today would most likely have been a true, Old Gods Society, revivalist. Chu Feng bowed toward the place where Veritas had disappeared. There's another little detail that you're overlooking as well. This body of mine, even though it is burdened with the power of time, observe, the gods, it's still a bit too young. Perhaps it's the abundance, divinity that has caused you to overlook my own realm of the divine path. Or perhaps, it's the fact that you're thirsty to live. Chu Feng opened the Howling Star of Wrath's old laws and let out a light laugh. I thought that I had dished it out, leaving the identity of the recollector of the past in the hearts of Albert and the five of them, and then using the power of time, which naturally is considered to be breaking the rules. But now, things are getting easier. Chu Feng wrote the word disarm on the book, and his body immediately disintegrated. Chapter 32, Unexpected. Trial of Enlistment, Night of Utopia, Annihilation, in progress. Phase 2 Trial Objective, Search, Limited Time, 48 hours. Current teammates in match. 5/6. Successful match, 5/6. As the waiting mechanism ended, the five rubbed their heads when they saw the prompt. Mother ********* ing hell, to hell with it. Brother, I've matched so many games. I've never seen a trial that opened with 5 people. Albert relit his half-empty cigar, took a couple puffs and said, can any of you answer my question? Darling little brother is dead? Out of the 5 people, only Si Kong Yuer was smiling, standing in her shoes. Chu Feng's death was, good like, open the champagne. After all, it's the only thing that equates to no one pleasuring her. But Red's words made her wilt. No, my destiny thread with him is still unbroken. 91 said, the goal of the second stage of the trial is finding, and Mr. Memorizer has strangely disappeared. So perhaps the goal of the second stage of the trial is for us to find him. Kuray shook his head. Strange. I've never seen a conscription trial that would have us supporting each other. Not having the Oracle kill each other ahead of time is a gift to us. Whether it's out of the goal of the trial or Mr. Memory himself. He's the one who helped us get through the first stage. And this time, it's our turn to help out. 91 looked at the traffic line street. But speaking of trial objectives, have you noticed that we are now in a different time phase than the giant wooden city we were previously in? Albert took a closer look and didn't notice any difference. And that shows? Because of the emotions. All the people in the giant wooden city where they were previously located had lost their adventurous spirit, but their faith was unwavering and their emotions were high. But now it's changed. A dead weight. 91 continues to throw out his insights. After coming into contact with that bard Veritas, I probably know the name of that god of old. His followers, who like to vilify other gods without proclaiming themselves. The only one with this odd fetish is that last of the old gods of war, rising roar. The others showed their curiosity. 91 pointed to his brain. History is so vast, so cluttered with piles of information, that it's hard to articulate every part of the correspondence. Thanks to Albert, the annihilation of what was once Giant Wood City is what it is now. Albert held his cigar between his index and middle fingers and queried, wait, are you saying that we're still in Megamo? 51 nodded. Not bad. 100 years from now in New Megalopolis to be exact. History has been rewritten by you. Ha! Albert groggily exclaimed. Me? Changed history? Yes. According to the records I know of, the god of the old days, Roar, was supposed to be buried at the hands of Order in Giant Wood City 100 years ago. But now, it seems that because of our appearance, he has found a way to survive. That's something you can confirm with Kuray. Kurenai wasn't very good at history. He thought carefully for a while and said with a frown, memories are starting to deviate. The rise of war was indeed delayed by about 100 years. I mean, does this situation get brought back to the real world? If the real world is altered, then we'll have to get an SSS clearance score at least, right? 51 shook his head. In here you'll perceive it as deviation, but out there, Maybe you'll just think it's normal. The crowd's hearts stuttered. History, always being revised? Si Kong Yuer asked. Who knows? Anyway, our unique way of passing on history in the mechanical clan is unable to detect this. 51 side this is not good. At least not for now. The next trial, if I'm not mistaken. I'm afraid it's very tough. We'd better find Mr. Memory and rendezvous with him as soon as possible. Interesting, this is the first time I've seen an emotion believer seek the help of a memory believer, Albert said with a cigar in his mouth. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Trial of Enlistment, Night of Utopia, Annihilation, in progress. Phase 1 Trial Objective, Rule, Limited Time, Unlimited. Objective completed. Reward, Old Laws of the Howling Star. Phase 2 Trial Objectives, None. Phase 3 Trial Objective, Change, Limited Time, 24 hours. Current teammates in match. 1/6. Successful match, 1/6. Shu Feng looked around, and he was in a large, empty hall. Above the Great Hall, Shu Feng saw a familiar back. You succeeded. Shu Feng. Yeah, Shu Feng, I made it. When the two stood together, their memories merged completely. Howling Star's old laws. This thing has so much backbone that it instantly gives Roar an extra 100 years of life. Shu Feng laughed bitterly. I also didn't expect that breaking the rules with this rule would actually change the history line. If I had known, I would have just destroyed Memory's identity. The unknown is something no one can predict, and I've been blessed by it. Shu Feng said after the order, divinity belonging to the roaring portion disappeared. His emotions took the initiative to find me and asked me to use the abundance divinity to save him. Thus, there was the Wold Divine meeting that you see now. Shu Feng scratched his head. Honestly speaking, the Wold Days Gods Association was just a sudden idea, but I didn't expect it to develop into the exclusive Gods Association of the Undying Kingdom. Hiddle over the course of these 100 years. Is the Annihilation side still unable to communicate? After all, the order and emotion divinities are only tools to assist us in obtaining the Annihilation divinity. If we don't have a way to take it down, the day the trial ends will be the day we die. Shu Feng sighed. The Annihilation of Death has been fighting with the two of order and emotion for nearly 100 years in this Howling Star, for the sake of this divinity, and the war and destruction that should have risen up have both been suppressed. There's another way, to gift these two portions of divinity that are temporarily useless to us to each of his gods, and have them help to truly deal with annihilation. Shu Feng said. No, at least not yet. Once the balance is broken, we'll likely get nothing. Shu Feng rubbed his chin. Come back first. Our teammates are still in the second stage, waiting for us. Shu Feng nodded silently. The mask fell to the floor. Shu Feng took a step down, picked it up, and put it on again. When entering the game, the decision to choose to keep myself, who had mastered time, in the group, and split up with my own doppelganger was indeed the right decision to make. But there was an accident when trading the order and emotion authority held by Roar with his annihilation. After order and emotion disappeared, Roar, in annihilation form, was unprecedentedly powerful in Howling Star. The reason for this was that the Old Days Gods Association became the exclusive Gods Association of Roar, which accidentally consolidated Roar's scattered power of authority in Howling Star. With order and emotion in check, annihilation had no way to take Roar for a while, instead making Roar safe. However, Shu Feng was clear that these were all temporary. Once annihilation really came down completely, Roar would definitely be defeated, and then one's intentions, too, would come to naught. What to do? Shu Feng paced back and forth within the Great Hall. That is, until he looked at the prompted trial target again and his eyes lit up. There's still a chance. Shu Feng gently knocked on Carlsbad, who was sleeping on the back of his hand. Get up and get to work. Chapter 33. Carlsbad resented the interruption. Told you I was digesting. What's the point of calling me out at this time of day? You go and tell Prince Campbell that there is a matter of vital importance to him, and that he should come to me. Cartha sneered. Do you really think I'm a dog at your beck and call? Don't forget, our pact expired long ago. Of course I know. Even the contract between us? We took the initiative to break it. Do I need you to remind me of that? Shu Feng's main body was solidly within this trial for 100 years because of the change in history. He laughed. If you are dissatisfied, you can leave at any time. Within the shadows, without the sensation of the contract, Shu Feng could not see any expression on Carlsbad's face at all. Of course, if you don't want the annihilation divinity, I have no problem with that. Carthus clenched his fists. There it is again. Once the 3-year period was up, Carlsbad was planning to leave. However, Shu Feng used the annihilation divinity as a bargaining chip to harden and change Carlsbad's arrangement. I'm just using it to lift the curse. Use it up and throw it away. You don't even want it here? Come on. You'll be free after you leave the trial. Can I still keep you on a leash? It's just a trial period. How long can it be? At most, stay for 3 or 5 years, and we'll be able to leave. You see, here, being fed with good food and drink, and the divine path realm clicking and surging. What difference does it make if you go back or not? Every time he tried to escape, Carlsbad realized that Chu Feng always found a reason for him to stay. But this time, he chose not to compromise. 100 years. A whole 100 years. How much longer are you going to hold me back? Hey, man, that's not the way to put it. Chu Feng approached Kartha step by step. Your God's path realm has risen from the 3rd rank to the beginning planetary rank. That can't be faked, can it? Apart from not obtaining the annihilation divinity, which of the things I promised you have I not done? If you hadn't run into me, you'd still be picking up those inferior souls on the blue planet, wouldn't you? Did I ever tell you that time is fair? We've spent 100 years in here, but the time outside is a day at most? Carlsbad's breath hitched. Here it comes. Here it comes. Whenever one is about to rebel, the preaching begins. The fatal thing was that the bias itself still thought that Chu Feng had a point. He had long known that Chu Feng had been struck by the divine curse of annihilation and that it would erupt within 3 days. But it was delayed, so it must have been time that had interfered with the changes here. Karthus closed his eyes. Anyway, I won't listen to you this time. Fine, get lost then, Chu Feng said indifferently. Karthus clenched inwardly. What do you want? What do I want? I'm a dying man. What do you think I want to do? Chu Feng laughed. Since Roar refuses to cooperate and still intends to use the power of inheritance to hide, then I have no choice but to let him die with me. Karthus had a look on his face like that. He snorted. Just you? Of course not. Don't forget, I still have teammates, and I have exactly one annihilation believer on my team. Chu Feng looked at the seat high above the Great Hall and said mysteriously, guess, if I send him to step onto the long steps of ascending to God, and go to an audience with the true annihilation, and tell him about everything that has happened here, will he rush here despite everything? As I recall, time and annihilation don't have a bad relationship, and as long as he's willing to pay the price, returning to the 3rd era is nothing more than a matter of faith. Are you crazy? As the son of Shadow, Karthus knew all about the relationship between the gods. He was so frightened by Chu Feng's crazy words that he could barely even maintain his black solid shadow. I'm not crazy, I'm dying. Chu Feng scoffed. If I had pushed you to this point in the first place, tell me, would you have chosen to destroy your divine soul to defy me? Never mind, you don't have to answer. You will. Karthus fell silent. You go, I won't keep you. After all, we've helped each other for the past 100 years. My God's path realm was able to grow from the 1st order to the 9th order without a prayer of faith, and it was not without your help. We're too clear. Karthus refused a little hesitantly, but Chu Feng he had a determined attitude. That made Carlsbad a little less confident. Okay, I'm leaving, but before I go, I have one more question. Ask. Chu Feng did not rebuff. In the beginning, how come you could accurately call my name and guess my ability? It was a question that had been hovering in Carlsbad's mind for 100 years. He could never figure out how a human could do this. You said this thing, I got it out of your head. What did you say? Karthus froze. Chu Feng revealed an intriguing expression. Of course, it was in your last life's brain. Using the purification of abundance, it was extracted little by little, and it took me a lot of work. At that time, you were about to step into the Order Envoy level, but you had to go out of your way to mess with me. A guy with 1 foot in the abundance, God realm. For one of your decayed friends, and I could only. When you say that, it comes back to me that the way you were treated at the time seemed too cruel. But who made us enemies at that moment? Carlsbad's face was horrified. This was a completely different emotion from the fearful emotion of hearing Chu Feng's crazy ideas just now. He's telling the truth. What he said was true. It was no wonder that he, a person of death, destiny, possessed the divinity of abundance in his hands. No wonder he despises the old gods. It's no wonder that the gods were never addressed with respect. Karthus recalled Chu Feng's first words when he saw him now. We meet again. Son of Shadow, Carlsbad, fate really knows how to joke around. He mentioned destiny. He is the man of the future. Q&A session over. Still satisfied? If you're satisfied, please better get the hell away from me. Karthus nodded silently. I know. I'll get Campbell now. Chu Feng looked at Carlsbad's dissipating shadow and smiled knowingly. That's right, Carlsbad, that's my boy. Although the process of making friends with Carlsbad revealed many hidden things, Chu Feng thought that it was all worth it. In these 100 years, Chu Feng had been thinking about the relationship between the gods. Now that I think about it, I was the one who underestimated these gods after all. I'm afraid that the original Age of Divine Burial was also a hoax. Aside from a few that may have actually fallen as gods, the vast majority of gods are definitely still alive. There must be a deeper reason behind it, as to what it was hidden for. Ryoko. Karthus reappeared in the Great Hall with Campbell. Father, Lord Carlsbad said you were looking for me. I wonder what it was about. Chapter 34, Encounter. Looking at Campbell, who was kneeling in front of him, Chu Feng's heart sighed with emotion. When he first discussed with Roar about utilizing the authority belonging to order and emotion to establish the Society of the Old Gods, he was able to find a balance among the three gods by retrieving the scattered divine power by divine will. The Kingdom of the Undying, which had always had no successor, was born in the second year after Roar took control of the Howling Star of Wrath. Campbell was born. Campbell represents new life in Hittite, and he, too, is a new life after despair. The people had expected a great god to be ushered in to guide them, but in recent years, the Supreme Divine Lord, Roar, had begun to change. Campbell, do you know why I was able to become the God Master of the Old God Society? Campbell bowed his head. The priest is the symbol of his father's power, the totem of Hiddle, and the only one who can make his father bow his head. Head down, Chu Feng let out a loud laugh. You are wrong. That was not bowing down on his part, but fear. Fear? Campbell was puzzled. I know you will find this strange. You must be wondering how your father, who is a god, could fear me in my mortal form. It's normal to have questions. Campbell wouldn't dare. No, you should question me, just like you should question your father. Campbell was confused. How is it that today's priest is not quite the same as in the past? You should question why Hiddle has become dead in recent years when it should be thriving. You should question what is the reason for your father, who is the noble master of the Howling Star, to suddenly and hastily cede the position of the Lord of the First Star to you and schedule it for just tomorrow. All the more reason to question whether you will still be you after tomorrow. Campbell pressed his head to the ground in fear. Father, are you trying to say that father he? Chu Feng pointed upwards. There are some words that must not be said outright. You know better than I do in your heart. As far as the current you is concerned, wanting to become the master of the Howling Star is still far from being qualified. So why did he make this decision? I watched you grow up and couldn't bear the thought of you becoming another him, so I decided to stop him. Campbell is not a cutie. He was raised by Chu Feng, who told him a lot about the knowledge among the gods. It also includes the battle between the powers that be, and the current circumstances in which Hitler finds himself. Campbell hesitated for a long time and took a deep breath. Please teach me. Chu Feng took out a photo of himself standing with the 5 Albertans. Bring these men to me. Luckily, I'm in the habit of turning on the camera function. Otherwise, if they were to find a few of them based on their outward descriptions alone, they wouldn't really be able to find them in a short period of time. Remember, move fast, and make sure you do it before your father does anything to them. They are? Campbell still had questions in his mind. What exactly are the several people in the photo? Standing with Fr. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Campbell's expression stared. In the name of the priest. New Giant Wood City. Main Street. A few people were originally energized after Albert said to get cracking, but as soon as I got up, I started to get lost. How to do it and where to do it. A few people were clueless. Where should we go now? This way. 91 pointed northwest of them. You have a clue? Albert was pleasantly surprised. Mr. 91 machine has always given the impression of being more reliable. With him leading the way, it must be no problem. No, I just pointed it out. Albert, off to the side. Red took off the red fluttering belt she was wearing. She opened her eyes, and several people saw her pupil-less, snow-white eyes at once. The tip of the red sheath points in the opposite direction of the 91. There he is. Before the words were out of his mouth, blood flowed from Red's eyes. Red hastily closed her eyes and refastened her fluttering belt. It's a bloody color. Maybe it'll kill someone. The robot shook his head. I almost forgot. There's also the guidance of destiny. Using the power of destiny in the territory of such a god, the backlash shouldn't be small. Hard work. The direction is within the king's city. In that case, let's go. Hey, big robot. Didn't you hear her? It'll kill you. Sikong Yuer shouted. You have to find him. Little sister. Brother is going to criticize you a few times here. We are going through a trial mission, not a house. If you have a better mission guide, brother, I might as well go with you. But if you don't, Albert said lightly, in a change from his usual cheeky manner, just stop being irrational. Sikong Yuer froze. Moon, I advise you to stop being unreasonable. Stop in moderation. Sikong Yuer, have you had enough of this unreasonable behavior? What's wrong with me? Why? In this situation, would I actually think of what Chu Feng once said to me? Albert thought that his tone was too heavy and had confused Sikong Yuer. He coughed lightly several times and said, I mean, Let's hurry up and find little old me before we can proceed to the next step of the, mission. What the heck? Brother hates women. Sikong Yuer collected her excess emotions and bared her teeth. Ha ha ha, you're too funny, uncle. You don't think I'm glassy-eyed? 91 glanced at her and said, hurry up, be late. In the gaps between the exchanges between a few people, the only milkman, Kurenai, had already begun to put various buffs on the crowd, cautiously moving forward. The few people walked step by step almost as fast as they could within the royal city, and during that time, none of them encountered any changes. What the heck? Is this the destiny guide that will kill people? It doesn't look like much to me. Seeing that the whole way was safe, Sikong Yuer skimmed her lips and said, it's not possible that the directions are all pointed in the wrong direction, right? Red said seriously, no. She reached out and pulled, and an invisible thread of destiny extended inside the royal city. We're closer. A sudden wave of panic rose within 91, who was alerting the surrounding area, and he yelled, spread out. The crowd subconsciously scattered in all directions. A monster with a death aura, shaped like a toad but full of shark teeth, appeared out of nowhere. A purple-black liquid splattered where it had bitten. The liquid falls on passing pedestrians and the ground instantly dissolving, leaving huge deep craters of annihilation of the dead. Giant toothed toad? Albert exclaimed. This is a stellar-level monster. A covering barrier unfolded from beneath the feet of the crowd. I thought it was someone, but it turns out to be a bunch of insignificant little bugs. No wonder it only took me to come alone. In the sight of the crowd, a strange man with a pair of scythe-shaped double horns on his head and wrapped in annihilation aura suddenly appeared. Albert grimaced. It's the Annihilation warlock. Void Summoner. Chapter 35, Phantom Dreams. Albert held the gun in his left hand and his right hand over his shoulder, which was bleeding furiously. It was easy to see from the wound that he had taken a shot at himself. He gasped, slightly worthy of being a stellar-level big guy. I got hit in a single glance. Luckily my brother, I was quick with my gun so I didn't have to waste my whole arm. However, this monster's annihilation aura isn't very sufficient. It doesn't look like a pure-blooded goods. When you're bleeding, talk less. Kurenai held a long whip and gave Albert a few hard swipes. Albert grimaced in pain, but the wound on his shoulder was healing as far as the eye could see. It would be nice if Whipman didn't have pain as a permanent negative effect. Lots of words. Kurenai lashed out a few more times, and Albert's wounds healed completely. 51 suddenly thought of something. You just said that the annihilation breath is insufficient? It's rumored that Roar possesses the three divine natures of order, emotion, and annihilation. So it seems that this person isn't a believer of annihilation, but rather a believer of Roar. Albert grinned. No wonder. It's a bastard. After being surprised and figuring out the other party's beliefs, several people's expressions were no longer as flustered as they were a moment ago. At the word bastard, the two-horned monster's emotions were instantly aroused. Is Lord Divine not to be insulted by a bunch of ants like you? The two-horned monster's staff lifted in his hand, and another giant-toothed toad appeared. Space became difficult to dodge under the compression of the two behemoths. The two-horned freak manipulated the two giant-toothed toads to attack frantically, not giving the five a chance to catch their breath. After barely dodging a wave of giant-toothed toads, Albert and 91 exchanged a glance, then said to Red behind them, is there a fate entanglement skill? Red nodded. I'll leave the two giant-toothed toads to you. Help us stall for 3 seconds. Red shook his head. Stellar level. 1. 5 seconds max. There's 1. 5 seconds left to give it to me. Sikong Yuer volunteered. Little sister. Then my life, brother, is in your hands. Don't worry, uncle. I won't let you die. 51 quickly said. I'll simply set up. Later on, Red and you will control the two giant-toothed toads. We'll be responsible for approaching the strange man himself. Kurenai, at this time you hide yourself. You guys aren't worried about him summoning a third one? Kurenai asked after a moment. This person doesn't seem to have strong combat experience, and his emotional control isn't very good. Only at the beginning stellar level. At this stage of his life, he can only summon 2 stellar level monsters at most. Don't think 91 said it lightly, but there was no contempt in his heart. The communication between the several people was but an instant, and the two-horned monster controlled the giant-toothed toad to further compress their space of movement. Poisonous purple and black liquids are even more all over the place. A little carelessness and you'll be hit. There's no time for more. The two men sprinted and ran left and right toward the two-horned monster's main body. The two-horned freak scoffed when he saw Albert and the robot actively charging towards him. I don't know how to die. Albert fired a shot into the sky, and the bullet fell freely, but the trajectory became erratic, making it difficult to figure out the direction of the trajectory. It's now! 91 shouted. Red used his hand as a knife and slashed his palm. Instead of dripping downwards, The blood that flowed out extended into countless micro-invisible filaments. The thin filaments traveled at a rapid pace and soon strung the two giant toothed toads together. Be quick! Red spat out 2 words with difficulty, the blood draining from his face. In a flash of lightning, Albert fired 2 more shots from his right hand, passing through the bullet with the erratic trajectory of the one that had just hit him. The bullets struck by Albert himself became faster. He fired left and right, and as he did so, he shouted, "Prelude to the Necronomicon, echoing Gothic, long river of the annihilated." The bullets split into countless pieces under the enhancement of the talent, and the 2-horned monster grunted coldly. The staff in his hand made a point towards the giant toothed toad, and his huge body crossed in front of him like a meat shield. The overture of dead words, that increases the damage of the annihilation power. The echoing Gothic, that duplicates objects. And the being, the long river of annihilation, that runs through everything. 3S ranked talents. You're really deep. 91 was stunned for a moment by Albert's richness, but he quickly realized that a knife-edge, powerless star hunter like Albert would have a hard time surviving trial after trial if his own skills were not hard enough. But Albert, who was the main attacker, had no mind to answer 91's words. Blind girl. Red clenched her hands and clenched her silver teeth. Fate. Entanglement. The 2-horned freak abruptly realized that his summon, the giant toothed toad, was being yanked aside uncontrollably. Showing off, destiny, in front of me? Waiting for this moment, the 2-horned monster loosened his grip on his staff, and he thrust his hands forward, both arms extending infinitely. Bad. This is a mistake. It's the Annihilation, SS rank talent, Transform Annihilation, which can transform its body at will. Being in a state of transformed annihilation, it can deal a substantial blow to nothingness. After the Fate entanglement is released, the power of Fate will be intertwined with her physical body. At this rate, the blind woman will be in trouble. Albert said in a deep voice, "Robot, do something. If I don't force his form back, my skills will be wasted." The rhythm of the offense was disrupted, making Albert very irritable. 91 then slowly draws a mechanical spine from his back. Softly, calm down. Stabilized by emotion, Albert's irritated heart gradually calmed down. This strange man could see through Red's destiny, and Red naturally saw through his talent as well. There was no panic or fear in Red's emotion at the moment, only confidence. 91 aimed at an angle and threw his spine with force. So trust our teammates. Albert took a deep, knowing breath. He took control of his gunfire and flew to the location where 91 had initiated the attack. The fat bodies of the 2 giant toadstools once again straddled the front of the 2-horned monster, their mouths still spewing out poisonous liquids from time to time. Stinky toad, have you forgotten about my lady's existence? Sikong reached out and flicked her hand over her face, and a half-human, half-fox masquerade appeared on her face. Not to mention, I'm really ignoring her if she doesn't talk. Albert shook his head helplessly when he saw Sikong, who was wearing a mask. This is the sneering lips that was gifted by pleasure. No wonder she has the confidence to resist this stellar-level freak for a moment. 91 surprise, this control of hers, it's aimed at the freak proper. Do it. Since plans change, keep up with the changes. The moment the power of annihilation and the power of fate entwined, the 2-horned monster's state of transformed annihilation was lifted under the influence of sneering lips. A hint of panic finally appeared on the face of the 2-horned monster who was unable to move. The power of the crowd bypassed the giant toothed toad that was fixed in front of them and blasted directly into the 2-horned monster. Unable to resist, the 2-horned monster was beaten to a sieve all over his body and lost his ability to move. The last remaining bit of life breath was taken away by 91's mechanical spine. Albert lies exhausted on the ground. Kure rushed over and gave him 2 lashes, which immediately made him stand up like a bull or a horse. Won't you even let me take a break when it's over? Albert had just finished speaking when a sound similar to a mirror breaking crackled in the crowd's ears. He crouched down in a hurry, reached out, and touched the dotted wafer from the nothingness. Albert muttered, "Oh no. This is Annihilation, Summon. Phantom Dream Butterfly." Chapter 36, 100 Years. Goodbye. The dead, 2-horned monster, staff in hand, stood high in the sky looking down on the crowd with a smirk on his lips. "I take back what I said just now. You mole crickets. A little bit of strength, but it ends here. After all this work, we're actually performing against a summon?" Sikong Yuer's lungs were about to explode. 91 shook his head so, from the very beginning, he was using emotion as a disguise to make me make a wrong judgment. That sudden fluctuation of panicked emotions was also something he put on to confuse my emotional judgment. "I'm sorry, blame me. I missed my only chance just now." Sneering lips, Ben had already found the 2-horned freak's true form through the phantom butterfly's disguise. However, this 2-horned monster intentionally controlled the phantom dream butterfly to reveal its true panic at the last moment. causing the emotion spear that he had condensed with his mechanical spine to make the wrong guide. All of everyone's attacks were unleashed on Phantom Dream Butterfly's body. 91 sighed. I was too arrogant. The believers of the god of the old days have a comprehension of emotions far above mine. Albert scores with a shot to the side of 91's head. The bullet hit his metal skeleton, bouncing off the other side. Idiot, is this the time to talk about this? Hurry up and think of something. The two-horned freak grinned, revealing rows of interlocking, jagged teeth. He bit his fingertip, and the giant-toothed toad suddenly appeared from the ground and took a bite out of 91. 91 gave up resisting, and the large half of the mechanical skeleton was swallowed whole by the giant-toothed toad. It twisted its head quickly and tried to eat the remainder as well. Kurenai flung his long whip around and hooked 91's mechanical head and yanked hard, took his head before his body was devoured. You're hit. The light of purification flashed over 91's head and he snapped out of it. To actually use frustration on me. How can a follower of the god of the olden days be a person with no real-world combat experience if he can survive until now? I was affected by him at the beginning of the encounter. There's no need to think about it so much, and we have no hope of flipping it. Kurenai transformed into his wolf form and bit 91's head in his mouth. It's a good idea to run one. Run? None of you can run. The venom from the mouth of the giant-toothed toad was like rain, spraying everywhere around it, sealing off almost all the paths of retreat in 3 or 2 hits. Look out! A puddle of viscous purple-black venom fell from the sky, and Sikong Yuer had nowhere to hide as Albert jumped up from the side and knocked her out. He himself, on the other hand, had his entire left side of his body corroded clean of flesh and blood as a result of the venom he had been exposed to. Red blocked in front of Kure. The only chance? Run towards the king's city. Leave this place to me to hold back. Red drew the long sword she had long held in her hand, and the red fluttering ribbon over her eyes was thrown somewhere. With just one slash, the threads of fate of the two-horned freak and the giant-toothed toad were disrupted and entangled together. Red controlled his opponent in place and couldn't move. Miracle blade. Kurenai came to his senses. He stepped forward and ran towards the royal city. But when he ran for a while, he realized that he was still not far from Red, and his heart sank to the bottom. There are knots. 91 helplessly. All of it is under the control of the other side. Only Red's body paled in flesh, until her blue hair turned completely white, shaking like a withered husk. Fate, after all, cannot resist reality. Red turned back to Kure with difficulty and closed his eyes. Kure let out a sigh and released his clenched head. Sikong Yuer stared blankly at the scene before her. Uncle's life and death are unknown. Robot only has one head left. Red is backfired by fate. Coyote gives up on survival. What's going on? I come back from the dead and I'm planted here? I'm not willing to. Sikong Yuer wanted to do something, but found that she couldn't stop her hands from trembling. If Chu Feng were here, how good it would be. If it's him, there must be a way to free us. Sikong Yuer closed her eyes as tears flowed uncontrollably. Wouldn't it be right to give up early? After wasting so much time, isn't it still hard to escape death in the end? High above, the two-horned monster caressed his summon and said, "Good baby, give them a hard time." The 2 giant-toothed toads received their master's orders and greedily rushed towards Sikong Yuer, who was still relatively intact. The giant-toothed toad's large mouth had just opened when a force of time and space shot from afar, tearing them into pieces. When the two-horned monster took a closer look, it was a saber engraved with the logo of the Old Days Gods Association. He looked startled. Emotion didn't even catch the perception. What the hell is? Wait a minute. This sword. Samuel, what are you doing setting up the order boundary here? The person who came was none other than the Crown Prince of Hiddle, Prince Campbell, who Chu Feng had commissioned to come. Your Royal Highness, I have been ordered to apprehend thieves who would potentially disrupt the ceremony of your succession. Campbell interrupted him. On whose orders? I don't recall ordering you to handle this kind of thing. Samuel was in a cold sweat. As I recall, Hiddle's Supreme Mobile Preparedness Team has already sworn allegiance to me, right? For you, as a member of it, to act privately without the permission of the chief. I now have reason to suspect that you are using your power for personal gain in an attempt to thwart my succession ceremony, Campbell said coldly. Samuel was not as high and mighty as he had been a moment before. He quickly knelt down. Yes, it was His Majesty's order. He was worried about your safety before ordering me to. Campbell raised his hand in a gesture. You don't have to explain yourself to me. The Old Gods Society will judge you for your sins. Hearing the Old Divine Council, Samuel was horrified. No, Your Highness, I am your most loyal slave. You cannot hand me over to the Old God Society. Your Highness. Campbell didn't bother to hear him and directly threw him into the prison of time with a time banishment. With that, he took out the photos and began to compare the few people in front of him. As he watched, Campbell's brow furrowed gently. How come none of them look like that? Is it not them? Sprawled on the ground, the pudgy Sekonguer seemed to have been immobilized. How was the guy who ruled over their lives and deaths so easily imprisoned by the man in front of him? Listening to the other side. It seems like they're not small. Campbell flicked his finger, and the entirety of what had happened here just now was shown one by one through the time flashback. It turns out that all of them have been seriously injured and are no longer human. The priest was right. Father really did move ahead with the succession ceremony that the priest mentioned. Campbell didn't dare think any deeper. He gently hooked his hand, and the saber that had strangled the two giant-toothed toads returned to his hand. Campbell's sword fell, and the retrospective of time crazily nourished the tattered earth. It didn't take long for everything here to be all back as it was. Contain the people in it. Red touched his blown hand and Kure transformed back into his werewolf form as Albert sat dumbfounded on the ground. 91 The mechanical skeleton below his head regrowing back. As for Sekonguer, she wasn't injured, so naturally there was no change. Time reversal. This is a domain master level, time, talent. 91 looked at the crowd restored to their original appearance and marveled. Although time reversal can't really heal, as long as there's a breath of life left, it can return a person to a moment when they weren't injured. Campbell looked at the sky and said, "Gentlemen, the priest has asked me to find you, and now that time is precious. If you have any questions, please come back with me to the old divine council and bring them up again." Father? The old gods meeting? A few people looked back at each other, then nodded silently. Inside the great hall, Chu Feng sat high above. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile when he saw the 5 people who had followed Campbell back. "Haven't seen you in 100 years. How are a few of you?" Chapter 37, The Strongest Mouth Replacement. Chu Feng slowly walked down the steps. "Almost forgot. You guys aren't like me. 100 years, I'm sure, is probably just the blink of an eye for you." Several of Albert's men wore strange expressions. Sekonguer, on the other hand, had her mouth wide open in disbelief. "What did I see? It was actually Chu Feng. Chu Feng is darling. How? At this time, he's only just succeeded in transferring to a rankless professional. So how could he have been matched with my conscription trial? I even checked with Sister Ryu before opening the trial. Why is that?" Red pointed at Chu Feng and said, "It's him." Albert froze. "Little old me? Watch what you call yourself, stranger." Campbell pointed his sword at him and spoke coldly. Chu Feng waved his hand, signaling that Campbell did not need to get excited. He took out the other face and put it back on his face. "Now you always recognize it, don't you? It's really you." Albert didn't care about Campbell's move. "I say, you haven't been here for 100 years, have you?" "Pretty much. Who made you guys abandon me one by two?" Chu Feng spread his hands and shrugged. Albert smiled sardonically. The voice of the settlement rang in the minds of the crowd. "Trial of enlistment, Night of Utopia, Annihilation, in progress. Phase 2 trial objective, search, limited time, 48 hours, completed. Rewarded, the Land of the Undying, excerpts from the history of Hitler, mutilated. Phase 3 trial objective, change, limited time, 24 hours. Current teammates in match. 1/6. Match successful. 6/6. With the rewards guiding them, the history of Hiddle's change and existence just came into their cognizance. It felt like a ball of cotton wool had been forced into their brains, and then the crowd had been lifted and shaken a few times. 91 looked at Chu Feng and said admiringly, "Mr. Recollector of the past. No, I should call you Mr. Snooper, right? 100 years to establish the unheard of old days divine council. Mr. Snooper is really good at it." Chu Feng smiled. It wasn't hard to tell from the other party's expression that the completion of the second stage of the quest had probably resulted in some historical rewards regarding Hiddle. "Why do you say that?" "It is well known that the god of old, Roar, reigns over parts of order, emotion, and annihilation, and that no one exists in the entirety of Hiddle outside of these 3 faiths," said 91, looking to Campbell. "The power of time that this one possesses is in no way derived from Roar. Rather, you, who have been with him from birth until now, are the one most likely to change his beliefs. Am I right, Mr. Snooper? Not bad for you." 91. Chu Feng pulled Campbell over. "Come, let me introduce to you all. This is the Crown Prince of the Land of the Unfallen, Hiddle, the future ruler of the Society of the Old Gods, and Prince Campbell of Beyond the River of Time. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, it should also be the savior of all of you." The woes of the crowd speak for themselves. Campbell wondered, "Father, what do you mean by beyond time?" Chu Feng did not say anything. 91 immediately read Chu Feng's mind. Speaking for him, he said, "Your Royal Highness, I wonder how much you know about the origins of this priest of yours. The priest is from the future, and he told me a long time ago that it was to save the unfallen kingdom, Hiddle." Campbell said thoughtfully, "Which means you don't actually know anything." 91 shook his head to be precise. We are not from the future, but, rather, towards the past. Campbell didn't quite understand what's the difference between the two, because the past is irreversible. 91 in a mechanical voice. He explained, when I came to this time, I thought it was Albert who changed history, and it is only now that I realize that it was never Albert who changed history, but your priest, also known as our teammate, Mr. Snooper. In more accurate language, it's not so much a change as it is a prolongation of history, but this history, again, doesn't actually exist in any one time period. Campbell had a vague sense that something was wrong, but he dared not open his mouth to interrupt, and listened in silence. When I thought of this, I began to think about another question. What exactly was the basis for Roar to resist the three gods and survive for 100 years? It wasn't until I sensed the power of emotions and the constraints of order in this great hall, and combined it with the process of the establishment of the old divine council, that I guessed that it was the absolute control of authority. But the biggest problem is also here. What remains inside Roar is annihilation. Campbell's breathing was slightly labored. It's true that the authority Father is currently manipulating is annihilation. But what is the connection to all this? Does your highness remember what you said before coming here? In one day, you will pass the succession ceremony and become the absolute controller of the unfallen kingdom, Hiddle. But has it ever occurred to your royal highness that this great ceremony of succession was prepared, not for you, but, rather, for your father himself? By possessing your body and then using the identity of a time believer to survive. For him, this is the only way to escape the changes in history. It was then that Campbell finally understood what the priest had said. All the more reason to question whether you will still be you after tomorrow. Will I ever be me again? So that's what it means. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand that he is him, you are you, and he can never be you in this way. The result that awaits him will only annihilate all and bring this history that shouldn't exist from being reduced to zero. Campbell looked to Chu Feng, asked, Father, you knew this ending all along, didn't you? Of course he knows, but by the look on your face, you don't seem to realize that he used it to lay out a plan to save the people he wanted to save from this history that shouldn't exist. Who? Father? He was so close to his father, must be trying to save him, and it doesn't matter that the person who shouldn't exist in the first place, does it? The one that, Snooper, is trying to save is you, your royal highness. 91 said lightly, your beliefs were changed from the time you were born. You do not belong to this history or any point in time. None of this, however, matters. As long as one believes in time, you can exist at any moment. Campbell looked up in bewilderment. Father, you think I'm doing this for your father? It would be fine if he had more guts. The problem is that he doesn't have the guts. Rather than control your flesh and give up your own divine greatness to live with such thoughts, he cannot live. Chu Feng sighed. After all, you are the adopted son that I raised with my own hands. This mouth-alternating speech made Chu Feng almost not collapse. Without knowing it, it's as if he's really trying to save Campbell. Mr. 91 Machine, I would call you the strongest mouth replacement. Chapter 38, Returning Things to Their Rightful Owners. Of course, it wasn't that Chu Feng hadn't thought about saving Campbell. This has to be under conditions. After all, a dog can get attached after a few years of ownership, let alone after he and Campbell had spent 100 years together. Ranting, this biodad is really deserving of it. Campbell half-kneeled in front of Chu Feng. Father, I know what to do. I'll get ready now. But until then, what should we do with this guy? Saying that, Campbell threw out Samuel, who was imprisoned in the territory of the temporal banishment. Samuel was filled with fear when he saw that the person in front of him was actually Chu Feng. He lay prostrate on the ground. Divine Lord, I don't know what His Royal Highness said to you, but I in no way meant that. Please. Chu Feng pointed at his teammates. See the hateful eyes of my friends? After tomorrow night, nothing here will be the same. Kill him and relieve my friends. No, Lord God, you listen to me. Before Samuel could finish his words, a spear condensed by the power of time pierced him through. It would be better for Campbell himself to take care of such an unfaithful man. Chu Feng nodded. You go for now. In the empty hall, only the 6 of them remained. Chu Feng took one step towards Red. He conjured a red fluttering ribbon out of thin air and gently tied it on for her. You still look better with this tied on. Red sniffed gently, and the smell left from that night actually lingered on it. Her ears couldn't help but redden. Sikon Yuer glared, her heart puffing with anger. Dog boy and girl, shameless as hell. You've consumed too much of your destiny, power. Go rest in the side room. Red nodded gently. As she passed by Chu Feng's left side, Red heard Chu Feng murmur in her ear. Leave the door open for me and remember to wait for me. When Red heard this, his feet moved significantly faster. I don't know if it was accidental or intentional, but Sikon Yuer, who was behind him, happened to be able to hear these words. Asshole. Hooligans. However, from the beginning to the end, Chu Feng's eyes did not fall on her, even for just a moment. Si Kong Yue recalled the final trial of the first stage. That must have been deliberately done by Chu Feng. The funny thing is that one only sees that as a good-natured tease for leaving the first stage. Thinking of this, and comparing it to Chu Feng's attitude towards others, Si Kong Yue felt empty in her heart. This feeling was like not long ago when she was expecting Chu Feng to come to her rescue, but after she really waited until the person who saved her was Chu Feng, she was at a loss. There's one last bad battle tomorrow. Kurenai, you guys go rest too. Kurenai bowed gently. Chu Feng looked at 91 brother. Mr. 91 machine, you guys stay. There's something we need to discuss with you. Ha, brother? What is this nickname? Albert fumbled. Si Kong Yue glanced hatefully at Chu Feng. He actually didn't even bother to call himself by his first name. Albert revealed a meaningful expression when he saw the strange feeling between Chu Feng and Si Kong Yue. When the two left, Albert asked impatiently, little old brother, you and sister Yue, you wouldn't have known each other a long time ago, would you? Chu Feng smiled and did not reply. Only the two of us are left because of our faith? 91 asked. It's just easy to talk to someone as analytical as a robot, without him having to say too much. The other man had an insight into his thoughts. What are your views on tomorrow's battle? Chu Feng asked. Roar is currently in control of some of Annihilation's authority, and in order to defeat him, we must rely on my lord, Annihilation. Albert rubbed his scruffy bearded chin in analysis. In addition to Annihilation, the tattered soul of my lord, Emotion, is also here. So if we can draw his attention, we might have a better chance of winning. 91 said. If possible, it would definitely be best to drag down the remnants of the order left here. The two of them were actually starting to count the gods as you spoke to them. But talk is talk, but no one gets to the point of exactly how to do it. Chu Feng shook his head. In doing so, the best outcome would be for the three gods to die with Roar. Don't forget the third stage of the test. It's change. Know what change means? If history is set in stone, can we really walk out of the science trial unscathed? The two men were deep in thought. After a long time, 91 said, you've been plotting for 100 years, so you must have some arrangement, right? That's natural. Chu Feng nodded his head. There is no problem with your thoughts, but the three gods that are poorly represented here are nothing more than remnants of souls, unable to put pressure on the roar that completes the integration of authority. But suppose, for a moment, you could summon the true god? With Albert and 91 laying the groundwork earlier, it was less deliberate and abrupt to say the solution himself. What do you want to do? An audience. You can do it? The two men's eyes flickered. I'm time, so I'm not going to get into it. Chu Feng said, but I can make you do it. He gestured to come closer. The three exchanged whispers. After hearing what Chu Feng said, Albert and 91 agreed in one breath. Feasible. After settling on a combat strategy, Albert's weariness was getting to his head, and with the robot in tow, the two chose to find a place to rest as well. Not long after, within the Great Hall, once again, only Chu Feng was left alone. He looked off to the far left at the room belonging to Red inside. With that, he coldly walked in the opposite direction. Si Kong Yue was lying on the bed. The battle during the day had consumed a great deal of her spirit, obviously feeling very sleepy, but how could she not fall asleep? It's all because of him. Damn Chu Feng. He'll never leave me alone. What should I do if he comes to my door later? Si Kong Yue suffered from a loss, but just in the moment of her rambling thoughts, the door to the closed floor was pushed open with a bang. Si Kong Yue saw the face of the visitor. She grabbed the covers and hid in the corner of the bed. What do you want? Chu Feng strides forward and comes to the bedside. Bring the stuff. What? What is it? Si Kong Yue was slightly confused. Still playing dumb, are you? Chu Feng lifted the covers and grabbed her by the hand. What the hell are you trying to do to me? You asshole? Chu Feng looked at her in disgust. Do what? You also think too highly of yourself. Chu Feng reached out and violently inserted his hand into Si Kong Yue's body. After a stirring in her body, he finally felt for that abundance, divinity that belonged to him. You can't take away. Si Kong Yue had blood in the corner of her mouth as she powerlessly blocked the way. I just took back what was mine. Chu Feng coldly said. Now that things are returned to their rightful owners, do you have an opinion? Previously, he had not taken the divinity within Su Xian's body because he was afraid of being exposed. But now that there was the cover of the old divine guild, Chu Feng did not need to worry at all. It's something I don't have time to waste time with you on right now. But you're going to tell me right now. What kind of curse did you put on me? Si Kong Yue's weak face froze for a moment. Then she laughed out loud. You're going to pursue me again for what happened in the last life. Chu Feng, you're really a small-minded man. No, you're not a man at all. I'm small-minded? Chu Feng laughed dumbly. And what do you see here? Chu Feng controlled the curse power within his body to release some of it to fall on Sikong Yuer, who immediately let out a wail of excruciating pain. The moment of obscurity, as curse effect, was withdrawn by Chu Feng, and Sikong Yuer's eyes became hollow and lifeless. No, it can't be. Why? The curse has come back with it. Chapter 39. It's only this much pain and you can't handle it? Chu Feng lifted Sikong Yuer's chin. You know, I've suffered this torment every moment of every day for the past 100 years. Sikong Yuer, if I were small-minded, you would have died at my hands in the first stage of the trial. Impossible. You're definitely lying. Yes, you must have used the memory trick like in the first stage. Sikong Yuer looked like she had caught something. Moment of obscurity, as curse breaks out every 3 days. How could you possibly resist it for so long? Fake. All of it. Chu Feng waved the already damaged deathly long light in front of Sikong Yuer. Thanks to you guys, I've already died once. And these 100 years, if I hadn't been favored by time and stalled in real time, I might have really died as you wished. In the midst of this history that no one knows, Chu Feng threw Sikong Yuer aside like trash. Tell me, what was the curse that was used on me that day? When Sikong Yuer saw the words damaged, she believed most of what Chu Feng said. You'll leave me alone and not kill me if I say so? Sikong Yuer shrank into a ball of fear. When did I ever try to kill you? Chu Feng sneered. Killing you would only dirty my hands. Sikong Yuer was half convinced. It's pleasure, divine curse, skinned body. Forbidden pleasure wish. Not memory? Ruoxue Lu told me herself. You still want to lie? I'm not finished. There's memory of the Shakti cycle on Earth. Sikong Yuer, do you think I am not dying fast enough? You put 2 curses on me at once, didn't you? Seeing Chu Feng's ugly face, Sikong Yuer immediately comforted. I only put 2 curses, and there are people who have more than me. Only 2 curses were released? There's more of them? Sikong Yuer, I thank you for your comfort. Chu Feng gasped and laughed. Don't ask, don't tell. Who is this other person you speak of? Is it Shin Sushi or that evil dragon? Sikong Yuer shrunk her neck. Inwardly, I thought, stinky mother dragon. I told you to always joke about me before. Don't blame me this time. Yes, it's Sister Hella, but I don't know exactly what the curse she placed is. Chu Feng's expression was cold. You guys, 1 by 2, were quite united in dealing with me. How come in this kind of thing, each of you are hiding? Sikong Yuer didn't dare to answer. Chu Feng was also too lazy to waste time on this matter. Confirming the curse, Chu Feng refocused his mind on the abundance, divinity in his hand. The thing that made Chu Feng somewhat surprised was that this bit of divinity was actually not that far off from the strand that was raised from Su Xian's body. Let's talk more about divinity. Sikong Yuer's face changed drastically. I don't know anything. Oh, you don't look to me like you don't know. Chu Feng looked at the suddenly flustered Sikong Yuer and said indifferently, tell me all about this plan of yours to arrange for the division of my abundance, divinity. I didn't arrange this. It really wasn't me. Chu Feng, you have to believe me. Sikong Yuer was very scared. However, she was clear that the abundance, divinity had already touched Chu Feng's bottom line. Go ahead. I believe you. Chu Feng also initially thought that the dominant person was Sikong Yuer. However, the divine greatness contained in this abundance, divinity within her body was indeed not very different from the one within Su Xian's body. All belonged to a very small percentage. If she was truly dominant, there was no way she would keep just this much for herself. Mouths can deceive, but divinity does not. Lu Ruoxue, is it really her? No, it shouldn't be either. If she truly possessed most of the abundance, divinity, she would never be so afraid of death. Even if her current God's Path realm was affected and fell a few major stages, with the life force of her own abundance, divinity, carrying through the first few times for her would not be a problem. Having the thinnest skin, Lu Ruoxue asking for her help meant that the other party didn't actually possess much of the abundance, divinity, and it wasn't very useful for her to alleviate the infestation. It's Sister Shen. Once I told Sister Shen that your abundance, divinity is different from other people's, and that every ounce of divinity can be used as a material for sacrifice. Even other gods outside of the life-fate path will gift a large number of items beneficial to their own growth after accepting the offerings of divinity. Chu Feng shook his head. Sikong Yuer, have I ever told you that you are the only one who knows this secret? You're not going to use this to test Shin Sushi to see if I've lied to you, are you? Sikong Yuer's mind was instantly dismantled. Yes, but Sister Shin said that you were lying to me, and that she knew it all along. Then you might want to use your brain again to think about why I'm telling you this? Sikong Yuer's small mouth slightly opened. She tried to remember. Chu Feng, my mother is injured. Help me go see her. Chu Feng, abundance, divinity. Can you spare a bit of it for my mother? We often make leaps and not being around my mother. I will always worry about her safety. Mother is at least the light of the human race. If she is bullied, where will you put your face? I only have this one mother. You can't watch her have her life taken away by God, don't? Really? You're saying that your divinity can make memory give up initiating the divine farewell ceremony against mother? It's so good. You didn't lie to me. Mother did make it through God's farewell unharmed. A secret that only the two of us know? Yeah, it's a secret that belongs to the two of us. Sister Lu doesn't even know about it. Moon is so happy. In the deepest recesses of memory, the conversation between the two seemed like yesterday. Could it be that Shinsushi lied to me? Looking at Chu Feng's disgusted expression, Si Kong Yuer realized it as an afterthought. In order to help his own mother fend off the terrifying divine farewell ceremony, at that time, Chu Feng was willing to help even at the risk of damaging his foundation, and even revealed that sole secret that was exclusively between the two of them. And she herself, because she didn't believe it, turned around and destroyed the only thing between the two by testing the other sisters. Si Kong Yuer, Si Kong Yuer, you squeezed yourself dead center into his life and you're blaming him for having too many women around him. Not only do you not know how to repent, but you blame Chu Feng for your mistakes. What kind of ignorant, hateful woman are you? Our journey, obviously, has been through so much. From the original metropolitan star Manchester, to Pluto encountering death, saving the polar ice star Florenzi, and sending off a ghostly helium star, one of the oldest planets. A leap of faith. When exactly did it start to get stale? Si Kong Yuer's eyes gradually lost focus, and tears kept dripping from around the corners of her eyes. From now on, don't let me see you take half a step out of this room. At the end of tomorrow, if I'm dead, there's no point in you living. If I survive, good luck. Looking at Si Kong Yuer with this appearance, Chu Feng lost interest in really killing her. The blood of such people shouldn't make them stupid too, right? Thinking of this, Chu Feng felt that letting this kind of idiot live would instead be the greatest punishment for her. The door to the room closed again with a bang, as if it had never been opened. Chapter 40, Aging. After leaving Si Kong Yuer's room, Chu Feng walked down the long corridor, silently thinking. This time, a lot of important information was learned from Si Kong Yuer. 2 new curses of the gods. There are at least 3 other unknown curses of the gods at Hellas, as well as Shinsushi's scheming. The curse of the body that receives skin. The wish of forbidden music was a curse that Chu Feng had never heard of before. But since it's a joy curse, it should be the same as all sorrows and happinesses are fixed, and the one that will be affected the most will only be one's own senses, compared to a curse like obscure hour, which kills people if they move. It's kind of mild. The one that gave Chu Feng a headache was Shakura Cycle Earth. The memories always come so unexpectedly. Learning that this curse was on him made Chu Feng uncomfortable, because he couldn't guard against when exactly the curse of memory would break out. It's the unknown that's scarier than a time bomb like obscure moment. One can only survive this trial before making plans. Speaking of the unknown being even more terrifying, I'm afraid that the curse that Hela, the evil dragon, has bestowed upon herself is no better. When he himself saved Titan Superstar and conquered this dragon, he became a household name as a dragon rider. As time progressed, one thing led to another, and one actually became a dragon rider himself. Hela was the biggest and least likely to hide her heart among this group of redheads. Chu Feng really couldn't think of where he had wronged her. Thinking of this, Chu Feng could not help but slap himself. You think you're a turtle, don't you? When someone betrays you, you have to think about whether she's doing something wrong or not. The great grievance seed. It's ridiculous. From Vierna to Suzian, and now Si Kong Yuer. This group of guys who are either stupid or bad. What do I have to think about deeply? Instead of thinking about this, it would be better to think about how to get his abundance, divinity back from this woman. Shinsushi. Shinsushi was different from Chu Feng's other women. She was not befriended by Chu Feng in the midst of his adventures. Rather, they are candidates for marriage with the gods in order to guard the human race. Sadly, Chu Feng thought that he had fallen in love with her over time, but in the end it was just his own wishful thinking. Nowadays, Shinsushi's divine path realm was at least at the stellar level, and if he wanted to go to the divine void star himself, he would need to reach this realm at the very least. Not to mention, the divine race has an old apostle surviving today. Shinsushi was known as the light of the divine race, and there was no possibility of touching her by herself. It seems that this woman, from the beginning, intended to become a god herself. If there hadn't been staggered anchors descending, she would have accomplished at least half of her purpose. Why do you say halfway? Chu Feng's abundance, divinity came from pure life force, and all of this life force is converted from longevity instead. Even if Shinsushi succeeded, it would be impossible for her to obtain pure life force through her divinity in the future. Chu Feng knocked his head. LOL. There is so much to do that you can only take it one step at a time. Walk dozens more steps. This time, Chu Feng came to the door of Red's room. The door to the room was literally half hidden as Chu Feng had prompted. Chu Feng gently walked in. By now Red had removed his clothing, revealing the hideous wound on his back. How did you know I was coming? The threads of destiny between you and me are not only intertwined, but they are even closer. Red, in his time, had tied up his long, cascading blue hair. She turned around, spreading her high ponytail across her chest. In the battle during the day, I was eroded even more by destiny. Red bowed her head slightly. I need you right now. Can't wait? Chu Feng came to the bedside. Well, a faintly inaudible sound came from Red's throat. Chu Feng gently stroked her back. The stinging sensation made Red frown. You can scream if it hurts. Ah. The suppressed pain was released with Chu Feng's permission. Red's delicate face became distorted. I could tell it was torturing her to death. Red, can you tell me your real name? My name is Forgotten Red Leaf. Forgetting the Red Leaf. He forced himself to endure the pain and said, Darling Kuan, that's a fake name too, isn't it? Chu Feng, are you a human from Edo Star? Forgetful River Red Leaf was slightly puzzled. How did Chu Jun know that? Chu Feng's hands began to roam over Red Leaf's body. Because of your body. Forgetful Red Leaf didn't resist. Chokin, seems to like my body? It is only a skin. If I can repay the grace of Chu Jun's treatment, just like that night generally, enjoy it to the fullest. Liking doesn't mean obsession, much less greed. I have my needs in treating you. Of course. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. Just now, it seems to have been said that you took the injuries to your body as an erosion of fate, isn't it? Isn't it? Forgetful Red Leaf looked up. Even though her eyes were closed, Chu Feng could still see the eyes hidden under her eyelids that could not see light, but could see through the heart. Chu Feng did not answer her directly. Did you know that the humans of Edo Star once came out of the blue star? Forgetful Red Leaf gently shook his head. That's right. There shouldn't be many living people in Edo Star now, so you naturally have no way of knowing. Forgetful Red Leaf opened his eyes. Stunned, he looked at Chu Feng. Is Chu Jun a blue star person? Why would you know this? Truth be told, on Edo planet, except for those who are capable of escaping the planet, everyone else is already dead. The whole planet. I'm the only one. There's no need to open your eyes. Just close them. Chu Feng's hand gently crossed her eyes, and the red leaves of the Forgotten River slowly closed. The next treatment will be more painful. I'll try to make you as comfortable as possible. Chu Feng's hand slowly went downward. Strange sensations spread throughout Forgetful Red Leaf's body. The combination of this strange sensation and the tingling in her back made her senses rather less sensitive than they had been earlier. Your injuries are not the result of fate. How could destiny, who treats all his devotees equally, single you out for pain? But I, clearly, felt perhaps Chu Feng was too rough, and the destiny, erosion began to rebel against his treatment. It made Forgetful Red Leaf shout uncontrollably. I apologize for being a bit rude earlier, but it was the only way to briefly excise your connection to him. Forgetful Red Leaf was no longer able to speak. She gently squeezed Chu Feng's hand to show that she understood. In fact, the thing that caused you to look like this now is not fate, rather, the god of old aging, who stole the power of destiny. Chu Feng pinched Forgetful Red Leaf's chin and bit down hard. Abundance, the divinity was spat out by him in a strand and entered the body of Forgetful Red Leaf, as if Chu Feng was inside her. Forgetful Red Leaf was finally able to regain the ability to speak after a brief twitch. She was puzzled. The god of old aging? It's strange, isn't it? How is it possible that the god of the old days still survives in the fifth era in which we live today? But the truth, it is. The red leaf of forgetfulness sensed the erosion disappearing and was very grateful. Don't be too happy. It's only a temporary suppression. He'll be on you again sooner or later. Forgetful Red Leaf shook his head, not happy, but in a moment of despair. You were there. Chu Feng put on her coat for her and tied the floating belt. I planted the anchor point of time in your body, by the way. That way, I'll be able to find your place in the real world later. You don't mind, do you? You're going to help me? Helping you is the same as helping myself. Chu Feng vaguely sensed that. There was a period of destiny, karma with himself in the Forgotten River Red Leaf. Chapter 41, Acting. Forgotten Red Leaf asked, but that's the god of the old days. How could you? Did you say, aging? Chu Feng carefully felt the message that the abundance, divinity transmitted back. That feeling is a sign of impending death. He's just hanging on for dear life. A bold idea sprouted in Chu Feng's mind. Edo Star is within the Galactic Alliance's control, not too far from Blue Star. Forget the Red Leaf side now, Edo. The coordinates have been hidden by the Alliance. I am afraid you. Just wait for me. Chu Feng did not tell her how he would find Edo Star. Forgetful Red Leaf looked at Chu Feng's back past. gradually moving away, and nodded silently. Back in the Great Hall, Chu Feng leaned back in his exclusive seat. The bronze tabletop in front of him held 56 cards upside down. Above one of the blank cards, the word, aging, was slowly engraved. Next to it, were, decay, time, abundance, annihilation, emotion, and, roar. The next day, dusk night, succession to the great ceremony, located in the center, with the image of a tall, powerful and strong man, was the current master of Hiddle, the god of the old days, Roar. Guarding him is the divine favorite, Salak, who was hand-picked by him to take the lead in this succession ceremony. By the will of my lord, I declare the first succession ceremony of Hiddle officially open. With Salak's command, the dignitaries of the entire Hiddle entered. All prostrate themselves on the ground, kneeling and bowing. Chant the prayer and praise, Roar. Salak's voice rang in the crowd's ears. The people of Hiddle are deeply honored. This is the god who favors me, Hiddle, to be able to praise my lord in his presence in my lifetime. May my lord conquer the vastness of the stars and make the name of the unfallen kingdom, Hiddle, resound through the star realm. Roar, mighty name, everlasting. There was a sudden hint of something less harmonious in the sound of the prayer. Grandpa, why doesn't everyone mention the changes that have taken place in recent years as Hiddle has gotten worse and worse? A 13 or 14-year-old beanpole girl, lying on the ground, asked the old man with gray hair beside her. This seemingly ordinary old man is, in reality, the current Hitler Prime Minister Thuram. Old Tulum's expression changed drastically when he heard his granddaughter's words. Hurriedly covering her mouth, "Don't talk nonsense." The young girl broke away from Tulum's hand disgruntled. "I'm not babbling. The number of people who have died over the years is almost as many as those who died when there was a war with the Silver Dragon Kingdom and the Tianlan Kingdom. Is everyone so indifferent to life? You child, didn't I tell you? That's because the other worldly gods are invading now. My lord is fully committed to resisting the coming of the evil god. How can he take care of everything?" Tatum persuaded. Prince Campbell succeeded him, and also my lord, in order to stop being distracted by Hiddle so that he could devote himself to the fight against the evil gods. The young girl pointed at the distance. At the right side of the roar, Chu Feng said, "What about them? Being a divine council of Hiddle, they never put forth any effort. Do they deserve to sit on empty paychecks?" On stage, it so happened that at that moment, Albert beside Chu Feng happened to notice her and was whispering to Chu Feng, "Not to mention, this little girl is quite cute, a bit like you are." In the next moment, Albert froze when he heard the other man's accusation. "Still cute?" Chu Feng scoffed. Okay, I take back what I just said. This girl child, she's not cute at all." Albert spread his hands helplessly. "Say, are you really not going to let them come this time?" 91 said. "Actually, we should have gotten Kore to help. With him we'll still have at least one milk order might show up. And if he comes, I'm afraid that Kurenai, who is a believer in war, will be hung on the judgment rack before he has a chance to breathe." Chu Feng glanced at them. "You guys don't think that this time, you're the ones who are going to go head to head with him, right? Don't say stand together. The greatness of the gods can make you disappear with a single look. Understand. Follow the way you gave me. Step onto the long step of ascension, complete the divine audience, and leave the rest to you." Albert held up his hands. "Being a good toolman is okay. Okay, I'll follow the plan we discussed last night. Their fate, as well as my life and death, is held in the hands of the two of you." Chu Feng brought up the cup filled with tea in front of him and drank it. "Don't fail us." Just as the three exchanged words, the discontented voices of the people below gradually became more numerous because of the young girl's drive. The closed-eyed Roar opened his eyes. He looked toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng slightly raised his hand. "No clamor is allowed in this place." Having been in charge of the old divine council for 100 years, the authority of the order, Chu Feng had used it skillfully. With just a simple sentence, all of the people involved in the questioning of the party honestly fell to the ground. "Oh foolish and ignorant man, whose emotions are most easily provoked by others." With a gentle wave from Chu Feng, Turam's granddaughter arrived in front of her. Her eyes were filled with horror, and she had just lost the condescending and accusatory attitude she had just now. "People of Hiddle, as the olden days divine council, divine lord, I allow you to issue the challenge you just made. Look me in the eye and say it again." She faltered. "Being Hiddle's divine council, but never contributing anything. Oh, why is it that I, together with Roar, have resisted the other worldly gods, and why is it that I have never put forth any effort in your eyes?" Chu Feng smiled and sized her up. "A frog at the bottom of a well. You also presume to talk about the matters of the gods?" At these words, the powerful men of Hiddle in the arena were both shocked and delighted. Divine Lord, and divine? That was the question on all their minds. The confusion in their hearts was cleared when they saw that neither Hiddle's master, Roar, Nor his divine favorite Sarlacc raised a voice of questioning. No wonder. No wonder. I heard that there were 3 incoming otherworldly deities, so it was my lord and the divine lord of the divine council who met the enemy together and repelled the other side. The land of the unfallen is invincible. Hiddle is invincible. My lord and divine lord Sama are invincible. The predicament before us is but a momentary one. As long as we carry through it together with the divine lord, Hiddle, we'll go to the Star Dome. Shufeng patted the young girl's face on account of your commendable courage. This time there will be no punishment. Tell me your name. Maiden. Larera. She was confused for a moment, then excitedly cried out, Lord God, my name is Lyra. Larera settled back into the crowd. The voices of doubt were completely extinguished, and the faith of the powerful became unbreakable at this moment. Albert looked on in disbelief. No, little old me, that's okay? It's the power of order. No wonder you didn't let Karinai come. With the greatness that this divinity contains, he might indeed come to snatch it. 91 sigh. Shufeng then glanced at Roar. This is the last time I'm going to act with you, growls. If you persist, this country will cease to exist. There is a nation only because of my existence. If I am divided, what qualifies these people to be saved? Growl said faintly. Salak, carry on. The divine favorite Salak hastily shouted. Next, by inviting the crown prince of Hiddle, the future glory of the unfallen kingdom, His Highness Campbell to enter. Chapter 42, The Deception of God. Campbell was clad in the king's finery, and was assisted on his right and left by maids of honor. He slowly walked up to Roar. The left fist touches the ground and the right knee drops to one knee. Father. Growl looks at the sky. He's coming. He resisted the urge to tear the soul of his own son to shreds. He knew well that he could not do so for the time being. Less ceremony is bound to attract suspicion. He's just trying to avoid it and doesn't want believers to turn their backs on it. Growling, steps down. With his majesty, to Campbell. He took off the crown from his own head and put it on for Campbell himself. From this day forward, the land of the unfallen will have his new king. The people of Hiddle cheered. New king! The new king! New king! Everything is in order. The rant message drove them crazy. After all, this may be the only chance in this life to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods, especially when this god is the same one that one worships and honors the most. The night, it began to tumble. Same night, same sky. Shufeng could not help but lament. 100 years ago, he was still caught between the petty war between the Silver Dragon Kingdom and the Tianlan Kingdom. In the twinkling of an eye, the battle of the gods has been touched. Get ready, Roar is going to start doing it. The two nodded. Emotions, at this point, were brewing at their peak. Growling, take out the saber of the sand that he has fought with all his life. Campbell, hold it, and I will be with you at all times. Campbell's heart tightened at the words with you, but he didn't dare to show it in the slightest. Father, I will carry this honor, and one day, I will make the name of the land of the undying break through the boundaries of this sky. Growls, putting his hands on his shoulders. The whole thing then turned into a cloud of smoke. I leave it to me to block the other worldly gods, and the tending of Hiddle is in your hands, Campbell. As soon as the sound of Roar fell, Campbell realized that he couldn't move his body. He turned his back on the populace of Hiddle as the crowd kept cheering. Father's purpose is really his own body. He's abandoning Hitler to hide from the otherworldly gods. The priest was right. Campbell slowly closed his eyes. If it was you, surely you could have stopped him, right, Father? By the time he opened up again, the owner of the body had belonged to Roar. Shufeng drank lowly. This is the moment. He rose violently, his body floating in midair. O people of Hiddle, all of you have been deceived by the gods of the otherworld. I have come to my senses. My good friend, Roar, has fallen prisoner to the gods of the otherworld. His Highness has also been taken control of. Stay away from him. The cheering came to an abrupt halt. Everyone was in disbelief. Seeing the new king who was unable to move, the crowd tacitly pulled away. These remarks, if made before, would certainly have brought out accusations against him, and there might even have been a suspicion that he was the usurper. But with the power of the gods that he showed just now, and his tolerance for the people of Hiddle, it's possible again that the gods who actually lost their faith will surely believe in him. 91 couldn't help but marvel. For he, perhaps, is the only one who can save Hiddle now? I am ashamed of Mr. Snooper's tactics. Can't understand all your convolutions. I'm going to have an audience with my lord. Holding a strand of abundance, divinity, Albert chanted in a low voice. All that is seen is ash, all that is touched is illusory, all that is thought is empty, all that is thought is annihilation. The aura of death grew thicker. Seeing that Albert had already begun to initiate an audience, Shufeng said, the other worldly gods are about to descend, you and others, and enter amongst my time and space. Seeing the escape route open, the crowd poured in. Campbell, on the other hand, stood frozen in place, unable to move. Bastard! You actually released the order boundary inside Campbell. Do you realize that he is coming? This will get us killed. He was furious. His eyes were glazed over. And he was no different from a mortal. Of course I know that. And I also know that he can't do anything about you at the moment who has returned to power. Ranting, use your pig brain to think about who it is that has crippled you for another 100 years when you shouldn't have survived? Chu Feng was condescending, completely lacking the attitude of treating a god. However, in order to prevent the situation where you stand still and he can't kill you, I purposely used other means to summon the real annihilation over. You crazy bastard. Roar loudly. You coward. Chu Feng mocked. You do not deserve to be a god. No wonder the gods of the old days died one by one from the plundering of their authority. If they were all goods like you, there would indeed be no need for them to exist. What the hell do you want? What the hell do I want? Have you forgotten our agreement? Then let me refresh your memory. Chu Feng let out a faint smile. I helped you control the authority that belongs to you in the name of the Old Sun Gods Association, so that you do not become weaker due to the clutter of authority, and have told you that the world we are in is a world that does not exist, and that you cannot possibly live. I'll let you reproduce and pass on the power. And one day, when the believers spread across the stars, that will be the moment of your rebirth. But what about you? Look what you've done. Cowardly, evasive, trying to destroy the soul of his own son, living in his shell, preferring to choose to live in an eternal abode, rather than dare to gamble for a greater glory later. I haven't met a few of the gods of old, but you're definitely the trashiest one I've come across. Growl was pointed at and scolded by Chu Feng, but did not dare to return the favor in the slightest. It was because he was clear that what Chu Feng said was the truth. Roar, you have one last chance. Whether you choose to be devoured by the coming annihilation, or actively choose to hand over the divinity of annihilation to me so that I can extol the name of the god of old, Roar, on your behalf. The choice is yours. Growling, silence. He now finally understood why Chu Feng had done that. He himself had been avoiding his questions until now, and after enduring it, decided that he would rather gamble with his life than push himself. Chu Feng could see his hesitant eyes. I didn't let Campbell go the same way. Don't you see why that is? Growl moved slightly. Campbell. Survive? Chu Feng was clear that his change was merely a choice forced upon him with no way back. In addition to him, there are the Hiddler's children who just now hid inside the spacetime. And that is a unique ability that belongs to Campbell. I'm sure he'll rebuild Hiddle. This time. Rant, there was a long silence. I promise. Chu Feng lightly exhaled and relaxed slightly. You should have chosen that long ago. With the abandonment of Roar, the divinity belonging to annihilation finally fell into his hands. Finally I've gotten my hands on this annihilation divinity. Father, our plan. It worked? Campbell's eyes gradually recovered and his body slowly gained control of itself. Well, as soon as Chu Feng opened his mouth, the divine nature within his body actually began to chaotically impact and merge. His face changed dramatically. Is it, growling? Chapter 43, Disappearing Passing Hints. On what basis does he dare to do so? With the fusion of scattered powers, what will he take to face the coming true annihilation? Looking at the roar that was righteously pounding within his body, Chu Feng suddenly understood. You want to use my body to follow me back to the real world? The roar sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Take control of your body so I don't have to wait for those nebulous hours. It's the only chance I have to actually live. And there's no way I'm giving it up. Let's not say that this move by Roar really has the potential to work. The goal of the third phase of the trial is change. All along, the change that Chu Feng had thought in his mind was the change in Hiddle's history. If he could keep that history from being obliterated by the gods, he and Albert and the others would be able to reasonably pass the trial. However, Roar's words gave Chu Feng a new idea. Even if I don't change Hiddle's history, and I only change the existence of Roar, I can open the door to pass the trial? No, you can't simply look at it that way. Roar is the god of Hiddle, and as long as Roar is moved, Hiddle's history will surely change. The effect should be at least the same for me, no matter what direction the change goes. Now that the divinity of annihilation is in my hands, I don't need to look ahead anymore. Chu Feng covered his face, which had become distorted due to the fusion of his divinity, and said, Roar, do you think you've got me? The divinity is all within you. It won't be long before it naturally fuses. Don't forget that it was originally mine. And what if I strip it away? Roar, fearless, you can't do it. You and I have long been closely connected by the existence of the Old Gods Society. I can't do it? Saying that, Chu Feng put on the mask of the heterodyne and split himself in two. The order and emotion stayed within the time doppelganger's body, and the annihilation was obtained by his belief in the decay essence. No way. This time, Roar was truly flustered. And thanks for the reminder. You see, all I have to do is split myself in two. And your calculations, won't they fall flat? Why? Why can you? The voice of Roar gradually became smaller and smaller under the suppression of Abundance's divinity, until his voice fell completely silent. Chu Feng felt that the pulling sensation of the divine nature fusion within his body had also disappeared. He took a long breath. That should put an end to it, shouldn't it? Although Chu Feng was thinking that way, he was still worried in his heart as he was delayed in seeing the pass prompt come through. Was the guess just now wrong? Chu Feng looked at Campbell, who was standing dumbfounded, and said, "Open your time and space gate." The time-space ability he had used not long ago had been the one he had asked Campbell to set up here. "Father? There's no time to explain. Do as I say." While Campbell opened his innate ability, Chu Feng had the doppelganger carrying the order and emotion divinities walk in. At that moment, 91 fell down from the middle of the sky in a sorry state. He casually pieced together the scattered legs on his body and quickly ran over to Chu Feng. "I failed. Emotion didn't accept." Chu Feng shook his head. Chu Feng had considered the possibility of failure when the arrangement was first made, and that was why he had the two of them pray for an audience together on their own initiative. "It's okay, what I need, I already have." Seeing that he had not been able to close the time gate for a long time, Campbell asked in surprise, "Father, what's going on? Why can't I control the time gate anymore?" Chu Feng frowned slightly, and sure enough, the source was still in the roar. The divinity had been completely split from him, but the will was still resisting. Growl. "You don't think that I can't do anything with you like that, do you?" Chu Feng held his breath as a dozen cards flew out in unison. In these 100 years, due to the God's Path realm restriction, Chu Feng had focused all his energy on improving his personal skills. Countless summons appeared one by one from his side. 91 The mute mechanical face looked at Chu Feng with incomparable shock. 9th ranked summoned item, Rotting Creeper. 9th ranked summoned item, Abomination. 9th ranked summoned item, Mutant Undead Servant. 9th ranked summoned item, Headless Horseman. Is this all? A decay summoner? Mr. Snooper, what exactly is your identity? Could it be the Decay's warlock, apocalyptic? 91's brain is about to go down. Can't I believe in all of them? Chu Feng erased the contents within one of the cards and softly recited, "The passage of time, gifted to the inhuman." 91 completely frozen. This is the gift of time? How can you be so double faithful? He had heard of the rumored existence of the abandoned god dissident apprentice from his clan's records. Abandonment of gods, a person who has turned his back on his original god of faith and chosen another god as his new faith. But having a dual faith believer is simply unheard of. How could God allow such a devotee to serve him? The impossibility of it being laid bare before him made 91 a little skeptical. Record. Be sure to record such miracles. The robot's brain was running at a rapid pace, and Chu Feng's every move was filmed by him. Chu Feng's summons briefly possessed the power of time, under the influence of the talent of time. The summons moved in and tried to manually close the time portal. "Father, does this really work?" Moments later, the sight of what was actually happening in front of him broke Campbell's skepticism. It can really be turned off? Chu Feng was not surprised. "It's your father. He can control the time gate from being closed through your body." "Then why don't I feel anything at all?" Campbell wondered. "He can even control your body, let alone this little trick." Chu Feng looked at the time and space gate that was being closed a little bit, but the more he struggles, it rather affirms that what I'm doing must be right. There is only one last gap left in the time portal. Chu Feng could feel Roar's despair. He patted Campbell's shoulder. "Your father didn't do wrong in some ways. The name of Roar will be passed down to you next." This was said both to Campbell and to Growl, who was not yet willing to give up. As expected, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the Roar's will slackened. Chu Feng took advantage of the opportunity to have the summons power up and tighten the last gap. As of this moment, there is no more Roar in this world. Chu Feng frowned slightly. "What's going on?" "Roar's will is gone. I have continued his life in an alternative way and sent him away with my own hands. So why haven't I triggered the conditions for change? I plundered the entirety of Roar and replaced his existence. Do these still belong to the same result in the eyes of Game of Gods?" Chu Feng looked at Campbell beside him. "Or is it that letting Campbell live from this piece of history that shouldn't exist that really changes things?" But 91 sudden words caused Chu Feng to fall into deeper confusion. "I'm picking up the clearance prompt." "No, man, that's not the way to do it, is it? What about me?" Chapter 44, Annihilation Descends, God's Favorite Invitation. It didn't take long for people other than Albert to arrive in front of Chu Feng. "You guys, you all got the pass alert?" Forgetful Redleaf nodded lightly. Sikon Yuer skimmed her lips and turned her head aside, not looking at Chu Feng. For his part, Korinai smiled and said, Thanks to Mr. Peeping Man's blessing, Kurenai's divine path realm has risen another level. My perceptions, which changed dramatically the moment the trial passed, were opened up in a new way. Wait a minute. Cognitive? Change? Could it be that the requirement for a pass is not a change in history, but a change in itself? Chu Feng sized up the others. Forget the red leaf. Her destiny, at this moment of meeting herself, had been changed. Si Kong Yuer. She presumed to use her abundance, divinity to adjust her own original time trajectory, only to be corrected because she encountered me in advance. So how is this not a change? As for Mr. Robot, the unfolding of my destiny just now must have been recorded by him. This fragment, which appended the entire astral realm, was enough to change his stereotype of the gods. So what is my change? Exactly? Chu Feng silently speculated and suddenly remembered the purpose of his trip. What I want to solve most is the threat to my life from obscure moment. But now, Chu Feng could feel that the moment of obscurity within his body was still there. That part of the divinity of annihilation can't be eliminated. No, exactly. This divinity is under some kind of control, not allowing him to eliminate the influence of obscure hour. Getting it but not being able to be used. Only he could do such a thing. Chu Feng looked upwards as a silhouette fell freely downwards. It was not difficult to tell from his gradually growing figure that it was Albert. The moment he was about to hit the ground, the two revolvers in his hands swept frantically into the ground as a cushion to smooth his return to the ground. Little old me. Thanks to you, I have completed my Hajj. From now on, I am one of my Lord's divine favorites. The scruffy-bearded, youth-loving uncle is happy as a 200-pound kid in this moment. Although 91's mechanical face couldn't be seen much, it wasn't hard to imagine how envious and jealous he was at that moment. Ha! You all passed the trial. Why aren't you leaving yet? Are you waiting for me? 91 originally. He wanted to say more, and the annihilation aura above his head made him extremely uncomfortable. Not only him, but the remaining few people also felt a strong sense of oppression. Mr. Snooper, if you have the chance, come to Mechanical Star as a guest. I will certainly extend my hospitality. 91 bowed slightly and then stepped into the portal. The forgetful River Red Leaf approached Chu Feng and whispered in his ear. The next time we meet again, I hope that Chu Jun will address my concubine Red Leaf. A word that brought the two of them closer together again. Star of the Beast King, the Celestial Wolf Clan. If Mr. Snooper ever passes by this place, don't forget that there's still a teammate here who used to work hand in hand to pass the drafting trial. The fact that Kurenai had revealed his identity before his departure showed his trust in Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded slightly. The heart laughed bitterly. The annihilation, high in the sky, was like a hanging sword, making it difficult for him to move. Si Kong Yuer, on the other hand, didn't say a word as she blackened her face and dove headfirst into the portal. Hey, this little girl. She doesn't even say hello. Albert shook his head back and forth. Little old brother. Brother, I'll go ahead as well. Unfortunately, unlike them, I don't have a fixed abode. I'm used to wandering. Next time we run into each other, I hope we're not on opposite sides. Albert obviously got the message from annihilation and slipped away that fast. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Feng and Campbell remained at the scene of the grand ceremony. Annihilation slowly descends. During the god formation ceremony once upon a time, Chu Feng had looked at him. At this time he is exactly the same as he was on that day. Long gray hair fell naturally, and he had a misanthropic face that ignored the world. The naked arms were inscribed with tedious and mysterious runes that extended to his chest. The impenetrable mist of obscurity wound from the base of his neck to the base of his thighs. He casually leaned against the skeleton throne, his bare feet stepping between several black skeletons, and condescendingly looked down at Chu Feng. Campbell was instantly too cold and sweaty to look directly at him. Chu Feng, who had been given a glance by annihilation, finally got rid of his restraints, and he slightly curtsied. Annihilation, Your Excellency. Your Excellency is the honorific title of a junior to a senior. He wasn't a believer in annihilation and was a denizen in Game of Gods, so the title was just right. I have seen you. Not now, not in the past, but in the future. Chu Feng froze for a moment. He was probably talking about a hasty glimpse of himself at his own rite of passage into God. These gods, their intuition is really scary. But annihilation was less of a rack than he thought. Unlike Roar, which is a daily go-go-go, it's more or less tainted with a middle-of-the-road element. With annihilation's words, Chu Feng had no way to pick them up. To say that he remembered wrongly would be to question the greatness of the gods. If he admitted it, annihilation wouldn't be able to explain himself in case he pursued the matter. Solely Chu Feng chose to shut up. Corruption is going to die, so why not become my divine favorite? Chu Feng was startled by annihilation's words, but thinking back to my own guess, decay really did cease to exist at a later date. As for becoming Annihilation's divine favorite, he has no interest whatsoever. Not to mention the fact that Annihilation had as many divine favorites as there were. But anyone with a bit of talent would be given the title of divine favorite by him. It was fine that there were few divine familiars. Everyone was an honored follower of God. But when there are many people, they will feel worthless and will not be able to be admired by other devotees. So there was an internal battle. The believers of Annihilation were the most skilled at internal conflict. And every now and then, they would organize battles over the ranking of the divine favors. The fact that Annihilation would cast a gaze of attention from time to time made his divine favorites even more excited. Just as if they were treating the divine favor competition as a sacred activity of Annihilation. Aside from not being interested, he didn't want to be under the constant attention of Annihilation. Thus, Chu Feng could only stiffly refuse. Oblivion, Your Excellency. My beliefs will never vary from person to person. Even Your Excellency will not be able to sway me. To Chu Feng's surprise, Annihilation did not have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. He nodded slightly. Bring it. Chu Feng sighed. Still can't escape being pillaged. Your Excellency, may I be permitted to make a few requests? Annihilation asks rhetorically. How many? Chu Feng wiped his cold sweat. 3. Just 3? Annihilation, the already misanthropic face becomes even more pronounced. 2. Just 2. Annihilation faintly said. You say. The first one. Can we get him out of the middle of this history that doesn't exist? Chu Feng said as he pointed to Campbell, who had long since fallen to his knees and was panting heavily. That's a time thing. Chu Feng was slightly surprised. With the words, Annihilation, Campbell will definitely be fine. And the people of Hiddle, don't even think about it. They'll die. Chu Feng suddenly thought of that prime minister's granddaughter who dared to rebel against injustice, gritted his teeth, and said, just one. That young girl named Lorella. Say the second. Chu Feng bowed gratefully and continued. The moment of obscurity within me. Annihilation nods gently. Chu Feng let out a long breath. Voluntarily dedicate the divinity of Annihilation. Annihilation casually waved his hand, and in the next second, his entire body disappeared into this space. Chu Feng felt a wave of relief. Tip. Your divine curse, Hour of Obscurity, has been lifted. Your divine curse, Flesh and Blood Divine Dissolution, has been lifted. Annihilation, so generous? Even the corruption, curse of the gods was lifted together? Wait. Chu Feng suddenly perceived that the moment just now seemed to be mixed with the power of corruption. He thought of the party's Annihilation words. Corruption will die. Is it? The death of decay is due to Annihilation? No wonder he wasn't offended by his own rejection. Instead, a hint of appreciation was revealed. So, this is the truth. That look in his eyes before he left was a clear statement. Humph. Trying to escape? Chapter 45. In the same starry sky. We'll meet again. Chu Feng went numb. Is that what you call dodging the first day, but not the 15th? Stage 3 trials, change completed. This trial passes. It's too late to worry about the machinations of Annihilation. It's harvest time. Settlement in progress. Passing score, SS. Hidden achievement, King of the Unfallen Kingdom, Creator of History. Achievement reward, Full Ability Mastery Decay. Get props, Level 4 Tianjin Coin X16. Level 5 Tianjin Coin X7. Universal Currency X4038. Ha? No? That's it? Heavenly crystal coins were considered rare to ordinary people, but to Chu Feng, who possessed the lifespan replacement talent, it was not that important. Cosmic general currency is given quite generously for this one, but it's also something that won't be used for a while. Chu Feng placed his gaze on the rewards of the hidden achievements. Full Ability Mastery, Corruption. With this title, you can comprehend all talents and skills regarding corruption within the current God's Path realm on your own. Note, unique effect. Chu Feng looked at his panel. Chu Feng, male, 18 years old, fate, death, faith, corruption, occupation, dying of the night, Shinto realm, 9th order professional, mental state, excellent, faith camp, orderly evil, force, galactic alliance, gift, longevity instead, exclusive weapon, cards, title, total ability control, corruption, props, skill-related introductions, all gone. In its place was a piece of introduction about all the decay, talents and skills that he, in turn, could use at will, against all odds. How can there be something so counterintuitive? At the end of the passage, Chu Feng was still worried that he would be uncomfortable after all the talents and skills that Hiddle had gotten disappeared, without ever thinking that he could earn such an unbelievable title. Could it be that this is actually a gift from Annihilation? Chu Feng couldn't figure it out, but it's safe to say that the title alone makes this draft trial all worth it. Not to mention, in one fell swoop, he had jumped from a first-ranked professional to a 9th-ranked professional, and he had also relieved himself of the two major headaches of Moment of Obscurity and Flesh and Blood Divinity Dissolution. Perhaps the only thing that's beautiful about this is the SS pass score. Maybe you can do better yourself? For example, not letting Albert have an audience with Annihilation and letting Campbell, as a believer in time, pray 4 times, help to get rid of the obliteration of history? Is there any chance that those sons of Hiddle will survive this? Annihilation, without descending, one would not have gained his attention, and his divinity, one retains? Although the result was a foregone conclusion, it did not prevent Chu Feng from thinking about the possibilities contained therein. Self-reflection is about making better choices next time. Click. The sound of some kind of object breaking brought Chu Feng back to the world in front of him. The skies of the land of the unfallen, Hiddle have begun to crumble and fall. Campbell looked confused. Father, Hiddle's history, is it over? Chu Feng nodded and said, but the chapter that belongs to you has just begun. He didn't tell Campbell about the fact that Hiddle's people, located in the middle of time and space, couldn't live. We will meet again in the future under the same stars. After saying that, Chu Feng was the last to step inside the teleportation door. Star of the Beast King. Within the territory of the Skywolf clan, Corey woke up, obtained the hidden achievement King of the Unfallen Kingdom, participant of history. The sudden prompt froze him slightly, but when he thought about what had happened in the middle of the enlistment trial, he silently smiled. So the one who suppressed the war for 100 years was the era I experienced. Kurenai transformed into his wolf form and ran all the way to the sacrificial hall. Below the great hall lay a huge wolf with a blind left eye, a fierce right eye, white fur, and a body the size of a mountain. Lord Skywolf, please allow me to lead my clan and wage war against the Silverwolf clan. It's you, little neglectful thunder. Haven't seen you in a few days. Seems like you've gained a new understanding of war? Yeah, this time, it's a just war. Kurenai shifted back into his werewolf form before I was worn out by the enlistment trial. Mechanical Star. Inside the Mechanical One's electronic museum. 91 with a glass of fragrant, pure-grade Morag crude in one hand. He fumbled with the electronic museum's conductor rack. Every piece of compiled information touched by a mechanical fingertip is part of history. Until he read a piece of information that related to him. The god of old, Roar, seeks to lead the unfallen kingdom, Hiddle out of the shackles of the planet, and meets up with order, emotion, and annihilation. The struggle for power is brutal. Even though Roar had the help of 3 close friends who didn't belong to this era, it still couldn't escape the doomed defeat. After 100 years, the lingering Hiddle has finally come to the end of the line where it belongs. Obtained the hidden achievement King of the Unfallen Kingdom, a hearer of history. 91 dumbfounded. Is this history? True? False? Or a mixture of both? 91 not so gentlemanly spat. History. You're like a dirty, lowly, stinking whore in all your finery. Some unknown barren planet. The grassy, rocky ground. Albert lay down on it, not feeling the stones pinching behind him at all. He counted the numbers in his wallet in a whisper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another 5 figures? Won't it be possible to spend some time at Gostar's Linger again? But last time I killed a few ungrateful guys there. It seems like my warrant hasn't been lifted for a while now. Why don't we just go to Beast King Star this time? I've heard a lot about the orc lady there, but I've never gotten around to tasting it yet. It just so happens that Kurei is there, and it would be a good choice to have him as my guide. Hidden achievement King of the Unfallen Kingdom, achiever of history. And it's you, little old me. That's pulling my involvement full circle. Albert got up and patted the dust on his body and organized the bullets inside his twin guns. He's always been a do-it-when-you-think-of-it kind of guy. Target, Beast King Star. Little pussies. Brother, here I come. Edo Hoshi, a small fishing village. The black rain fell in a continuous stream. There was a dead silence in the river. Forgetting the red leaf holding up the oil paper umbrella. Quietly talking to the grave in front of him. Granny Oblivion. The knot of my destiny may have to be untied yet. The knot, however, seems to be tightly tied to another object. Him, strange, seemingly obsessed with my skin, but inside, a hot-headed gentleman. You ask me what my feelings are? Our relationship is simple. We are needy people who want each other. Hidden achievement King of the Unfallen Kingdom, the silent one of history. Is that what you think too? Chu Kuan, Galactic Alliance Headquarters. Sikong Yuer returned to her room. The moment the abundance, divinity was taken away by Chu Feng, she lost all her strength. Sikong Yuer, in what state of mind did you say the words you attached to Vierna, clamoring that you could become a god without him? There's too much of a gap between us. Mother is controlled by rebels within the alliance and it will be a long time before she is unlocked. Without the support of divinity, and without Chu Feng's help, do I still have a chance? I'm afraid that before the outbreak of the Galactic War, I will, perhaps, have been obliterated by one conscription trial after another. Having once touched the throne of God, she was not willing to die out. But the feeling of helplessness yanked her downward. Hidden achievement, King of the Unfallen Kingdom, Spectator of History. I'm just a bystander? Fear, oil. Come to think of it, am I really wrong? She silently dialed Ryu Ruoshue's mode of communication. Moon, on that end. Lu Rushue's warm voice rang out. Sister Willow, I seem to be doing a lot of things wrong. Inside the modeled hall, Chu Feng, who was lying on the bronze table, slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 46, The Old Divine Meeting. Here, a former, olden days shrine association, shrine? On the long bronze table, a single card was spread face up. Chu Feng gently tapped it, splattering a large amount of dust. Can't go wrong. He himself had been here for 100 years and remembered every inch of the texture clearly. Even if he had crossed over from the Third Era to the Fifth Era, even if the flood of time had covered this place, he would never forget. Within the dimly lit hall, a ball of blue and a ball of white light landed on Chu Feng's hand. He unfolded it and looked at it. You have acquired, order, divinity. You have acquired, emotional, divinity. This, aside from the portion of divinity that was taken by annihilation, the two portions of divinity that belonged to Roar just appeared in one's hands? Chu Feng cried and laughed. It looked like he had inherited the will of Roar as the divine lord of the old divine council. Rant, I guess I was right to want to control myself back in the real world in the first place. Unfortunately, it all worked out for him. Chu Feng tried, and he was unable to bring both the order and emotion divinities out within the god temple. This was the same as when Chu Feng was in Hiddle. Of course, the inability to bring divinity out of the temple likely had something to do with his own divine path realm as well. If he could reach the pinnacle of the realm lord, he might be able to become an apostle of the corresponding god with this part of his divinity. In the past, Chu Feng would have been ecstatic, but now, he had long since become uninterested in becoming a god's apostle. Chu Feng leaned back in his chair, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop. The appearance of the old days divine council was unexpected and reasonable for him. That day within the trial, when he discovered the aura of aging from within Red Leaf's body, Chu Feng had vaguely sensed that history and reality were entangled by countless invisible threads. Are cause and effect, by fate, reversed? The destinies of the gods of old may have all survived in different forms after I changed the existence of Roar. And, aging, that's a good example. First god of the void, what will your scheming be? Again? As Chu Feng pondered, he unintentionally glanced at the icon in the lower left corner of the panel in the shape of a large hall. He flicked it open to take a look. Shrine, the Old Shinto Society. Rank, LV. 1. Binders, Chu Feng. Degree of dissemination, silence. Divinity value, 37 points. Name of God? Chanting? Listening prayer, 0/1, refreshed daily. God's favorite, 0/2, characteristics. Consume divinity value to resurrect God's favorite. Introduction, the God of the old days, forgotten by history, is reborn in the current world. Every God family member will increase the spread of the Old Gods Association, and when the faith reaches a certain limit, the level of the Old Gods Association can be raised and more privileges can be unlocked. Chu Feng was happy. No matter what fate was plotting, he definitely didn't know that the old divine council had taken his shape. Does this listening prayer look like it mimics the screening that the gods make when believers pray to them? No, it can't be said that it's a parody. Right now he's already considered half a god in terms of having the Old Days Gods Association. However, it is important to consider your god's name and words of praise before choosing to listen. The name of the god Chu Feng had already had an idea. It was called Old Days. As for the words of praise and the prayers of 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 the people, he didn't want to be like decay or annihilation, which were stinky and long, just like tongue twisters. The simpler it has to be, the better. How should one pray to make an impression? Chu Feng thought for a moment and wrote within the panel. The old days are revived. The new gods should be executed. After doing so, Chu Feng attempted to open today's listening prayer. Countless ravings frantically entered his mind from all sides, but the vast majority of it is just nutrient-less, daydreaming talk. It took Chu Feng a long time to get used to the rhythm of prayer. How can we block out these weak voices and hear what the powerful have to say? Just as that thought occurred in Chu Feng's mind, all of those broken prayers disappeared. What appeared before him was the epitome of several masses of light. Chu Feng randomly chose one of them. Above an oceanic land sea, tens of feet of waves surged. That black heavy water, at a glance, was not a mortal object. The long-haired man standing on the boat had eyes like a maniac. O great God of destruction, your loyal servant asks for the bestowal of the embodied thing, and I will repay your gift by destroying all beings. Judging from the aura emanating from the believer, it looked like a boundary lord level recruitment trial. Too bad it's a destructive maniac. Chu Feng scratched away and clicked on the next one. He quickly exited after seeing that it was a believer of annihilation. Who knew if the other party would follow their senses and come straight to his temple? Chu Feng repeatedly chose a few, but he didn't come across any suitable objects. Until in front of them, only the last unviewed light remained. It seems like being a god seems like a fun thing to do. Holding the attitude of watching the show, Chu Feng entered the picture of prayer. It was a planet burning with black flames. On top of one of the highest peaks within that planet, a tall, adult woman whose entire body was wrapped in black flames stood at the top of the mountain holding a black scythe that was even larger than her body. This is the Apostle's breath. At her feet was the body of a young girl with a bloodless face and a body that had long since stiffened. I was immortal yesterday. I am immortal today. I am eternal tomorrow. May I give my body in exchange for my sister's everlasting existence? In praise of abundance. Or the Apostle of Abundance. The one who could not be saved by the Apostle of Abundance. Only the Apostle of Abundance would have the chance to save him. The woman prayed over and over again. But unfortunately, Abundance didn't answer at all. This seemed normal to Chu Feng. Taking the life of an apostle-level believer and exchanging it for a weak young girl was not a good deal by any stretch of the imagination. Chu Feng watched with interest the move of the delusional woman sacrificing her life to herself, which gradually made him recall the person he once was. He had gambled his life to save the redheads, but what he got in return was a vicious curse. Women are persistent. From day to night, she never stopped for a minute. Chu Feng thought about it and gently knocked on the bronze desktop. The praying woman jerked her head up. Praise, abundance. Chu Feng slowly said, I am not abundance, but I will not ignore the prayers of the believers like he does. The woman was, after all, at the apostle level, and immediately heard what was wrong in the words. Other gods never respond to voices outside of faith in themselves, but some gods are rumored to be different, and he is. Does it matter what he is? What if I fall into the abyss only to save my sister? The woman took a deep breath. Lord God, I, Carol, would give my all in exchange for a chance to heal my sister. A simple prayer from within the heart of your humblest servant. A simple prayer indeed. Chu Feng said softly, celebrate my name and serve me. In the next moment, a line of prayer was inscribed in her mind. The old days are revived. The new gods are executed. Carol exclaimed. Just looking at it was deafening. He is. Old days. Chapter 47, Destiny's Desire. Calling themselves, old days. Could it be one of the gods of the olden days, active in the second age? Didn't he no longer exist? This kind of prayer would properly be labeled as a cultist if it were recited in front of believers of other divine faiths. What about the cultists? In order to heal her sister, Carol didn't half hesitate. Even if she became a abandoned God's Fae disciple, she would not hesitate. The old days are revived and the new gods are put to death. Praise the old days. Carol knelt on the ground. Lord God, your faithful servant, Carol, presents herself to you. A gigantic hand condensed from gray mist descended from the sky. The never-ending black flames all burned out the moment they touched the gray mist. Carol was enveloped in divine greatness. In a trance, by the time she regained her sight again, she realized that she had appeared in a large dusty hall. In front of Carol, the image of old days, clad in a black hood and wearing a strange mask that made it impossible to see its true appearance, was presented in front of her. With just one look, Carol's eyes stung and she didn't dare to look directly at the other person again. Chu Feng rested his chin and spoke in a casual tone. Pick a card that matches your identity. Cards? Carol looked toward the long bronze table. Decay, time, emotion, annihilation. All are gods of other destinies. Until Carol saw the name, abundance. She slowly walked over and picked it up. From now on, you are my divine favorite. Of course, you're still an apostle of abundance. Carol froze. God Sama. I don't understand. He had already made up his mind to become a abandoned god dissident. How did he become a believer of two gods instead? Just because you don't mind, doesn't mean abundance won't mind. Chu Feng saw through Carol's mind. Abundance won't know. The usefulness of the cards had already been proven by Chu Feng long ago in the time's alter ego. You shouldn't be fraudulent, should you? Carol finally couldn't help but ask. Because other than this one, she couldn't think of any other god who would be so epileptic. Fraud? Chu Feng laughed. A self-deceiver who only adorns himself with lies and weaves foolish words. How dare he presume to call himself a god? Chu Feng, who was disdainful on the surface, had actually begun to be anxious in his heart, because in his last life, when he first became an apostle, he was played hard by fraud. That's why he holds a grudge against fraud. However, Chu Feng's words also dispelled Carol's doubts. The one in front of her was not a fraud seeking her pleasure. No god would self-denigrate to this extent. If this god who called himself old days wasn't lying, did that mean that he possessed power that was above the gods? Carol bowed, not daring to speak again. You are traveling to the Galactic Alliance from this instant. And when you arrive, I have a matter for you to deal with. Chu Feng looked at the corpse of the young girl that was still lying on the ground at the moment and softly said, as for her, I will hand her over to the divine favorites who are in the Galactic Alliance, Blue Star, for treatment. You sisters will meet yourselves when you have accomplished what I need you to do. Strange feelings lingered in Carol's mind. How is it that this divine lord does not have a high and mighty stance at all? Of course, she was categorically afraid to say these words outright. Carol nodded silently. I'm currently at Black Inferno in Mad Lion, and I still need to go through 6 more leaps to get to Galactic Alliance in Goddess, so I expect to arrive in a month. There's no need to rush. Chu Feng waved her overcome. Carol lowered her body and obediently stood in front of Chu Feng. A wisp of dust-laden mist hovered around Carol, rising until it entered Carol's brow. Carol silently felt the changes within her body. The abundance, divine power that belongs to you seems to have a new boost. One had done nothing but deepen one's comprehension of the abundance, divine path. On top of that, there was an additional unknown, long ago, indescribable power of the gods within. Is this the power of belonging to the old days? Increase in the number of God's favorites. Olden Days Shrine Association God's favorite +1. Divinity value +3. Current God's favorite, 1/2. Current divinity value, 40 points. The original 37 points of divinity value came from Roar's order and emotions, as well as part of the abundance divinity he received from Sikong Yuer. And these 3 new points of divinity value were contributed by Carol, who had not long become an apostle. That is to say, one can strengthen oneself by turning the followers of other gods? One word, absolutely. I've heard that the gods like to plunder each other for power. Sorry, I'm stealing directly from your believers. This feeling gave Chu Feng a kind of superb stolen sensation of exhilaration. The rise in divinity value allowed Chu Feng to roughly understand what the characteristics of a divine favorite meant. Theoretically, as long as the divinity value was enough, he would be able to resurrect his divine dependence indefinitely. From this moment on, the old days will not sink, and you will not die. A tremor ran through Carol's mind. Thank you, Lord God, for your gift. Chu Feng flicked his hand, and when Carol returned to her senses, he had already returned to the peak of the Black Inferno star. The difference was that the sister, sleeping beside her, stayed inside that mysterious hall. Old days, on. Carol shook her head. No, that's not right. The God Sama said that I'm a believer of abundance. Inside the great hall, in front of the long bronze table, Chu Feng quietly looked at the young girl in front of him whose eyes were tightly closed. I'm afraid an ordinary person as stiff as this would have been dead already? Chu Feng placed his hand on the forehead of the young girl. The familiar divine greatness leaped around Chu Feng's fingertips. It's you again. Senility. There is still a residual, abundance, divinity that is suppressing. Well, it is Carol's breath. Unfortunately, Carol didn't know that the authority that aging wielded was not only destiny, but also abundance. Suppressing it with abundance actually fueled the outbreak of aging. But the good thing was that this young girl's situation was different from Red Leaf's. Red Leaf belongs to the active sufferers of being targeted, while she, on the other hand, was purely accidental. Fate seems to be eager for that part of the authority in aging's hands. That day, when Red Leaf asked himself how to find the coordinates of Edostar, he actually had no idea. But today, Carol's presence made everything clear. It's time to get back to reality. Chu Feng got up and looked at the back of his hand. Carlsbad, aren't you leaving yet? Endless Starfield terminals. Campbell, whose face was full of vicissitudes of life, was clad in the battle armor of King Hiddle of the Unfallen Kingdom, and held a huge broad-bladed longsword in his hand as he stepped out of the time gate. The old Divine Council is back in action. The priest has also returned to reality. It's time for us to get going. Lyra, are you ready? Beside Campbell, she, who had long since faded from her young girlhood, softly said, I will always serve Lord God. Chapter 48, What's my business is your business. I didn't give you the divinity of annihilation, as promised. It's me who went back on my word. So if you want, you can choose to leave now. Chu Feng's tone was stale. In the past, hearing this, Carlsbad would have run away without looking back. But now, Karthus cowered in the seal, not saying a word, not daring to play a sound. Chu Feng let out a light laugh. Carlsbad's attitude took a 180 degrees turn. All of this, he expected. Seeing the existence of the old Divine Council, Karthus said that he wouldn't go any further. Even if you die, you'll die on the long bronze table. Chu Feng put away the divine hall. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Oh, since I chose to stay, what happens to me from now on is your business. Aboard the Starship. It had only been 3 days since Chu Feng had entered the trial. The exchange is drawing to a close. It was because this batch of freshmen would soon be opening their first recruitment trial. Wang Tieha's old face was sad. Chu Feng, that little brat. Shang didn't even consult and made the decision to enter the retrospective trial without authorization. Doesn't he realize that the level of danger involved is simply beyond his ability to fight? It really pisses me off. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he was close to swearing. Wang Tieha secretly glanced at Chu Feng's teacher, Lu Ruxue, only to find that the other party was calm and collected. In the past few days, there was not even a trace of emotion on Lu Ruxue's face, as if she did not care about Chu Feng's life and death at all. Cough cough, Teacher Lu, aren't you worried at all about the danger Chu Feng is facing right now? He will emerge unscathed. Lu Ruxue's voice was strong and certain. Behind her were Vierna and Su Zian, who had run back after being driven away. The two felt very guilty when they heard Chu Feng's name. They didn't agree with Lu Ruxue in their hearts. In ordinary days, I must believe Master. But, Master is now in the body of the moment of obscurity that I placed. That is the curse of the gods. The thought of it pained Vierna inwardly. If within the trial, another curse of God also breaks out, Su Zian didn't dare to think further. If anything really happened to Chu Feng, she would definitely not forgive herself. Lu Ruxue looked at the two of them. You too, adjust your mindset. It's the first recruitment trial soon. Sister Willow, teachers. Lu Ruxue sighed and pulled the duo aside. Although I don't know what Chu Feng said to you guys that changed your once firm thoughts, but remember, in this life, without him to cover for you, do not be careless. If you truly feel ashamed of him, then you must live. Only by being alive is there any hope of changing anything. Lu Ruxue was worried that the two silly girls in front of her would not be able to think about it, so she had to open up a few sentences. The two women looked sad and barely nodded in response. But then again, more than them coming back to their hearts, Lu Ruxue believed that it was Chu Feng who had tampered with their memories. It's like that thing that was done to you in the drafting trials. The reason why Lu Ruxue was not worried about Chu Feng falling into danger, thus affecting the relief given to her from the Yi-Death assault. It was because not long ago Si Kongyuer had spoken to her. Si Kongyuer told her everything that happened within the trial. After all, it was Chu Feng. Even if he was burdened with the god's curse, he was still able to take control of everything in the enlistment trial. Fortunately, Si Kongyuer wasn't as stubborn as these two girls. Under his own enlightenment, he gradually realized that all of it was Chu Feng's deliberate arrangement, to make them live with guilt. It's just that. It's been a while since we spoke with Yuer. How come Chu Feng hasn't returned yet? Just as Lu Ruxue thought about it, Chu Feng's figure appeared at the location where he had disappeared 3 days ago. When Vierna and Su Zian saw Chu Feng, there was a light in their eyes. The two were about to go up and greet him when the light of the draft fell. Lu Ruxue nodded gently to the two of them and then walked towards Chu Feng. Wang Tieha still had a dead face just now. When he saw Chu Feng, he immediately rushed over. How's it going? No injuries anywhere? It's not that the old man cares about you. I'm just afraid that you'll be struck by the horrors of the trial when you first start out. Passing score is low does not matter. Alive back is good. Do not look at your transfer trial took SSS. Formal enlistment, well, everyone is so low score. Not to mention that you this active trial than the enlistment trial is much more difficult. See, I told you, everyone's score is low. It's only SS. What? How many? Wang Tieha's mouth was wide open, dumbfounded. As we all know, the official trial is not a fraction of a second harder than the transfer. Not to mention that Chu Feng also chose the even more difficult active recruitment. This SS pass score is even harder than the SSS score for the transfer trial. Dean Wang, have you forgotten my identity? I'm the son of time, just a base. Chu Feng whispered to Wang Tieha. Yeah, almost forgot. This brat's identity is not simple. In that case, it makes sense? Wang Tieha pursued. What order of the divine path realm are you at now? The ninth order professional's words were about to come out of his mouth. Uninvited guests arrive in a hurry. The person who came was none other than the people from the family that Chu Feng had killed dozens of people by him before he entered Hiddle. Chu Feng, do you know what sins you have committed? Sumo's face was unkind, and with that stance of his, he seemed to want to take the conflict from 3 days ago to the next level. Patriarch Su, the competition 3 days ago was revealed long ago. What is your intention in bringing it up again now? Lu Yucheng, who had sent off the new students who were heading to the official recruitment trials, rushed over, and beside him, there were 3 other academy deans. It's just a competition, but to kill so viciously, this person will never be a good person in the future. Today, I'm going to eradicate the poisonous tumor for the human race, so as to avoid the scourge of the entire blue planet. So fond of socking it to me? Chu Feng laughed. Why do I feel that it's because I've killed too few people from my family? It looks like I need to work a little harder to try to silence all of you. Perhaps it's the only way I can stay out of your raucous voices? Chu Feng wasn't just saying that. He lightly snapped his fingers and countless summons appeared from all sides. Flying, running, crawling, and in the water. The starship was instantly surrounded. I've heard that the family loves it when the many bully the few. And as it happens, so do I. All ninth order summons. Just one trial alone made him go from an ordinary professional to a ninth rank professional? Even. He only used the decay ability, leaving all about time. Wang Teha muttered. Which is a human tumor. This heck is simply the light of the human race. Several deans realized that things had become uncomplicated and hurriedly dialed their means of communication, preparing to gather all the teachers who were still teaching within the academy. The family side of the family suddenly realized that things were getting complicated. How could they have never imagined that an ordinary professional would grow to such a level in just a few days? Patriarch Su. What now? Su Mo snorted coldly. It's just some ninth order summons. We have more than a dozen planetary level ones of the primary order here. Do we still need to be afraid of him? Chu Feng felt that this was still not enough. He knocked on the back of his hand. Carlsbad. Didn't you just say well? What's my business? Is your business? Why are you playing dead now? Karthus shook his head silently and had to show himself. After the baptism of the Battle of Hiddle, Karthus's God's Path realm had already reached the middle planetary order. Carlsbad Black Shadow won out. Militant Su Mo was immediately dumbfounded. Once one stepped into the stars and became a planetary level, even if there was only a difference of one rank between the beginner and intermediate ranks, it would be an insurmountable chasm. We are all human beings. There is no need to fight and kill each other. We are all breathing under the same sky. Blastarians. Why make such a mess? Su Mo snorted. I suddenly remembered that the family still has some things to take care of, so I'll leave first. Chapter 49, Divine Casting Crystals. Su Mo just moved a step, and all of Chu Feng's summons surrounded him. Patriarch Su, you come when you want and leave when you want. Do you really think that the Academy's Starship is your living room? Chu Feng blocked his opponent's retreat. Even if I allow it, the 5 deans won't agree. Wang Tieha, Yu Chun Lu, 3 others. You finished with us, but you're going to humiliate us, aren't you? What are you talking about? Little friend. I just want to see if the geniuses of the Academy are really as Dean Wang said. It's really a good thing that you can't say goodbye to a warrior. Su Mo was worthy of being an old bastard who had lived a long time and was capable of bending and stretching. Patriarch Su, that's not what we just said. To the side, the Luo family's family head whispered in his ear. Cut the crap. What was the situation just now and what is it now? Now that there's a conflict, you'll fight that mid-planet level summon? Sumo's expression was grim. That Chu Feng's Academy School origins. When he truly rises, he will definitely be called away by the Academy School. We have to go back now and inform the people above us so they can send someone down. Take advantage of the time that person is trapped to overthrow the Academy sect as soon as possible so that we can unify Blue Star. Chu Feng let out a faint smile. Family Master Su was muttering. Is he not delivering his last words? Su Mo quickly smiled. What do you mean? I just said, it's all a misunderstanding? So it was a misunderstanding. Chu Feng nodded his head. That would be fine. Since it is a misunderstanding, then it would be fine for Housemaster Su to take something out to make amends and apologize, so that my frightened heart can be appeased a little. 5 presidents. It's starting. This guy, he really doesn't know what cheek is at all. Lu Rushua quietly watched the farce. She realized that Chu Feng's personality had completely changed from the day he returned. Su Mo thought of quickly going back to let the people above hurry down to deal with Chu Feng, so he agreed with a smile. This point is indeed my not being an elder. What does little friend want? As long as my Su family has it, feel free to pick and choose. Then I'm welcome. Chu Feng reached out and said, hand over the Divine Casting Crystal Stone. Don't say you left it at home. I know this item. It was carried by Family Master Su. Divine Casting Crystals are special props used to strengthen equipment. It has no grade, but is extremely rare. Although any level of heavenly crystal spinning wheel could be produced, there really weren't many people who had spun this. Even the Chu Feng of his previous life had only obtained 2 of them in his lifetime. Divine Games, there's no such thing as casting equipment. You have to use this stuff if you want to upgrade your equipment. In his previous life, it wasn't until Su Mo was killed that he realized that the other party had such a treasure in their hands. Even if Su Mo did not actively come to trouble him, Chu Feng would still find a way to get his hands on the other party's Divine Casting Crystal. Hearing this, all the others set their eyes on him. Sumo's face changed drastically. How could I possibly own such a treasure? Su Mo tried his best to deny it, but his expression betrayed him. Since there aren't any, forget it, Chu Feng said indifferently. I do not accept apologies other than other items, said the summoner, stupidly. Karthus unleashed the power of Shadow, and seemed ready to send the group to the Shadow Shuttle realm to be slaughtered in the next moment. Suemo finally realized that Chu Feng was moving for real. If I don't give it to him, he's bound to do it. Since he wants it, it's not impossible for me to give it to him. With his current number of trials, there was certainly nothing to the good stuff, and he certainly couldn't afford to use it on low-tier equipment. Might as well do something on it to make it easier to find him later. Anyway, as soon as he dies, the stuff will naturally come back to me again. Suemo thought for a moment and endured the pain. Since little friend likes it, what if I cut it off? He casually tossed the divine casting crystal stone, which everyone was eager for, into Chu Feng's hands. Chu Feng laughed. It is still Patriarch Su who keeps his word. He took out his weapon, cards, and used it immediately. Current equipment cannot be upgraded. Sure enough, this weapon of his was still too counterintuitive. Not being able to use it was also within Chu Feng's expectations. The only thing in his possession that currently dispensed with the divine cast crystals, aside from the cards, was the heterodyne. The only two god-casting crystals in Chu Feng's previous life were used on the heterodyne. Used up. The fascist has succeeded in ascending. The shifter that finished ascending didn't change much except for the rank being raised from 3rd to 6th. One more time and the split can be an extra one. Chu Feng was in no hurry. It's something, after all, that can't be found. Chu Feng was happy, but the expression on Sumo's face across from him was as ugly as eating. He used it, just used it up right in front of me. You just use. But also that gear in place to use the equipment. Sumo's heart was dripping blood, but in his heart he dared not complain. If I show any more malice myself, Chu Feng will definitely slaughter me. He really dares to do that. Suemo wore a false smile on his face as he retreated a little bit backward, surrounded by his summons. Seeing that Chu Feng had no intention of chasing after him, he then dared to take large strides and quickly escape with the people of his family. Wang Tieha redialed his address book. Hello, Mr. Son? Yes. Don't bother coming. It's been taken care of. Just teach your students well. The other deans shook their heads back and forth. Chu Feng, this time, you have offended the family to death. That old man Su is vindictive. He didn't bring any of the family's experts this time, but that won't be the case next time. Recently, it is better to be honest, and when you meet people who are looking for trouble in the family, you should hide far away. Chu Feng smiled. Aren't there still the deans here? If something really happens to me, if ordinary people know about it and think that the academy is too hot to protect its own students, then who would dare to come to the academy to study? Wang Tieha said without a trace of humor. I knew you would say that. Old Wang, why don't you look at it this way, and simply let Chu Feng participate in the recruitment of the Galactic Escort? This is not too good, right? Wang Tieha was a bit hesitant. What's so bad about it? You don't think he's strong enough? Although Chu Feng is only at the 9th rank, and is considered a bit tender in front of that group of planetary-level schoolmates, his summons are different, and when he really encounters danger, he might even be counted on to come to the rescue. Wang Tieha glanced at Lu Yuqing and said in a pretentious manner, he's only gone through one recruitment trial. I'm worried that his lack of experience is dragging your several academies down. It was important to know that the Galactic Guard selection was different from the 6-man recruitment trial, which was a pandemonium trial that every power under the Galactic Alliance would participate in. And it's still in the analog universe. You all know that strength isn't what counts in there. Enlistment experience is. Hey, old Wang, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Taking my words that taunted you before and slapping me in the face, is that it? Wasn't it just that you once said that your academy should be disbanded and give the spot to my academy? As for chirping like a pussy and holding such a grudge? Lu Yuqing was dissatisfied. Jiang Huaning pursed her lips and smiled. Isn't it better for everyone to help each other? Wang Tieha gave a wicked smile. Stroking his chin, he said to Chu Feng, what do you think? Chapter 50, Too Dirty. It's fine. I have no problem with it. The so-called Galactic Escort was actually a recruitment test issued by the Galactic Alliance for all the planetary forces below. Those who pass the test and have met the threshold required by the Alliance can leave their home planet and travel to the Galactic Alliance to become a member of the escort. Compared to earning points to advance out of the Blue Star through the conscription trial by making a solid start in the academy, this was simply a one-step path to heaven. However, this kind of important event is usually attended by the geniuses of the God's Path affiliates. Blue Star has places for 2 groups or 12 people. One set of slots went to the academy and the other belonged to the family. It just so happened that he was going to see Carol in a month, so it wasn't impossible to go there early. With this level of status as a test participant, even if the old things from the families above wanted to lay their hands on him, they would have to weigh the majesty of the alliance. Ouyang Shan said, those little guys from our academy seem to be currently practicing outside the city. The Galactic Guard would have been about to open. Why don't Chu Feng go and call them back? Chu Feng nodded. No problem. I just happened to be going out as well. Carol's sister was still lying inside the temple. Although he had stopped her deterioration for the time being, he had to wake her up earlier to avoid accidents. Lu Rushue, who had been silent beside Chu Feng, suddenly opened her mouth. I'll accompany him. Outside of safe urban areas. Dangerous place. After the game of gods descended, Blue Star went through a long period of darkness. It was only through the pioneering of previous generations that the current three larger gatherings of family territories, safe city districts, and alien living quarters came into being. But even now, the vast majority of Blue Star is still occupied by monsters. Whether it's a family or an academy, people today are more starry-eyed. Therefore, people gradually lost their determination to purge the monsters on the blue planet that couldn't affect their survival. That group of students is in the realm of death. What are you doing in the realm of life? On the road, Lu Rushue was puzzled by Chu Feng, who was walking in the opposite direction. The perils of the Blue Star are categorized into 6 major perils. It is actually named corresponding to the 6 destinies. The monsters inside possess the same powers as the corresponding area's pathway of the gods. Monsters in the life realm had more vitality, and it was more convenient to use them to rescue that young girl. Calling them back is just a communications call from the deans. My turn? Chu Feng said indifferently. Having me come to the danger zone was just to see how I would respond if I encountered danger. Not surprisingly, there's a stealth drone following right above my head at this very moment. Lu Rushue closed her eyes and sensed slightly. There was indeed a following machine at the high place that Chu Feng was talking about. Say, what's the point of letting me come over and you following? Lu Rushue was silent. Honestly, she didn't know why she blurted it out. Worried he'll get hurt? No, it's not. I'm just afraid he'll die in an accident. Even if he was going to die, he would have to wait until his death infestation was lifted. Follow yourself and be more or less protected. Seeing that Lu Rushue did not say anything, Chu Feng did not bother to pay attention anymore. He directly summoned a 9th-ranked undead vulture and sat on it alone, while Lu Rushue summoned his pet, Vine Peacock, to follow close behind. Not long after, Chu Feng arrived at the destination of his trip, the central area of the life realm. 8 or 9 ranked monsters could be seen everywhere here, and even the occasional planetary rank or 2 would flash by. Chu Feng took the young girl's body out of the temple and slowly placed it on the ground. The big change in movement took Ryu Ruashue by surprise. A faint layer of frost hung on his face immediately afterward. I thought you had changed, and it looks like I was wrong. You're still in a good mood. If I wasn't here, would you be doing something else? Having planted his head in his last life, how could he still be attracted to women in this life? Whether it's catching Yang Nian Nian or forgetting the red leaves of the river, everyone is just taking what they want. Chu Feng ignored Lu Rushue and only silently looked at the young girl in front of him. He then reached out with his left hand and broke his own fingers one by one, placing them at the young girl's side, followed by palms, wrists, arms, shoulders. Chu Feng bent down and allowed the blood to spill in large chunks. A little bit of right hand puts together the left half of the body. After completing this step, Chu Feng casually grabbed a few life realm monsters and utilized lifespan replacement coupled with the life healing technique to heal himself as good as new. Then, the gutting begins. Lu Rushue was very confused as she watched Chu Feng's shocking movements. She knew something about Chu Feng's ability. Even though he was now in the arms of decay, his unique healing power was still there. But Lu Ruashue understood very well that no matter what kind of injury he had, the pain he had to endure was not going to be the slightest bit less. Only after Chu Feng had arranged the parts of each part he had removed from his body until they were neatly arranged did he stop. Chu Feng reached out and sucked in, and the surrounding, life, monsters of equal rank and lower rank than him gathered from all directions. The irresistible gift of lifespan instead of, yes. All monsters of equal rank and below were unable to resist his power. He drew on one hand while the other rested on top of the young girl. The young girl's body felt the call of life and floated in place. Lu Rushue saw a pair of black wings behind the young girl and instantly understood her identity. Someone from the demon clan? To be precise, it's someone from the demon royal family. Chu Feng indifferently said, the talent of the demon clan is very interesting, and that is their blood, which has an extremely strong accommodating nature. Saying that, Chu Feng gently cut a slit at the young girl's wrist. Whether it's a deadly toxin or a pounding breath of life, they can take the initiative and take it on with ease. Blood flowed from the young girl's wrist to the body that Chu Feng had removed and had put together on one side. Gradually, that body of Chu Feng began to connect together. But the downside? It's also obvious that the blood that took on the carrier must be drained and wait for the gift to repair itself before it gradually returns to its original state. The bulk jigsaw gradually solidified into a human form as the blood poured out. Therefore, the demon one is in great need of a soulmate who can offer protection when she is weak. In all the major galaxies, the people love the devil's one. The people of this race are all handsome and beautiful, and are best used as slaves. Looking at the gradually drying up young girl, Chu Feng used his own blood to draw a mysterious symbol on her body. Lu Rushue frowned slightly. What did you do to her? Isn't it obvious yet? I need a slave to serve me, but this time I'll learn from my mistakes. Go and train her well and show her that her master is not to be disobeyed. The sarcastic voice made Lu Rushue sound a little harsh. Chu Feng continued. Of course, I am a person who keeps his promises, so I made you a little toy to delay the death, infestation by the way, but those prying old men up there should have their eyes closed by now. A card ran out from Chu Feng's sleeve, followed by a decay power that shot straight up into the sky, destroying the invisible machine. On the Starship, a few peeping old guys were startled. What the hell? Is the pay-per-view session next? That guy Chu Feng, shouldn't he be with MS? Lu, you can't, can you? They are, after all, a teacher-student relationship, and it's not good for their reputation if it gets out. What age is it? The pedants on the blue planet have been dead for several rounds, old man. That's right. It's your turn to object to someone else's grooming? The young girl was reclaimed by Chu Feng back into the divine hall. Chu Feng carried a doll identical to himself and threw it to Lu Rushue. Didn't you follow me in response to the first wave of death infestation? Here's the stuff. Work it out for yourself. Lu Rushue now finally knew that Chu Feng had pounded away for half a day and made something out of it. She was mortified. You don't have to humiliate me like that. Oh, I humiliated you? I went out of my way to endure the pain of having my entire body dismembered all over again to make you a little present. And you're actually saying I humiliated you? Chu Feng pretended to be surprised. Have you ever seen anyone who was so humiliated? You. Chu Feng put away his feigned surprise and sneered. You're overthinking it. I'm not humiliating you. I just dislike you. I dislike you for being too dirty. Oh yeah, before you use it, remember to sign the contract. Otherwise it won't take effect. Lu Rushue cold face. Whether it's in my last life, or today, I, Lu Rushue, only have you. Who are you to say I'm dirty? Chu Feng pressed Lu Rushue onto a tree of life behind her with a forceful hand and placed his right hand on her chest with a cold expression. I'm talking, not about your person, but your heart. Chapter 51, The Assault of Death. Lu Rushue's breath hitched. Chu Feng's words were like thunder from the flat earth, causing her heart to be violently touched. She shook off Chu Feng's right hand and resumed her bland appearance. You don't have to say that on purpose to provoke me. Chu Feng took away his left hand that was open on Lu Rushue's chest and took a few steps back. Alright, then let's start. Let's see what kind of a stance you're going to take when you have to act like a lowlife in order to stay alive. Chu Feng disgustedly rubbed the hand that touched Lu Rushue's body on the tree trunk. A sneer. Start your show. Lu Rushue took a deep breath. One by one, he unbuttoned himself. What's the big deal? It's not like he hasn't touched it or seen it before. There's nothing at all to avoid suspicion. Holding such thoughts, Lu Rushue ignored Chu Feng's presence. She began to recall old memories, following the memorized movements. It was closely attached to the doll that Chu Feng had pinched. The G-death infestation that had been suppressed by Lu Rushue for a long time was released at this moment. At first, Lu Rushue only felt the pain like a light butterfly, quietly vibrating its wings at the edge of her consciousness, bringing a touch of a faint itchy sensation. If any, that could almost be ignored. However, this subtle difference was like a small stone thrown into a quiet lake, causing ripples and planting the seeds of uneasiness in the bottom of Lu Rushue's heart. Then the vague discomfort grew quietly, like a strand of silk, and began to pull gently at her nerves. A slight tingle like a starburst instantly caused a tremor in her soul. The pain traveled slowly through her body from the bottom up, each time making her stop shuddering for a moment. How can this happen? Lu Rushue's body twisted uncontrollably, gasping for air. I forgot to tell you that after you connect with this doll, all the pain will be borne entirely by you. Experience what I felt back then. Ryuki Ryu. The tingling gradually intensified, like sharp silver needles that dug into her skin one at a time. The pain began to spread, like a slow burning flame, gradually spreading from the initial little spark into a sea of blazing fire. And then later, like a raging tide, it surged. It was a countless number of sharp blades dancing wildly inside Lu Rushue's body, each stroke carrying a piercing cold and searing madness. Like a roaring beast, it raged through every corner of her body, devouring sanity and burying hope. Ouch! It hurts so much. Am I, like, dying? It shouldn't be like this. Chu Feng used to, clearly enjoyed it very much. Lu Rushue's face was as pale as paper. Beads of sweat rolled down like crystal and pearls, and her hands tightly grasped Chu Feng's equilibrium doll, as if this was the last straw of salvation that she had found in her despair. No, I can't die. Until finally, the feeling reached its peak, like an inescapable storm of doom, as if the entire world was shrouded in darkness. Lu Rushue could clearly feel that every cell was screaming in agony and every nerve was trembling in despair. Her consciousness faded in a whirlwind of pain, as if she were a lonely boat lost in a storm. The pain, an endless abyss, an unbreakable shackle that binds the soul so tightly that it leaves only a barren wasteland of despair. Ruyuelu slumped over the doll and mumbled to herself in faintly audible words, "It's over." The end? Chu Feng mocked. "This is just the beginning." Lu Rushue was shaken. That familiar feeling is back. Everything, back to the beginning. From the beginning, to the end, round after round. Lu Rushue's consciousness went from awake, to unconscious, and awake again, and so on and so forth until she completely fainted. Chu Feng, what does the assault of death taste like? Why do I look at you as if nothing is wrong with you? You're not intentionally lying to me, are you? Chu Feng buried his head in his hands and whispered in her ear, "I'm just afraid that my ghostly cries will affect your experience." Shadow. Whose experience is affected? Humph. I don't know how much time has passed. Ryu Rushue woke up in shock. She saw the other, her, that had once become unlike herself once she was in Chu Feng's bed. She hated that self. Also hated Chu Feng who had turned himself into that appearance. Sure enough, he did have a way to alleviate the death assault without touching himself. Lu Rushue was just about to get up, so weak that she could barely stand. Chu Feng, you're still saying that you didn't lie to me? By the time she looked back up, her surroundings had long been empty. Damn it, he obviously has another way, but he still wants to do it. Lu Rushue was overcome with anger, and she resisted the urge to smash everything she could see around her to smithereens. It took a long time for her to settle down. This death infestation has finally been relieved, and my God's Path realm has returned to a high planetary level. I remember that the death infestation in my memory wasn't this scary, but why? Lu Rushue couldn't help but feel emboldened when she thought about what had just happened. It must be that Chu Feng has tampered with the blood of the demon clan. But what if he hadn't gotten his hands dirty, and this pain that was supposed to be born was indeed borne by him? Death's assault would have happened suddenly, and if he really had the means to avoid it, surely he wouldn't have taken the initiative to bear this cone of pain. For a while, Lu Rushue's brain felt confused. Her body was as if it had split into two. One stood by Chu Feng's side, and the other, on his opposite side. Two, she blames each other for nothing. Ding dong. A message popped up. My promise has been fulfilled. When will the old-time pendulum be brought? Lu Rushue saw the coldly written words and the jumbled thoughts in her head stopped instantly. Almost forgot that it was just a deal with him. Lu Rushue had a bit of a headache. In the beginning, in order to get Chu Feng to help, she only had to name an item that even Chu Feng had never heard of. In fact, it wasn't even in her possession. But within her next round of recruitment trials, now that he has regained a bit of his strength, he should have the certainty to bring it out in the next conscription trial. Remember, next time you want my bailout, you'll have to come up with something else that interests me. Damn it! Lu Rushue grimaced. What's the big deal? When the death infestation is lifted, in this life, I will only go farther than you, on the way to the realm of the dead. Chu Feng sped along in his flying summon. The young girl lying on the back of the vulture slowly opened her eyes as the flight bumped along. When she woke up and saw herself next to a strange man, she screamed in shock. Ah! Chu Feng covered her mouth. Shut up, or I'll throw you off. Wait. Chapter 52, Shadows. The young girl struggled to peel away Chu Feng's hand and said, "Where is my sister?" Chu Feng did not reply. Hey, I asked you a question. When the young girl saw that Chu Feng remained silent, she spoke out in a threatening manner. I'm telling you, no matter who you are, if anything happens to me, my sister will kill you. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly. His finger gently nudged at the young girl's lips, and the other woman was momentarily unable to speak. The young girl's face was horrified and her pupils were dilated. I talk, you listen, got it? The young girl nodded her head in a hurry. You were wounded, and it was your sister who delivered you to me for treatment through an audience with the Lord of the Gods. But my treatment is not free, and until you see your sister, you must behave yourself and do as I say. Is that clear? The young girl shook her head. However, when she saw Chu Feng's indifferent face, she began to nod her head frantically. Chu Feng unlocked her maneuvers. The young girl, seeing that she had already been planted with a control-type skill in her body, had to say timidly, "What should I call you then?" "Just call me Master, and be my slave for a while until your sister arrives." The young girl instantly exploded. "You're a bully." In the next second, no matter how much she yelled, not a single sound could come out of her mouth. "Don't whimper and slag here. I'm unlocking your control now, but if you dare to say anything other than the word, Master, you won't be able to speak again for the rest of the day." The young girl looked at Chu Feng aggressively, and her small head moved once again. Only after Chu Feng saw that she was honest did he continue to start his research. Ever since he possessed Decay's full ability mastery, Chu Feng had noticed that his special occupation, Eternal Night Witherer, had changed a little bit. That is his ability to dismantle the construction of his body. Through the sacrifice of decay, he can sacrifice any part of his body to summon a summon that believes in decay. The more important the sacrificed part, the more powerful the summoned demon will be. This ability was originally on the decay warlocks, apocalyptic, and could not be used for a short period of time. Even if he had lifespan replacement to heal indefinitely, there would be intervals between responses of faith. Chu Feng could not heal himself again until the destroyed body parts responded. But now, everything is different. He wasn't sure if it was annihilation that had opened the back door for him, or the characteristics of the special profession. If it was the latter, then this change in himself was a bit too heavenly. Today, every part of his body is resilient without the intervals of faith response. This had been confirmed by Chu Feng through the group summoning on the Star Ocean ship. That's why he was able to keep his face unchanged when he was creating a mannequin for Lu Rushue. Using the blood of the demon clan to create dolls was purely an impromptu idea of Chu Feng's. The nature of Lu Rushue's death infestation was similar to that of a curse. But unlike the curse of God belonged to the power of the gods, and the invasion of death is the greatness of the path of destiny, more terrible than the curse of the gods. When Lu Rushue was first hit by the Yi death infestation, it was fortunate that the divine path realm was high enough that she didn't die on the spot. Chu Feng had wanted to utilize the Yi Soak attribute of the blood of the demon clan to test whether he could peel off the death infestation. The experiment worked, but it also failed. Aside from a little bit of peeling off at the beginning, there's absolutely nothing left behind. But that also allowed Chu Feng to discover one of the things. As long as it could be controlled properly, an empty shell could be made to share the curse of the gods with him, reducing the risk of the curse of the gods. But it would require the blood of the demon clan. He looked at the young girl in front of him. That who? I'm going to take a bit of blood from your body now. When the young girl heard Chu Feng's address, she finally couldn't hold it in. What that who? My name is Sissy. I have a name, okay? Chu Feng didn't care what she screamed. And with that, he began to bleed her. Sissy dared to say something. I can only think in my heart. You wait for me. I will definitely tell my sister. At that time, I want you to become my slave as an ox. See if I don't screw you over. Although her heart thought so, she could only endure the humiliation until she saw her sister. Master, can you bleed less? I'm getting a little dizzy. Sissy covered her head in a dazed look. The demon clan lacks everything but this blood. Chu Feng wouldn't show any mercy. He increased the force of his extraction, and Sissy again passed out in a daze. Chu Feng casually stuffed her inside the temple. This jar of blood is enough for the time being. I'll be at the core circle of the death realm soon. I should be careful too. Chu Feng put away his summons and began to advance on foot. The realm of the dead. Core land mass. Holding a heavy codex in her hand, the girl in academy attire softly said, "This place rejects death. Below the 9th rank, all monsters of the death destiny are judged and die. Young Wei's judgment term is a bit fierce. The God's Path realm is almost at the middle planetary rank, isn't it?" The student who spoke was shirtless, his explosive muscles emphasizing his strength. He was seen carrying a large bright silver sword in his hand, and almost every inch of his skin was scarred with the monster's claw marks and bite marks. Fish Yue shook her head slightly. It's just that the skill is somewhat restrained against death. A different monster of the same life realm wouldn't be able to do it so easily. In the sky above, a planetary ranked, beaked chaos dove swooped down, aiming precisely at Fish Yue's head. The speed of beaked chaos hat was extremely fast, so much so that Fish Yue, who had only just used the skill, was unable to react in time. The boy with the big knife shouted, "Yui, bow down." The big knife was thrown hard by the boys. Chop! The bright silver greatsword instantly transformed into dozens of meters and slashed the beaked chaos dove into two halves. Still talking about me? Senior Wu Jie is only almost at the middle planetary rank, right? Fish Yue stroked her double ponytail, not looking the least bit flustered. Just arrived the day before yesterday. Wu Jie heatedly smiled. Not to mention, there is still some use in practicing here. Fish Yue gently nodded her head. Yes. If I can stay for a while longer, I might be able to make a breakthrough as well. Unfortunately, the recruitment test for the Galactic Guardians is about to start, so we have to go back as well. We're, like, one person short, right? Wu Jie said. Star River Academy shouldn't be qualified to participate this time. The quota might be given to your Heavenly Gothic Academy. Who do you think is likely to come? Our academy doesn't have too many planetary orders this term. It's just those few. Fish Yue spoke in a thin voice. We can't dismiss Star River Academy so quickly either. Perhaps during the time we were out, one of them made a breakthrough. And rightly so. Wu Jie looked ahead. Let's go. It's time for us to find the three of them. The two walked side by side, not noticing that behind them, shadows were following. Chapter 53 Trial. Chu Feng stepped on the land of black dead branches and leaves. The figure of Karthus floated beside him. Sense? Chu Feng asked. Well, there can be no mistake. It's Shadow's servant Smedley. If I can devour him, my god's path realm will definitely be further advanced. Karthus retracted the probing black mist and said, there's someone else's scent. It looks like he's got his sights set on him. Probably a student at the academy. Chu Feng simply said, at this time of the day, those who can appear here are most likely my group of teammates that I have never met. The teammates of the Galactic Guardians recruitment test, prey in Smedley's sights. They won't live long. Although the several deans had allowed Chu Feng to come to this place to find someone is just a simple test. However, Chu Feng did not come to the Death Realm with the intention of actively looking for this group of students. After solving Sissy's aging problem, he still needed to find a pair of materials for creating an empty shell that could be used to bear the curse of the gods. It was just as well that Karthus showed up at that moment to tell him that there was another servant of Shadow who had descended to the Blue Star with him in the first place. Smedley didn't get along with him, but Karthus was more injured in the first place, and it backfired on him. The helpless Karthus had to abandon his main body to escape and hide in the suburbs where the alien people lived, which led to the moment when he met Chu Feng in the first place. Smedley's flesh contains a strand of divinity bestowed by Shadow, and is the most suitable item to be used to create empty shells. The god's curse invariably gave Chu Feng pressure, and in order to avoid suddenly dying violently one day, he had to make the empty shell as soon as possible. No harm done. Let's finish him off before he does. Fish Yoe's moving steps slowly slowed down. She sniffed the air around her gently, her brow furrowing. Senior Wu Jie, haven't you noticed that it seems like we've been going in circles? The bare-chested Wu Jie took a closer look around. When you say it like that, it seems true. That tree, I've seen it 3 times. I smell a hint of death. If anything, but not very much. Wu Jie turned his body in small increments, holding the large sword in his hand across his chest. Far away, 3 figures came toward them. Wu Jie's guard was instantly drawn full. It's them, but I can't be sure if it's real or an illusion. Wu Jie wasn't the kind of reckless person who didn't have a brain. To be precise, the brainless ones in the trials of the Game of Gods have long since finished dying. Experience had taught him that he would never let those 3 figures near them until it was clear. What the hell? Wu Jie, what's the point of looking like an enemy? Am I that scary? The teenager in a brown jacket with a center-parted hairstyle and a pair of black-rimmed glasses looked at him strangely. It's only been so long since we've been apart. Why do you look like you don't recognize me? It's me, Zhang Haobua. The other 2 girls didn't say anything and watched the 2 of them silently. Fish Yue shouted down. Fake. Wu Jie did not hesitate to slash his sword. This was his absolute trust in Yu Yue. The moment Zhang Haobua's body touched the blade, it dissolved into a mist. Wu Jie's blade turned and swung back at the 2 women on the other side. Don't. Long Evening Harvest and Long Evening Lemon are real. Wu Jie forcefully withdrew the knife in his hand. Fish Yue looked at the expressions of the 2 but they seemed to be controlled. Hell, being able to control 2 mid-planet level priests at once? The old guys didn't say there was anything weird like that in the Death Realm. At that moment, a creepy shadow lunged at the duo from the ground. Wu Jie's feet were entangled and yanked downward violently. Luckily, Yu Yue was quick to notice and immediately shouted, "Here, the light shines." There was no more shadow, and creepy shadow dissipated quickly. Wu Jie slumped to the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Almost had to be captured by this weird thing. It's a believer in shadow. Fish Yoe's expression was solemn. This thing has a natural advantage here. We are no match. Wu Jie had just climbed up from the ground when he saw a black tentacle shoot towards Fish Yue's body in an extremely fast manner. He couldn't get up in time to fend it off and shouted, "Young Wei, be careful." Fish Yue's face was a bit stunned. How come? Where there is light shining, there is nowhere for shadow believers to hide. Why? She subconsciously moved her feet, and the black shadow coalescing into a tentacle failed to directly pierce her head, but her shoulder was solidly pierced with a bloody hole. Fish Yue's face turned pale. She covered her shoulders and retreated behind Wu Jie. It's Late Cheng and Late Lemon, Destiny, S Priest, Starlight Shine, who are born with an affinity for light. The 2 of them, under control, couldn't help but plunder the light I created with my skills. It's what gave the shadow believers the chance to sneak in. Damn, both of our priests are controlled by the other side. How are we going to fight? Wu Jie's anger surged from his heart and he chopped and slashed a few times indiscriminately. It was these slashes that split the light in front of them, and several shadow tentacles poked out again. Wu Jie was startled, but this time he reacted as he roared in place. Burn. The true red fire burned its way along the shadow. Sensing the continuous shadow aura, Wu Jie deflated. It's too massive for us alone to resist, Fish Yue said as she looked at the staring sisters. We can't take the two sisters into consideration anymore. Senior Wu Jie, I'll open an escape route. Please make sure to contact the teachers of the academy after you leave the blockade. No, how could I possibly leave you here alone? Fish Yue shook her head. The two of us can't do anything about this monster. After time, the fear that shadow breeds will sooner or later engulf us. Available. Fish Yue had a firm gaze and smiled. Shadow's believers love to play with their prey. With any luck, by the time you've contacted the academy, maybe I won't be dead. Wu Jie sighed. He was just a warrior, and categorically did not have the skills of Fish Yue to open up a path. This monster did not dare to face straight on. The real strength is more than likely not too much higher than us. You wait here, I must. Before Wu Jie could finish his words, the light summoned by Fish Yue was completely absorbed by the two sisters. Countless shadow tentacles stabbed at the two from all directions. Wu Jie wiped one hand on the back of the blade, and flames burned from the surface of his body. He fought to fend it off, but the shadows launched attack after attack like they wouldn't stop. It wasn't until Fish Yue's skills had cooled down and were released again that these maddened shadows gradually retreated. It can't be put off any longer. Fish Yue said. Senior Wu Jie, get ready, I'm sending you away. The air in front of him twisted for a moment. A hand grabbed Fish Yue's wrist, and the owner of the hand slowly appeared. Don't waste your breath. We can't get out. The man pushed up his glasses. I've already tried to leave. You have to kill this monster hiding in the shadows. Fish Yue froze. Zhang Haobo, are you okay? Chapter 54 Arrests. If I had anything to do with it, I'd be standing in front of you just like the two of them. Sun Haobo turned the dagger in his hand, cutting through the shadows that spread silently from under his feet. It has to be a quick battle. After a long time, both Long Evening Harvest and Long Evening Lemon might die. Wu Jie let out a bitter laugh. I've already tried just now, and I can't find where this shadow believer's main body is at all. I've been working on this long before you guys were on his radar. Sun Haobo shook the seal in his hand. Is this mark of time? Fish Yue asked in a small voice. That's right. I caught it and left it on him before he attacked the sisters. I was going to go and seek help from the teachers, but realized that I couldn't leave at all. Sun Haobo said. Through the transformation of time, I can be instantly teleported to his side. I'm still not too skilled at mastering this ability, so there's only one chance, worthy of being an assassin of time thief. Wu Jie sighed. As an assassin, being able to appear in front of the target at a certain stage at all times was definitely a talent that all assassins dreamed of. Wu Jie, we've been working together for so long in the death realm as well. I need you to block an attack for me later. Can I trust you? Sun Haobo asked. No problem. Although they were only temporarily cobbled together from various academies to participate in the Galactic Escort recruitment test, after this period of time, they all had a certain understanding of what each other were like. To be able to save the two sisters, not to mention blocking them once, blocking them 10 times would be fine. Yu Yue also said, if there's anything you need from me, Senior Haobo, just mention it. The light is dimming again. Sun Haobo reminded. You only need to maintain the light, Young Wei, and try not to give the shadow a chance to sneak up on you all the time. And that is, keep an eye on the two sisters. Fish Yue said with some embarrassment. Can you wait a little bit? Still need a little bit of time. The skill cooldown is a bit long. Before I came here, I was worried that the improvised team would be disharmonious, but now it seems that everyone is getting along quite well. The sudden voice made the three of them tense up. Within the shadows, Chu Feng's figure slowly stepped out. Several people looked at each other in wonder. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Chu Feng from Star River Academy, and the last member of your Galactic Escort recruitment test. It was Dean who sent me. They said they couldn't reach you guys and were worried about what might have happened to you. Chu Feng opened the door and slightly dispelled the doubts of several people. But the name Chu Feng, how come I've never heard of it before? I heard just now that the Hokage seem to want the surroundings to brighten up a bit? Hokage is not talented, so perhaps I can help. Fish Yue wondered, what do you want to do? Without saying anything, Chu Feng directly and roughly ripped off one of his own arms. Blood splattered all over Wu Jie, startling him, but then he remembered that a certain fate guy liked to play with that, and said, of decay? Chu Feng smiled and nodded his head. Decaying warlock, witherer, in the name of flesh and blood, with faith as bait, appear, fallen bird of holy light. What the hell? I've heard of the holy light bird, but this is the first time I've seen the fallen holy light bird. Wu Jie's mouth was wide open, feeling immensely surprised. Everyone knows that the sacred light bird was born as a bird of the life pathway, and is known for having all of its body bathed in light. This fallen holy light bird, well, naturally, it's what it looks like after death. Chu Feng shook off his regrown arm. Not a moment later, two birds that were fully twice as big as they were appeared out of thin air. After death, there is not much change in appearance. Only the surface of the body is entangled with a faint dead air. There comes a time when man-made light is swallowed up by darkness, but riding on the back of a bird, you don't have to worry about being surrounded by shadows anymore. Chu Feng's summons did put a few people at ease. There are only two. Us riding together separately? Fish Yue asked. I did hear just now that this senior Haobo is a time thief, so he shouldn't need the help of my summons to dispel the shadows. So just give one to Senior Wu Jie. You know me? I made a point of checking with the deans before we left, and I know the name of every schoolteacher oh so well. Chu Feng looked toward Fish Yue. Young Vivian Senpai. I can only reluctantly ride with you on the remaining one. Ha? Barely? Me? Chu Feng corrected. Wrongly said. It's that schoolmate can only reluctantly make do with me. That's more like it. Ha? Why does it still feel a little weird? Fish Yue tilted her head, not being able to think of strange points at once. Karthus's voice echoed in Chu Feng's head. You're really wicked. I just want to do an experiment. Why are you more anxious than her? Chu Feng said indifferently. Wu Jie glanced at Chu Feng, always feeling that there was something abnormal about this suddenly appearing schoolmate in front of him. Well, don't delay. Hurry up and finish him. Sun Haobo was instantly energized when he saw the moving mark running in their direction. He was fully focused, the dagger held tightly in his hand. Wu Jie, get ready, now. Sun Haobo dodged and exposed all of himself to the shadows. The shadows launched themselves at him from all around, and he didn't dodge, letting them bind him. Flames that began to spread from Sun Haobo's body surface. Wu Jie shouted, Shield of Yet Fire, protected by the shield of the same attribute. Sun Haobo was unharmed. Wu Jie saw the right moment and swooped down on the fallen bird of holy light, before a bizarre black shadow burst in front of Sun Haobo. He used his physical body to protect Sun Haobo directly in front of him. As the black shadow touched his skin, Wu Jie's body violently nearly doubled in size, and under the influence of the fallen bird of holy light, the black shadow's power was reduced by a lot. The strike didn't succeed, and the bizarre black shadow quickly retreated until it disappeared. Sun Haobo snorted coldly, waiting for this moment from you. Mark of Time instantly pulled Sun Haobo in front of the bizarre black shadow. He raised the dagger in his hand high and stabbed down into the center of the dark shadow. At the same moment, Chu Feng slightly moved, and the originally shrouded shadow range gradually began to be disintegrated. Senior Haobo made it? Fish Yue was a little excited. She looked to the side of the dumbfounded Long Evening Ching and Long Evening Lemon. The other party seemed to have escaped the control. Wu Jie controlled his crotch, fallen holy lightbird, to fly to Sun Haobo's side. You kid. You can do it. Sun Haobo was mortared in place. What happened to that touch just now? It always feels like it misses the point. But the curtain of shadows is disappearing again. I killed him? This was something I expected. But now, why is it somewhat unexpected? What's wrong? Sun Haobo shook his head. It's fine. I just tried it and I can already contact the academy. Pack up and get ready to go back. On the other side, Fish Yue woke up the frozen Long family sisters. Both of their bodies went limp and they collapsed on top of her. Fish Yue wasn't too tall, and being a mage didn't have much strength at all. She had no choice but to call out, that Chu Feng student, can you come and give me a hand? Shrine. Black shadows crashed around in the limited scope of space. Chu Feng sat above. Smedley, on behalf of the Sons of the Shadows, I arrest you for intent to rebel. Do you have a last wish? Chapter 55 The Prayer of Fish Yue. Karthus said helplessly from the sidelines. I don't need you to represent. The dark shadows scurrying around finally stopped at the sight of Carlsbad. It was a face in its 40s with some three-dimensional style. The few tufts of hair on the side covering the Mediterranean Sea on top of his head were the last of his stubbornness. Karthus? You are indeed not dead. Where is this? As Smedley spoke, he looked around and his eyes finally noticed Chu Feng, who had suddenly appeared. And who is this guy? Just now, it seems he was the one talking about arresting me? Smedley tried to reach out to the black shadow to probe, but before he could make contact, a pressure like that of a godly ground made it difficult for his body to stand upright again. His pupils plummeted. It's the gods. How could the god that can appear beside Karthus be Shadow? No, never. It's a feeling that doesn't go well with Shadow at all. God Sama. Chu Feng did not give him a chance to speak at all and prepared to directly strike. Karthus stopped Chu Feng. Let me do it. He took a step in front of Smedley. Remember the day we fell from the shadow gods? Smedley trembled, afraid to answer. Between us, there have been many disputes, but it's far from being the same clan fighting each other, isn't it? Have you ever thought about today when you tried to take my place for selfish reasons? Your Excellency the Son of Shadows, your faithful servant Smedley knows that he is wrong, and asks you to do the same. Karthus interrupted him. What other last wishes? Smedley looked up at Karthus in shock. You can't do this. So that's a no? Karthus reached out a bit and his fingers transformed into a huge mouth coalesced from smoke, swallowing Smedley in one gulp. After a few seconds of chewing, an empty shell of a body fell to the ground. Chu Feng looked at the image with interest. Carlsus, you really do have something to hide from me. In fact, Chu Feng did not know anything about Carlsbad's past. This was the reason why he was initially taken aback by Carlsbad's appearance at Blue Star. The Shadow Suns actually started their rise from the Blue Star. No one would believe it if they said it. I just wonder, how much does Karthus know about the impending fall of Decay? Instead of answering Chu Feng, Carlsus said, I need some time to digest, so I will not go out here for the time being. It's okay, you'll come forward and tell me someday, right? Who says we're good buddies now? Chu Feng put on his mask and split off his time doppelganger. How to operate is up to you. If the blood is not enough, lying aside CC randomly pump. Do not get killed on the line, otherwise it is not good with her sister later. Chu Feng nodded. He, on the other hand, disappeared into the temple. Chu Feng? Chu Feng? In his ears, came the voice of Fish Yue. Chu Feng was apologetic. Sorry, I got distracted just now. It's okay, help me hold late lemon. Chu Feng took one hand and summoned several undead vultures, in passing before placing Long Evening Lemon on the back of the bird. Fish Yue's eyes lit up. Suddenly it seemed like a good idea to have a summoner teammate. The two of them put Long Evening Qing up in the same way, and Sun Haobo and Wu Jie, who had finished solving the problem, flew over from a distance. Wu Jie snickered. Yo, no wonder the academy let school brother Chu Feng come to us. The feeling is that it is a specialized transportation. Chu Feng scratched his head, and Fish Yue pursed her lips and laughed lightly. At this moment, the two Long family sisters lying on the bird's back finally woke up. Long Evening Qing looked around. You guys, are you all fine? The last thing she remembers is being taken captive by a dark shadow, and beyond that, she has no consciousness of herself. Sister, who is he? Compared to Long Evening Harvest, Long Evening Lemon was more cautious. She asked, pointing to the only stranger to them. It's good that the two school sisters are okay. To reacquaint myself, my name is Chu Feng, a 9th-ranked professional who has just completed his first trial. The ensuing recruitment test will be much appreciated by you all. Wait, a recruitment test? 9th order? Only the first trial completed? Several people showed shocked expressions. There were so many elements at once that several people didn't know where to begin. That is to say, you next, are our teammate to the Galactic Alliance? Long Evening Lemon asked as she looked up and down for a few moments. Chu Feng nodded slightly. 9th order professional. First trial. No, brother, how did you manage to rush straight to the 9th order from just after the end of the transfer? That's unheard of. Wu Jie couldn't believe it. Sun Haobo stared at Chu Feng thoughtfully. If it wasn't for the schoolmate in front of them summoning the Holy Light Bird to help them, they really wouldn't have been able to solve that creepy shadow so quickly. But, the powerlessness that flashed when he handled that black shadow just now, could it be related to him? It couldn't be. The other party was only at the 9th rank, and facing this kind of cross rank, it would be amazing to provide some assistance. Still have to check with the dean to be sure. Sun Haobo was about to send a message to the dean to find out about Chu Feng's origins, when his communication phone also rang at that moment. He picked up the dialed phone and communicated for a while before saying, Dean just sent word that the starships bound for the Galactic Alliance are close to arriving at Blue Star. Aboard the starship, the crowd returned safely and without incident. Once he landed, Chu Feng stared at Wang Tiehe with a smile on his face. Wang Tiehe felt Chu Feng's sharp eyes and hurriedly coughed a few times, choosing to avoid them. This kid, it looks like he still has our tracking him with the drone on his mind. Lu Yucheng, in order to avoid embarrassment, immediately said, this time, the Alliance starship came faster than we expected, and is expected to arrive tomorrow. Tonight, everyone will rest here on the starship to avoid missing out. Alliance starships can come to Blue Star in advance. It also shows the recognition of all of you. After all, several of you are the most outstanding talents of Blue Star in these decades. The last time we can have this treatment, or we are a few old guys. On the surface, Guan Chang was appreciating Chu Feng's several people, but in reality, he was praising their batch of themselves. This made Zhang Huaning a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said to Zhang Haobo beside her, Haobo, you have traveled the furthest in the Divine Path realm among all of us. Is it alright for you to assume the duties of a good captain this time? Zhang Haobo nodded. Chu Feng realized that the other people's gazes were all on himself, and instantly understood. I have the lowest Divine Path realm, so of course I'm listening to Senior Haobo. Wang Tiehe was relieved. It seemed to be afraid that Chu Feng would have thoughts about this title. In that case, then everyone should go and rest. Ouyang Shan said, meet here again in the morning. A few people exchanged a few brief words and returned in an orderly fashion to their long-arranged rooms. After a simple wash, Yue began to pray the order prayer as usual before going to sleep. On weekdays, after prayers, Yue felt nothing. But today, for some reason, her head suddenly felt a little dizzy. By the time she regained the ability to think again, she found herself inside a large hall. Chapter 56, Boarding. Kamioki. I've heard of it. Rumor has it that when prayers are answered, they draw the gaze of the gods. I was praying in my room and now I'm in a strange place. It's hard to. Fish Yue looked ahead in surprise. There was nothing left but a long empty bronze table. Fish Yue took 2 steps and a card landed at her feet. Order. She followed the card and read the words written on it. Fish Yue's voice had just stopped when a blurry shadow moved on the chair in front of her. This is the power of the gods of order. I was selected for an audience? Unfortunately, without waiting for Yue to recover from her surprise, a beam of light fell on her body. By the time she had consciousness, she was back in her room and the Star Ocean ship itself. Yue sat dumbfounded on the edge of the bed. It all happened so fast. So much so that it was over before I could react myself. It can't be wrong. The power of the gods just now must be order. But why did he leave without leaving any message? No, did he really leave no message at all? Fish Yue thought carefully. The beam of light. There was a light that entered itself as it left that great empty hall. Fish Yue hurriedly checked her personal panel. Message, you have entered the gaze of the gods. Watching the gods, olden days, writer of order. Current status, in an unknown state, please release it as soon as possible. Fish Yule swallowed a little in her throat. Not order. Instead, it's the old days? What kind of gods are old days? What? I've never heard of it? This unknown state. Why don't I feel uncomfortable, but more energized? BTW. The note on the back is serious. Well, the writer of order. Is it a more powerful existence than order? Fish Yue hurriedly opened Bluestar's knowledge base and typed in the word old days. The knowledge base interface pops up with a simple few sentences of introduction. I guess you're looking for the god of the olden days, a god active in the second era, who then lost the struggle for godhood and gradually disappeared at the beginning of the third era. Fish Yue tried typing it in a few more times and realized that there was no separate old days explanation at all. Bluestar's knowledge is too one-sided. Tomorrow or ask Evening Star. She will know more about this. If we can reach the Galactic Alliance early, we will be able to link to the data knowledge base there, and at that time, we might be able to know a little more. As Fishy muttered to herself, a word of prayer suddenly appeared before her eyes. Old days revived. New gods to be punished. Silence. In the room, a dead silence fell. Fish Yue didn't dare to imagine just what kind of god uses such horrible prayers. She stared in bewilderment. If I pray with this order, shouldn't just not want me. Fish Yue collapsed on the bed and covered herself with the quilt, not daring to think any more nonsense. The next day, it's slightly light. A heavy, oppressive feeling prevented the crowd from sleeping again. The dean's voices then rang out. It was clear to the crowd that it was the Galactic Alliance starship that had arrived. A few people quickly packed up and walked out of the room, and the scene in front of them stunned everyone. A starship hovered silently against the backdrop of a reflected starry sky. It was a steel beast that looked like it came from the future and exuded an awe-inspiring aura. The main shape of the starship is smooth and full of power. The slender body of the ship seems to be a sharp arrow that cuts through the cosmic void, and the lines from front to back are completed in one go without the slightest procrastination. Its surface was made of a special metal that the crowd had never seen before, and it shone with a cold silver luster under the starlight. The starship was surrounded by a mysterious energy shield, giving it an impenetrable sense of impact. The bow portion of the ship was sharp and pointed, capable of easily tearing through the space barriers in front of it. At the top of the bow, there was a set of huge energy detectors embedded. They were like the eyes of a starship, deep and bright. Along the sides of the hull, a series of neatly aligned thruster nozzles were distributed, and at the edges of the nozzles, a ring of light blue energy aura was embedded. The Star Ocean ship is just a small shrimp compared to it, Wu Jia muttered. Lu Yuchun laughed and scolded. This is the Galactic Alliance's brand name, Divine Machine, a notorious first-class starship, which is comparable to a ninth-class starship like the Star Ocean ship that has to refuel when going a few planets. Wang Tiaha approached Chu Feng and asked in a low voice, "Isn't Teacher Lu coming to see you off? Dean Wang, you don't know?" Chu Feng pretended to be surprised and said, "Teacher has already recovered some of his strength and went to the Galactic Alliance first. You know, the teacher used to live there all the time, and it's as easy as drinking water for her to go back." Wang Tiaha smiled awkwardly. "No, how could I not know? She's a teacher in our academy, so I naturally know where she is." "Not anymore." Wang Tiaha choked on his breath for a moment. "Damn, how come I get pissed off every time I exchange a few pleasantries with this brat? Roll on, roll on. Well, enough chit-chat. It's getting late. Don't keep the people up there waiting too long." Yang Shan looked at the clock and said, "Let's go. The honor of Blue Star depends on you." Several people logged in from the middle of the starship, guided by the crew of the God Machine. The middle of the starship is its most massive and complex area. This was not only a place for various planets like them to recruit test participants to rest, but it was also an important place to concentrate the various functional module chambers. Looking sideways, one could clearly see that the surface of the ship's hull was covered with dense bumps and depressions, and these seemingly irregular structures were in fact the mounting locations for various sensors, weapons systems, and communications equipment. Between these devices, they were connected to each other by a slim but tough energy pipe, which flowed with a shimmering blue energy stream. These energies are like the bloodline of the human body, providing life-giving vitality and energy transfer to the entire starship. According to Chu Feng's understanding from his previous life, the most important power core and propulsion system of the divine machine was concentrated in the aft part of the starship. There's a huge hyperdrive engine installed there. The top of the engine's casing was etched with intricate patterns and energy conduction lines. Surrounding the engine was a huge ring of toroidal energy coils, which would emit a strong purple glow as they worked, creating a huge energy field. When the starship enters FTL flight, the FTL engine will be activated, and powerful energy will be injected into the interior of the engine, triggering the distortion and folding of space, enabling the starship to instantly cross vast interstellar distances. Below the FTL engine, there is also a set of auxiliary thrusters and attitude adjustment nozzles, which are able to finely adjust and control the attitude and speed of the starship during its flight to ensure the stability and safety of the starship's flight. Compared to my previous life, this time I stepped onto the God's machine much earlier. It's a wonderful feeling to not have a drag. Chu Feng leaned on the mezzanine that was wrapped by the energy layer, with a smile on his face, quietly observing his experimenter fish Yue. At that moment, a beautiful figure walked up to him and waved at him. "You seem to have been looking at young Vivian?" Chu Feng looked toward the person who had spoken. Pale yellow maxi dress with Princess Bao tiara, compared to her sister, Long Evening Lemon. Long Evening Lemon was less quiet and more jumpy. Chapter 57, A Simple Test. So it's Evening Lemon's school sister. A beautiful thing. Anyone who comes here has to see more of it, right? Chu Feng smiled and said, "Oh, then how come I don't see you looking at me more?" Chu Feng was dumbfounded. With this kind of straight ball hitting, you can tell with but that your opponent is up to something. On a normal day, he wouldn't have bothered. But now, Chu Feng did not want his observation to be disturbed. He smiled shyly and said, "A late Lemon's senior sister is not saying anything. You disappeared as soon as I got on the God's machine, and I didn't see you here." As it turned out, several people had never seen such a magnificent starship before, so the moment they came up, they split up to experience a life that was different from that of Blue Star. "Humph, count your blessings." She hooked her hand toward Chu Feng and said, "Accompany me to a place and I will forgive you." Chu Feng was smiling on the surface, but inwardly, he was actually flat. "Do we know each other well?" "Wait a minute." On the side of young Vivian Senpai, it seems like something happened. Just after returning her head to say a few words to Long Evening Lemon, Fish Yue was surrounded by two strangers. Long Evening Lemon silently glanced at Chu Feng. "Then let's go and check on Yue first." "Hey, girl, the summoning just now. You were the one who messed up, right?" Two xenomorphs with an appearance almost indistinguishable from humans, except for a pair of goat horns on their heads, said with an unpleasant face and a very bad attitude. Fish Yue was new here and didn't want to cause any trouble, so she patiently explained, "I don't know what summon you're talking about. If you're talking about a flying monster, it just ran that way." She pointed a finger in the other direction. "You guys can go after them over there." The one with slightly darker hair accused, "Stop pretending. Who else here can do it but you?" Fish Yue shook her head. "I'm not a summoner." However, the two were obviously being disruptive, trying to extort a sum of money in this case. "You apologize to us, brothers, and then take out some cosmic universal credit points or heavenly crystal coins to make up for it." Fish Yue sort of see the other side to see her alone, specifically come over to touch the porcelain. She turned over the book in her hand and said lightly, "This place prohibits delusional speech." By the sudden descent of the order rule, the two men's mouths were immediately bound. Fish Yue, who had controlled the two, didn't want to cause trouble, and originally planned to leave, but those two suddenly started tearing their mouths off. This scene made Fish Yue freeze. Wait, wasn't the power I unleashed forbidding delusion? How could the other side be so perverse? The two men tore out each other's teeth, as well as part of the bloody upper lip, between poles. Fish Yue sensed carefully and realized that the power she released was mixed with unfamiliar yet familiar sense. A shock went through her mind. Could it be old days? Impossible. I didn't pray to the other side. How could I get the power of the other side's favor? She shook her head. No, if this keeps up, someone might get killed here. Although Fish Yue resented the actions of these two, she was not in the blue planet right now, and randomly creating killings would likely cause resentment among the people of the divine mechanism. This place is forbidden to move. The two men's tearing motion finally stopped. Fish Yue sighed in relief and was about to leave when she realized that the other party's vitality was actually slowly starting to drain away. Not only are your arms and legs restricted, movement, but even your vitality has stopped, movement? Fish Yue broke down a bit. How is it that your own control skills have become so overbearing? Starting to take people's lives at the drop of a hat? She attempted to take control again, only to find that the skill was out of her control. In his panic, he saw Chu Feng and Long Evening Lemon walking towards her. Long Evening Lemon was still worried that Fish Yue was being bullied, but as soon as she got closer she realized that she had already controlled the other party to death. Young Wei can do it. It seems that the Blue Star's experience has made you grow a lot. Fish Yue worriedly said. Evening Lemon, quickly save these two. They are about to die. Long Evening Lemon had a puzzled look on his face. What's wrong? How come I don't remember, Order, S-Mage, Stranglehold Singer, having the skill to control people to death? She casually threw in a healing spell. But the duo didn't get better at all. Long Evening Lemon was taken aback. She had never seen it before. When healing spells failed to heal people. Yue, isn't this your own skill? How come you can't control it? You try again? Fish Yue tried in a panic and found that it still didn't work. Chu Feng whispered behind her. It seems like school sister Yue hasn't realized that her divine path realm has risen again, right? Fish Yue froze for a moment. When did this happen? I'm actually mid-order planetary order now? Realm advancement may sometimes be accompanied by the emergence of special abilities. Think about it carefully. Have you had some sort of strange encounter lately? Or have you gained a deeper sense of the power of the gods? Divine, deep or... Fish Yue was completely dumbfounded. Is it hard to believe that is really because of him? The unknown god who claims to be above order. Fish Yue closed her eyes. If it is because of his power, then, am I not praying to him for his help to be able to control the source of this power in peace? Yue held out her hands. The strand of divine power belonging to the old days, that was mixed in with the order, was slowly held in her hand. The power of God entered within the book in Yue's hand and completely fused with her. Fish Yue murmured. I changed? What? Her voice was so small that Long Evening Lemon didn't hear her. No, nothing. Fish Yue looked at Chu Feng and said, thanks to school brother Chu Feng, I was able to recognize the changes in myself. Once again, she reached out her hand to the pair. This time, without a trace. She wiped out any additional damage beyond the duo's control. Chu Feng nodded with a smile. By the looks of it, it seems that Yue-senpai has mastered an unrivaled ability. This recruitment test, take care of schoolmate me. Chu Feng pulled the sleeves of the two men, saying, let's hurry up and slip away while these two are unable to act for the time being, lest the other team run over and we can't explain it. Fish Yue and Long Evening Lemon nodded approvingly. Leave that location. Fish Yue said softly, I have just heard that in the knowledge area on the Divine Machine, there is a connection to the knowledge base of the entire Galactic Alliance. I'd like to go there now, wouldn't you? Chu Feng was just about to open his mouth and say follow along. Long Evening Lemon, however, refused on his behalf. I have something to do with schoolmate Chu Feng. Yue, you go first, we'll come find you later. Fish Yue nodded. It seems that you and Chu Feng are quite compatible. In that case, I'll leave you to it. Eyes on the fading back of Fish Yue. Long Evening Lemon turned back to look at Chu Feng this time. Can you come with me? Chu Feng said silently. Anything. Not long after a few people left, the two people who had been looking for trouble with Yue disappeared in place, as if they had never appeared. Only left behind a faint hint of decay. Chapter 58, The Land of Shadows. Road. Chu Feng's body followed Long Evening Lemon, but his mind was full of the changes that had occurred in Fish Yue not long ago. The old days, power formed by combining the divine power of order and emotion, should clearly be no match for the pure order power when the powers are scattered. But the changes that had taken place in Fish Yue were the opposite. The power of old days became dominant within Yue's body, which caused her to be unable to control the effects of her skills. If that was the case, the god of old days' divine power should have dominated a god like order. But why did Roar fear the other party in the first place? Does it have to do with faith? Chu Feng thought silently. Here, it's more or less related to the power of faith. But, what exactly would that be? Just as he was thinking, Long Evening Lemon's voice pulled him back to reality. Arrived. Chu Feng looked up and above it was written, Divine Machine Amusement Park. What is this place? Am I too deep-minded to misunderstand Long Evening Lemon? But why would she invite herself to a place like this when I've only met her a handful of times? What are you waiting for? Go inside. Chu Feng grinned, feeling very helpless. He slightly moved his body, and Chu Feng made an exchange with him. Help me go see what the hell this woman is up to. I have other things to take care of right now. Time, Chu Feng smiled. You sure know how to pick your time. I just happened to finish making the empty shell. Oh, that's even better, Chu Feng said. After working so hard for so long, it's your turn to enjoy yourself now. Then, will go and feel her out? You'd better just go and feel her out. Don't touch what you shouldn't, Chu Feng admonished. That's hard to say. Long Evening Lemon did not realize in the slightest that it was only the work of a single breath that the Chu Feng beside her had changed into a different person. Watching himself and Long Evening Lemon enter the Divine Machine amusement park, Chu Feng pondered. Fish Yue is now looking up everything about the old days, but she's definitely coming up empty-handed. After all, the old days wasn't the god of the old days, it was him. The only one worth his attention at the moment was Karthus. Can these changes find the information I need from among the other gods? Could there be a clue to the shadow kingdom of God that Karthus mentioned? How about taking advantage of the gap between his breakthroughs and peeking into his mind about the deeds of the shadow? If I could have had some of the secrets about annihilation and decay, it would have been easier for myself to walk on this god's path. Chu Feng returned inside the divine hall. Sissy is still unconscious. In the room to the right of the great hall, Carlsbad floated in midair like a blur of shadow. If it wasn't for the changes in Fish Yue's body that made him more interested in the connection between the gods, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to pry into Carlsbad's secrets. This was the first time Chu Feng had moved. Good buddy, since you're not willing to talk about it, let me see for myself what will exist in the divine kingdom that belongs to shadow. Chu Feng controlled the power within the temple and began to invade Karthus' body. Under the cover of order and emotion, Chu Feng easily entered the depths of Carlsbad's memories. Here's Carlsbad's former memories? Or is it a fragment of history about the shadow kingdom of God? Time did not allow him to think carefully. Chu Feng stepped into the land of shadows with the purpose of solving his doubts. In just the instant of a breath, his body was consumed by endless darkness. By the time he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the glare of a gray light. There, only a faint, eerie ghostly light loomed in the darkness, like a fluttering ghostly flame that could go out at any moment. Darkness, like thick ink, flowed freely through the air, shrouding everything under its veil of mystery. There was a rotten, stale scent in the air, where time had stood still for a long time, and everything was dusty in these shadows. Chu Feng reached out and touched the ground, wanting to feel the changes here through time, but realized that he could not touch anywhere at all. He is a floating void, a spectator of this history. Chu Feng tried to control his virtual body and took dozens of steps forward, only to see that the earth was rugged, filled with jagged, strange rocks and deep, bottomless chasms. Strange stones in different forms, some like teeth and claws of the beast, some seem to be twisted human face. In the reflection of the ghostly light looks particularly hideous. From time to time, a low whistling sound came from the Rift Valley, as if it were a lament from the abyss. In the distance, the rolling mountains looked like sleeping dragons, winding and twisting. The mountains were shrouded in darkness, only vague outlines could be seen, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. Chu Feng's body floated, and arrived at a scene that he had never seen before. The huge black castle stood on a barren land, its walls towering high into the clouds, the walls crawling with dark green vines, the traces left by countless years. The doors of the castle were closed, and there were all sorts of bizarre symbols and designs carved on them. Inside the castle, narrow passages meandered, and the rooms were dark and damp, emitting a pungent, musty odor. Occasionally, a few broken windows could be seen, and through them, only endless darkness could be seen. In this castle, countless souls roam. Some of these souls looked confused and had not yet come to their senses from the shock of death. Others showed pain on their faces, as if they had gone through great trials and tribulations during their lives. Their bodies emitted a faint glow, but the light was faint under the shadows, as if they would be swallowed up by the darkness at any moment. The spirits, if they were there at all, like illusory shadows, drifted through the air with a silent sigh. The stone door exuded an eerie aura, and whenever a new soul arrived, the door would slowly open, releasing a powerful suction force that would suck the soul into it. Inside the door was a long passageway, the walls of which glowed with an eerie light, leading the souls to unknown depths. In the center, there is a vast square where souls are judged. Around the square stood huge stone pillars, which were carved with various punishments. In the center of the square was a high platform on which sat a mysterious judge. Wait, judge? Why is it that inside one's head, one is actively being stuffed with relevant introductions? Chu Feng took a closer look. The face of the judge was hidden in the darkness and could not be seen. Whenever a soul is brought here, the inquisitors judge them according to their deeds in life, and the guilty souls are sent to the abyss of misery. Like a plague, the power of darkness quickly spread to every corner. eating away at the earth, the rivers and the air. Trees withered, flowers and plants withered, rivers dried up, and the land became barren. A black mist filled the sky, blocking out the sunlight and plunging the entire kingdom into eternal darkness. Seen enough? Carlsbad's voice echoed within Chu Feng's virtual body. Chapter 59, Centaurs. Oops. Intended to come and see my empty shell and accidentally went to the wrong room. Chu Feng said that and exited within Carlsbad's memory. At this time, Carl says, after devouring Smedley, the God's Path realm was one level closer. Do you believe what you say? Yourself? Facing Carlsbad's accusation, Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders. It's okay, I believe half of it. He asked curiously, if I remember correctly, the authority of shadow is the desire that distinguishes emotion from the killing of destruction and the never-ending death. Since when is reincarnation and judgment in one's own country? Oh, by the way, the mysterious judge. Who was that? The scene switches too quickly, so much so that what Chu Feng saw was only a little bit of the changes in it. There are some scenes that simply aren't something he can make clear with just a few words. Karthus shook his head. You shouldn't pry into my memories. There'll be trouble back there. Carls's words made Chu Feng even more interested. But when he could see that Carlsbad had a look of I have something to tell you, he stopped asking more questions. It looked like the other party had something to say. Not that they were unwilling to say it to him, but that they couldn't say it. Is it something to do with the mysterious judge? He patted Karthus on the shoulder and then left the room. Chu Feng re-entered the divine mechanism. Instead of learning more about the gods, Karthus's memory-snooping excursion led him into deeper confusion. Since the return of Hiddle and the inheritance of the Old Gods Society, one seems to have become too obsessed with the connection between the gods. This kind of thinking has deviated from my original intent. It's better to enjoy the unrivaled free time in the G-game of gods, before the god machine arrives at the Galactic Alliance. Chu Feng relaxed, coming down and cozily wandered around the starship. He bumped into his teammate, Long Evening Harvest, on a corner aisle. No, Times, Doppelganger isn't back at the moment, and I don't know what she's doing with her sister. If I go up and talk to her, these two sisters back here will realize something is wrong when they talk about me. Chu Feng deliberately avoided it and chose to change directions. But unexpectedly, just as he turned around, he was called by the other side. Senior Chu Feng? He turned back helplessly. It's really you. Long Evening Harvest walked towards him. I haven't properly thanked you for what happened yesterday in the realm of death. Listening to Sun Haobua. I'm afraid that if it wasn't for your help, we wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. Sister, in the end, opening your mouth and talking makes people feel all different levels of comfort. Nowhere. My appearance was just a coincidence. Even without me, Senior Haobua was still able to do it. Chu Feng put away his impatience and replaced it with a false smile. Walking together? This tone, gentle like water. Where could Chu Feng be allowed to refuse? Long Evening Ching looked at Chu Feng following her side and gently laughed. Is school brother Chu Feng someone from above? Oh? Looking at your appearance, you don't seem to be too interested in the divine opportunity. Evening schoolmate misunderstood. I'm a native blue star. Chu Feng looked at the dome. I was just thinking that the person who piloted this giant starship should be participating in the recruitment trial as well, right? What would the people on the starship do if they were suddenly in the middle of a draft trial one day while piloting? But Chu Feng is actually worried about this? Chu Feng's jumpy thinking suddenly made her think of her own sister. I almost forgot. School brother Chu Feng has only passed his first enlistment trial, so he probably doesn't know that there is a pattern to the triggering of the enlistment trial. Chu Feng acted like he was listening. There are 3 types of enlistment trials. Normal, regular, random drafting. This is variable, but it's usually no more than 4 weeks at most, and no less than 3 weeks at the fastest. Active enlistment. When you obtain certain corresponding props, you can enter the designated enlistment trial, or the last trial you experienced. As for the third divine favor call, I've only heard of it, and to participate in the divine favor call, one's identity must be a divine favorite. The latter 2 trials, whenever they are attended, refresh the time of random enlistment. So it's not really that hard to control the time of the enlistment trial, and you don't have to worry about less people piloting the divine machine worrying about something going wrong. Long Evening Ching was like a knowing and considerate big sister, carefully telling him all about the trial. But how could someone like him, who had even participated in the divine favor draft, not know these basic rules? Thank you, Evening Sister, for your teaching. Long Evening Ching propped up her forehead and said, oops, talking to you. I suddenly forgot that my sister had just gone to buy food for me and asked me to wait for her outside. Chu Feng asked, waiting for her? You were together just now? Yeah, we've been together since we boarded. Why? In the distance, Long Evening Lemon, who was wearing a light yellow dress with a princess bow on her head, carrying a crossbody bag and carrying snacks in her hand, walked towards the two of them. I said, why have you disappeared? So there's something else you're not telling me. Long Evening Lemon crossed her waist with one hand and looked Chu Feng up and down. Wait, you are Long Evening Lemon. Then who was it that I ran into previously? God's Machine Amusement Park. Internal. Chu Feng and Dragon Evening Lemon were having fun. God Machine Amusement Park, in the jargon, is the built-in minigame of divine games on the God Machine, like some deep-sea asphyxiation, star bungee jumping, fire and ice roller coaster. All kinds of dangerous and exciting programs were experienced by both of them. End of tour. Inside the private lounge, the Dragon Evening Lemon leaned against Chu Feng's side, giving off a feeling of intimacy. I can't believe you know quite a few things. Chu Feng smiled. You know things, and quite a lot. Can we please stop blowing each other off like this? Could be. Chu Feng stared at Dragon Evening Lemon's eyes. Then tell me first, who exactly are you? What are you talking about? We've been playing for so long and you don't even remember what my name is? Dragon Evening Lemon feigned anger. I'm not talking about this false layer of identity you have on the outside, but about yourself. Who the hell are you? Chu Feng corrected. Oh no. Or rather, what the hell are you? Dragon Evening Lemon smiled flirtatiously. I thought you didn't realize it from the beginning to the end. Chu Feng covered his forehead. Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that the main body asked me to come on a whim, it seems that from his memory, he would have missed your problem. Cut the crap. I've been playing with you for so long. It's time to say something real, right? Dragon Evening Lemon finally put away his disguise. In the blink of an eye, a beastess that was half human and half horse appeared in front of Chu Feng. The private rooms became much more crowded all of a sudden. Centaur? Chapter 60, Analog Universe. Open. Someone from Beastmaster? Chu Feng frowned slightly. It reminded him of his teammate from the last conscription trial, the werewolf priest Kurenai. Chu Feng couldn't figure out why the people from the Beast King planet would come all the way here. Moreover, the other party's divine path realms were unfathomable. All of them at least at the realm lord rank or above. You really do have a problem. A person from the tiny blue star, who had failed to even set foot in the Galactic Alliance, knew about the Beast King star, which was several galaxies away. The chosen one that Assad mentioned must be you, all right. The centaur leaned down and touched Chu Feng's head and said, my name is Gladys. Tell me what you believe in. Boy, after all this effort and drama, this is what it's all about. Chu Feng lost his smile. Before asking someone else a question, shouldn't you also tell me who the god you serve is? Really? Seeing as how you've been happily playing with me all day, I'll reluctantly tell you that my lord is the god of the old days, Moonstrike. No wonder it is so important to say something so important but in such a strange occasion, hoping that you want to play it yourself. Gladys' words made Chu Feng think of many things at once. God of the old days. It actually reached out to him. Seems like you've changed a lot of things by passing down the old divine council. For the time being, I still don't know what this Moonstrike wants to do. Since Gladys is so generous with her words, Chu Feng no longer hides it and says, my lord old. My lord, roaring. I wonder why you are here. Gladys looked at Chu Feng with interest. I'm glad you're sensible enough not to lie to me. If Assad can prophesy who and where you are, naturally he can also prophesy what you believe in. Chu Feng froze. In other words, if I had just said that I believed in the olden days, you would not have hesitated to do something to destroy me? Still, from Gladys' mere words, one could hear that the other party should come from an organization that believed in the god of old days. Gladys continued, I came this time to give you this. Saying that, Gladys handed Chu Feng a black key. Assad told me that you will use it next in the Galactic Alliance's simulated universe. Chu Feng received the key. Well, that's all there is to say. When you're done with the simulated universe, remember to come to Beast King Star to find me. Gladys shifted into a small flying insect that was hard to see with the naked eye and disappeared in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng pondered in place for a few minutes, then turned into a black mist. In the booth, it reverted to an empty look, as if no one had come. Long Evening Harvest smiled and went up to take the food in Long Evening Lemon's hand. Good sister. It's not like you don't know that my sister has a poor memory. Forgive sister. After talking to Chu Feng's schoolmate for a while, I forgot all of a sudden. Long Evening Lemon cut out. Alright, let's go. Just now Wu Jie sent me a message saying that we're almost there. Senior Chu Feng, why don't you join us? Long Evening Harvest invited. Chu Feng touched the black key in his arms and nodded his head. Galactic Alliance. Center ports. Recruitment testers from various planets stepped off the Starship, but people are not allowed to move freely in Galactic Alliance territory until they have passed the test. As such, all participants are guided by Alliance guides walking a path with no return to the entrance of the hall where the simulated universe enters. When the crowd stepped into the hall of the simulated universe, a grand and mysterious atmosphere came over them. The hall was vast and sprawling, with a towering dome that seemed to touch the edge of the universe. Above the dome, countless stars twinkled, and they were like a bright river of stars, emitting a soft glow. The light from these stars spilled out into the hall, adding a fantastic color to the entire space. The floor of the hall was paved by a special material that emitted a faint glow, and with every step, one could feel the great power in it. The ground was engraved with complex and exquisite patterns, which were like the veins of the universe and contained endless mysteries. In the center of the hall, there was a huge circular platform, on which flashed runes that the crowd couldn't even understand, and these runes kept changing shapes and colors, as if they were guiding people into this unknown world of the simulated universe. Around the hall, huge columns stood, and between them, huge crystal chandeliers hung. On the walls, a huge mural adorned the walls. The frescoes are also surrounded by a variety of precious stones and crystals. The colors of the mural are vibrant and deep, and each stroke is full of artistic charm. The murals depict speculations about the birth, development and destruction of the universe, as well as stories of legendary heroes and heroines who have made their mark on the Galactic Alliance. The entire hall of the simulated universe was filled with a mysterious and grandiose atmosphere, making it seem as if one was in a real universe. Hello, gentlemen. Everyone who was surveying the amazing scene in the hall was attracted by a voice. I am the rotating leader of the Galactic Alliance for this period of time, and I come from the Broken Dune Star. A small percentage of you here will be able to complete the trial of the simulated universe. At that point, you and I will be fellow travelers working together. So just call me Old Sam. The drooping old man looked like he couldn't withstand a gust of wind, but his divine path realm was actually a high-level domain lord. The leader of Blue Star, Ms. Sikorum, was supposed to give the speech, but she has important matters to attend to now, so she entrusted it to me. Chu Feng gave a silent laugh. Wasn't Sam of the Broken Star the culprit who had counted on sealing Sikonlan? It doesn't matter. It won't be long before you get your ass handed to you. For those of you who can set foot here, I think you all have some general knowledge of the analog universe. For example, it's similar to the conscription trial, having its randomness. However, there is one thing I want to make clear to everyone. Do not mistake this for a simulation and have no reverence for it, and do not take it seriously. In simulation, there is also life and death. Old Sam's words caused a commotion on the floor. Obviously, the vast majority of people were not aware that the level of danger here was the same as the conscription trial. What you didn't know before, it's not too late to know now. Next, let me introduce you to the basic rules of the analog universe. 1. The simulated universe is divided into 3 regular trials, with 1 elite trial, and those who pass, all of them, are eligible to enter the final trial, while you are all sent as squads from various planets. In reality, maybe you might not even run into each other at the end of the simulation. 2. Only those who enter the elite trials will regain the ability to talk between squad members. 3. Remember to fear the gods. Just because the simulated universe is a simulation of conscription trials doesn't mean the gods can't cast their eyes on it, so be careful what you say. Old Sam's message was simple and did not contain too many speeches. He concluded, I declare that the Galactic Guardian recruitment test is now open. Others have begun to teleport through the simulated universe and enter it. Sun Haobua, who was the captain, looked at the several people and said, the deans didn't tell us about the rules when we came here, so it seems that the Galactic Alliance doesn't allow it. Now that the plan has changed, we'll just have to see what happens. Although we can't contact each other, if we're lucky enough to be randomly assigned together, we'd still appreciate it if we could help each other out. Hopefully we'll all meet at the elite trial stage. The crowd nodded in unison. Witness each other entering the analog universe. Before Chu Feng entered, he saw a familiar figure. Interesting. Sikong Yuer, I can't believe you came to join us. Chapter 61, Old, Broken Town. Analog Universe, Ordinary Trial 1. Please close your eyes when it's dark, shadows, is open. Random match in progress, 136. Trial objective, leave town, limited time, 7 days. Chu Feng's consciousness was the first to awaken. 36 people. He couldn't help but sigh at the sight of the prompt. This time the simulated universe actually randomized to the most deadly large team trials. Match made, 36-36. The bumpy rocking sensation allowed Chu Feng to gradually take control of his flesh. By the time he could look around, he found himself in an old bus, an old-fashioned vehicle that has been discontinued even on the blue planet. Yet it appears in a place like this, and by the looks of it, it's not a high civilization. On the bus, people sized each other up and counted in their minds. Unbiased, exactly 36 people. In other words, the people in the car are the very same 36 players who were successfully matched this time. Soon the crowd noticed something strange. If there were only 36 people, who was the driver of the bus? One bold player lifted the curtain separating the passengers from the cab and found the driver's seat empty. It's not like unmanned tech players haven't seen it before, but appearing in such a remote and backward place, surrounded by weeds and trees, it seemed strange anyhow. The player beside Chu Feng suddenly got up and said, "No one knows what position this car will take us to. I can't feel at ease walking on a road that can't be controlled by myself. Is there anyone who is willing to go down with me to take a look?" The heart of one of the men sitting in front of him leapt at the words. "That's what I thought. Come on, friend. Get off together." The two men paired up and opened the center car door together. The harsh wind poured in instantly. The two jumped out of the car together. The next moment, a creepy scene happened. Before their feet hit the ground, countless gray shadows seemed to condense into sharp claws, and in a few breaths, they gnawed away at their flesh and blood. With a clang, two skeletons without a speck of flesh and blood hit the grass with a heavy thud. On the bus, all the people were silent when they saw the scene. Random match in progress, 34-36. After the two deaths, the two empty slots surprisingly opened up for another match. It didn't take long for the personnel to be matched in place again. Match made, 36-36. On the bus, two more people slowly appeared in the empty seats. Chu Feng looked at the newcomer beside him in surprise. "Senior Sister Evening Harvest?" Long Evening Ching's dull gaze gradually returned. "Senior Chu Feng?" He gave a bitter laugh. Honestly speaking, Chu Feng didn't want this strange place full of weirdness to have acquaintances in it. Still coming in as a replacement. "Evening Sister has been waiting for a match just now?" Long Evening Ching nodded slightly. "Yes. Why do you ask?" "Because two people died before you were matched." Long Evening Ching's expression stared. "Really? Things like replacement matches are only encountered in large team trials. None of the replacement matches that can occur are dangerous assignments." The problem now was that everyone was participating in a team trial simulated by the simulated universe. And everyone here, except for the teammates who had come with them, were all in competition, and it was simply impossible to be of one mind. With a scattered group of people having to deal with this kind of pressure, one can only imagine what a mess a late date can be. The other new guy coming up is a reckless kid too. As soon as I came up, I wailed to get out of the car. In view of the result of the death of someone who had just gotten out of the car in the middle of the day, the new guy who came up was persuaded by the people next to him to back off. The bus continues to travel normally. The wind was howling a little louder outside the car than it had been a short time ago. Irritation festered in the minds of the crowd. Chu Feng was more sensitive to the intensity of this emotion. "Shouldn't." Chu Feng covered his head and his face became very pale. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Chu Feng was not in a good state, Long Evening Ching asked with some concern. "No, it's fine." Chu Feng looked out of the car window, and a pair of invisible eyes seemed to be staring at him. The bus traveled along the path until the crowd saw a dead tree ahead of them across the middle of the road, and the bus stopped. "What's this?" On the branches of a dead tree, several large black birds that emitted raspy, strange calls cocked their heads at the bus. "The car is not moving." The car wasn't moving, but no one dared to get out and check it again now. Chu Feng's head hurt more and more after seeing the strange bird, as if something was going to come out of it. Long Evening Ching raised her hand and released a purification spell, and only then did Chu Feng feel slightly better. "Don't mind me." Chu Feng waved his hand. "Now it is the immediate predicament. How should we tide over?" Just as the crowd was at their wits' end, the bus made an unsolicited U-turn. This time, the bus took a different trail. An unknown amount of time passed before someone finally realized something was wrong. "Hey, did you guys notice that we passed that town we just passed several times? Not only did I see it, but I saw living people walking around down there. It's so weird. Can we really go down there?" The crowd was talking, but none of them dared to get out of the car. Chu Feng endured the pain and carefully observed the town's environment. The town sat quietly in the middle of a barren landscape, giving off an eerie and dangerous aura. The entrance to the town was an old rusty iron gate. A rickety wooden plaque hung from an arched iron frame above the door. The writing on it blurred, as if it had gradually lost its original meaning under the erosion of age. The iron door was half hidden, as if inviting uninvited guests into a world full of unknowns, or like a trap waiting for the prey to throw itself into the net. "No, this town doesn't look like a place to stay. We can't get off." Someone couldn't help but say. "What choice do we have? There are at least living people walking around down there, and it's better to get out of the car and ask around than to wait in the car and die, right?" The other couldn't take the back and forth circling and finally chose to get out of the car. But this time, no harm was done. Seeing that someone managed to survive, the others got out of the car. Chu Feng and Long Evening Ching also no longer lingered in the car and followed off into the town. The narrow streets winding. The floor paved with green stone plate has been broken. The cracks grow yellow weeds. The houses on both sides of the street were dilapidated and eerie, with wooden windows closed tightly and curtains fluttering gently in the breeze, as if hiding a myriad of secrets. The walls of the house were crawling with dark green vines, which were like the tentacles of demons, tightly wrapping around the house, giving it an oppressive feeling. The architecture of the town varies in style, but all reveal an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The roofs of the houses were strangely pointed and covered with black tiles, as if they were witches' castles. Some of the houses are low-slung bungalows with strange symbols and patterns painted on the walls that send shivers down your spine. In the doorways of some houses, there were also some worn-out barrels and wooden boxes with unknown contents, emitting a putrid odor. In the center of the town is a square on which stands an old bell tower. The walls of the clock tower are already modeled, and the hands have long stopped turning, as if time has frozen here. The large bell in the belfry made a dull sound, each one seeming to speak of the town's past and future. The ground of the square was covered with fallen leaves and dust, and an occasional breeze would raise a cloud of dust, making it difficult to see the road ahead. Stop in your tracks, you who are lost. A man dressed in black stopped the crowd. Chapter 62, The Man in the Window. It is getting late, so please do not feel free to move around outside. The man in black pointed to the houses of varying heights that the crowd saw just now and said, there are still a lot of empty rooms over there, so all of you can just pick one to stay in. When it gets completely dark, don't open the door, no matter what noises are made outside. The man in black finished his speech and turned to leave. One of them stepped forward to stop him. This friend, may I ask where this place is? Which era is it located in? The man is an old history researcher when he opens his mouth, trying to determine where the crowd is today through the epical timeline. The man in black shook his head. This place doesn't belong to any time, any place. The man wanted to ask more questions, but the man in black interrupted him. Well, if you keep talking, it's going to be dark. When the sun rises the next day, you will meet me at the witch's chapel. At that time, I will answer any questions you want to ask. The man in black was like a guide for the trials. He gave the crowd one important thing to do, and that was not to go out after dark. But the words were left unfinished, leaving them a little room to think. Let's go. Chu Feng did not insist on getting a reassuring result now. Long Evening Ching followed beside Chu Feng. Let's just follow what that man said and find an empty room to stay for the night? We saw a lot of traps on the way here. Aren't you afraid that this is a conspiracy too? Chu Feng rubbed his head that continued to have a constant headache. To be honest, I'm not too sure, but it just feels so uncomfortable out there. It would be better to find a place to settle down and get through the night than to stay outside the town. Long Evening Harvest nodded silently. The two found an unoccupied house close by. As soon as he got closer, he saw a broken black stone hanging over the door. Chu Feng frowned and looked at it for a while, always feeling that this black stone looked somewhat familiar. He didn't think much about it and led Long Evening Harvest inside. Inside the room, it was a very simple layout. A living room, a bedroom and washroom, except for the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, which were covered by curtains. All the other windows from front to back were sealed with solid wood strips that prevented a single ray of light from filtering through. It's neat, looks like someone lived there not too long ago. Long Evening Ching was a bit puzzled. Where is the person who lived here earlier? Chu Feng was unable to answer her doubts. He looked silently at the back of his hand, trying to conjure Karthus out of it. Where it was related to, Shadow. The other party definitely knew more about it than he did, but when he connected to the old Divine Council, he realized that he couldn't access it at all. Hey, no, at this point, drop the ball on me? Chu Feng's head ached more and more, and then recalling the abnormalities that had happened to his body on the bus, the probability was that he had already entered under the manipulation of the emotions. God's curse, sorrows and happinesses are all fixed. Unlike the previous moment of obscurity, this curse would not directly take Chu Feng's life, but the curse will limit his abilities in all directions when it breaks out. At one time, he could still use his abundance, divinity to fight hard, but now, he could only bear it quietly, allowing the power of the emotions to influence, interfere, and even block everything he did. Sure enough, can't even open the panel anymore. Chu Feng inwardly let out a bitter smile. There was no difference between him now and an ordinary person. Wait, the effect of all sorrows and happiness on himself doesn't logically make him lose all his abilities so quickly. He looked at Long Evening Clear and asked, Senior Sister Evening Clear, try unleashing the purification technique on me again and see. Long Evening Harvest thought that it was Chu Feng's body that was feeling sick again, so she raised her hand to release it. This time, however, nothing happened. Long Evening Ching was surprised. I can't release my skills? Chu Feng had an expression that said it all. I'm afraid it's not just you and me, but all the other participants in this entry into the analog universe have fallen into this state. Long Evening Ching had never encountered such a situation before, and a hint of panic appeared on her face. Then it can only wait. Chu Feng looked outside where it was already completely dark. Said the man in black, just like the man in black said. Stay in your room honestly and wait until tomorrow to ask him about the secrets of this place. The man in black seemed to have said that we were not to open the door, no matter what happened outside tonight. Does this mean that by nightfall, Something is bound to happen? Long Evening Ching looked through the gap in the curtains to the towns outside the road they had come from, and on the road, there were vaguely people passing by. Realizing that something unclean was starting to come out from outside, Chu Feng pulled the curtains tight. It's better for Evening's senior sister to go to the next room to rest. Just leave this place to me to keep an eye on it. Long Evening Ching gently nodded. Good. The night, completely dark. Chu Feng, who had been taking a nap on the sofa for a while, suddenly heard a knock at the door. He rose violently, approached the door of the room. The next second, a prompting sound came to his ears. Current remaining surviving trial participants, 35. Senior Chu Feng, open the door. There's a group of bizarre black shadows chasing me outside. Successful matches, 36 persons. Chu Feng slightly pulled open the curtains, and the one who appeared in the doorway was actually Long Evening Lemon. What's going on? A replacement after all this time? And this person is Long Evening Lemon? Room. Long Evening Ching heard the commotion and immediately came out to check. Late Lemon? In her haste she was about to go up and open the door. Chu Feng stepped forward to stop her. Don't forget what that man in black said. Just as soon as someone dies, the next second Late Lemon sister matches in and happens to show up at our door again. Evening schoolmate, what do you think is the probability of this kind of consecutive collision? Are you trying to say that whoever is out there isn't Late Lemon at all? As a sister, Long Evening Chang was worried. She wouldn't dare bet on it. In case that's Late Lemon at the door and one fails to open the door for her. Long Evening Harvest's gaze became firm. Senior Chu Feng, that's my sister. I have to go open the door and save her. The situation that Chu Feng hated the most appeared. He didn't want his judgment to be influenced by someone he knew well. Chu Feng said in a deep voice, you know it wasn't her. I'm sorry, Senior Chu Feng. I don't want to gamble on the possible among the impossible. Then tell me, with both of us losing all of our abilities, what would you do if an irresistible monster was behind the open door? Chu Feng asked rhetorically. Long Evening Ching couldn't refute it. You can't do anything. Chu Feng suddenly made a move and pulled Long Evening Chang over. The palm of his hand turned into a knife and struck her hard on the back of her neck. Long Evening Ching lost consciousness and collapsed into Chu Feng's arms. Chu Feng placed her flat on the couch. I can't leave my fate to the whims of others. So tonight, we'll just have to wait. Outside the door, the pounding grew louder, interspersed with Long Evening Lemon's urgent cries for help. It then changed to mournful cries and screams. This voice accompanied Chu Feng throughout the night. Chu Feng just quietly listened until the red sun gradually rose. Dawn. Chapter 63, The League. Chu Feng pulled open the curtains, and a flash of light shone on Long Evening Ching's face. Her tightly closed eyes opened gently. Long Evening Ching suddenly thought of the person who knocked on the door at night time, and then immediately rushed towards the door. This time, Chu Feng did not stop her. The door to the closed room was opened. A female corpse dressed in a long pale yellow dress with a Princess Bao costume fell aside. Her face was gnawed beyond recognition, and her insides and outer thighs were scratched and bitten to a bloody pulp. From the looks of it, the costume was exactly the same as Long Evening Lemon. However, due to the severity of the broken appearance, it was impossible to tell if it was really Long Evening Lemon. At least, Chu Feng could not tell the difference. Long Evening Harvest only swept a glance and said, it's not Evening Lemon. She looked at Chu Feng with an apologetic heart. I'm sorry, I was wrong last night, and if I had actually been allowed to open the door, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's a good thing you stopped me. Schoolboy Chu Feng. Chu Feng shook his head. This is not the time to talk about this. Look at the people who are participating in the trial this time. Current number of people remaining in the simulated universe trial, 22/36. A third of them died in just one night without us knowing anything about it. And I'm afraid it's going to get even tougher from here. Chu Feng's gaze was locked on the witch church that was the tallest building. Come on. It's time to ask that man in black what kind of a remarkable place we've entered. Inside the town. Witch church. Aside from Chu Feng, there were already other participants who came inside the church hall first. The man in black sat above. Nothing was said as he watched the constant inquiries from below. It was only after the survivors came one after another that the man in black spoke. Lost people, it is your survival that has been exchanged for this listening. Get a grip on reality. Next, I will teach you to survive. And only by fitting in here will you be spared death. What kind of bull asterisk. Blend in here? Damn you. You'd better give a full account of what really happened last night. And our powers, why can't we use them here anymore? The man in black waved one hand. Two participants who had clamored in front of him had their lives taken with ease. I don't mind killing a few more until you're willing to listen to me, because I know very well that such a person, even if he survives today, will die tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or even, before it dies, kills the others who are here. The black man's voice was soft, but to the participants, It weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. Only when he saw that no one objected did the man in black continue. My name is Norman. I am the listener of this church and the current agent of the town. The one that infested your temporary residence last night was a monster called Fear. They will mimic those who are important to your hearts to lure you to open the door. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Someone questioned in a whisper. It's no use, no one will believe it if I say it. The one who should pass away will not change his mind because of my 3 words. Norman looked at them, including now. Among you, there will still be those who can't resist the temptation to open the closed door in the next 2 days, and thus lose their lives. The surviving participants looked at each other with fear in their hearts. None of them wanted to be the next to die. So someone asked, Mr. Norman, how can we survive? Good question. Norman said, starting today, you'll be in charge of watering the fruits and vegetables in the fields. He pointed out several people in a row and gave them each a task, either farming or pig farming. Chu Feng's brows furrowed as he watched. I think we missed the perfect opportunity to leave town? What? Long Evening Ching asked in a small voice. You mean we should have left last night? No. One should drive decisively away the moment they get off the bus. Chu Feng felt a chilly wind blowing inside the church. Unfortunately, that opportunity has been lost. We're in a dilemma. Long Evening Harvest understood a little. That time was before we were incapacitated. Are you saying that staying, instead, limits us? Chu Feng sighed softly. That's right. Now, it's just a matter of taking one step at a time. Norman's gaze swept over the two of them. Chu Feng hurriedly held Long Evening Ching's hand and said, Mr. Norman, our two families know a little bit about medicine. Why don't you give us a task of treating and seeing patients for everyone? Norman looked at the furtive Chu Feng and nodded slightly. That's fine. The town's doctor happened to be devoured by fear the other day. It would be great if you could take over their work. After Norman's explanation, the remaining people knew roughly the environment and location of their location. This town, the land of the godforsaken. There is no belief in gods here. The first people who descended here built the town as it is today, brick by brick. In the town, it's the people who fall in at various interfaces of time and space. They all have the same thing in common. That's seeing dead trees and strange birds. When the dead tree and the strange bird appear, it means the crowd has entered the town's wheelhouse. That was why the group had initially ignored them as they passed through the town. Because they know the rules. Everyone is not allowed to talk to them until the first night is over. You're not a townie if you haven't spent your first night. If you strike up a conversation, you will only be drawn into unknown risks. The items that isolate the presence of Fear are the black stones that hang from the doorways of homes. Norman didn't know what the stone was for either. Just know that if you leave it at the door, the monster won't open the door voluntarily. Upon becoming townspeople, everyone is required to work at the positions the town lacks, as they do now, in order to be allotted fruitful food. All of these seemingly plausible explanations became absurd backstories to the participants. After all, they only had 7 days. Once the 7 days were up, there was no telling what awaited them when the mission failed. After all, they didn't come here to play house games. So after leaving the church, the surviving participants quickly organized themselves, and they formed a confederation as a way to share news gained within the town. The one who organized the alliance was named Yi Tian and came from the Songhai Star, which had the same origin as the Blue Star. He stood right in front of Chu Feng at this moment and persuaded, Brother Chu really doesn't intend to join us? Chu Feng refused. We can share if we have news, but joining an organization or something? I'm a lazy person who is used to being lazy and don't like to still listen to people inside the trial. Well then, I won't make things difficult for you, but if you have any important information, please remember to exchange it with us. Seeing Yi Tian leave, Long Evening Cheng asked, are we really not going to go on the same road as everyone else? Chapter 64 Edge of the Forest. No. Chu Feng finished packing up their newly assigned rooms. Now he finally realized why that room was so clean and tidy last night. Because last week there was someone living there, but the day before that they died outside. He looked at the door and said, this isn't a boss fighting session. There's no use in having too many people. If that so-called alliance runs into trouble and you have to lend a hand to assist, you're purely dragging yourself down. So what if we're the ones in trouble? Long Evening Ching still had some worries in her heart. If her abilities were all there, she naturally did not need to worry when she was with Chu Feng. But today, she sighed slightly. Don't worry, it won't happen. Chu Feng softly said, don't forget our current status, as long as we don't cause any trouble, that Mr. Norman, instead, will protect us. Long Evening Harvest suddenly thought of what he had said within the church. You mean, the identity of the doctor? Aha. And, with this title, we just have to wait for people to come forward. It'll be easier to pry through the patients to find out anything else about the town when the time comes. Long Evening Harvest lightly nodded her head. In order to avoid Long Evening Ching's misunderstanding, Chu Feng explained. The reason why I said that about the identities of the two of us just now was actually because I wanted to see if Norman knew about the existence of our group of players. If he knew, he would be suspicious of my words, because there's no way that the so-called two players will be matched together. But he didn't question it, which suggests that the other side didn't know about it. Long Evening Harvest said she didn't care. She suddenly froze. Wait, if that's true, then there's no way we can quit the test in the simulated universe even if it's time? Looks like you thought of it, Chu Feng said indifferently. If someone had really been teleported away at the point, Norman would have definitely spoken out about it at the church. But he didn't, because the truth is, this place is only for entering. Long Evening Harvest let out a sigh. Senior Chu Feng, you didn't sleep all night last night, so rest for a while first. I may be incapacitated, but I still have basic common sense about healing. Good. Chu Feng gently nodded his head. This time they were assigned a small double-story house. On the first floor, there is a lounge equipped with the usual medical tools and medicines, as well as several restrooms. On the second floor are 2 empty bedrooms. Chu Feng did not choose to go up to the second floor to lie down, but instead slipped out through the back door during the few moments that Long Evening Qing was in the front hall. He walked down the dirt roads of the town. Maybe it's because with the sunlight, all that encircling eeriness is lessened. The town at this point in time was much more lively than it had been at the time they had arrived. Although the town has little in the way of equipment for one's amusement, one can always think of something to do when one has been here long enough. A few kids were happily playing while the adults talked and laughed. Chu Feng shook his head. The more normal he looked, the more perverse he felt. Chu Feng came to the edge of the town alone, and further in, there was a dense forest. What would have become of the ending if we had chosen to go through the forest that night? Chu Feng thought about it as he stepped into it, but within a few steps, he was stopped by a man who suddenly appeared next to him. What for? Who told you to come over here? The man held a double-barreled shotgun and aimed it at Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked back and the man recognized him. I know you, the guy on the bus last night. TSK. Lucky to have survived last night. But now that you're here, don't think about going back. The man had a beard, a duck-tongued hat, and a cigarette in his mouth. You can get killed if you want, but don't hurt us. Chu Feng had hallucinated the other party as Albert at a glance. Although he was being pointed at by the barrel of a gun, Chu Feng did not panic. He laughed. I heard that the doctor here died the night before last, and I've taken an assignment with Mr. Norman today to temporarily fill in for the other man. The man lowered the gun in his hand. Hell, you're a doctor? He threw the cigarette in his mouth on the ground and stomped it out, saying, Hey man, pointing a gun at you wasn't my intention. My job is to patrol the edges of this forest to avoid trespassing. Listen, you don't want to go inside the forest. Chu Feng said it didn't matter. My friend, no need to be nervous. I just saw that some of the medicines in the clinic were depleted, and thought I'd come to the forest to see if I could pick some useful ones. So it is. The man breathed a small sigh of relief. He didn't really want to offend a doctor in a hellhole like this if he could help it. But as far as I know, the forest is full of useless weeds that shouldn't do much for the healing aspect. Chu Feng flirted. Perhaps I can't compare to you in patrolling, but in the aspect of identifying herbs, I don't think I need your guidance too much. The man scratched his head in embarrassment. See, I told you. Chu Feng pushed him away and pulled a bunch of ordinary-looking grass from the bottom of his feet. What you're stepping on under your feet is called the evergreen grass. Don't look at this stuff as ordinary, but mashed up and put on a wound. It can make it heal faster. While putting away the herbs, Chu Feng asked offhandedly, My name is Chu Feng. Friend, why did you say just now that entering the forest was tantamount to harming other people? The man nodded with seeming understanding. Just call me Old K. That's what everyone calls me. It goes back to the last plague of the forest. Through Old K's narration, Chu Feng roughly understood. The so-called plague of the forest is a union of the townspeople who have violated the rules of the Nod and want to escape from the forest. But once Nod had said that if anyone dared to run away from the forest, then they would draw the forest's vengeance. The group didn't listen, secretly killing the patrolling men and then rushing inside the forest en masse. The result is that a large number, similar to last night's monsters, are out in force, luring people to open their doors and coming to cleanse the town. The few who survived never dared to think otherwise after seeing the horrors of the forest. Although a few more waves have come in since then, they are still not enough to supplement the current temporary shortage of population. But well, Old K looked at Chu Feng and giggled. Chu Feng understood what he meant. The arrival of their wagon load of men filled the void in the labor force. Old K, can you accompany me to pick more herbs at the edge of the forest? Old K was a little embarrassed. I know, it's not in your job description, but I don't know as well as you do where the real borders are, in case I make the mistake of entering and attract the forest's retaliation. Ugh, okay, you follow me. Old K's intention was to directly let Chu Feng go back, but the other party was doing it for the medicinal herbs, so he couldn't afford to stop them too much. It would be bad luck if you were to get sick or something and not have medicine to treat it. Under Old K's leadership, Chu Feng began to sweep around the edge of the forest. Small town. Inside the infirmary. Long Evening Ching finished organizing the somewhat cluttered medication room and had just sat down to rest when an elderly grandmother came to the door. Chapter 65, Accident? Coincidence? Hello little girl. Granny walked in the front door. I heard from Mr. Nord that there are 2 new doctors here, and it just so happens that wifey I'm having a reoccurrence of an old problem, so I've come to take a look. Long Evening Harvest smiled gently. Come in. She pulled out a chair and sat the grandmother down. I wonder what's wrong with the old man. I have, in recent days, dreamed every night of the old man in my house, and when I woke up, I found him at my window silently watching me, and not asking me to open the door for him. But the more he does it, the more I'm afraid I won't be able to resist opening the door myself someday. Granny coughed a few times. I thought I'd come and get some sleeping pills, and as soon as it gets dark, wifey, I'm going to take them so I don't wake up in the middle of the night and go open the door for him. Long Evening Ching shook her head and said, sleeping pills will be resistant if you take too many of them, and taking them for a long period of time will also affect your body. I don't recommend you to do this. She signaled the grandmother to close her eyes and gave her a general round of examination. For the mental effects, I would still recommend that you get out and about more during the day. Also, if you can, it's best to stay with someone you know at night to avoid having uncontrollable thoughts. The grandmother shook her head. Ever since the old man listened to the rumors of others and followed them to the depths of the forest and died, the old man and I have been alone. The townspeople are mostly welcoming, but they'd be scared if I were to let my wife live there. Long Evening Ching could see that she didn't want to trouble others, so she said, in that case, why don't you come and stay at my place? This, embarrassed, the grandmother said, I heard Mr. Nord say that there is a doctor's besides you. Don't we need his permission? It's okay, Chu Feng's school brother. My husband is very nice and won't veto the decision I made. He's resting up there now. I'll let him know later when he comes down. Long Evening Ching's words reached her mouth before she thought of changing her words. The grandmother gratefully said, and I won't be staying with you permanently. I'll go back to my own house when this ailment of mine improves. Long Evening Harvest smiled and said it was fine. By the way, old man, what did you say about that thing about your old man, and the people traveling to the depths of the forest? The grandmother looked like she was remembering sad memories. You just came. Not clear as normal. I heard that the forest with indescribable forest edge. It was getting late. That's enough for today. We've got a ways to go back. Any later and it'll be inconvenient later. Chu Feng said. Old K agreed. Dr. Chu is right. If you still have a need tomorrow, find another patrolman with the same status as me to lead the way. Her name is Doreen, and I'll explain everything to her when we get back later. The position of patrolman is a rotational one because of its somewhat dangerous nature. There are 3 patrols a day that guard the entrances to the nearby forest. As for the other direction, they don't have to worry about it, because if you go in and can't find your way out, it will only be the rash intruder who dies. No problem. After this day of communication, Chu Feng had a certain understanding of those townspeople he had never met before. Of course, the information comes from the old K, perhaps colored by some of his personal bias. None of this matters. If he really touches it, he'll be able to tell the difference between the real thing and the fake one on his own. Chu Feng returned to the infirmary, and Long Evening Chang, who had just sent away the people who had come to ask for medical attention, froze. How? Did you get back from the outside? I couldn't sleep, so I went to the edge of the forest to find some herbs and poke around a bit, Chu Feng said simply. The forest? Long Evening Ching was slightly startled, and pulled Chu Feng to recount what she had said from that old granny's mouth once more. I see you know that too. Long Evening Harvest breathed a sigh of relief. I think school brother Chu Feng has also poked around for relevant information. Then I am relieved. Well, let's not stand in the doorway. Let's go inside. Chu Feng hung the black stone in front of the door. By the way, you won't be upset that I invited that townie to stay with us without your permission, will you? Long Evening Ching thought about that old granny during the day, so she whispered in his ear. Actually, I want to take a closer look at the people in this town. Long Evening Ching's thoughts coincided with his. Of course not, except that the one you invited is a repeat offender who has gotten several families killed. Chu Feng laughed and joked. Long Evening Ching exclaimed, really? But why is she? It really couldn't be more true that you're wondering why the other person didn't tell you? How can a murderer admit he killed someone? Chu Feng said, but it doesn't matter. You've been busy all day. Now go lie down for a while. That old granny. Leave it to me. Looking at Chu Feng's chest, it was obvious that he had plans in mind. Long Evening Harvest bared her teeth. Senior Chu Feng looks like he's afraid that I'll be like yesterday again? He smiled in embarrassment. Seeing Chu Feng's embarrassed face, Long Evening Ching didn't say any more and returned to her room upstairs with a smile. Midnight. Granny tiptoed down the stairs. Chu Feng shouted, "Old man, what is this for?" The old granny's body trembled and said, "Young man, you are Dr. Long's husband, right? Born so handsome. It's a shame. My grandson would have been just as old if he had lived to see this day." Old man. No, Ms. Li Meijin. You haven't answered my question yet. Chu Feng pointed to the door on the side. Is it to go over and open it? The lad misunderstood me. Li Meijin sighed. Wifey, I know I have sinned deeply, but I have not gone overboard to such an extent. Since I didn't take my medication today, I just couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd check on my husband. Chu Feng pulled open the curtain, and an old man stood quietly in the doorway with a weird smile on his face, looking at the two of them. Li Meijin tremblingly walked to the glass window, gently caressing it. Old man, tell me about you. At your age, why do you want to do those things with that group of young people that are simply impossible to succeed? Do you, to leave the old woman me here, alone to die alone? Chu Feng patted the spot on the side. Ms. Li Meijin, sit down and let's talk. The old woman sighed contentedly. Young man, what do you want to know? Wifey, I'll tell you all of it if I know it. I heard about you from someone this morning and saw you in your room at night, so I was a little curious. Is this a coincidence? Or is it being orchestrated? Li Meijin shook her head and said, Wife, I am alone and have no one to arrange me. It was only Dr. Long's kind heart that kept me here for the night. Chu Feng gently nodded his head. So, can you now depict what opened the door and came in when you stayed over at the last house? Li Meijin pointed out the window. It's my old man. Outside the window, Gramps still had that creepy smile, but as if he had heard the duo's conversation. He smiled and waved his hand when Li Meijin pointed at him. Chapter 66 The Thought Reaper. The old man came in and ate all their entrails right in front of me, and then sat beside me in silence until it was almost dawn. When he went back, he didn't think the same about you? Li Meijin was silent for a moment. No. Do you think, at that time, he was self-aware? No. Then why didn't he do the same thing to you? I don't know. A sense of lonely fear came into Li Meijin's eyes. Perhaps it was, he wanted to watch me die quietly. Here, alone. Chu Feng looked at the string of beads in Li Meijin's hand and asked, This in your hand. What is it? Li Meijin gently caresses this one. It's an item in the hand of the mistress of the last house that I killed. I watched her turn it with her hand from time to time and chant something unintelligible. She says it makes her feel calmer. Bad memories flooded Li Meijin's mind. That night, when the old man ate her, she forced herself to chant a passage through the pain and eventually left this world. I was wondering if it would be more honest to go like this. Li Meijin slowly rattled the string of beads in her hand, as if this could make herself become calmer and more questioning. But from the other's words, Li Meijin didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for getting someone killed. After hearing those remarks, Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully. Afraid of being alone? I'll stay here with you tonight and watch your old man. Chu Feng pointed to the window. Go ahead and say whatever you want, as long as you don't open the door. Feel free. Li Meijin nodded gratefully. Chu Feng just sat quietly on the side as a listening bystander. It wasn't until almost dawn that the old man slowly and leisurely disappeared out the window. Li Meijin, who hadn't slept all night, had red eyes. It was rare for her to stay up so late in her old age, and at this point she was a little too braced for her body. Boy, thank you. Go get a good night's sleep. Chu Feng said. If he still comes tonight, you can keep coming to see him. Li Meijin thanked him repeatedly. Long Evening Harvest, who had rested for the night, heard the duo's conversation. After Li Meijin left, Long Evening Ching came forward and said with concern, Senior Chu Feng, you haven't slept properly for the past 2 days. How will you have the spirit to face the next difficulties? You should not go out again during the day today. That's okay. It's not time to go to sleep now that we're running out of time. Is there anything I can do to help you? Long Evening Ching had been feeling that she had not done anything in the past 2 days and was only waiting for the results of Chu Feng's probing, and she was a little overjoyed inwardly. You've been helping me out all along. Chu Feng looked at the infirmary. Evening Sister is here as a doctor, fulfilling our duties so that I can have free time outside. And all of this, you fought for. We call that splitting up the work and doing both. Long Evening Chang knew that Chu Feng was trying to comfort her. It's the only thing she can do in this incapable town. Chu Feng turned around to go out the door when Yi Tian, the temporary talker of the other alliance associations, suddenly looked for him. He was wearing a slightly heavy face. There was a guy we came in with last night who went into an inexplicable state after making contact with the townspeople. Can you help take a look? This is a hospital. We took Mr. Norman's assignment, and we don't refuse to heal anyone who belongs to the town. Chu Feng's words were equivalent to hammering Yi Tian. Tell him not to blatantly gang up under someone else's territory. More importantly, in case he was missed by that mysterious Mr. Black, it would be difficult to start the operation later. Yi Tian understood what Chu Feng meant. Indicates that he will tighten up a bit next time. Then he had the others carry that poisoned participant over. Seeing the other party's pale face, Long Evening Ching couldn't help but frown and ask, is this person a believer of joy? MS. Long has eyes like a torch. Yi Tian said, he is the indulgence faction of pleasure, and is very thirsty for carnal desires. So he was seduced by a young girl in the town and had sex with the other party. The next day, it looked like this. Chu Feng sneered. Here, prayers can't even be answered. And the fact that he has the energy to play with this shows that he doesn't seem to have a high regard for his own life or death. Since he doesn't take himself seriously, I don't think there seems to be any point in saving him. Does there? Brother Chu, although we represent different planets, now that we're at an impasse, isn't it true that the more people the better? And please, for my sake, can you lend a hand? Just as Yi Tian said, he certainly didn't care if the group lived or died. What he cared more about was what useful news they could bring to him. Out of that stance, Chu Feng silently pondered for a while and asked, which is the townsperson he had sex with? What's his name? Doreen, I heard him say? The position in the town is a patrolman. Yi Tian thought about it and said, it's her? The other patrolman Old K was talking about? Chu Feng glanced at the participant lying on the ground until he saw a dagger-sized puncture below the other party's back shoulder. Then he said to Long Evening Ching, this person is obviously being revolted by the power of pleasure. You see it too, don't you? Yi Tian said in a deep voice, I thought I was mistaken at first. It's not that small towns can't unleash their abilities, but, rather, someone has secretly limited our abilities. Restrictions? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Chu Feng thought inwardly, who do you think it could be? Who else but that Riddler? Mr. Norman? Yi Tian was extremely upset, but at the moment with no ability to fight back, he could only feel indignant. Chu Feng patted Yi Tian's shoulder. I'll leave this place to her. I have one more thing to take care of first. If this goes well, I can probably feel a little bit of a clue. Long Evening Ching gently nodded her head, allowing Chu Feng to go at ease. This time, Chu Feng's target was clear. It was that patrolman Doreen. According to yesterday's agreement with Old K, Chu Feng once again appeared at the edge of the forest. Walking along the edge, Chu Feng saw the Miss Doreen that Old K had spoken of behind a tree. The other side is doing something indescribable at the moment. This scene gave Chu Feng a somewhat helpless hole. MS. Doreen? Chu Feng shouted. The other woman twisted her head to look at her, and instead of stopping, the feeling intensified. Chu Feng stepped forward and held her hand. All right, stop playing the part. No matter how you play it, you won't be watched by the gods. Miss Doreen, you're the guy Old K mentioned? Doreen smiled. She rubbed her hand on her skirt, extended her hand and said, Mr. Chu Feng, nice to meet you. I'm also pleased to meet you. Assassin of emotion. Miss Thought Reaper. Chu Feng looked at her hand and did not choose to shake it. Chapter 67. Rude guy. Doreen cut in, but you're as smart as Old K said you were. Now that you see it, I won't hide it. The man was carried to where I live. How could I not see it? Chu Feng said indifferently. The size of the wound below his shoulder is the same as the wound caused by the assassin. And to be able to make someone fall into the rhythm that she wants, other than the Thought Reaper, I can't think of any other profession that can do that. How did you get your powers back? Though, want to know? Doreen lifted up her shirt, revealing 2 lumps of flesh on her chest with a flirtatious expression. How about a round with me, where we collide and communicate at the same time? This woman, her looks weren't the particularly bright type, but she did have a good enough body. Chu Feng ignored her flesh. I'm not interested in you. That's pretty boring. How about, let me guess? If you guess, you have to tell me everything you know about this town. Chu Feng said. What if you guess wrong? Then you're taking advantage of it either way, aren't you? Doreen smiled. That's okay. Who made you look good? You sacrificed your desire to shade, and so retrieved a sliver of your own power. Am I right? Doreen smiled and turned silent. I've been observing all day, and everyone here has their own desires. Old K had a lust for life, so when he saw that I was a doctor, he immediately began to flatter me. Li Meijian has a desire not to be alone, so she tries to find a way to get into other people's dwellings. And just a moment ago, the fluctuation of the power of joy appeared on that fellow traveler who was manipulated by you with emotion and came to the town on the same bus as me. And I think that's what you left behind when you did the test. Chu Feng stared at Doreen's body. Isn't that what you're actively releasing yourself for? But the way I look at you, it seems as if you failed. Doreen wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. I didn't believe Old K when he said you were smart. You're more than smart. You're downright scary. It took me a month to figure out the key points in choosing the town's most dangerous profession. And it took you only a day and a night to figure it out? No, a day and 2 nights. To be exact. Chu Feng corrected. If what is needed to sacrifice the shadow is not simply the desire part. You know what I mean? The authority of shadow. Besides the emotion that distinguishes desire. But there are other parts. Doreen looked like she had seen a ghost. Are you trying to say that someone else was sacrificing the last forest escape planning? I'm just guessing. Chu Feng said indifferently. There are 2 sides to everything. And you can also understand that it was the need for the shadow that caused this event of the forest escape to occur. Doreen froze. On the other hand, could it be that what happened in the town was actually the work of shadow? The people who come in here every time are but his keepers? Goosebumps broke out all over Doreen's body at the thought. In addition to the clarity of everything the town had done, there was also the amazement of Chu Feng. This man is horrible. How the hell did he do that? Extrapolating so much in such a short period of time? Chu Feng did not pick up her words. All of this, which is just speculation, needs to be verified by facts. He continued. I need to know all the great things that are happening here right now. Old K. He came in later than you did, and he doesn't know a lot of things. Doreen swallowed hard and said, 3 months ago, a man stole the jewelry of everyone in town. You know, stuff that would be of no use in a small town. But the man had some kind of fetish for picking on these things, and he was finally caught red-handed. Later he explained that he just plain liked it, and was finally put to death by Norman for being an unstable part. Chu Feng simply responded greed. 2.5 months ago, someone stole food from a dozen families that were in a period of scarcity, leading to several starvation deaths at one point in time, and ultimately to Norman's execution as well. Overeating. 2 months ago, a destruction believer who had just stepped into this place utilized the power that had not yet disappeared and slaughtered most of the residents. Chu Feng frowned. Norman didn't step in to stop it? No. Kill. Destroy the killing. A month and a half ago. Doreen told Chu Feng all about all the large deaths and special deaths that had occurred in recent months. Some of it was clear to him. Some of it he just learned. This made him roughly understand that the dilapidated town was, most likely, one of Shadow's test environments. However, in this, the only point that made Chu Feng strange was that Norman, who had the status of a listener and judge, did not find anyone every time a critical moment came up. The fact that he waited until it was over before showing up is suspicious. But that's okay. The thread will suffice with an important way to get back the ability. MS. Doreen, can you lend me a little power to sacrifice to Shadow now? I want to try and get back a bit of my power. How dare Doreen refuse at this time? The man in front of him, at first glance, was a big shot in the recruitment trial. She agreed instantly. What do you want me to do? Give me your stick. Doreen's eyes lit up. Chu Feng looked at Doreen, who couldn't wait, and helplessly shook his head. Cheap for you. Utilizing Doreen's emotion, power, Chu Feng barely obtained a chance to pray, but he didn't address decay. Instead, I whispered to myself, the old gods are revived, and the new gods are put to death. The dense black mist swept toward Chu Feng, and by the time he could see clearly again, he had already returned to the middle of the old Divine Association's main hall. Sissy flipped through the e-cards she had left behind in boredom on the long bronze table. When he saw the person coming from the great hall, his heart tensed up, but when he saw that it was Chu Feng, he was furious. You asshole! How dare you leave me here for so long? You're just someone my sister hired to save me. How dare you do this to me? How could Chu Feng have the heart to talk to her about anything? He ignored Sissy and went to the front of Carlsbad's room, got in trouble and came out to work with me. The room, silent and unresponsive. This time, Chu Feng sensed Carlsbad's aura, but the other party did not squeak. Chu Feng frowned slightly. What's going on? Still no sound from the other side. Carlsbad dared not come out to face him. Could it be that the layout of Shadow is concerned here? Speaking of layouts, the only things Chu Feng knew were related to shadows were 2 things. One is that he may have divided up decay, along with annihilation. Another thing is, what I have spied. Carlsbad's memory? Chu Feng was shaken. There is a correlation between this? Chapter 68, The Black House. Chu Feng didn't dare to continue thinking down the road. He can get to know the relationship between the gods, but engage. Forget it. For him now, it was anathema to consider the machinations of the gods. Even with the old divine council, he still had no qualifications to participate in it. It's better to just be honest and look for a solution to the current dilemma. Carlsbad had his hard feelings, which Chu Feng could understand. As this path did not work, Chu Feng was not particularly chagrined. He ignored Sissy's shouts and silently exited the temple. Doreen did not notice anything different about Chu Feng and only thought that he had temporarily retrieved his life path power. She looked at Chu Feng and said, Mr. Chu Feng, now that we are wearing the same pants, if you have any good ideas for leaving this place, don't forget me. How did you get into this place? Do you mean how to get to the town? Doreen was a little embarrassed seeking excitement with my friend. We got too involved in exercising in some cave on a deserted planet and accidentally fell to the ground. When I woke up, I was on that road and saw dead trees and strange birds. Eventually it went around and into the middle of the town. Where's that friend of yours? He's a moron. Thought I was the one knocking on his door inviting him to exercise in the middle of the night, only to be eaten as soon as he left the house. Doreen shrugged. Is there anyone else here you know well? The trustworthy kind. Doreen thought about it. Old K counts as one, but he's just a regular guy and there's a lot of things I can't talk to him about. Chu Feng slightly nodded his head. Accompany me for a walk deeper into the forest. Ha! Doreen acted as if she had misheard. Are you for real? Don't worry, I've retrieved my power of faith. Doreen rushed to block it. It's not about the power of faith. It's about this forest. If you go in there during the day, you'll do nothing but get lost or die, and those are the only two outcomes. I need to go into the forest to imprint on something, so if you don't want to, just pretend you don't see me. Saying that, Chu Feng himself turned around and walked into the forest. Don't! Doreen gritted her teeth and followed Chu Feng. Okay, I'll go with you, but you have to listen to me and turn around once you see the black house as well as the strange figures. Chu Feng glanced at Doreen. I seem to have just said that you were going to tell me everything you know about the town. What? Still hiding? Doreen said helplessly. That area, it doesn't belong to the town. Rather, it belongs to the monsters that come out at night. Chu Feng's eyes made Doreen feel a hint of discomfort. She continued. Someone who escaped from the forest during the daytime had returned alive, and he said that the monster lived in one of those black houses, but it wasn't long before the man died too. And I'm afraid that people who get lost and disappear and never come back will end up the same as dead. Do you know the general direction? Once Doreen heard Chu Feng's words, she was speechless. Hell, I warned you to stay away, and instead you came to me, didn't you? Just tell me what you know, or don't know. Doreen pointed to the left front. Keep following this row of trees until we see two slightly shorter trees and then we turn left and we're probably there. Maybe? Chu Feng revealed a puzzled expression. Well, it's possible, because the trees here, the location keeps changing. Initially, the forest was quite far from the town. According to one of the people who has been here the longest, the forest has moved at least 5 meters in the years since he's been here. The moving forest. And what is the moral? The people of the town are like breeders of desire. Simply put, it's for the monsters to suck on. It is not flesh and blood they devour, but the thrill of fear as they abuse. Living to provide emotion and dying to provide fear. That's what the town exists for. Could the forest step be a sign of the approaching shadow? Chu Feng stopped his own wild speculations. If this was the same place that Carlsbad remembered, then this place was nothing more than a testing ground, and any conjecture was meaningless. Okay, I get it. Let's go. Seeing that Chu Feng did not waver in the slightest to turn back, Duo Lin helplessly followed beside him, following the path she had shown them. It took the two of them some effort to finally arrive near the black house. That man was telling the truth. Really has this kind of house, Doreen muttered as she looked at the destination in her mouth. The black house in front of me was nothing more than an ordinary wooden house built with black wood. Because of the material, it looks a bit peculiar in this forest. What caught Chu Feng's attention was the bizarre dolls inserted in front of each house. It was as if the scene had been seen in Carlsbad's memories. Hey, what are you doing? I thought we said we were just visiting. Doreen's heart tightened when she saw Chu Feng's unhesitating pace. Having seen the outside, it's time to see the inside. Chu Feng ignored Doreen's obstruction and headed to the black wooden house, pushing open the simple wooden door. It was empty, nothing inside. Chu Feng checked several houses one after another, and the situation was exactly the same. He turned back and asked, Doreen, when did the man you spoke of escape from the forest? The time? I'm not quite sure. Like near dusk? Chu Feng thought about it and said, alright, let's go back. Hearing this, Doreen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a long stroll through the forest, it was dark by the time we got back to town. Chu Feng returned to the infirmary. Long Evening Harvest jumped up worriedly. Are you alright? It was almost dark before you came back. I thought you had some kind of problem. It's okay. Chu Feng casually swept the room and asked, where are Yi Tian and the others? It's gone, Long Evening said. After I tried to calm that participant down, his symptoms lifted. However, I sensed the emotion, skill in him. This is the milkmaid. Very sensitive to the beliefs of each destiny. Chu Feng nodded. You sensed it right. Someone in town did it specifically to test me. Trying? Long Evening Cheng looked at Chu Feng curiously. Chu Feng roughly told Long Evening Harvest about Duo Lin's matter. Long Evening Cheng exclaimed, so, You found a way to retrieve the power of faith? Well, you're staying up with me tonight. After I help you retrieve your power, perhaps, we can try to find a way to leave. Chu Feng said. You found your way out of town? Long Evening Ching's surprise turned into surprise. For this newborn who joined their squad halfway, Long Evening Harvest had always treated him like a little brother. But I never thought that the other side would be so reliable. Whether it's a way out of town or not I'm not sure, but it should give me a little idea. Chu Feng looked at Li Meijin, who was slowly descending the stairs, and said softly, Chapter 69, The Rainy Night. Young man, it's going to be dark soon. Can I continue to join you in the parlor? Chu Feng made a gesture of invitation. Long Evening Ching and Chu Feng sat down side by side. Night, as promised. Chu Feng looked out the window and chatted idly. Ms. Li Meijin, what did your husband, in his lifetime, do? He used to catch fish. Li Meijin recalls when we came from a planet where 90% of the world is ocean. I remember that every time he went out to catch the sea in the morning, he liked to kiss me on the forehead before leaving. He told me later that this way, he would be more confident of coming back alive. To come back, alive where you are, the survival environment is very harsh, right? Yeah, there's been a lot of wind and waves and constant rainy days. Li Meijin sighed sometimes. I wonder if coming to this town is a blessing bestowed upon us. Leave the planet where you've lived for so long and never have to go out to sea to fish for a living again. No more worrying about him not coming back one day. But here, you have to beware of the monsters of the night. Chu Feng said. Monsters? The people who live here are sometimes more like monsters than monsters. They kill this and that every now and then. What are they if not monsters? We've survived here for over a decade with nothing going on. Never having to risk a big storm to survive again. Isn't it something to feel happy about to save your life just by doing what Mr. Norman says? Li Meijin seemed to recall that day when her own old man ran off with someone else to break into the forest. These goddamned ones, seeking death themselves. Why did they bring my old man along? You yourself, aren't you? Chu Feng looked at her. Introduce your old man into the room and watch someone else die in his mouth. I'm the same way myself. Yes, I'm the same way myself. Turns out I'm a monster too. Chu Feng sort of understood why this old woman would live in someone else's house and at the same time get someone else killed. Fear of being alone on the one hand, and hatred of this group of outsiders for taking the lives of their most loved ones on the other. The desire to be cared for carries with it hatred. Such a twisted personality for a man of his age. Outside the window, tick-tock, rain, gradually falling. It's raining. Li Meijin looked out the window and murmured. It hasn't rained for a long time. The last time, it was when that group ran into the forest en masse. When she finished, she got up. The old man won't be coming tonight, and I shouldn't continue to be here to bother the two of you. Why is it raining so he won't come? Chu Feng asked. Because it's raining and it's not good for them to hunt. Them, or are they? Wifey, I used the wrong word. It's them, but not today. Chu Feng pointed out the window and said, Look, isn't he here? Turning around, Li Meijin looked back and the familiar smiling face was waving happily at her. How can? The old woman stumbled. He ran to the glass window and gently stroked it, and his face paled as he said, No, you're not an old man. You're a monster. A monster. Long Evening Ching looked at Chu Feng, whose mental state was not quite right, and said, She's a little bit not quite normal anymore. Why don't we let her go back and rest? It's the right time for you to get your powers back. How can you let her go? Chu Feng said indifferently. Didn't you used to like to open the door for people at times like this? Ms. Li Meijin. Now that the two of us are here, go ahead and you go open the door for him. No, I can't. It'll eat me. I'm not going to open it. Li Meijin panicked and tried to run upstairs. Chu Feng grabbed her arm, which was like a withered one. So you still know that the monster outside the door will eat people. So how did you dare let the monster in the first place? Li Meijin didn't say anything. If you won't say it, why don't I say it for you? Chu Feng looked at the old man outside the door. It will talk to you and tell you that it is back. So you know that the old man at that time is your old man. But tonight it didn't speak, or even shed the familiar, want to eat you up look. So you're scared, aren't you? It's not that you don't know anything. On the contrary, you know everything. Li Meijin said incoherently. I don't know anything. Fine, if you won't open the door, then I will. Long Evening Chang pulled on Chu Feng's coat. Are you really going to answer the door? Chu Feng patted her hand. Don't worry, I have my measure. At that moment, Long Evening Harvest already trusted Chu Feng unconditionally. Seeing that he was so sure of himself, he said nothing more. However, as a precaution, Chu Feng still put a shield over Long Evening Harvest. The door, at that moment, was opened by Chu Feng. The old man at the window came toward the crowd without haste, with an easy stride and a wry smile on his face. Chu Feng glanced at it. What are you waiting for? Not going to enjoy your favorite? As if the old man had understood Chu Feng's words, he directly swept past him and slowly walked to Li Meijin. Long Evening Qing was surprised. Why? Didn't he do it to you? Sure enough, I guessed right. Chu Feng calmly said. Monsters, they will only target people who do not have the power of faith. I've restored the power of faith, and you have the shield of my set, so it's not within the old man's target, so he'll just go towards this old woman. So the stone hanging on the doorway is actually an item that possesses the power of the gods? Aha! Chu Feng nodded. However, he didn't tell Long Evening Harvest that what was possessed on that black stone was the power of corruption. Chu Feng let go of Li Meijin's hand. The other man went limp, looking at his old man. Tears and snot flowed. Old man, it's me, I'm your Jena. The old man grinned and didn't say a word. He gently bent down, half-kneeled in front of Li Meijin, and took her hand. The old man slowly kissed her forehead. The image was like the moment when my own old man went out to catch the sea in his youth. Li Meijin moved. She thought her old man had returned at her call, but the next second the old man broke her arm with a slight force of his hand. Then a tug and blood splattered all over the floor. Li Meijin let out a heartbreaking wail, but her other hand kept rattling the beads in her hand. Chu Feng reminded. Senior sister evening, it's now. Long Evening Qing had not yet figured out why Chu Feng wanted to watch her being tortured, but her heart to retrieve the power of faith had long been impatient and did not allow her to think about it. She silently chanted the destiny prayer. In the next second, the power of faith literally returned to her body. Li Meijin's body was being tortured to pieces, and Long Wanqing looked towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng softly said, That's enough. Save her, she still has use. At least for now. We can't let her die. Chapter 70, The Dense Absence. The healing light fell on Li Meijin's body. Her broken arm began to gradually grow back and her wounds healed. The old man nibbling on her stopped his hand. Li Meijin's eyes were lost in thought. You guys? Who the hell are you? It doesn't matter who we are. What matters now is that it's time for you to leave. Chu Feng opened the door completely. Rain dripped down the front steps as the wind blew. Please, Ms. Li Meijin, get out? No, I'm not going out. When Li Meijin heard that Chu Feng wanted him to head outside, she immediately shrank into a ball of fear. If you don't move, your favorite old man is going to come and eat you again. Li Meijin rolled and ran out the door. Long Evening Qing cried and laughed. Do we have to treat a grandmother like this? She took the initiative to come to the door. She didn't harbor any good intentions. Not letting her be eaten by the monster was already a bargain. Chu Feng looked at her staggering back and said, Let's follow. Li Meijin didn't walk very fast, but the will to live kept her moving forward. The old man followed close behind with a smile on his face. The two of them, Chu Feng, followed at the end. At first, there were many directions that Li Meijin could have chosen, but as the monsters on the other doorsteps were gradually attracted to her and gathered together, in the later days, the only way left for her to go was the forest. Those who stayed in the room heard the knocking stop, and even though they felt strange, they did not dare to open the door at will. But Yi Tian and the others were different. He was keenly aware of the difference and immediately opened the door. Seeing that the monsters were all leaning in one direction, he couldn't care too much and immediately went door to door knocking on the participants' residences. But when he saw that no one was responding, he cursed angrily and ran towards the location where the monsters were converging. Also reacting was Doreen. The perverse monster made her subconsciously think that Chu Feng had moved. Ignoring my roommate, K, he followed suit. Without the distraction of monsters, the people in the room could enjoy a rare and pleasant evening, but it was different for Chu Feng outside the room. He used Li Meijin's attraction to bring the monster back to the forest, but a strange mood rose in his heart. The closer you get to the depths of the forest, the more powerful the power the monster carries becomes. The forest is making a difference to this group of monsters. Long Evening Harvest said as she looked behind her at the monsters that followed step by step. Suddenly, she noticed what appeared to be other figures behind the monster. Seems like someone else followed? Don't mind them. The summons that Chu Feng had placed in the sky to monitor the surrounding area had already seen Yi Tian and Doreen's figures. The moment he retrieved the power of faith, he had tried to utilize the summons to explore the environment, but the summons will lose control as soon as they leave a certain range of him. There was no choice but to follow himself and use it for scouting a limited range. Under Li Meijin's haphazard lead, the monsters were mistakenly sent on the same path that Chu Feng Yu Duolin had taken in the daytime. The place where that black house with the strange mannequin exists. The closer she got to the room, the more panic Li Meijin felt. I don't know if it was Chu Feng's illusion or the change in the forest, but Chu Feng felt a tremor. Space is trembling. Long Evening Qing was surprised. Did you feel it? School brother Chu Feng. I thought it was just me, but I didn't realize it was really the forest that had changed. Chu Feng stared at Li Meijin's steps as she fled forward. and the moment she saw the black house, her life came to an abrupt end. Long evening harvest rushed forward. After a moment, she shook her head gently. Dead. It's not hard to tell by the expression on her face that she's scared to death of herself. Chu Feng swept his eyes at the monsters behind him who were dressed up as humans. All the monsters became confused. It felt like a running program that got stuck with an error. The next moment, the monsters scrambled towards the black house. They were also moving much faster on their feet. Chu Feng stopped one and was met with violent resistance from the other party. Chu Feng casually summoned 2 soul-swallowing demon apes, and the demon apes grabbed them left and right. The monster sheds its human disguise and takes on its original form. It was a monster-like creature that looked like a human. Not a human, not a ghost. Only to see it unsuccessfully break free, it even directly exploded. An invisible wisp of black mist coalesced from its shattered pieces and then slowly drifted inside the black house. Chu Feng reached out and grabbed the wisp of black mist in his hand, then smoothly threw it into the grand hall of the old divine council. One by one, the monsters disappeared, and Yi Tian and Doreen arrived late. Yi Tian frowned when he saw the black house in front of him and asked, "Brother Chu knew about this already?" He seemed a little disgruntled in his tone. "Just found out today." Chu Feng did not bother with him. These black houses, they seem to be the homes of the monsters. Doreen gasped for air. They, at this time of year, are always in town and never come back at this time of year. But now, it seems to have triggered some strange mechanism that makes them all disappear. There's no use standing here speculating. Let's go. Go on and have a look around. Chu Feng looked to Doreen just like we did during the day today. Only then did Long Evening Cheng understand that the woman who had suddenly appeared in front of her should be the person Chu Feng had spoken of in the morning. Although Yi Tian was not too comfortable with Chu Feng's concealment, when he thought that he had not given much useful information to the other party in the past 2 days, the sense of imbalance in his heart was gradually suppressed. "Brother Chu, did you see any monsters when you came in the morning?" "No." Chu Feng pointed at the strange dolls at the entrance and said, "Rather, these dolls have become a lot more numerous." After saying that, Chu Feng pulled out a mannequin stuck in the land in place, but didn't notice anything about it. So Chu Feng haphazardly threw it on the ground. But the sound that suddenly came out made Chu Feng look at it one more time. "You guys, did you hear the sound the dolls made?" Several people showed strange looks. "No." Chu Feng bent down and squeezed on the mannequin. Save me," the voice sounded again. He finally heard what the other man said this time. A cry for help? Chu Feng's face was puzzled. He smashed the mannequin with a punch and another strand of black scurried out. However, what made Chu Feng feel a bit strange this time was that the others seemed to not be able to see it at all. Is it because, not of the same destiny? Chu Feng did not think much about it and threw himself into the grand hall as usual. With that done, he got up and pushed open the wooden door of the black house, with the 3 following close behind. Once inside, the dense ground mist was refracted into a dozen colors by the light revealed by a crack right in the middle. Soon, though, the crowd saw the missing part of the glow. On the far left, between black and white, there was a vacant piece out. Chapter 71, The Church of the Witch. "Can any of you understand what this means?" Doreen asked, looking at the strange scene before her. Yi Tian didn't care about this thing at all as he said, "The disappearance of the monsters just now left this behind?" Chu Feng shook his head, speechless at the low level of this group of teammates. If 91 was here, associating it with the power of the gods that Shadow controlled, he would definitely know what the other party was doing. The 7 loves and 13 colors. This is clearly stealing, emotional, authority. It's still a cross-life steal. Chu Feng showed that although his face did not change, his heart had been shattered. He really didn't see any reason to do so. He could understand annihilation, making a move on, decay, but he couldn't understand this. Wasn't it the sheer power of the gods that allowed the new gods to obliterate the gods of old? In doing so, wouldn't one's authority become confused and adulterated? In his previous life, even when he was about to come to the end of abundance, he had never heard of such shocking news. Shadows. What is he really trying to do? Or has the survival of the old gods indirectly influenced the fateful choices of the new gods? Chu Feng simply could not figure out how the gods thought, but at this point, he understood one thing. That is, there is absolutely no way to escape this town on your own. The history of the town is nothing more than a repetitive simulation over and over again, until Shadow actually finds a way to steal emotion as faith. Ugh. Chu Feng sighed deeply. Let's go. Where to? Doreen looked at Chu Feng's face. Do you know something? Hey, didn't we have a deal? We're going to share information with each other. Wait, sharing with each other? Chu Feng once again looked at the missing blank. If I can help Shadow find a way to fill the void, does that mean I can leave the town? In Chu Feng's eyes, there was a light again. That's right, that must be it. How else could the gods be shaken by the power of individuals alone? As if Chu Feng had grasped some key point, he said to Yi Tian. If I remember correctly, Brother Yi is a believer in emotion, right? Yi Feng nodded slightly. Does it have anything to do with here? One could say yes or no. Chu Feng pondered silently for a while. I have thought of a way that may allow us to leave. However, it still requires the support of you two believers in emotion. No problem. I'll do anything to get away. Yi Tian laughed bitterly. I can't even believe that the simulated universe we entered is only the first level of the ordinary trial. Chu Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. Let's call it a night. I will call you all again when it's morning. Doreen nodded frantically. Make sure you don't forget me. The four of them retraced their steps back to the town the way they came. Even the long evening Ching knew nothing about Chu Feng's arrangement. She was now thoroughly convinced. Senior apprentice brother Chu Feng, did you really only go through one recruitment trial? You're better than any of the teammates I've ever seen matched with. I just can't believe that your God's Path realm is only at the 9th rank. In the face of long evening Ching's praise, Chu Feng did not feel complacent. Evening school sister is overrated. I'm not emotionally stable enough compared to you, who's always been incredibly calm, and I should be the one to learn from you. Long evening Ching laughed softly. That's because I'm very relieved to have school brother Chu Feng around. With that, she slightly raised her hand and a link was established between the two. This is my natural skill, divine soul sharing. Should anything happen to you, my divine soul will sense it and take the damage done for you. Chu Feng slightly side-eyed. Evening schoolmate, this is also. Long Wenqing's index finger was pressed against Chu Feng's lips. I don't know much about the study of history, but I've been more meticulous in my observations of schoolboy Chu Feng. You must know things about this place. Maybe not a glimpse of all of it, but you must have gotten a good idea of the ins and outs. It's peaceful here on the surface, but you and I both know that if the town's bottom line is touched, it's bound to become dangerous. The link, it's not just for your protection, and to protect myself. Chu Feng was somewhat moved. Divine soul sharing is the absolute linking of two people's lives, so that if one party is in trouble, the other can take the damage with full authority instead. Long evening Ching was willing to do this kind of step. On the one hand, although there was a meaning like what she said, but more than that, it was actually a protection for him. Chu Feng, who possessed the full talent of decay, was naturally not lacking in various means of preserving his life, and if he was no longer helpful, he would be able to survive by hiding in the old divine council. But this kind of unreserved help from Long Evening Harvest was already far beyond the support between teammates. It's trust. I see. Chu Feng did not say too many words of thanks. The distance between the two men had closed quite a bit at this moment. Long Evening Harvest was meticulous inside. This is very similar to Han Xingxia. If he could complete the simulation universe without loss, Long Evening Harvest might become his friend as well. What are school brother Chu Feng's plans for tomorrow? Long Evening Ching looked at Chu Feng with a smile and asked. Chu Feng thought about it. Tomorrow. You still maintain your identity normally. As for me, I'm going to pay Mr. Norman a visit. The two talked for a while longer, then went back to each other's rooms to rest and lie down. Third day into town, Chu Feng finally had a good night's sleep. At this time, Long Evening Ching was already busy downstairs. With a greeting, he went to the witch's chapel, as he had thought yesterday, and found Mr. Norman. It's you, Norman, who was looking at the statue in front of him, heard footsteps and turned around to see Chu Feng. I remember you, one of that couple, the man who could heal. Chu Feng, if I'm not mistaken. Chu Feng nodded. Mr. Norman has a good memory. I just don't know if he remembers everyone in the town or if he remembers my name specifically. I memorized it specifically. Norman smiled gently, obviously knowing why Chu Feng had come. Mr. Norman is quite honest. Chu Feng said. I came here because I have a matter I want Mr. Norman to help with. Saying that, Chu Feng outwardly released all of the god's curse aura from his body. Once you start, it's hard to stop. But yesterday, when he retrieved the power of faith, he briefly felt that all sorrow and happiness are fixed, had been suppressed a little. It was only later, after seeing the inside of the black house, that I realized it wasn't suppressed, but rather, it was, well, sucked out. Lost man, you are mistaken. I am here, in a witch's church, and can only release curses, not lift them. Norman's words did not dissuade Chu Feng. He just said in a very soft voice, Mr. Norman, of course, can't do it, but Mr. Norman, for sure, can do it. Chapter 72, Making Up for the Missing Pieces. The smirk on Norman's face faded into puzzlement. Out of the blue he asked, You didn't come to me to ask how to get out of here? Of course I came to ask that, Chu Feng said, but I'm more inclined to take Mr. Norman with me than to find a way to get myself out of here alone. Me? Norman gave a look like you've got it all wrong. I don't need to leave. Mr. Norman hasn't understood your situation. Chu Feng grabbed 2 strands of black mist from within the divine hall. The black mist gradually coalesced into 2 human-like faces after a few struggles. Muttering under his breath, "Help me. Help me. I said from the beginning that I was here to see Mr. Norman." "What do you mean?" Norman was a little confused by Chu Feng's words. He realized that the man in front of him was not quite the same as those who had entered the town in the past. He was used to people coming to him privately and asking for a way out of town. "I'm also used to seeing people who can't leave have a variety of emotions that are different from what they had at the beginning. They feared, hated, and killed until they became something else. But this man called Chu Feng 3 times emphasized his name. It feels like looking at your own body and actually calling out to another person." "Yes, a man with the same name as him." Chu Feng did not answer him directly. "I followed the monsters back to a place suspected to be their home. Last night, there, I killed one myself. Then from the monster's body, he captured the remnants of this seemingly inhuman soul. And in front of that room, there were some figures stuck in the ground. Within the bodies of these dolls, the same humanoid souls are possessed. Consciousness is actually an amazing thing. Once he is born, it is very difficult to extinguish it again. Monsters or forests, dolls or not, gradually possessed minds under the amplification and influence of emotions, as did Mr. Norman. Norman drifted into deep thought. Are you trying to say that I, like them, didn't start out as I am, but that it was the emotions I was subjected to that gradually made me who I am? Don't you understand? I'm talking about Mr. Norman, not you, Mr. Norman. Like, at the moment I'm looking at remnants of souls, not monsters that devour emotions." Norman's pupils dilated. From inside his head, a hand suddenly reached out. This hand fumbled for a few moments, pressed down on the shoulder, and used its strength to tear itself out a little. Soon, a complete Norman appeared in front of Chu Feng. His expression was a little more somber than Norman's. "How did you find out? People are always saying that nothing happens here that Mr. Norman doesn't know about. Just that it's like a piece of machinery that's programmed to greet one arrival after another. Then, in slowly leading them to their deaths." Chu Feng looked at him in reality. "That is not the case. Mr. Norman, you were supposed to be one of the first to awaken to self-awareness, correct? You haven't answered my question." Norman repeated. "Hold your horses. Isn't that what I'm saying?" Chu Feng continued. "I had thought that this was a failed pursuit of shadow, because I realized that the lack of emotion in the room could not be remedied by any means, but I was reminded to know how to share. Then I remembered what the monsters were up to, the purpose of Operation Forest. They're not just there to create fear. They're sharing emotions too. Fear is only a very small part of the emotion. Fear, however, can bring out the vast majority of emotions. People extend a wide range of emotions in order to resist fear. With this support, the monsters that ate them took the emotions back with them as a way of refining the stealing process a little. Unfortunately, the most important part, long before it all began, was born with a consciousness of its own. Every time there has been a major death, I have never heard Mr. Norman's name. Once or twice might be a coincidence, but every time it happens, I have to suspect that it's Mr. Norman doing it deliberately. The missing blank in the room is actually you, isn't it?" Norman is silent. This time, he did not pursue Chu Feng. "You are indeed different from the others." Norman, that sentence was tantamount to admitting that Chu Feng's speculation was completely correct, but the shadow will cannot be resisted, and the only thing I can do is run away. Escaping is shameful, but it's useful. Chu Feng praised. "Are you mocking me?" "No, on the contrary, I'm here to help you. To be precise, we help each other." "How can I help?" There wasn't much fluctuating up and down in Norman's mood. Even though Chu Feng was the first person he could see all of, he still did not have the heart to take risks. In case of failure, one becomes the emotion that fills the void. The wheel here, too, will be completely broken. At that time, it would be impossible to live as we do now, filling in the gaps. Norman shakes his head. "No one can fill the void but me. I told you to help each other, and I can't leave just by you, even if it fills a void." Chu Feng said. "Once the experiments left behind by shadow are completed, everything to the left and right will be erased, and he won't leave any leverage behind. What are you going to do?" Norman came to be a little interested in Chu Feng's chest thumping. "You're not the only one. That vacancy, to be precise, requires a living emotion." Chu Feng looked at the 2 shadows standing outside the door and said, "As it happens, I have it right here." Norman saw Yi Tian and Doreen's figures, 2 of emotions, true believers. Replace them with their physical bodies. Norman laughed out loud and couldn't help but show a touch of mockery out of the corner of his eye. "Emotional believer's physical body? You're hilarious. Over countless years, I've seen not 1,000, but 800 of you, emotional, unlucky people. If it would work, Why would I need to wait until today? Oh, in that case, Mr. Norman has seen a lot and must have seen many believers who have been hit by the emotion, God's curse? Chu Feng's words caused Norman to faintly freeze, and then he became excited. What did you say? That emotion, God's curse? Which one of the three major curses is it? It's not life or for recklessness, or crowing. Chu Feng lifted his left sleeve, and countless mysterious runes appeared. Mr. Norman's memory has worn out a bit over the years. Have you forgotten the help I came to ask for in the beginning? I said it, but I need, Norman, San to help me lift the curse now. And it just so happens that what is in me is the most possessed of humanity. All sorrows and joys are set in stone, together with the physical body of the emotion believer. I wonder, can it replace Mr. Norman as the final piece of the puzzle? Chapter 73 Inversions. Norman's expression finally changed completely differently from the initial one. Both of them would willingly lose their flesh? Norman asked his final question. It was because Chu Feng's God's curse had completely dispelled his doubts. Even if the two of them don't want to, as long as Norman is willing to wait, he can always wait for a suitable physical vessel, can't he? Chu Feng smiled. That's what I told the two of them. More than the so-called physical body, leaving this never-ending cycle of reincarnation was the most important thing. Besides, our kind doesn't even need a physical body here. Just leave and realize that alive, they must be at peace. In the face of Chu Feng's unreservedness, Norman agreed in one mouthful. Well, wait until nighttime and let's get started. Norman is impatient. If it wasn't for the fact that lack would not appear during the day, he was afraid that he would have to drag Chu Feng to the forest right now. No problem. Chu Feng lightly nodded his head. Leave the witch's church. The two of them, Yi Tian and Duo Lin, who were following Chu Feng, could not help but ask, is this really okay? Are you worried that you will die after offering your flesh? Or are you worried that you won't be able to leave when the cycle breaks? Is it possible? I'm worried about both, Yi Tian whispered. That's okay, like I just said, you guys just wait. Sooner or later, Norman will be able to wait for the next batch of emotional believers. I'm not waiting, Doreen cried out. I promise you I will give up my flesh. Not everyone enjoys living here as much as Li Meijian. Doreen has had enough of this town. She wanted to go back to the stars where she belonged and travel among them. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. Okay, put up a fight. It's night. Chu Feng dragged the two warm corpses and brought Long Evening Ching back to the front of the black house in the forest. Norman silently appeared behind Chu Feng. I'm ready on my end. How about you, Mr. Norman? Norman whispered. Come closer to me. Chu Feng stood slightly closer to him. A familiar feeling began to pull out the curse of the gods from his body. This is the town's active draw. The feeling was exactly the same as last night. Chu Feng could feel the god's curse rapidly moving away from him. In a sense, the Norman at this time represented the will of the shadow. With the power of shadow, stripping away the god's curse couldn't be easier. The power of the curse was gradually transferred from Chu Feng's body to Yi Tian and Duo Lin's bodies under Norman's manipulation. The power of emotion was amplified at this moment, and it had a tendency to overshadow Norman. The monsters were driven back into the cracks of the room by him. Without the distraction, the two bodies slowly rose and took another step towards the missing void. That is, until the blankness released a distorted aura and the two bodies transformed into colorful light and violently scurried inside the blankness absence. Between black and white, it has all the colors of emotion. The blank absence is stuffed. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of the hour hand turning is clearly audible. Chu Feng saw the complete emotion will quickly pull away. He looked at the Norman, who was standing still, and there was doubt in his eyes. Mr. Norman, won't you take the opportunity to get out of here? If we wait for the power of the shadow to correct it, none of us will be able to have another chance to escape the town's captivity. Norman takes a greedy breath of air. You're right, but I've seen too many broken promises and betrayals in small towns. In order to keep that from happening to me, I'll have to be the one to break the contract in the first place. As soon as Norman raised his hand, countless dense mists came at him from all directions. Despite Chu Feng's defenses, he was still injured under this sudden attack, and Long Evening Chang, who was connected to his destiny, was even no better. The other party's face was pale, and he fell into a coma on the spot. If it wasn't for Long Evening Harvest's temporary intention to connect her fate with her own, I'm afraid that this blow from Norman would have already caused her to lose consciousness. It wasn't that Chu Feng hadn't thought that the other party might painfully kill him. It just underestimates how much Norman has sunk in over these countless years. That's a pretty heavy blow from the inverted. Fortunately, Chu Feng slipped away quickly and hid inside the old Divine Association's main hall first. But running away doesn't get him out of town. His true coordinate location was still in the middle of the town. Without Norman, Shadow will definitely fix the reincarnation simulation here. When a new, selfless guide, Norman, appears, the town will once again return to its former self. Chu Feng suddenly became somewhat envious of Yi Tian and Doreen. The two, in the form of soul bodies, were able to follow Norman away instead. Instead, he, the one who had been advising the whole time, did not have a good ending. It's kinda ironic. Chu Feng looked at Shishi, who had a surprised expression in the large hall, and said, "Watch her for me." Saying that, Chu Feng left Long Wanqing behind and once again found Carlsbad's restroom. You still won't say anything about this place? Even if I stay in reincarnation for the rest of my life, it doesn't matter? Inside the door, Karthus sighed. Memory is made up of a series of mistakes. He associates everything in this world and attracts you to it. So, your simulated universe test was replaced with his reincarnation proving ground. Yes, it's what you saw, in my mind. That flash. Don't talk about all this nonsense. Tell me, how do I leave reincarnation? Chu Feng was too lazy to listen to his beeping. Can't leave. Chu Feng sneered Carlsbad. Don't forget that if I am targeted by him, you won't fare well either. I told you you'd be in trouble. Chu Feng still had that attitude of not listening to the king's chanting. Go on. I know you're going to say something substantial. You can't escape this reincarnation, but you can enter another reincarnation, where one can continue to find the same being as Norman. What are you going to do after that? You don't need me to tell you, do you? Damn. You guys sure are spying on everything. Chu Feng cursed. How do I enter the next reincarnation? Prayer. Karthus said, don't you have a test subject? She's also in the reincarnation scene. As long as you respond to her, and then use the Ode Soul as a carrier to descend, and then rely on the special nature of the Old Days Divine Council, you'll be able to reach her reincarnation space. Ode Souls? You mean the 2 frames of remnant souls acquired in the town? Well, indebted souls are the only objects that are not affected by reincarnation space. It made Chu Feng think of the spirits he had seen in Carlsbad's memories. 2 Ode Souls, just enough to get you and your companion away together. Chu Feng pondered for a moment. You just said that the reincarnation can't be gotten rid of, which means that the Norman is still in other reincarnations? Yes, that's good. Mr. Norman, I hope you're lucky enough not to run into me again. Okay, you're forgiven for now, and if you can talk more, I'll pretend nothing happened. The next thing that responded to Chu Feng was a silence. Chapter 74, A New Trial? 3 days ago. Simulated Universe, Ordinary Trial 1. The sea that lights the night sky, shadows, has been opened. Random match in progress, 1/6. Trial objective, reach the shore, limited time, 7 days. Background brief, this is a cruise ship arriving at Edo Hashin Kue Island, where people from all walks of life come from different planets and countries just to pioneer the brand new, rescued Edo Hashin. Match made, 6/6. The sky is clear and breezy. When Fish Yue regained consciousness, she found herself on the deck of a huge cruise ship. Around them, the sounds of laughter filled the air. On the wide deck, people come and go. The sunlight poured over the ship, flooding it with a warm hue. Children were running and playing, their laughter as clear as silver bells, sometimes chasing the flying seagulls, sometimes observing everything curiously. Therefore, the sudden appearance of 6 people on the deck was not too sudden. Ahem. A man in a suit cleared his throat and said, "Gentlemen, we don't know each other, but we have the same purpose. In order to be able to pass next, please also don't skimp on personal information and introduce yourself." The color of the suit on the man is a classic dark gray. The texture of the fabric is slightly shiny in the light, and every crease is just right, showing the exquisite tailoring. The slim fit his body perfectly, outlining his broad shoulders and straight posture as if it was customized for him. The white shirt is paired with a sophisticated tie in a subdued dark blue color with a subtle texture. His hair was neatly combed to one side, dark and thick, with slightly raised sword brows and well-defined lips under a high nose. My concubine is courteous. Since this gentleman is interested in exchanging messages, should we not start with ourselves first? The one who answered was the woman dressed in a gorgeous palace dress across from Yu Yue, just like walking out of a painting. The dress she wore was as smooth as silk, and the main color was a light lotus root pink, with intricate and exquisite designs embroidered with gold and silver silk threads. A ribbon was tied around her waist, which cinched her waist just enough to emphasize her shapely curves. The collar of her shirt was raised high, just enough to accentuate her slender neck. The neckline was set with a circle of tiny pearls, and the sleeves were wide and flowing, like dancing clouds. The courtesan's hair was coiled up high into an elaborate bun. There were a few gold hairpins inserted in the bun. The head of the hairpin was inlaid with precious stones, and a few strands of hair naturally fell on both sides of the cheeks, adding a few more points of femininity. Her face is absolutely beautiful. Eyebrows like far away, eyes like autumn water, vermilion lips without pointing but red, Fish Yue look at it are ashamed to be inferior. The man tugged at his tie and smiled awkwardly. My name is Zhuang Bufan. Deposit protection. Warrior, I don't know Mrs. name? Concubine Bijou, a mage of void. Bai Shadow gently raised her hand as she spoke, her sleeve gently swinging, revealing her white and slender white wrist, the emerald green bracelet slightly exposed. At a glance it was not a mortal object. Leaning against the bow of the ship was the man in a dark blue sailor suit with a black eye patch over his left eye. His hair was short and stiff, slightly disheveled by the sea breeze, with the rough texture of sea salt and the color of old twine faded by the sun. The dress on the man's body seemed to have faded a bit after countless hours of saltwater immersion and sun exposure. The neckline of his top was slightly open, revealing his bronzed skin and firm chest. The gaze of his other eye didn't linger on the crowd as the man casually said, Chris, warrior. Hearing the other party's destiny, Zhuang Bufan looked at Chris and smiled, not saying anything more. Flanking Chris was the beautiful woman dressed all in black. Her top was a short, slim-fitting black jacket with a collar that stood up slightly, framing her pale, slender neck. The jacket's zipper was halfway down, revealing the tight black tank top inside, which outlined the curves of her full breasts. Under her feet was a pair of black leather boots that reached up to her calves. The texture of the leather boots was tough and showed off her slender legs. Her figure was tall and slender, with a slim waist that was not too thin to hold, yet seemed to contain infinite strength, ready to burst out with amazing speed and agility. Hetty, death, warlock. Warlock? The young man across from Hetty said in a raspy voice. I thought you were an assassin by the looks of your outfit. The young man wore a black, wide-brimmed, peaked cap that was slightly aged, with a rubbed white mark around the edge. A few strands of silver-gray hair poked playfully out from under the brim of his hat, fluttering gently in the breeze. His complexion was as pale as paper, as if he hadn't felt the warmth of the sun for a long time. The robes on his body appeared to be ordinary fabric, but in fact, under the refraction of the light, obscure special runes were faintly flashing. In his hand he held a wooden wand, which was pitch black, with a brilliant purple jewel set at the top of the wand. Hetty, right? My name is Sharp, and quite coincidentally, I'm also a death warlock. Sharp looked over to the last girl who hadn't been introduced. Beautiful girl, you're all that's left. Fish Yue, the mage of deposit protection. Fish Yue's introduction was brief, but Zhuang Bufan seemed to see through her beliefs at a glance. Order, stranglehold singer? Fish Yue felt a little displeased with the man's rudeness. Still, she nodded reluctantly. Zhuang Bufan seemed to sense Fish Yue's emotions and scratched his head. Don't get me wrong. I'm asking because I see that we don't have any priests in our makeshift team. If you're a stranglehold singer, you can at least milk us a bit with your topaz skill, can't you? Only then did Fish Yue let down her guard a little. The stranglehold singer's talent was just as Zhuang Bufan had said, and it was indeed capable of topping off skills. All of Fish Yue's skills had been sought out in exchange for topography from the two sisters of the Long family, but in order not to take away from the power of her skill releases, she hadn't topographed too much. Don't count on me too much. I only have 3 healing sessions. Enough is enough to save a life in a pinch. Sharp smiled. Which one of you is a history researcher? Can you give the group a little insight into Star's exploits? My concubine knows a little about it. Seeing that no one responded, the palace-suited woman, Bai Shadow, said softly, Edo is a planet pioneered by the descendants of the Blue Star, and was once a prosperous trade star for our galactic alliance. However, at the end of the 4th era, Edo Star erupted with the tribulation of calamity, and has since ceased to be livable. The simulated time slice we're currently in would be the moment when Edo planet is just developing, and merchants from various planets are coming to set foot here in hopes of getting a piece of the action. Beyblade's brief introduction expands a bit more on the background synopsis to give the others some insight into the node they are currently in. Chapter 75, The Ghost Ship. Since it's right in the middle of the Edo Star pioneering phase, it's not too difficult for us to reach the shore smoothly by ship, is it? Zhuang Bufan asked. Beyblade shook her head. This concubine is not so sure. History is like a blank canvas, and who can know whether the smears on it are gaudy or gloomy? I don't know about other places, but Edo Star, it must be gloomy. Chris, who hadn't said anything since introducing himself, lightly mocked. It's called pioneering, but in reality it's just bloody looting. Man, what planet didn't come this way? There isn't a single galactic alliance line that you want to hitch a ride on that isn't being pillaged. Sharp took it in stride. Even if the external plundering is done, it's on the side of the Edo Star executives. Each one is more greedy than the other. You may not know that Edo Star is rich in lifestone, and almost the entire planet is made up of it. But what about now? Is it still possible to hear the name Edo Star in the Galactic Alliance? Bai Shadow said. That much is true. The last time I heard the name of Edo Star was when Edo Star was about to fall to the Star of the Dead Omen. And then, there was no way to inquire about it. History has also intentionally erased everything about Edo without a trace. Hey, classmate, you seem to be upset with the people of Edo Star? Sharp asked, somewhat nosily. Chris said lightly, my wife was from Edo Star, but unfortunately she was killed by her fellow clan members. Not sure why you got married so early though. Sharp gently tapped Chris on the shoulder but, sorry, hatred, there is always a reason for it. He doesn't just show up for no reason. It doesn't matter. I'll kill everyone on this boat when we get close to shore. Chris once again reverted to that disinterested attitude and silently looked away. I'm afraid you don't have that chance. Hiddle spoke suddenly at that moment. Here I am, smelling death. Maybe you won't have to do it. And all the people here will probably be dead before we even reach the shore. Ha? The scent of death? How come I don't smell it? Sharp was slightly puzzled. Really? Is it possible that you are not of the death destiny? Mr. Fraud. A smirk, if any, appeared at the corner of Hiddle's mouth. What, fraud? Ha? I'm really deaf. Sharp looked puzzled. You don't believe me? As he spoke, Sharp directly summoned a strange insect whose body was so translucent that it was impossible to see its exact shape. Hiddle looked at him meaningfully. Oh, so you're a warlock of annihilation. Void summoner. Bad woman. So that's what you're playing at. Sharp was a little chagrined. No wonder my mom says that the prettier the woman, the better she is at cheating. Well, gentlemen, this is the end of the scuffle. Zhuang Bufan swept his eyes around. Since we all agree that this trip won't go smoothly, how about we split up and poke around for information? Spying? Fish Yue looked at the fog gradually rising in the distance and silently said, I don't think it's necessary, right? The thing to focus on is right in front of us now. The windy and sunny sea suddenly became eerie, with black clouds blocking the sunlight, as if a huge black curtain was dropping from the sky, instantly shrouding the whole world in a darkness. The originally gentle sea breeze suddenly became furious, whistling and sweeping across the sea, lifting up layers of huge waves, which angrily slapped the reefs with a deafening roar. The changes are coming too fast, so much so that the crowd hasn't had time to react. Luckily, the sailor on the ship yelled, please, everyone back to the cabin. Please everyone back to the cabin. Day turned into night in a very short time. In the sudden darkness, an unidentified ship slowly appeared. It sailed like a ghost from that ink-like horizon, its hull worn and mottled, giving off a dark and eerie aura. The planks of the ship's hull seemed to have suffered from the erosion of age and mysterious forces, and were covered with strange patterns and mottled marks. The ship's masts were high and twisted, its worn sails hunting in the gale, but it was impossible to make out any of the markings or designs on them. At the bow of the ship, a strangely shaped statue stood silently, its face blurred, but its empty eyes seemed to be gazing at the darkly shrouded waters, making people dare not look directly at it. As the unidentified vessel approached, an indescribable sense of oppression permeated the area. The waves on the sea seemed to be avoiding the strange ship as well, creating a strange swirl around it. There was not a single light on the ship, as if it were a cursed, ghostly ship that was slowly sailing towards the crowd. Good lord, this change, it's too fast, isn't it? Sharp rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You guys, looking for death? Why don't you return to the cabin? Not far away. Several sailors shouted furiously at the crowd. Keep quiet. You guys go into the cabin first. I'll go communicate with them. Chris stepped forward. The others originally wanted to retort, but when they saw him in that outfit, they gave up on needless communication. This guy, it's not like he's been the pirate king for every trial before, right? Sharp beeped quietly. Zhuang Bufan laughed and scolded. Alright, don't be poor. Let's go in and talk about it for safety's sake. Several people returned to the cabin. The inside of the cabin is a very different scene from the outside. The crowd was awed by a magnificent sight. Looking up, the roof of the cabin was like a bright starry sky. Countless small and delicate crystals are skillfully set in the dark wooden frame, just like the twinkling stars in the night sky. The crystals refracted the faint light, shedding a dreamlike glow. The chain of the chandelier shimmers with a silvery glow, like the purest moonlight woven into it. Around the bulkhead, a huge oil painting hangs. Between the paintings, there were also ornate wall sconces adorned, which when lit, brought the cabin back to the feeling of daytime once again. The people sat calmly in their respective huddles, as if they had seen nothing wrong with the experience outside. It looks like this group of rich guys seems to be used to this kind of encounter, Sharp said as he looked at the people who weren't the least bit alarmed. My concubine has also heard a little bit of the Sea of Ghosts, rumors of Edo Star. Due to the special structure of the Edo Star, the vast majority of the territory makes it impossible for ordinary starships to fly, so they have to rely on ships to cross the sea. During the centuries of Edo Star's pioneering work, countless ships came and went, and there were always the unlucky ones that faltered in the middle of the ocean. Over time, It has led to the current image of the spooky ghost ship. Bai Shadow suddenly turned her gaze to Fish Yue and whispered softly. Speaking of which, it seems that this girl was the one who first noticed the difference. Could it be that? You know something about it? Chapter 76. You misunderstand. It's just that you guys happened to see it while you were talking. I'm not too sure about the historical changes. Oh, yeah? Bai Shadow laughed, clearly not believing Fish Yue's words. Fish Yue, on the other hand, was a bit distracted. The only reason she had sensed the phantom ship just now was because of a throbbing coming from the depths of her brain. Fish Yue could clearly feel the ripples created by the power of the other gods that did not belong to the order. Is that, old time, interested in the ghost ship? Well, anyway, we'd better wait for Chris to poke around now, Zhuang Bufan said. Several people were about to take their seats when the cabin door, which had just been closed, was violently pushed open. At the doorway, a young man whose clothes were covered in sewn patches and dressed in rags burst in. It was easy to tell from the other person's costume that this was a stowaway. The ship that Fish Yue and the others were traveling on was called the Skybreaker. The upper cabins are full of wealthy merchants and nobles. The lower bilges are filled with bottom feeders from all planets. In search of a place in the new world, the opportunity to stow away was acquired at great expense. I'm so sorry. I really didn't want to disturb you all, the man said with an anxious face and a hint of crying. My sister is sick, begging for your help. Where's the hillbilly from? Do you realize you've overstepped your bounds? Better leave on your own before I get angry. Really? This stinks too much, doesn't it? The air on the upper floors is polluted. These upper-class people from various planets had nothing but dislike in their eyes and had no intention of lending a helping hand. Please, please, please go see my sister. The man's voice became hysterical. What they got in return was still a pair of cold eyes. It didn't take long for the breaker's security to push their way in and drag the man out with them. A few people looked at each other, and as veterans of the conscription trials, they immediately realized the key point. The world, at the end of the day, is still a game. Sharp looked at the men being dragged out and said, important people are showing up. We're not following? Of course I'm going. Zhuang Bufan responded. I thought you said you'd wait for Chris. Why have you changed your mind now? Hetty looked him up and down. I don't think he'll be back for a while, so it's a double whammy. Within a few words, the crowd had decided that they were going to save the man's sister, and Yu Yue was still feeling slightly uncomfortable because of the reminder that it might be old days. Seeing that the others were intent on following, she had no choice but to follow the crowd. Wait, Zhuang Bufan stopped the security officer. Just leave this one to us. We'll go save her sister. You guys go. The security officers looked at each other. Since someone was willing to mind their own business, it was not good for them to intervene. It is their duty to stop the lower class from breaking into the upper class. But it was a human life, after all, and they couldn't possibly be as callous as that group of rich people. The released young man rolled and crawled to Zhuang Bufan's feet. He wanted to hold Zhuang Bufan's foot plea, but he was afraid that his dirty hands would dirty his pants leg. One hand hung awkwardly in midair. Thank you, get up and lead the way. The man got up in a hurry and pointed in the other direction. This way. Several people made a large circle to the entrance to the lower bilge, pushing the door open. A whiff of seawater mixed with the smell of rotting mold hit him. Below, a dense crowd. A random rub of people would be enough to outweigh everyone up there. I read a description of people on ships in the history of the Edo Star, and it says that, in a moving ship, there are more than 10 times as many lower-class people as upper-class people. At first sight it felt exaggerated, but now it seems modest. Not to mention 10 times, 20 times. The lower bilge is airtight except for a few small windows to filter the air. With so many people piled on top of each other, it's a wonder it doesn't smell funny. The young man apologized as he pushed away pedestrians in the hallway, until around the corner. A young blonde girl of about 13 or 14 lay on the ground with a pale face. Around her, what looked like the young man's best friend helped to hold her back from being accidentally stepped on. Zhuang Bufan bent down to check and found that the young girl still had breath and was just in a comatose state. Tell me what happened, he got up and asked. My sister and I were just leaning against each other sleeping, not doing anything, and then all of a sudden I felt her body go limp, and the next thing I knew she was in a coma. The young man asked fearfully. Nothing is going to happen to my sister, is it? It's not life-threatening for now. Zhuang Bufan suddenly thought of something. When did she start passing out? Just 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes? Sharp touched the brim of his wizard's hat. Isn't that when the ghost ship appeared? There is some suspicion, but whether or not that ship is specifically responsible for this needs further observation. Zhuang Bufan said, do you mind if I hold your sister? Let's go out. Out? The young man shook his head. We, the lower class, are not allowed on deck. That's okay, there's no one on deck right now anyway, so you can come with us too. The air here is too bad. Your sister is in a coma now, and staying here for a long time is not good for her health. Zhuang Bufan persuaded. The young man greeted his friends and followed them in silence. Re-entering the deck, a few of the men noticed that it was a little darker. On top of that, the phantom ship, which had previously been in the distance, was now close at hand. Hey, who let you guys out? Aggressive sailors approached the crowd. This is a dangerous time. Why don't you go back and take shelter? A shroud of energy visible to the naked eye enveloped the skybreaker, and not far away were several sailors who were casting spells. Chris was right next to them, reaching out to help. By the looks of it, it seems to have hit the inside. Sharp pointed to Chris. We're his friends and we're here to help. The sailor who came over to drive the man away had a suspicious look on his face. Hey Chris, these guys say they're your friends. Really? Chris terminated the casting of the skill and nodded. That's right, let them come over. Here, too, their help is needed. Zhuang Bufan held the young girl and walked to him. What's going on? Have you inquired clearly? No, we only know that there is an inexplicable force that is drawing on the life force around us, and the skybreaker has turned on its energy barrier, but it doesn't seem to have much effect. Even the barrier is losing energy. Chris pointed to the young girl in his arms and asked, who is this? This kid's sister. Zhuang Bufan told a general story of what happened. It could be someone important. Before Zhuang Bufan could finish his words, the young girl in his arms suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 77, The Void. The young girl didn't know where the strength came from and actually broke free from Zhuang Bufan's embrace. Her feet were off the ground and the only thing in her eyes was the ghost ship in front of her. Upon closer inspection, the other man's eyes were so covered in black that not a single whiteness of eye could be seen. Not good. Seeing the scene, Sharp said with displeasure, I sense an unfamiliar aura that makes it difficult to endure. What's wrong with my sister? Shu, don't you say anything? She's entering the state of leaving the soul. As his brother, she is most familiar with you, and if she were to lift the soul departure early because of your voice, it would likely damage her brain and soul. Then I should. Zhuang Bufan made a motion to shut up. You'd better get back to the bottom of your lower bilge or you'll get caught in the wave later and lose your life. The young man stubbornly said, I'm not leaving. Don't wait to get your sister back and you're dead, and then she'll come after us. Hetty teased. The young man scrunched his neck. Are you guys really going to save my sister? Don't worry, even if we don't save it, the mission won't allow it. Sharp's words puzzled the younger man, but perhaps realizing that he would be a liability if he stayed, he reluctantly returned to the cabin after glancing at his sister. Only when the young man's back completely disappeared did Zhuang Bufan say, it's a bit tricky. I don't know what it is, but that ghost ship obviously has some kind of attraction to this young girl. My concubine thinks it would be best to board the ship and take a look. Beyblade said softly. Chris blocked. I'll ask the captain first, and you keep the maiden away for now. Hurry up. As you just saw, with the mysterious power, I can't restrict her at all. Zhuang Bufan urged. I'll give you 2 minutes. If you don't come back, we'll board the ship with her. As soon as the words left her mouth, the young girl stepped forward, barefoot, stepping on the air. Seeing this, Fish Yue flipped the pages of the book in her hand and read, This place restores serenity. The blackness of the young girl's pupils lessened a little, and her steps stopped. I still like to be teammates with order believers, who will neither suddenly screw you over nor give support at critical moments. Sharp clapped his hands when he saw the young girl who had regained a shred of her senses. Beautiful Ms. Fish, I hope to have your buff later. Doesn't Void Summoner come with all kinds of increases and the talent to circumvent the void? Why does it need order field buff? Hetty asked in mock confusion. Sharp smiled more or less. Who can't be bothered with a lot of positive buffs? Fishy glanced at Sharp, skeptical of his true beliefs. She didn't talk much, though. The eyes just rested on the young girl's body. Fish Yue sensed a familiar flavor in the energy radiating from the surface of the young girl's body, but could not put a name to it. Crisp sounds suddenly reached several people's ears. As it turned out, it was the sound of Fish Euphoria's field buff being shattered. It only took the young girl a few breaths to break free of Fish Yue's serenity effect. Seeing the young girl take a step into the distance, Zhuang Bufan looked back in the direction Chris had left and asked one of the sailors beside him, Where is your captain? The sailor returned. There was a suspected undersea monster on the other side, and he took our first mate to clear it. Don't worry, our captain has faced ghost ships no less than 10 times. He's very experienced. It won't take long to lift. Boom! The hull of the cruise ship looked like it had suffered a violent crash. Boy, what kind of behemoth could it be that could knock even a giant cruise ship like the Skybreaker off its feet? Sharp spread his hands and said, It looks like the captain and first mate can't be counted on for a while. Even Chris is probably hitching a ride to help. Watching the young girl take a step toward the farthest forward fence of the deck, Zhuang Bufan helplessly said, Let's go. Finally, the young girl's feet crossed the fence. The sailor saw that the others had joined in, and said kindly, "It's only a woman. So if she dies, and there's no need to take herself on, leaving the Skybreaker without the home field advantage. There's no telling what will happen back there." Zhuang Bufan gave a "thank you, don't mind us. If Chris comes over later, just tell him we went across the street to the ghost ship." The young girl's pace was unrelenting, and Sharp directly summoned a couple of large bugs and said, "Come on up, concubines can get there on their own." The floating sash around Beyblade's waist lengthened infinitely, wrapping around the mast on the ghost ship. She pulled gently and slowly floated as a mortal fairy. "Sorry, I'm also a void summoner." Hetty looked at him with a meaningful smile and rode off on her own summon. Fish Yue said dryly, "Thank you, Mr. Warlock, for your kind words." When she finished, she tore off a page, which transformed into a boat and dragged her after Hetty. Sharp looked to Zhuang Bufan. "You're a warrior. There's no way you can go over there by yourself, right?" You don't say. Zhuang Bufan pulled on his tie and slammed his fist down hard on the deck. An avenue of mingled blood and fire swooped down in front of him. "I'll go ahead." Sharp was stunned. SS grade talent, the way of blood and fire? No, dude, you're ing pretending. With each of the people showing their skills, they arrived at the ghost ship in unison. Wait, what happened to the statue that appeared on the bow of the ship earlier? Hetty, the first to arrive, wondered. The ship was already weird, and I was too far away before, so maybe I misread it. Zhuang Bufan explained. Concubine doesn't think so. It's better to be careful. Bai Ying reminded. Fish Yue looked at the young girl who was gradually moving away and said, "It's better to follow her closely and see where she's going." Following the steps of the young girl, several people stepped into the cabin of the ghost ship, and an eerie aura came over them. The ship was dimly lit, as if enveloped in a layer of invisible energy. The crowd looked around, and on the bulkheads, blurry graffiti and strange symbols loomed, like forgotten incantations or cries of despair. Occasionally, a ghostly light, if any, flashed by, sending chills down one's spine. In the corner of the doorway were stacked some crumpled crates and barrels. The young girl pushed open a door, and a narrow passage snaked forward, with broken oil lamps hanging on either side. The flame in the oil lamp wavered, emitting a faint glow as if it might go out at any moment. Distorted shadows were cast on the walls of the passageway by the light. Above the heads of the crowd, worn beams crisscrossed the room. Occasionally, a drop of black water fell from above with a crisp sound that echoed in the silence of the cabin and made one's heart beat faster. Woody, an unknown human or ghostly figure, scurried out. The sense of familiarity in Fish Yue's heart grew even more. She exclaimed, "Look out!" Chapter 78, The Statue Reappears. As Fish Yue spoke, a book page was thrown out of her hand. Radiance. Dispel. The dimly lit room was illuminated in that instant. Hissing sounds came from all directions. Sharp and Hetty simultaneously controlled their summons to make small explosions to ward off the intrusion of sound. "You're quite good at it." Knowing to use the high-frequency sound generated when the illusion worm explodes itself to counteract the strange sonic attack, Sharp said as he looked at Hetty. "It's me who should be saying that, isn't it?" The point of light created by Fish Yue disappeared, and Zhuang Bufan turned back and punched the air behind him. A monster frozen in frost then gradually manifested. "Concentrate. This isn't the time for this nonsense." By shadow rolled the floating belt. A special energy fluctuation drew on the monster that was frozen by Zhuang Bufan, and a moment later, her willow brows knitted slightly. "Strange. My concubine has actually felt the power of abundance in this monster?" A few people looked at each other. Abundance? The abundance of life? Zhuang Bufan's face was puzzled. "Deadly contraption. I believe you when you say he's a plaything created by decay. How did he get involved with abundance?" The ice that had condensed on the monster's surface suddenly began to melt. A strong force of life erupted from the monster's body, and the frost ice released by Zhuang Bufan's skill was completely shattered. Invisible hands from the depths of the monster grabbed hold of Beyblade's fluttering belt, and black mixed with a hint of turquoise crawled down her fluttering belt in an instant. Just by touching by shadow for a moment, it had extracted most of her spiritual energy. Not only that, but Bai Ying's delicate flowery face paled to the naked eye as the monster drew on it. In the blink of an eye, wrinkles began to pile up on his face and his hair turned gray. Beyblade was disgusted by the monster all at once. She backhanded her opponent's shapeless arm, and the power of fate burst from within her palm. The spiritual energy that had been devoured by the monster just now returned to her body once again. Not only that, even the abundance power that existed in the monster itself and the strange power that could extract others' mental power were also pulled out by shadow. The monster that lost that strange power was disintegrated in an instant. The changes in Beyblade's body disappeared and she returned to her original state. Sure enough, women still hate it when their looks change. Sharp couldn't help but chuckle a little at the sight of Beyblade's angry look. Worthy of destiny, Hand of Control, MS. Byung's talent is truly impressive. Beyblade raised an eyebrow. A slight hint of resentment at Sharp's revelation of his occupation. Concubines at least don't hide their heads in times of crisis. Obviously. She meant it if she meant it. Sharp snorted and said as he watched the young girl move the ground again. She's moving again. Should we follow? We're already in a confined room. Where else could she have gone? Zhuang Bufan looked at the young girl's unhurried movements and felt strange. The young girl took a step forward and half of her body disappeared into the boat. An embedded space? Hetty waved her hand and a few bugs followed. Several people looked to Hetty. Hetty shook her head, disconnecting the controls. Are we still following? It's come to this, and there's nothing to hold back. Zhuang Bufan said. If you want to reach the shore quickly, it's impossible without removing the threat of the ghost ship. A huge glove descended from the sky and wrapped the 5 people in it. A balanced warrior. Fist of the firmament? Sharp's eyes lit up. Dude's got deep pockets. Hetty glanced at him. Seriously? At first I thought you were fraud, but now I'm back to thinking you can't possibly be a follower of fraud, because there's no such thing as a stupid fraud like you. Sharp wasn't offended by Hetty's words and said with a smile, I told you I'm not a fraud. The crowd followed behind Zhuang Bufan and came inside the foreign space a little bit. The moment she came in, Fish Yue realized that something was missing around her. When she looked back, all of her teammates around her had disappeared. What comes into view is a babbling brook. Fishy Yue moved her steps forward cautiously along the creek. That? Fish Yue vaguely saw a strange yet familiar statue. When she got a little closer, the statue disappeared from her eyes again. It's that weird statue we saw on the ghost ship earlier. Fish Yue instantly realized that although she had come to a strange alien space at this moment, the probability was still on the ghost ship. The monsters that were sent out to test the waters in front of us, realizing that we're not that easy to deal with, lured us into this space with the help of that young girl and broke us down one by one. In the time that Fish Yue was thinking, several monsters that were the same as the ones from earlier darted towards her. Without her teammates on her left and right, Fish Yue no longer collected herself. Earlier, he didn't dare to use his skills too much because he was afraid that the power carried in his skills that didn't belong to order would be discovered. In case he let go, if they watched carefully enough, they would be able to realize from it that the part of his power that was very similar to the monster of the ghost ship here. Fish Yue opened the book she was holding in her arms and slowly wrote down. What you see is imaginary. All of it is transformed into reality. Transparent monsters gradually manifested themselves. Fish Yue looked at the strange group of things and wrote the second paragraph. Flare, penetrating. Dozens of light arrows shot out from all directions, easily killing the monsters. The others certainly didn't show their respective strengths at the first moment either, so if all they encountered were of this level, I don't think there would be any danger. Fish Yue continued to walk. The number of monsters on the road is also increasing. The grotesque statue appeared and disappeared, and the stream in general, as if it were intentionally leading her deeper. Until the end, the creek before us split into 2 forks, and the grotesque statue flickered out again. This time, the statue was not located on the fork of the creek, but on the far left side. After staring at the statue for a few seconds, Fish Yue did not immediately choose to follow it. She looked at the power belonging to the old sun that was wrapped around the book in her hand, and silently prayed. The old sun is revived, and the new god is executed. The pages of the book quivered a few times, but the response that Fish Euphoria longed for didn't ring out. Is still not working? From the moment she came in, Yue was praying silently all the time. The object of her prayer was not order, but olden days, which possessed a similar aura to this place. Fish Yue herself didn't even realize that at this point, she was already in the shape of the old days. That's just it. No matter what, the location that statue is guiding to must be related to the ghost ship. As long as we can solve the problem here, the space might be able to be broken as well. Fish Yue no longer wavered inwardly. She was just about to walk towards the statue when it suddenly collapsed, mapping out a portal of teleportation. Chapter 79, Chu Feng appears. Fish Yue was filled with shock. The door in front of her looked very familiar to her. What the hell is this coming from? Fish Yue hugged her book and thought hard, finally remembering some memories about this door. It's the Abyssal Gate. The door surprised and excited Fish Yue at the same time. Surprisingly, the concept of the Abyss came from the Eternal Starfield, which was incredibly far away from the Galactic Alliance, and there was no way that it would have appeared in the Galactic Alliance territory at all. Excitedly, the back door of the Gate of the Abyss was a crisis, but the benefits were not small. It was rumored that the heavenly crystal coins needed for the heavenly crystal carousel were a handful in the world within the Gate of the Abyss. Fish Yue knocked herself on the ground. No! Fish Yue, what are you so happy about? This is just a simulated universe. Even if it's really the Gate of the Abyss, The heavenly crystal coins in there can't be taken out. Ah. Fish Yue laughed at her own thoughts. She stopped rambling and looked at the rumored gate of the abyss, took several deep breaths, and chose to step into it. Entering the back of the gate of the abyss, Fish Yue found herself in a forbidden place forgotten by the world. In front of one's face was endless darkness, darkness that was as substantial as if it could swallow up all light and hope. It was like an impenetrable barrier, intimidating people, and an unspeakable fear welled up in their hearts. It was more like there were countless pairs of unseen eyes peering in, sending chills down one's spine. Every step that Fish Yue took, she felt that there were countless malice lurking in the shadows. Vaguely, some distorted outlines could be seen looming in the darkness. She tore out a page and set up a moving boundary around her that cut off all sound. After getting a little closer, Fish Yue finally got a good look at the composition of the silhouette. The silhouette seemed to be cast from nightmares, oddly shaped, some like giant tentacles writhing slowly, others like hideous faces snarling silently. They exuded an evil and eerie aura, as if they were demons from the depths of hell flailing about. So it's the sleeping riddle miasma. I'd better be careful not to wake up this group of monsters. The sleeping enigma miasma is a monster of chaos and can take on any shape. There is no threat while sleeping, but once awakened, it becomes the embodiment of chaos, attacking all living things that can be attacked. A relatively rare monster within the gate of the abyss. Since the dormant riddle miasma will appear, the heavenly crystal mine here must be at least level 6 or above. Although it's impossible to bring out the heavenly crystal coins, if we can get some, we can directly open the heavenly crystal carousel in the analog universe and see if we can obtain some useful items. Fish Yue secretly calculated and continued to go deeper. The ground was a barren landscape. The rocks were broken and shattered, as if they had been through countless disasters and destructions. These were as if they were cursed to be touched. There was a sickening smell of rot and blood in the air. The smell was as if countless corpses were rotting, making it seem as if one was in a giant morgue. Every breath felt like swallowing death and despair. Fish Yue had to continuously turn on the power of purification in order to isolate the unbearable smell. A chilly wind blew through. You can clearly hear the wind whistling in your ears. The sound was like the wailing of an evil spirit, straining one's nerves to the breaking point. Fish Yue looked up and realized that it was like she was being spied on, until she saw high above a pair of huge eyes gazing at her from the shadows. The sense of oppression rose steeply. Fish Yue's actions became sluggish and her mind seemed to be frozen. Damn! Forgot that there's still the Eye of Evil Fall inside the Gate of the Abyss. Fish Yue adjusted the ratio of the power of order and old days, and the feeling of pressure was instantly reduced by a lot. Sure enough, the power of the old days and the hidden existence behind the Gate of the Abyss really are connected. Fish Yue quickly escaped the hunting range of the Eye of Evil Fall. She was inside a small cavern when she found heavenly crystal coins scattered on the ground. It's not just level 6, there's even a level 7. Without saying a word, Fish Yue immediately opened the heavenly crystal carousel. She stared intently at the dial in front of her, not even realizing the shadows behind her slowly approaching her. Planetary mediums, amulet of substitution. Planetary mediums disposable item. War, S, hammer of war. Planetary highs disposable item. Fraud, S, ticking clock. Planetary highs disposable item. Equilibrium, S, siege. Fish Yue is full of harvest. All kinds of props are all pocketed by him. The other items, however, were all discarded by her. There's no point in keeping what you can't take with you. As soon as Fish Yue got up, countless rounds of shadow spikes shot towards her. Each one predicted where she could land, and Fish Yue was startled. Her instinctive reaction made her take out the fence that she had just obtained, and only then was she able to block this sneak attack. Fishy didn't sit around and wait for it to happen. She threw the book in her hand high, and several skills with control effects imprisoned one after another towards the sudden attacking shadows. In the meantime, he himself pulls back his stance, but the shadows seem to wrap around from all sides, not giving Fish Yue a chance to dodge at all. It was then that she saw the grotesque statue at her feet, watching her silently. Can't you finally resist making a move? Fish Yue quickly rummaged through the disposable props she had just obtained through the heavenly crystal carousel and began to engage the shadows. Soon enough, Fish Yue realized that her own abilities seemed to be unable to help the other party at all, and the other party was inside the Gate of the Abyss, with endless amounts of negative power for him to draw from. Over time, Fish Yue fell into the wind. No, it can't go on like this. Fish Yue thought of the shrine she had flashed past, thinking of the divine power on the bronze desktop that had the word order engraved on it. If you can get that card for yourself, you can surely suppress this creepy shadow. Fish Yue gritted her teeth and took out the last remaining disposable prop. Tick clock. Ticking clock is the ability to confuse the time and space of this place. It is fraud's best trick. If one can get time and space to be tricked, then one's prayers might be heard. Fish Yue no longer hesitated. He crushed the fraud's tick clock, and the white mist completely enveloped her. The old days are revived. The new gods are to be executed. Fish Yue recited the prayer aloud, and her consciousness suddenly became groggy. A silhouette gradually condensed out beside her. Finally give up praying? A familiar voice rang in Yue's ears. She looked incredulously at the man in front of her. Chu Feng? Chapter 80, The Soul of the Black Song. Fish Yue thought she was dreaming. She rubbed her eyes. It's really you. How? Why did Chu Feng appear in my prayers? Could he also be a believer in the old days? Fish Yue's brain was in chaos. Chu Feng smiled. Forget who told you about gaining a different power? Fish Yue thought of the moment she lost control of her skills on the divine machine. Indeed, he himself didn't even understand why he had strange abilities at that time, but Chu Feng was able to point it out right away. Praise, olden days. It's a good thing I had your prayers, otherwise I would have been in big trouble. Sure enough, you really do believe in the old days. The doubts in Fish Yue's mind were solved. But she was trying to enter the Great Hall to fetch that card and use the power of Order's faith to solve the immediate dilemma to come. Now that he had teleported over a Chu Feng whose God's path realm was even lower than his, what use was it? No, can't think like that. Old days. Instead of letting himself into the temple, he sent Chu Feng, who was also a believer. Fish Yue asked in surprise. Chu Feng's senior brother. You wouldn't be a old days divine favorite, would you? If it was a god's favorite, with the greatness of the old days, it would make sense to deal with the crisis at this place. God's favorites? Sort of. Chu Feng looked at the surroundings and said, it seems like school sister Yue isn't having a good time right now. Fish Yue was shy. Indeed, there is an invisible ground monster inside this abyssal gate, much stronger than the one I encountered earlier. That's why Gate of the Abyss? I didn't expect that even the abyssal gate of the eternal starfield could be simulated. This analog universe is worthy of the Galactic Alliance's gods. If I remember correctly, aging is the old god of eternal starfield, come to think of it. But this is the Shadow's reincarnation simulation. So why would aging have appeared? Yes, I didn't think there would be a Gate of the Abyss here either. Fish Yue briefly described the events that began when she entered the Skybreaker. Are you saying that you encountered a ghost ship on your voyage route to Edostar, Kuei Island? No wonder. The feeling of being tugged in one's heart turned out to be that part of the fate, power under the control of aging, at work. Chu Feng looked at the white mist that was gradually dispersing and reached out to touch it. It's a good thing you have this disposable item of fraud. Otherwise, under the shroud of shadow, I might never be able to get out of the trial I'm in. But this, on the contrary, just confirms that the power of destiny is at work. Aging seems to be reaching out to me. Even within the analog universe, he seems to be eager to see me. No, that's not right. It would be nice to meet Roar. After all, he had once had an unusual relationship. Your trial? Fish Yue was also curious as to what Chu Feng had actually experienced. Chu Feng also roughly described his 3 days in the dilapidated town, as well as how he escaped with Long Evening Ching. Evening Harvest actually matched with you. Wait a minute. You said you've been trying out for 3 days? But my trial obviously just started not long ago? Fish Yue muttered. How could I summon you here when our timelines don't even match? Have you forgotten about the ticking clock? The power of fraud briefly altered time, which was able to make your prayer successful. Chu Feng said. Besides, we're in a simulated universe where anything is possible. If evening is matched with you, then why is she? She just fell into a brief vertigo. Oh, she's awake now. After sensing Long Evening Harvest's gradually awakening state, Chu Feng took out the remaining undeserved soul and utilized the power of the replacement to pull Long Evening Harvest back from the darkness within the Gate of the Abyss. Long Evening Harvest slowly opened her eyes. She shouted in panic, Chu Feng, school brother, where are you? Ha? Why is it young Vivian? Am I still awake? Fish Yue quietly released a serenity spell and smiled at Long Evening Ching. You read it right. It's me. Long Evening Ching was confused, and it was only after Yue's explanation that she gradually understood. But she still had trouble accepting it. Young Mei and schoolmate Chu Feng actually share the same mystical beliefs? The two of them actually have this secret. Did they know each other from the beginning? To travel from one trial to another, such a thing is simply unheard of. Even though she had a million questions right now, the predicament at hand would not allow her to ask any more. When Chu Feng saw the white mist that completely dissipated, he knew that the tick clock had lost its effect. The monster described by Fish Yue strikes again, but Chu Feng had expected it. He slashed his palm and a hexagram formation appeared from under his feet. Seal of the deed. Now, in the next second, she was summoned out from within the divine hall by Chu Feng. She was about to point at Chu Feng's nose and curse, but the sudden crisis made her not dare to relax. Sissy immediately used the power of the bloodline of the Demon King clan to completely suppress the incoming shadows. Is this? Fish Yue and Long Evening Cheng looked at Chu Feng in confusion. The shadow monster within the Gate of the Abyss. Its name is Spirit of the Black Song. This is a believer of shadow, but the Spirit of the Black Song in front of me has a problem. Its divine consciousness, eroded by the power of the god of old aging, has just been reduced to a brand new kind of demonic creature. Chu Feng's words were well understood when taken apart individually, but why, combined? How come they couldn't understand it? Fish Yue only heard one key word. The god of old aging. The aging you're talking about, is it the same god as old days? Fish Yue asked. No, what the hell are you guys talking about? Long Evening Ching was confused. In fact, the people of the Blue Planet had no concept of the old gods. Blue Star's stock of historical knowledge did not allow them to have access to this message. Fish Yue would not have inquired about her mysterious power of faith on the divine machine. There's no way it would have known. The gods of old are gods from history beyond the 18 gods of our current 6 destinies. History records that these gods have fallen. But somehow, he doesn't seem to have all disappeared as history records. The truth is that he did not all pass away. Chu Feng said as he stroked Shishi's head. The power of this god of aging can completely draw out a person's life force. And the power of Sissy's bloodline happens to be able to restrain the power of aging. Of course, the reason it can be restrained is because the aging power that this Spirit of the Black Song possesses is not pure. That was the reason why Chu Feng had chosen Caroler to become his first divine favorite in the first place. His goal, all along, has been aging. With the power of the demon clan's bloodline in place, counting on aging later on would definitely be able to be of great use. And the fact that Sissy, a half-wit with an empty bloodline, was able to suppress the aging power she possessed, Spirit of the Black Pine, was enough to show that she had done the right thing. Chapter 81, Chimera. As an older sister, Carol's bloodline power was only stronger than Sissy's. She herself is still at the apostle level. It was considered Chu Feng's thickest thigh at the moment. When you get out of the simulated universe, you'll meet up with Carol as old days, God's favorite, and go with Carol to Edostar to look for aging's main body. If you can make aging, at that point, it would be much more stable to probe the organization that Gladys was talking about. Chu Feng watched as the Spirit of the Black Song gradually became weaker under the influence of Cece's bloodline, and said softly, "School sister Yue, get on, and get rid of it as soon as possible. We still have other things to do." Fish Yue nodded. The soul of the Black Song, which had originally forced itself to play all its cards, became arbitrarily held under the suppression of its bloodline at this moment. The skills in Fish Yue's hands kept throwing out until the Spirit of the Black Song was completely wiped out by her. Finally killed it. Fish Yue wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. The Spirit of the Black Song was unable to fight back enough to damage her, but her opponent's resilience was much higher than she thought. After consuming most of her spiritual energy, Fish Yue was able to dispose of this Spirit of the Black Song. Long Evening Ching added a mental state recovery buff to Yue and said, "Take a rest. Thanks to the help of this little sister." Fishy came to Sissy's face and said thank you. This caused Sissy, who had originally looked at Chu Feng with a puff of anger and even wanted to reprimand Chu Feng for his reckless behavior, to shut her mouth. If only Chu Feng had your manners, how wonderful, the words in her mind. Sissy was categorically afraid to say. Who let her herself be currently forced into a slave contract by Chu Feng? If you're not careful, you'll piss off the other side, and you'll be embarrassed if you're taught a lesson to your face. Sister said that men are all very facetious. Forget it, it's better to put up with it. You're welcome. Sissy whispered back. Fish Yue gently kowtowed, and with a smile on her face, she walked in the direction of Long Evening Ching. The two hadn't seen each other for a few days, and as if they had endless things to say, they went aside to talk. Chu Feng's gaze, on the other hand, was placed on the strange statue that was looking at them. He slowly walked over and picked up the grotesque statue. The statue appeared to be carved out of an unknown metal, but when it was held in his hand, he could feel that it was very light. How does this thing's breath feel more like a combination of the two than shadow and aging? Could it be that this is also a product of the shadow reincarnation? Chu Feng pondered silently. Suddenly, the inside of the abyssal gate began to shake violently. Just by slaughtering a Spirit of the Black Song, the space within the Gate of the Abyss started to destabilize? It shouldn't. Although the Spirit of the Black Song was strong enough, it was after all only a planetary rank monster, and was not considered top tier within the Gate of the Abyss. This kind of Gate of the Abyss, which was similar to the nature of a personal copy, would need to kill at least one stellar ranked monster to be considered passed. The ground began to crack. Black magma erupted from the ground. The sudden change interrupted the conversation between the two, and Fish Yue and Long Evening Chan leaned towards Chu Feng one after another. This is Abyssal Gate, Purgatory Riot? Fish Yue stared at the special scene in front of her and asked in surprise. After triggering the Purgatory Riot, at least one stellar rank monster will appear. Compared to Fish Yue's surprise, Long Evening Ching looked calm. Perhaps he was used to Chu Feng's existence. In her opinion, as long as Chu Feng was there was no problem that he could not solve. I told you, there should be a stellar rank demon. Chu Feng muttered, however. With our current strength, we are not able to fight it head-on. Things, however, were not as simple as Chu Feng had imagined. A twisted light gradually propped open a slight gap under the tumbling of the black lava. As the gap widened, a figure was pushed out from within it by a repulsive force. The internal space of the Gate of the Abyss is inverted. Chu Feng's several people who had stood on the ground in the previous second suddenly became standing upside down on top of the chaotic rocks at that moment. Gravity disruption? In his haste, Chu Feng retrieved Cece back into the Divine Hall, and then summoned several undead vultures to protect the three of them in the center. Long Evening Ching was not idle either. The shield of healing was quickly applied to all three. She held onto Fish Yue's hand, and her other hand tightly grasped the corner of Chu Feng's coat. The feeling lasted for nearly dozens of seconds before the three slowed down. At that moment, a chilling monster quietly appeared. The creature possessed three hideous heads, one with a mouth that bit into a half-dozen human corpses. The monster spat out the corpse in its mouth, revealing fangs as sharp as razor blades, each of which shone with a cold light as if they could easily tear through steel. Its facial contours were rugged, as if kneaded at random by the forces of chaos. A pair of blood-red eyes, like burning hellfire, deep and wild. Simply being gazed at by these eyes would cause one to feel endless fear and despair. Two pairs of massive wings stretched across the monster's back, the bones of the wings as hard and sharp as black steel. The monster's 8 legs were strong and powerful, each as a huge pillar. The surface of the legs was covered with hard scales. At the ends were sharp claws that resembled giant scythes. With just a slight wave of its wings, the monster set off a gale, and the sound of that wind, like the screams of an evil spirit, struck right into the depths of one's heart. Chu Feng froze. Damn, isn't that Chimera? No, why is there a Chaos Mount here? This thing was a big name, so both Fish Yue and Long Evening Chun behind Chu Feng recognized it at once. 3 heads, 2 wings, 8 legs. By the looks of it, it should only be in the juvenile stage. Fish Yue whispered, but even if it's a juvenile Chimera, the God's Path realm is at least an advanced stellar order. This is a big trouble. Don't worry, with senior apprentice brother Chu Feng here, he'll find a way. Long Evening Ching comforted. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Sister, with my current ability, I can only go around when I see this thing. How is it that you have more faith in me than I do in myself? Chu Feng took a deep breath. For him at the moment, the easiest way was to take the 2 school sisters and vanish into the Divine Hall. But even if he was now a god's favorite of the olden days, in the eyes of Yu Yue, it was impossible to enter the place of Hajime just because he wanted to. This would inevitably reveal his true identity. Chu Feng would never do that until it was absolutely necessary. By the way, wasn't there a figure that flashed by just now? Where did he go? You all, just now, should have seen the shadows of the others, right? The 2 women nodded. While the Chimera had not yet lashed out, Chu Feng swept around and saw the figure of the opponent hiding behind a rocky pier. My friend, although I don't know how you lured Chimera here, this is not the moment for you to hide your head. How much longer will you hide? The figure slowly walked out from behind the stone pier. With an awkward look on her face, she waved her hand at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I didn't expect that I would run into you here. Chapter 82, The Beginning of Pleasure. Si Kong Yuer. So it's you. Chu Feng looked at her with a smile that seemed to be a non-smile. In an instant, Chu Feng understood Si Kong Yuer's intentions. The Chimera is an exclusive thing that Chaos keeps in each starfield. Each of the Chimera possessed a small fragment of Chaos as spiritual knowledge within it. This was the reason why Chimera had a stellar rank at birth. This is certainly replicated in the analog universe under which it operates. And Si Kong Yuer's purpose was to take the spiritual sense fragment belonging to Chaos. However, by virtue of being only a 9th order professional in the realm of destiny, it seems to have grown. Chu Feng suddenly realized that Si Kong Yuer had already completed her breakthrough, and the life path realm had arrived at the primordial planetary order. But even that didn't help. The stellar-ranked Chimera was simply not something that Si Kong Yuer could fight against. The several corpses in the Chimera's mouth earlier, without even having to think about it, it must have been Si Kong Yuer who used the power of joy and coaxed those several people to send themselves to their deaths, using some sort of sacrificial props to open up the rift that came to Chu Feng's place. As for why I chose Gate of the Abyss, Chu Feng had once told her that within the Gate of the Abyss, It would definitely possess a demonic creature that was at least of the stellar rank to guard it. There are different varieties of town demons and different beliefs. However, one of the equilibrium demons was just right to restrain the chaos chimera. It was an artifact attribute magic object with a similar appearance to a shield, and was called the Shield of Phasing. The two were already of opposing faiths and would surely fight each other when they met. With the help of the hatred of faith between the two, Sikong Yuer had that slight chance of seizing the fragment of spiritual awareness that was inside the chimera. Once Sikong Yuer got her hands on the spiritual sense fragment, she would definitely pray immediately. Of course, the object of the prayer wasn't joy, but the apostle, Sikonglan, who already possessed the memory of being able to receive the whispers of the believers. That's right. Sikong Yuer's purpose was to rescue her sealed mother in advance. Within the analog universe, it is not possible to pray to the gods, but those below the gods and above the apostles can receive the whispers of the believers. As Sikong Yuer was Sikong Lan's daughter, she definitely possessed a token to contact the other party. As long as she could dedicate the spirit stone fragment to Sikonglan with the help of prayer, Sikonglan would be able to use the memory, SSSS talent, realistic reproduction, to materialize items taken out from within the simulated universe that shouldn't exist. Once the spiritual sense fragment containing the power of chaos was detonated, breaking through the seal of the apostle would not be a matter of concern. Sikong Yuer was, in the end, someone who would follow Chu Feng on the divine path. That's a bit of insight. Still, you were actually able to fix the abyssal gate here as the anchor point for your landing. It seems that a lot of effort was expended to save your sealed mother in advance. He said in lips that only two people could read. Chu Feng sort of understood why Sikong Yuer had chosen to venture into the simulated universe. Seeing that Chu Feng had dismantled herself with a single glance, Sikong Yuer did not hide it either. Good. I do want to save my mother. Even though Sikong Yuer had long known that even without deliberately bothering with her mother's seal, she would be able to undo it on her own sooner or later. But Sikong Yuer didn't want to go on like this. On the one hand, she didn't want her mother to be sealed in solitude. On the other hand, she looked at Chu Feng with a complicated expression. The man who had once loved him had changed completely. He was no longer the gentle, considerate, understanding Chu Feng who indulged her little temperament in his last life. After the Night of Utopia trial ended, Sikong Yuer found out, if Chu Feng wanted to, he would really kill himself at any time. It's all up to him. If she didn't do something herself, in case Chu Feng had murderous intentions towards her, she couldn't make sure that Sister Lu would be able to stop it. For that reason, she could no longer wait for her mother to lift the seal herself. As long as there was a mother around, Chu Feng would definitely not dare to act rashly. This gave himself some breathing room, and right now, the one thing she lacks the most is time. Possessing the divine path realm insights from the gods in her previous life, her path to breakthrough would surely be incomparably smooth. I must buy time, before Chu Feng decides to give himself revenge, to have the strength to resist him. Sikong Yuer thought secretly in her mind. How could Chu Feng not be clear about her little mind? He didn't look deeply into Sikong Yuer's thoughts. Since Sikong Yuer was able to place her anchor point within this gate of the abyss, it meant that there must be another, balanced, artifact attribute demonic item, Shield of Phasing, here. That would have saved him any other plans. It couldn't be better to be able to dispose of Chimera with the help of Shield of Phasing. Senior Chu Feng, do you recognize this person? Behind him, Long Evening Ching asked with a puzzled face. This student shouldn't be from one of our 5 great academies, right? No, she's from the Galactic Alliance and is acquainted with my teacher, Lu Ru Xue. Chu Feng did not indicate Sikong Yuer's identity, and simply explained. It was then that Long Evening Harvest came to a realization. Lu Ru Xue was from the Galactic Alliance, something that several of them were well aware of. I've heard that it's not a bad place to come from. It turns out that school brother Chu Feng is a student of teacher Lu. No wonder you have such an affinity for the power of the destiny path. Long Evening Cheng admired Chu Feng even more. Sikong Yuer looked at the sacred and pure fish Yue and the pitiful Long Evening Cheng behind Chu Feng, and an unkind gaze appeared in her eyes. This guy. It is still a dog that can't change its mind. Everywhere you go, you are surrounded by women. Fish Yue was not interested in Sikong Yuer's sudden appearance. She carefully stared at the chimera, to the side and cautiously asked, Senior Chu Feng, now is not the time to dawdle. Let's think about how to deal with this monster in front of us. Perhaps it was because the other party was too young and all of their actions were all driven by instinct. The 3 pairs of eyes on the 3 heads were filled with curiosity about their surroundings. Fish Yue was glad that Chimera didn't choose to make a move in between a few conversations. There's no harm in it. Since she's come to us, it means she already has a plan to deal with it. We'll just follow her. Chu Feng looked at Sikong Yuer and said, Am I right, Yuer? Sikong Yuer was shocked in her heart. He called me. What? The memories of the past reverberated in his mind at Chu Feng's cry of address. But in the next second, she saw Chu Feng's slightly open lips. Don't you think too much, little? Forget your last name? I just don't want these two schoolmates of mine to be suspicious of who you are. Got it? The surname Sikon was a surname that very few people had except for Sikonland's family. If this surname was mentioned, Yu Wei and Long Evening Ching could not help but inquire about it. Chu Feng didn't want to cause trouble. Sikong Yue read Chu Feng's cold lips. Even if Chu Feng did not make a sound, she could still feel that sense of disgust. Sikong Yue laughed at herself in her heart. In my mind, so many fantasies about him suddenly rose. That's ridiculous. Sikong Yue gently inhaled a breath and collected her cluttered thoughts. She glanced at Long Evening Chang, whose gaze fell on Chu Feng, a hint of cunning hidden in her eyes. Sikong Yue laughed softly. Brother Feng, how to deal with the Chimera? Don't you know better than others? Chu Feng's face gradually sank. Sikong Yue started. The power of pleasure was fully released by her. But the target was not him, but Long Evening Harvest behind him. Chapter 83. It wasn't that Chu Feng had any improper thoughts about Long Evening Harvest, Void, Destiny, Rev. Especially, Long Evening Harvest was also a priest who had mastered the special talent, Lifelink. In Chu Feng's mind, Long Evening Ching had just as easily become a very suitable candidate for observation in his mind as Fish Yue. He needs to observe people of different faiths, different professions, and there is a need for such a person in the olden days divine council. Starting from the side, and trustworthy people can be most reassuring to Chu Feng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed the existence of old days to this woman with the help of Fish Yue. What appeared to be words inquiring about herself was actually a provocation that Sikong Yue turned her head and began to launch at Long Evening Ching after she saw that she had some scruples. 3 days together in a dilapidated town was not a long time for Long Evening Harvest. During the day he went out to look for clues while he stayed in the infirmary to cover his identity. It was her turn to rest at night, but Chu Feng began to keep watch again. Even during those 3 days, the time she spent with Chu Feng was instead very short. But whether it was his detailed control of the characters in the rundown town or his speculative analysis of the world in which he lived, she was captivated at every turn. So much so, that he himself showed his special talent without reservation, and was willing to use his ego's life to be his last resort. Long Evening Harvest's bet succeeded, and Chu Feng's back was engraved in her heart a moment before she left the town. It's a strange feeling. It was something she had never felt before, and this alien emotion became even more different after the appearance of this young girl in front of him. Her relationship with school brother Chu Feng seems to be very good. They've known each other for a longer period of time than school brother Chu Feng and I. Surely? Long Evening Ching subconsciously lowered her head. But the frowning and thinking couldn't escape Sikong Yue's eyes. This was Sikong Yue's classic operation of using the power of joy, taking someone else for fun. Whether it's watching someone in distress or pain or rambling, as long as others are having a bad time, the happier she is. Moreover, she was even happier when she was able to disgust Chu Feng to a certain extent. If I can't beat you, I can't disgust you? Holding this thought, Sikong Yue continued to look and said, since Brother Feng is unwilling to speak, then Yue can only do it herself. Fish Yue looked at the indescribably strange atmosphere in front of her, and lightly coughed twice. Senior Chu Feng. What should we do? Obviously, Fish Yue only trusted Chu Feng. Chu Feng had a slight headache. If Sikong Yue was still allowed to command at this time, the two people beside himself would definitely be unwilling to follow. Chu Feng sighed and said to Sikong Yue, where is the phase shield? There was a lot of space inside the gate of the abyss. There is practically no trace of where the gatekeeper demons are located. Since Sikong Yue dared to take the risk of entering the analog universe, she must have been prepared. This one's easy. Sikong Yue made up her mind to provoke Long Evening Ching in general. She suddenly unleashed her skill on the Chimera, staring at them from afar, provoking the other party to quickly rush towards them. Sikong Yue's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived behind Long Evening Harvest and gently pushed her. At the same time, he took out a long whip and tied up Fish Yue. After doing so, she said with a sickly smile, use the two of them to anger the Yi Chimera, so that the aura of chaos fills the entire abyssal gate, and the shield of compatibility will naturally appear. You know, people hate it when there are other women around Brother Wind. That's why they're perfect for use as bait. That's the laugh. Chu Feng remembered. In her last life, she had used this reason to constantly get him into trouble. Chu Feng had some regrets. One should have given Sikong Yue a good hammering the moment she came out. Chu Feng summoned dozens of summons in an instant, fending off the chimeras, instantly retreating with a few people. Long Evening Ching's face suddenly turned pale. It wasn't because he was frightened by Sikong Yue's sudden attack. Rather, it was because the possessive young girl in front of her had a profound relationship with Senior Chu Feng that far exceeded her imagination. Although Fish Yue was not very clear about what had happened between Long Evening Harvest and Chu Feng in the past few days, Long Evening Harvest's attitude towards Chu Feng was very different from the beginning. She gently squeezed Long Evening Harvest's hand and shook her head. Chu Feng said in a deep voice, "If you seek death, I can fulfill you." Yeah, anyway, Brother Wen likes to talk to me after death the most. Sikong Yue revealed a sickly look after all. After Brother Feng is done, he will still save me back. Long Evening Chang was filled with shock. Not, both of you, playing so sick? Sikong Yue exposed her true nature and looked at Chu Feng with a vague sense of madness. It seems to say, come on, kill me now if you can. How could Chu Feng let him die so easily? However, it had to be said that Sikong Yue was well prepared this time. A couple of one-off prop effects were used in such a deus ex machina that even he couldn't catch her in the first place. The conversation between the two was no more than a few breaths. After Chimera finished dealing with Chu Feng's summons, she once again charged towards the several people. That's your way? Chu Feng escorted them as he retreated and said, "You'd better draw out the shield of phasing, quickly for me. Brother Wind, this is the only way for me to help you." How could Chu Feng believe her words? If Sikong Yue really didn't have a backhand, then the moment she entered the abyssal gate, she would have been torn apart. Apparently, she'd made up her mind to take matters into her own hands. Chu Feng didn't want to talk nonsense with her anymore and stopped, saying to Long Evening Ching behind him, "Senior Sister Evening Ching, please take care of my mental state." Long Evening Harvest responded softly, "Aha." A card rotated around Chu Feng's body, and Chu Feng broke his own arms and offered 6 ribs, summoning a 4-winged angel with a decay aura across the ranks. It was a high-level planetary-level demonic creature, 4-winged fallen angel. Since Chu Feng currently had not made a breakthrough, this was the highest level summon he could summon. Cross-order summoning is extremely costly. At this time, his mental state was extremely poor, and the recovery effects of his talents were all much slower. Even though this was a high planetary-level demonic creature, it still wasn't enough to look at in the eyes of the Chimera, but that was enough for Chu Feng. He wasn't trying to control the 4-winged fallen angel to fight, but to detonate it. Sikong Yue couldn't help but gulp as she looked at the monster in front of her that wasn't too different in size from the Chimera. "I just can't believe I've been picking on him. I'm not going to go crazy. If this was used against you, I'm afraid you'd really die." Sikong Yue rubbed her small face. "No, it's the only way I can continue to live. It's the only way I can continue to do this." Boom. Chapter 84. The 4-winged fallen angel completed its mission from its first birth to its end under Chu Feng's control. The corruption, energy of death along with the remaining black feathers spread and shot out from every angle. The juvenile Chimera was not very sensitive to the outside world, and did not react at all, resisting purely with its physical body. When it realized that this power could not be repelled by its own body, it instinctively used the power of the gods within the chaos spiritual sense fragment. The ground shook again. The space within the gate of the abyss was completely cut open. The heavenly crystal mine underneath the ground was squeezed out hard by the behemoth hidden inside. Under the mingling of the two divine forces, the heavenly crystal mine was blown apart. Everywhere, there were level 6/7 or higher heavenly crystal coins floating in the broken space, and it was a sight for sore eyes to see. But they didn't dare to come forward. Chu Feng's newly recovered body was slightly stabilized mentally under Long Evening Ching's treatment. However, the change in space caused Chu Feng to summon the flying demonic item again as a way to give the two people behind him a place to land. When Sikong Yue saw that Chu Feng did not give her a share of one, she could not help but skim her mouth. Good thing she had planned for the worst. Sikong Yue took out a paper boat from her arms. The paper boat quickly grew larger under Sikong Yue's maneuvering, which gave it a foothold in the midst of the turbulence. At this moment, a huge silver-white arm stretched out from the ground. A huge, heavy shield slowly climbed out. The material on its surface looked like a fusion of metal and some kind of mysterious substance, and it was covered in a cold white light. The shape of the shield was irregular, with jagged-like protrusions at the edges that could easily tear apart any object that came near. The human face caught in the center of the shield was pale and bloodless. Around the face were strange lines that spread across the shield like twisted vines. At certain moments, the lines would seem to wriggle slightly, as if they were alive. The shield of phasing that had blown the heavenly crystal mines to bits and pieces finally showed up. The moment Chu Feng saw the shield of phasing, he felt a hint of strangeness. It looked, on the outside, as if it had been contaminated. It doesn't have that sacred feeling of equalization. Shadow, S hand, stretched out too far, right? Even the most mysterious equilibrium in the custody, destiny is going to try to steal it? Sikong Yue finally waited for the shield of phasing to appear. The purpose of her trip was to activate the divine power of the chaos spiritual awareness fragment within the Chimera, and draw out the shield of phasing. Having managed to seduce the other party without much effort, The feeling hanging in Sikong Yuer's heart landed slightly. She was actually vaguely glad that it was fortunate that Chu Feng was here. Without Chu Feng's help, she would not have been able to do it as easily as she did now. The shield of phasing and chimera just met, and the two opposing divine forces attacked each other in primal desire. The Great War, it's on the verge of happening. Several people hid in the distance, quietly waiting for the battle between the two demons to end. Sikong Yuer's eyes darted around and said, "Brother Feng, when I opened the rift just now, I specifically left a path, so you can take them one step ahead of me." Oh. She suddenly remembered that this was how Su Zian used to call Chu Feng. No wonder Chu Feng had eaten this before. If she were a man herself, she would be comfortable with someone calling her so daintily. Unfortunately, Chu Feng's eyes were now filled with disgust for her. No matter what the title, it could not stir him to interest himself. Chu Feng didn't even look at her and knew what was going on in her mind. If he chose to go, Sikong Yuer would rightfully be able to stay behind alone until the Shield of Compatibility and the Yi Chimera died together. In this way, she would be able to get the Yi Chaos spiritual sense fragment as she wished. If he didn't leave, she would definitely launch a verbal attack and then utilize the pleasure as disruptive ability to discuss his relationship with Yu Yue and Long Evening Qing. Of course, Chu Feng understood that Sikong Yuer's ultimate thought was definitely for him to leave. Chu Feng said indifferently, "Fine, give me the props for stabilizing the gap and we will leave now." Sikong Yuer had already made plans to discuss Chu Feng away, but seeing how dry Chu Feng was, she instead became somewhat uneasy in her heart. "It's not, is it? With his current nature, it is not possible to let me reach what I have in mind so easily, right? But now." Sikong Yuer could not grasp Chu Feng's heart, but at least he's willing to leave. That's all. Sikong Yuer did not have any reservations, and very decisively gave the Fisher Anchor Point ground fixing device props to Chu Feng. It was also very sweet to show him the way. Chu Feng mindfully took the things and turned his head away. This made Yu Yue and Long Evening Qing, who were beside him, very puzzled. "We just leave?" Fish Yue asked. "Aren't you worried that she's lying to us?" Long Evening Qing, on the other hand, was a bit worried. On the off chance that this isn't some kind of gap-fixing prop, but some kind of explosive item that can be controlled by her. "Won't we?" Chu Feng gave Long Evening Qing a somewhat amused look. It seemed that Sikong Yuer's earlier language had disgusted her, especially the moment he pitted her. He seemed to have muttered something in her ear, causing the always calm Long Evening Qing to redwarm. Chu Feng was not worried about Sikong Yuer punking him. He knew Sikong Yuer's current mind best. She would do anything to save her mother. It's okay, she wouldn't dare. Long Evening Qing's complexion was slightly darker as she silently nodded. The two of them followed Chu Feng to the location designated by Sikong Yuer and saw the hidden crack. Chu Feng reached out and yanked, and a small door that could be passed through by two people in parallel appeared in the eyes of the three. Fish Yue and Long Evening Qing followed closely behind and entered. Outside the rift, Chu Feng's doppelganger silently eyed them. Chu Feng glanced at the two demonic creatures that were still fighting non-stop in the distance, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Passing through the not-so-stable rift passage, the trio came to another space. All around, it was covered by a thick fog that was hard to see through with the naked eye. Fish Yue looked at the unfamiliar environment and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Where are we again? How come we're getting farther and farther away from the Skybreaker? If this continued, Fish Yue didn't even know how to complete the first round of trial tasks. During the previous exchange of information, Chu Feng had already known about the mission of Fish Yue, and as they were currently not able to return to the ship, Chu Feng also had a certain conjecture. "I'm afraid it's not enough for you to pass the trial of the Abyssal Gate alone. If all of those teammates of yours make it through, perhaps the space we're in, that's what might change." Chu Feng looked at the fog in front of him and thought for a moment. Of course, if all of them die, your mission, too, should have a new hint. Fish Yue was just about to open her mouth when a voice suddenly came from her ear. "Miss Fairley, I think I see you." The flippant tone of the voice made Fish Yue instantly distinguish that it was the voice of the warlock gentleman. Chapter 85 Time. It's Sharp talking. Fish Yue looked back, but saw nothing. "Sharp, that teammate of yours?" Chu Feng asked, "But I didn't hear it." "Senior Sister Evening, what about you?" Long Evening Harvest shook his head. "Maybe because we don't belong in this trial? Do you want to go?" Young Vivian, MS. "Beautiful Earth. I'm trapped. Can you give me a hand to save me?" Sharp's voice once again sounded in Fishy's head. Fish Yue frowned slightly. This Sharp guy, as pompous as he was, didn't seem weak enough to ask her for help, did he? The high probability that she herself could run into the likes of the Shield of Phasing and the Yi Chimera was only due to the fact that the appearance of Chu Feng's schoolmate and that woman he was acquainted with had affected the balance of the Gate of the Abyss, and only then did it brush out monsters that were far beyond her range to be able to resolve. This is where the simulated universe is slightly better than the draft trials. there's a danger, but it's not particularly great. Sharp was different. The profession of Void Summoner, a one-man army, was top-notch in both fighting and escaping. That's why Fish Yue was skeptical of Sharp's words in her mind. After all, being in this strange world, anything can happen. Never mind. I don't know if it's true or not, so I'll just leave him alone. Fish Yue didn't want to bother Sharp. Sharp, however, continued to chatter. Beautiful lady, you are the most dazzling star in that bright starry sky. Every knit of your brows and smile exudes endless charm, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. So really don't come to save me. Your voice is like heavenly music. Gently ringing it can move the heart and immerse people in that wonderful melody. Although we have known each other for a short time, our buddy bar is not too long. You're as beautiful as a flower blooming in spring, delicate and full of life. Every time I see you it's like being in a sea of gorgeous flowers. Hey, sure you don't want to come? But the other party's plea after plea made Fish Yue just couldn't help but say, he's still whispering in my ear. Chu Feng thought for a moment. Fortunately, we are also in a strange place right now, so since we have no purpose, we might as well go and take a look. Fish Yue is still a bit resistant. You don't know that guy. Fish Yue told Chu Feng about Sharp possibly being a fraud believer. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. If this guy is really what you say he is, then there's no way he could be a believer in fraud. Okay, so, we're going to check it out? Aha. Fish Yue rushed to the voice in her head and said helplessly, stop talking. I'll do it. I knew you wouldn't give up on me. Be careful on the way over. It's not easy here. Sharp briefly sketched a path on how to get to the Tower of Time and continued. Remember, don't disturb his attendants as you walk through the palace. However, you are amazingly intelligent and always quick to find solutions when faced with a problem. You are the goddess of wisdom in my heart. I'll be waiting for you inside the Tower of Time. Sharp's voice ended abruptly. Sharp's voice cut out. I'm guessing he said something he shouldn't have and it was blocked out here. Fish Yue recounted Sharp's words in general terms. He said he was waiting for me inside the Tower of Time. Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. The Tower of Time? That's not time, the Tower of Pilgrimage? As Chu Feng thought about it, he increasingly felt that Shadow was making a big move. Starting with hacking into Carlsbad's memories to getting inside the analog universe. Shadow, as shadows appeared one after another. The simulation of reincarnation involved multiple gods, which made it difficult for Chu Feng to figure out exactly what he wanted to do. Long Evening Chang, who had been watching Chu Feng, noticed the change in Chu Feng's expression and could not help but ask, what's wrong? Chu Feng shook his head. It's nothing. Yue-senpai, lead the way. Fish Yue stepped onto the path that Sharp had mentioned, and soon, the three of them passed through the layers of fog and stepped onto the right path. The three saw it. There, a palace created by the devotees of time. It is like an immortal monument standing above the river of time, emanating the flow of time. From a distance, the outline of the palace loomed in the mist. The huge main body of the palace, like a lofty mountain, plunged into the clouds, its invisible top, its height seemingly able to touch the edge of the universe. The outer walls of the palace were covered with countless pointers, sometimes shining like a brilliant Milky Way, sometimes as soft as the quiet moonlight. The surface of the metal was engraved with countless exquisite patterns, which were the marks of time, as if recording every moment of the universe from its birth to the present. The trio cautiously continued on, came to the door of the Great Hall. The gates of the palace were two huge doors of time and space. The door is studded with countless precious gems. These gems emitted the power of time, and Chu Feng gently touched one of them and found that his consciousness instantly entered a certain time node. It turns out that each gemstone represents a specific point in time. As the door slowly opened, a powerful force of time came over the room, capable of swirling one into an endless vortex of time. Chu Feng, who had recovered quite a bit of his spirit from coming all the way over, immediately blocked it, which allowed them to enter unharmed. Stepping inside the palace is like entering a fantasy kingdom of time. High on the ceiling hung a huge clock, whose hands turned slowly and rhythmically, making a dull, mellifluous sound. The walls of the palace are adorned with a huge fresco that depicts the great feats of the god of time and the evolution of the universe. The colors in the mural are bright and brilliant, and each stroke seems to be outlined by the hand of the god of time, full of mysterious power. Surrounding the mural are countless precious stones and crystals that emit a mesmerizing glow that mirrors the mural and creates a sense of ultimate luxury and mystery. The floor of the palace, paved with smooth, mirror-like marble, was inscribed with scales of time and mysterious symbols. These scales and symbols seem to be the codes of time, waiting for someone to decipher the mysteries. In the center of the floor, there was a huge hourglass of time, in which sand flowed continuously, symbolizing the never-ending nature of time. Around the hourglass, various ancient clocks and timers were placed, their hands beating and emitting a faint ticking sound. as if reminding people to cherish every moment. In the side halls of the palace, there were also some mysterious time spells, which were said to possess the power to change time, allowing one to travel through time and space, back to the past or towards the future. On the walls of the side halls, there were ancient scrolls hanging, which depicted scenes from different eras, from the ancient flood era to the future technological world, some of which even Xu Feng himself had never seen. Crap! What have shadows done here? Even the time, past and future have evolved with the power of reincarnation? The more Xu Feng looked, the more alarmed he became. Chapter 86, Entering the Tower. Words that Xu Feng could only utter inwardly. The further in he went, the more incredulous he became. Part of the remnants of this palace, Xu Feng had indeed once seen it in the burial void domain. At that time, it had already entered the age of divine burial. The greatness of the god of time lives only in the faith of the believers. When the mutilated palace of time in the burial space appeared in the world, people didn't believe that time had survived at all. There are even those who take this as a feat of fraudulent believers fooling the world. Everyone believed it. It also included Xu Feng at that time. But now, the simulation universe had simulated the palace in its entirety. Still in the midst of the shadow trial, it is common knowledge that it is impossible for a simulated universe to simulate events that do not exist within the game of gods, and the Galactic Alliance was able to gain a foothold within the star realm thanks to this divine object. The palace belonging to time is real and true. Time, unlike decay, must have survived the world. But, if this was really simulated by shadow using the power of reincarnation, could he really do it? Time is above the other new gods. He is everywhere. Had time lived, even the analog universe would not have escaped his gaze. How could he, in turn, allow the shadow to play this game? From the initial shock, to thinking about it after calming down, Xu Feng gradually felt that this group of gods was perhaps playing a big game. If there was no active participation of time in this, Xu Feng would never believe that shadow would dare to do so. When Xu Feng stopped his inner thoughts, the palace that the three of them were in actually disappeared out of thin air. Although the two women were surprised to see the scene, when they thought that they were within the analog universe, they felt that it was not surprising. Sharp didn't seem to mention that palace earlier when he spoke to me. Fish Yue looked around for a while to make sure that what she saw was nothing but a piece of illusion before she dared to say, but just now that did the palace. At a glance, it doesn't look like a mortal thing. It seems to be related to time, with a hall full of time elements. It was hard for Yue to not guess it. Xu Feng did not say anything. His thoughts were still stuck on the moment the palace disappeared, suddenly appearing and disappearing. Was it just to have one's mind directed to that level? It gave Xu Feng the illusion of being involved by destiny. Xu Feng silently thought about it and still decided not to think deeply. That's the palace of time. Let's not forget that the Sharpies are in the Tower of Time. And there's nothing surprising about the appearance of a simulated residence of the god of time at the place of pilgrimage. Xu Feng deliberately downplayed the situation. It was just to keep Fish Yue from overthinking and thus being drawn into this. Long Evening Cheng pointed not far away and said, "Look guys, that tower. Is it the Tower of Time?" The scene in front of them shifted, and a towering tower appeared in everyone's eyes. At that moment, Sharp's voice once again rang in Fish Yue's ears. "MS. Beautifully. You're finally here. Ooh, come on, come and save me." Sharp gibbered like he hadn't spoken in a long time. Fish Yue was not bothered by it and gently drank. "Alright, shut up. I'm on the second floor. Remember to deal with the time monsters on the first floor cautiously. Wait for you." Under Fish Yue's reminder, Xu Feng broke open the wooden door of the Tower of Time. The ones that entered Xu Feng's line of sight were several jewel-like monsters. A crystal that was like a mysterious crystal was suspended in the air. Its body takes on the shape of a regular polyhedron, each plane smooth as a mirror, refracting the light and shadow of its surroundings. Under the light, its surface shimmered with colorful ripples, sometimes like a dreamy blue ethereal light, sometimes a mysterious purple halo. "It's the monster of time, Time Prism," Xu Feng said. "Watch out for their time stop talent. Let's settle it quickly." Fishy young woman kowtowed gently. When the Time Prism saw the Xu Feng trio, it immediately took the initiative to attack. Its surface quickly converged with intense rays of light, which were like countless tiny laser beams that shot out in all directions. Wherever the light went, the air was cut by it, leaving behind a trail of light and shadow if nothing else. Xu Feng controlled the cards in his hand, and a summon item, Phantom Demon Filth, that restrained the Time Prism crawled out from the ground. Warlocks of decay are not like other fate warlocks. Because everything decays, you can summon almost any demonic creature with the right skills. That was why Xu Feng thought that talent of his was heaven-defying. He was able to use the right summons to restrain different monsters. Although the time power of the temporal prisms was used very skillfully, They didn't have a brain. Phantom filth can be used to manipulate monsters through mental and physical invasion. The brainless time prism is easily controlled. Chu Feng controlled their light energy rays to shoot at each other in unison. Each ray of light contained a powerful energy that easily penetrated their respective earthly bodies. Just at the moment when Chu Feng thought that it was completely resolved, the broken fragments of the time prisms began to reorganize, and the two time prisms, which had grown considerably larger in size, once again launched a ferocious attack on the trio. Chu Feng realized that the giant time prism's rank was too much higher than the illusory demon filth, and the power of manipulation became useless all of a sudden. The giant time prism rapidly rotated itself, and as it did so, it continuously fired out a fan-shaped barrage of light, which were like a sharp blade that cut everything around it. Fish Yue withdrew a page and wrote, "Here, light is forbidden." The giant time prism dimmed instantly, but this state of affairs didn't last long. A few breaths later, the light of time on the surface of the giant time prism's body instead grew even more. As the energy of the giant time prism gathered, a huge vortex of light formed around it, which kept spinning and sucked the three towards the center. Chu Feng hastily summoned another slender chain with two hands. Chain of energy stealing. The place was narrow, and Chu Feng was unable to use Summon C to launch an attack. Moreover, Chu Feng understood that they could not approach the vortex. This is because once an object is caught in the vortex, it will be disintegrated by the powerful force of time. The chain of stolen energy happens to absorb the power of time, strengthening itself while assimilating its own attributes into the temporal power of the time prism, which controls the same power. The chain of stolen energy held itself in both hands and quickly wrapped around, gradually binding the two giant time prisms together. Fish Yue, on the other hand, immediately tore off 3 pages. Here, energy is scarce. Here, faith fails. Here, I'll keep the order. Under the successive power of Fish Yue, the giant time prism was finally broken again and scattered all over the place. Good lord! The beautiful lady! I was right about you, Sharp exclaimed happily. Chapter 87 Deliverance. There was a click. The sound of a room being open came from somewhere on the second floor of the Tower of Time. Sharp's words similarly reached Chu Feng and Long Evening Cheng's ears this time. Fish Yue leaned against the wall and wiped the sweat stains on her forehead. She hadn't been wrong. By weakening and isolating the time prism's connection to the Tower of Time, lowering the power of faith that reduces time, with the judgment of order, makes the time prism's flesh vulnerable for a short period of time. At that moment, Chu Feng's chain of stolen energy could be used to maximum effect to destroy the time prism. Sharp took a step down the rotating staircase on the second floor. He slightly froze after seeing Chu Feng and Long Evening Cheng, and then asked with a smile, "Am I remembering it wrong? For our trial, it seems like there are only 6 of us, right? Beautiful lady, Miss Fishy, thank you for the rescue. I wonder who they are." Before Fish Yue could say anything, Chu Feng smiled at Sharp. "We are teammates of young Vivian Senpai. An accident. Left our own trial and happened to enter the simulation world of young Vivian Senpai." Sharp's smile froze slightly. "An accident? Just right? I looked like a little cutie." "What? That's quite a coincidence." Sharp smiled awkwardly and nonchalantly. "Anyway, this time, I'm still very grateful to Ms. Fish Yue. If it wasn't for her, I might have been trapped inside this tower for the rest of my life." "How did you get in here?" Fish Yue was slightly reprieved by Long Evening Harvest's spiritual healing. "Where are the others? Aren't you all together?" "After following that young girl into the unknown space mezzanine, only Hetty was with me. We met the grotesque statue from the earlier ghost ship in a white mist. The statue loomed large, as if intent on guiding us along. It wasn't until we came to this tower that the statue disappeared." "Guidance from the statue. Isn't that just like yourself?" Fish Yue thought silently. The statue that she had met had ultimately guided her within the gate of the abyss, and if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of schoolboy Chu Feng, there was a high probability that she would have died at the hands of this particular demonic creature. The spirit of the Black Song. Is the purpose of the statue to simply split them up and kill them one by one? Did you come across a palace on your way? A palace? What palace? Sharp asked suspiciously. These words were what Chu Feng had asked Fish Yue to ask Sharp. If Sharp hadn't seen the palace before, then it was very likely that the reason that palace was there was because of him. Fishy continued, "Where are the Hetty people?" "That." Sharp scratched his head. "I sensed something calling me from within the Tower of Time, so I told Hetty to come in and check it out. But she thought it was a very obvious trap and chose not to go in. Eventually, we parted ways." Fish Yue was surprised. "At such a time, you actually separated from her? What, exactly, could make you so mad?" Sharp let out a bitter smile. "It's a remnant of Annihilation's apostle, spiritual sense. I thought that within the analog universe, I couldn't take anything else with me, but there should be some experience about the realm of the divine path within the apostle's spiritual consciousness. With a learning attitude. That's why I came in alone. You call that a learning attitude? Wasn't it your greed that caused you to be trapped here? Chu Feng frowned slightly when he heard Sharp's words, but quickly returned to normal. So where's the Hiddle? Sharp spread his hands and said, I don't know. Maybe it's gone back out into the fog to find another way out. You can reach me from so far away. I don't believe you can't do it to communicate with Hiddle. Fish Yue said suspiciously. Or did you move something on me? Sharp chuckled. Not bad for a beautiful lady. One guess and you're right. A tiny worm crawled out of the strands of Fishy's hair. It lifted its wings and flew back to Sharp's fingertips. It's just a little, scouting tide worm, which I actually put in everyone, in order to be able to contact you that way after you've all dispersed. You know, I mean no harm. You. Fish Yue's small face showed a somewhat exasperated look. Don't be mad. Sharp put on his standard smile and continued. Hiddle is also a void summoner, and she noticed my little maneuver. So the first thing she did was snuff out the scouting tide worm I planted. But, the trinkets she left on me, I didn't destroy. Sharp pulled a slightly larger scouting tide worm out of his arms. I have a way to be able to reverse track her location through this little one, but my mental power may be a bit less than adequate. His gaze flicked to Long Evening Cheng beside Chu Feng. Could this reverend lady, please step in and help us out? All of Long Evening Cheng's earlier actions in treating Fish Yue were seen by him. Long Evening Harvest's gaze, however, fell on Chu Feng. It seemed to be saying that she would only go if Chu Feng told her to. Go on, help him and help ourselves. The most important thing at the moment was to get young Vivian Senpai's trial mission back on track. It's only important that we get back on that sailing ship. Dude, thanks a lot. Sharp looked out. It wasn't just this pastor lady, but his own temporary teammates, who were probably vaguely led by the man who didn't talk too much. Perhaps the other was the captain of the simulated universe squad? Though Sharp's mind speculated randomly, the movements of his hands didn't stop. Pounds and pounds of power were injected into the body of the scout tide worm, and the original nail-cap-sized scout tide worm gradually grew larger under the irrigation of the power of faith. The expression on Sharp's face deteriorated with the naked eye, and the size of the scouting tide worm swelled to the size of the time prism that had been killed by Chu Feng earlier. With a bang, the scouting tide worm burst apart, its purple-black blood floating in mid-air as if it had no gravity. Sharp mouthed the words and the blood coalesced into a long line that began to wrap around in all directions. The door to this tower is open, but the blood is not going out. Sharp was a little shocked. Could it be that Hiddle is in here too? As he spoke, he summoned his mount and began rummaging from room to room for Hiddle's shadow, from bottom to top. A big hustle before Sharp got back to the ground. Well, did you find Hiddle? Sharp shook his head. No. Above this tower, there are prohibitions on the seemingly infinite space along the upper edge, but in reality, after reaching the 7th floor, it is simply impossible to go any higher. It seems like your method. It doesn't seem to be working. Fish Yue said questioningly. This is the Void Summoner's talent, Faith Overflow, an ability used to track down people of the same faith. There's no way it could go wrong. Chu Feng suddenly spoke up for Sharp. Dude's got a lot of insight. He saw my talent right away. Chu Feng pointed to the ground beneath his feet. Is it possible that where we are is actually the door to open the next dimension? Sharp glowed slightly. You mean Hiddle's outta here? Chapter 88, The Key. Who knows? Chu Feng said. The Tower of Time is the pilgrimage site of the followers of Time, as well as its spirit monument of prisoners that suppresses the cultists. If you have received the inheritance from the apostolic spirit of that wisp of annihilation in your mouth, you should know that this place is extraordinarily repulsive and antipathetic to people of other faiths. She may have been suppressed in the Tower of Truth, or, of course, she may have left here. The Tower of Truth? Sharp pointed to the inaccessible space above him. You mean, up there? I said I couldn't get in just now. So it's because of this. Dude, how do you know so much? You don't, by any chance, specialize as a historian, do you? Historians, as the name suggests, are people who pursue the true historical background of the Game of Gods. Nominally, this is not considered a job title, but in the Game of Gods, if you run into him, it's always good to befriend him. Such a person, placed inside the trial, could greatly increase the team's chances of survival in the absence of conflicting beliefs. Chu Feng hadn't deliberately studied the historical events of the Game of Gods before, but as he grew up, some hidden things would always appear along with him. Over time, he knew more. Before, he actually didn't care about past history. But now, Chu Feng realized that what he knew about this world that he had once almost opened up was like a drop in the ocean. Not really, I just happen to know a little bit about it. Chu Feng said flatly, this is going to be hard for me now. Sharp changed her big grin and let out a long sigh. How am I supposed to save Hiddle in case she's locked inside the Tower of Time's Tower of Truth? Perhaps, she may have left, and it doesn't seem right for us to waste our time here trying to figure it out. He pulled out a ground coin covered in a lavender stream of light from his bosom and said, "In that case, let's give it to Destiny." Fish Yue looked at Sharp's coin and asked suspiciously, "What kind of currency is this? Why does it look somewhat familiar to me?" "The base currency of Asnod. The Evil Ghost 1 currency." Sharp shook it. "Asnod. You've heard of it, right? A planet full of monsters, affected by both gravitational and repulsive forces, and connected by 3 planets of absolute ferocity. While I had this Evil Ghost number 1 angel side up, we continued to stay here to figure out how to find Hiddle. But if it's the demon side, then we'll just have to follow fate's guidance and get out of here." With that, Sharp tossed the currency high in the air, the purple light flickering back and forth as it flipped down rapidly. When he unveiled the Evil Ghost number 1 coin covered in his hand, the side with the demon's head engraved on it looked hideously at the crowd. "Well, fate is set, so we'd better get going." Sharp quickly put the currency away. Fish Yue frowned slightly. "So hasty?" Sharp asked rhetorically. "Where's the haste? Fate is guiding us to leave in a hurry." "But, aren't you a believer in annihilation?" Long Evening Ching asked in a small voice. Sharp smiled shyly. "It's not about faith. It's his decision." As he spoke, Sharp slipped the currency in his hand into his pocket. Chu Feng saw his little action and let out a light laugh. "Fine, as you wish, but it will be up to you to open the door here." "Ha, dude, weren't you the one who said this might be a portal out of the Tower of Time? How would I know how to open it?" Sharp wore a distressed look. "Let's go out and see." Fish Yue looked at the broken remnants of the time prism on the ground and said, "We won't get any answers inside the tower, so we might as well go out and see if there's another way." Inside, the answer to leaving is not available in the limited space. So the 4 of them exited the Tower of Time and re-entered outside. Outside the tower, it was still foggy. Having lost their guide, the crowd stood in the fog somewhat at a loss. "Sharp, where do you think we should go now?" "I don't know." Sharp stalled honestly. "I was lost after I was locked up in the Tower of Time. There's no record of the panel early on, and I'm not sure exactly where we are now." He looked around, and suddenly, amidst the haze in the distance, he saw a hole the size of a needle's eye. You guys, look over there." "What's that?" Chu Feng looked in the direction of where Sharp was pointing. Over there, it was the same direction that several people had come from. The difference was that there was suddenly an additional area where the fog could not coalesce. "Strange. None of us saw this scene earlier." Fish Yue compared, carefully observed half a day after suddenly said, "How do I feel? That hollow? A little like the hole of the key?" "Ha, a keyhole? Doesn't that mean that if we open it, we can get out?" Sharp said with some excitement. Fish Yue glanced at him somewhat breathlessly. "I just said like, not like. And where are we going to find the key from? This far away and with such a big hole?" "Oh, like, you're right." Sharp looked toward Chu Feng, and in his eyes, he seemed to be hoping that Chu Feng would say something. Chu Feng, who had been observing Sharp's every move, saw this expression on the other party's face and roughly understood what he meant. "What if what you're saying, young Vivian Senpai, is true?" Hearing Chu Feng's words, Fish Yue fell into deep thought. If Sharp had said that, she would have only found it unreliable. But Chu Feng, Long Evening Ching softly said, "What school brother Chu Feng means is that the real gate is actually there, here and there." Chu Feng gestured with his hand and said, "If there is a key land, maybe we can really try it." If there is a key. Fish Yue once again looked at the things around her. "Still haven't found anything resembling a key." But Yue didn't dare to ask. She vaguely realized that the crowd had fallen within a certain situation. Key? Wait. Keys. Her gaze once again went to the tall tower beside her. If anything resembled a key, it would be this pilgrimage site of time, the Tower of Time. But how do I get the key? Fish Yue closed her eyes and thought silently. Long Evening Chang, who was watching from the side, also looked like she was in some kind of contemplation. Time is time. This is the place of faith in time, assuming spacetime is stacked. Fishy thought as she held out her right hand. With a gentle squeeze, the Tower of Time, which she couldn't see the end of high above, was actually pulled up in place and reduced to a long, straight key. With an expression of fruitfulness amidst her shock, Fish Yue aimed the Tower of Time key at the distant hollow. The sound of the door lock turning was eased open by the key. At Fish Yue's exclamation of surprise, space and time were drawn closer together. A figure slowly walked out from the door. Grizzled, Hetty gave Sharp a hard stare. Then he said to Yue, "Thank you. If it wasn't for your appearance, the two of us would probably have died here." Fish Yue's head was empty. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 89 The Attention of the Soul Recruiter. And it's not because of Sharp. Hetty looked coldly at the playful man after defeating the monster conjured up by the grotesque statue. the door to the other dimension automatically opens. In favor of this time, a tower of time appeared. I asked Sharp to come with me, but he was attracted to the residual aura of the apostle inside the tower of time. After telling him it was a trap, he wouldn't listen, and finally I had to leave on my own. Hetty was furious at the thought. He goes into his tower of time, and I go through my portal. But the moment he entered the tower, the doorway to the teleportation space had an additional door of odd air. The result was that he was imprisoned, and I, too, was held at the entrance to the teleportation space. Sharp scratched his head with a compensating smile. Who knew things would turn out this way? But thanks to this dude. If he hadn't realized the situation ahead of time, there's no way we could have gotten out of it so smoothly. Fish Yue's eyes widened. Senior Chu Feng, you knew about this already? Chu Feng shook his head. I have no such unforeseen ability, but it all starts at the very beginning, when this teammate of yours, Sharp, suddenly stopped sounding. The analog universe has a variety of environments, and it just so happens that he stops communicating when we are faced with a lost cause. If he could have passed on some information that would have been useful to you, there's no way he would have done that. The only explanation for this is that this place has restrictions on him. Chu Feng looked at you. You guessed it yourself, didn't you? But you'd think that after freeing Sharp from within the Tower of Time, that restriction would have disappeared. But in reality, the restrictions on him are still in place. Fish Yue looked like she had thought of something. That coin. It's not even the base currency of Asnid, the evil one, but the demon one coin of its opposing planet, Fanesh. Fish Yue thought back to that sense of familiarity. No wonder he looked familiar. One of the sides of Fanesh's Demon One imprint is the same pattern as the Evil Ghost One, but the difference is that the Demon One currency is the same on both sides. It turns out that at that point, Sharp was starting to guide them out of the Tower of Time, and then the observations that follow, guided by. I have to say, Sharp did a very stealthy job. If Chu Feng had not been staring at his every move, he would not have been able to discover his abnormality. Well, the guessing game is over, and it's time for us to discuss how we're going to get back on the damn ship. Sharp chuckled. Who would have thought that we would be trying to find a solution to the problem of the Skybreaker being stopped by the ghost ship, and now we're starting to get impatient to get back. I envy that Chris guy. By now he's probably lying in a big warm bed listening to the wind and watching the sea, right? Come on, cut the crap. If it wasn't for you, could we have been delayed here for so long? Hetty crossed her arms and said coldly, regardless of how to get back, the teleportation spacegate at the moment is the only way. The implication is that there is only the option before us. Looking at Hetty, who was preparing to enter, Chu Feng stopped her. Ms. Hetty, right? That weird statue. It should be in your hands, right? If possible, could you give it to me first? Chu Feng's identity. She had already learned about it from Sharp's voice transmission when she was locked inside the teleportation space. However, she still felt a little puzzled about Chu Feng calling out to her. What? I have the stuff right here. What are you going to use it for? Chu Feng took out the strange statue that Fish Yue had previously followed. I have a guess. If it is correct, I should be able to find your other two teammates, or corpses. Hetty's expression changed slightly. Between hesitations, Sharp urged, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give it to me, buddy. Hetty, since when are you so familiar with this outsider who broke into our trial? Sharp changed his face so quickly simply because in his sizing up, Chu Feng was clearly not a simple person. Just from the mere fact that he recognized his arrangement ahead of time, he would have to finish traveling with him for the rest of this unknown journey. I actually wondered at first what the purpose of the strange statue was, but it wasn't until I realized that it could sense the statue in your hand that I recalled that there was an item called Reckoner's Note on the Death Fate path. Rumor has it that it can devour souls and replace the original owner. Confusion was written all over Hetty's face. Reckoner's Note? I'm a believer in annihilation, but to be honest, I really haven't heard of such a thing. You don't need to hear about it. You just need to know that this thing, after you hold it for a long time, it will become you. Chu Feng said simply. Hetty half expected it, but after a moment's hesitation, the statue was taken out. A bizarre scene happened. The two statues synthesized into one the moment they made contact. The eyes on the statue's face glowed with a blinding red light. Powerful soul forces coalesced around the statue into a gray, unreadable entity. This berserk soul body scared the crowd into taking a few steps backward, and Chu Feng, who had been prepared for this, stared at the changes in front of him without changing his expression. This state lasted for several seconds before the soul retreated back into the statue. Chu Feng appeared relaxed on the surface, but inwardly, his heartstrings were taut. Sure enough, it really is, Recruiter's Note. Chu Feng had seen this thing before when he smashed the Immortal Royal Chamber, but it did not look like this on the outside, so Chu Feng did not recognize this thing at first. Soul Recruiter's note, can turn the tables and take control of the original owner's body when the person's mind lets down its guard. Of course, it was only useful if it contained the spiritual knowledge of the living earth. The statue deliberately lured Fish Yoe's teammates apart, then used the battle to wear down one's vigilance and mental state, with the aim of perhaps occupying their bodies. Chu Feng had been hit himself. At that time, he relied on his powerful life force before he was able to refine his spiritual consciousness alive. If he had been accidentally possessed by it and swallowed his soul before, it would never be possible to get rid of it for a while without the help of the greatness of abundance. Its purpose, what could it be? It suddenly occurred to Chu Feng that if he was possessed by this ghostly thing and left the analog universe, would the other party still be able to survive? He thought long and hard about the experiences of the last few days. The answer is yes. Chu Feng suddenly had a more precise guess as to what the Shadow was doing. When we get out of here, we'll be sure to find Carlsbad to double-check. Chu Feng stopped the thoughts in his head and said to the few people around him, "That's enough. Let's go. This statue will guide us to the remaining two." Feng, Sharp and Hetty, who were still maintaining their skepticism, became much quieter when they saw the bizarre change in the statue. After a long time, Sharp said, that, man. Next time there's something like this, can you say in advance?" For the first time, Hetty didn't choke Sharp, but nodded frantically. Seeing that the others did not move, Chu Feng took the lead and stepped inside the teleportation space. Long Evening Ching followed closely behind, and it was only then that the others reacted and followed. Inside the Gate of the Abyss, the Great War has finally come to a close. Sikong Yuer looked ahead inwardly with excitement, but she overlooked the fact that in the shattered space behind her, a pair of eyes was silently watching her. Chapter 90, Seizure. The Chimera and Shield of Compatibility were affected by the faith, completely disregarding their own injuries from the opponent's attack, and mixed blood flowed everywhere within the broken space. The two demons kept unleashing their skills on each other until they were exhausted. Sikong Yuer rubbed her small hands in excitement. My chance has finally come. When I get the psychic fragment of chaos, the first thing I'll do is go and save my mother ahead of time. At that time, then I will confess to my mother about my identity of crossing over, and let her make a move to kill Chu Feng. Only then can I walk the path of God's way with peace of mind. Sikong Yuer had long since made her calculations. With his own meager strength and Chu Feng's heaven-defying growth speed, it was impossible to be able to defeat him. Although Chu Feng did not understand her character from before, he knew his own abilities best, and the power of joy, if known by someone familiar with it, would be greatly reduced in its implementation. Chu Feng, don't blame me. You shouldn't have come back with me. Space was once again disorganized. The power of the Stellar Order Divine Path squeezed the shattered space within under the collision. The Chimera and Shield of Phasing fell into a moribund state one after another. Seeing this scene, Sikong Yuer did not rush forward. Even though the two demonic creatures were only left with their last breath, the power of detonating the power of faith was still not something that Sikong Yuer could withstand. She stood inside the paper boat, waiting quietly. The space within the Gate of the Abyss can still resist the two turbulent currents of the power of faith. I just need to wait patiently. Sikong Yuer was in no hurry as she silently watched the monster in front of her. The moment they unleashed their last skill on each other to die together, Sikong Yuer's figure quickly passed through the turbulence and arrived next to the remnants of the Chimera's body. She took out her long-prepared organizer prop and was about to pocket the shimmering, chaos, spiritual sense fragment when a large hand snatched away Sikong Yuer's coveted item before she could. Bewilderment, anger, dismay. Several expressions appeared on Sikong Yuer's face in a short moment. When he got a good look at Wind, he shouted at him in annoyance. Didn't you leave? That's my stuff. Give it back to me. Sikong Yuer breaks defense. Broke the big defense. It was so hard to plot such a thing. But in the end, she was instead picked by Chu Feng. How could she not break her defense? Anxious? Sikong Yuer was certainly anxious. It was the only way she could think of to save her mother with her current strength. Only when her mother came out would she have the strength to talk to Chu Feng. Otherwise, her life would be threatened by him at any time. Sikong Yuer forced herself to stabilize her emotions, revealing a smirk. Where is it? I just want what belongs to me back. Belong to you? Chu Feng looked at the chaos spiritual awareness fragment that he had put inside a crystal ball and said softly, Chimera was born and raised by nature, and it doesn't seem to belong to anyone except for the belief in chaos, right? Brother Wind, you know what I'm going to do with it, right? Sikong Yuer pretended to be aggrieved and said, I just want to save my mother. Didn't you help me before? Can you help me again this time? There's no one else here. Your doesn't work on me. What Chu Feng was talking about was naturally her vaguely released pleasure power. His tone was cold. It's already disgusting enough for Suzian to call me that. You're even more revolting to me. From living a life, can't we let go of our past grudges? you go your own way. I cross my own bridge. No more dealings cannot? Sikong Yuer saw that she was being dismantled and said in a hateful voice, I was only trying to save my mother back. Do you have to fight against me like this? Don't pretend. It was as if Chu Feng had seen through her. I couldn't read you or each of you before. But now, do you still think I'm the kind of idiot who trusts you guys unconditionally? Even if Sikong Lan doesn't come out for a while, will it affect your position in the Galactic Alliance at that time? No, not really. What is the reason why you are in such a hurry to save Sikong Lan? Sikong Yuer's lips were slightly open. She wanted to defend herself, but she didn't know where to start. Why don't I tell you the answer? Chu Feng rotated the spiritual sense fragment on his fingertips. He ran into me in the first trial, and was held by me the entire time until the end of the trial, fearing that one day I will suddenly come to your door to take your life. You are terrified and uncertain inside, so you want to use Sikong Lan's hand to get rid of me before I grow up. Is that right? Sikong Yuer pursed her lips and said nothing. Chu Feng laughed. He stared at Sikong Yuer and laughed out loud. It's about time you and Ruishue Lu had quite a bit of contact, isn't it? Before entering the analog universe, she might have returned to the Galactic Alliance. Did she not tell you that I would not kill you? Suddenly, Chu Feng figured it out. Why was Sikong Yuer willing to venture into the analog universe to find the chaos spiritual sense fragment? This must be what Ruishue Lu told her. The only way to get in touch with Sikong Lan Seal in advance was to take their lives into their own hands. Ruishue Lu. Is it because those things that happen in Blue Star's life realm made you feel that you don't have control over your destiny anymore? And that's why you're using Sikong Yuer to do this kind of thing for you? Although these were only Chu Feng's guesses. However, Chu Feng thought that his thoughts were basically 8 or 9 degrees away from Lu Rushue's true purpose. As Sikong Yuer looked at Chu Feng's playful expression at that moment, she could not help but take a few steps backward. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about me causing harm to your life. Chu Feng raised his head, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the crystal ball-wrapped, chaos, spiritual sense fragment in one gulp. I'm just trying to see how far you can go in your torment of fear and trepidation. Sikong Yuer gulped. At this moment, although Chu Feng indeed did not have any killing intent towards him, his every move seemed like he wanted to peel her skin off her bones. When she got rid of Chu Feng's words, the scene he saw was the spiritual awareness fragment he had tried so hard to obtain being swallowed into his stomach, and the indignation in his heart overshadowed the fear in his heart. What did you just do to me? It's nothing. It's just sharing a tiny bit of emotion, as God's curse to you. Like the way it feels? A little bit? Sikong Yuer couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear inwardly. The unspoken horrible emotion that covers the entire body in the immediate moment of brain touch? But, if Chu Feng, who is completely in the state of sorrows and happiness are all fixed, how could it be possible for him to be as if he were a nobody and say so many words to himself? Or has he made it a habit? Thinking of this, Sikong Yuer's pupils dilated, her heart completely stunned. You, all sorrows and happinesses are fixed, have been energized? Chu Feng smiled, dragging your blessings and enjoying them all the time. Sikong Yuer was just about to open her mouth when she looked at Chu Feng's expression as if nothing had happened. Chu Feng suddenly sensed that the chaos spiritual sense fragment that had just been swallowed surged into his entire body like a rushing current. How? Chapter 91, In Memory. That him. Although the spiritual sense fragment was swallowed by him, Chu Feng had actually placed it in the middle of the great hall of the old divine assembly. But now, he could clearly feel the chaos spiritual awareness rampaging wildly within his body. Chu Feng's sudden change was seen by Sikong Yuer. A light smile faded into her tense expression. I almost forgot. You still have the chaos, God's curse coming on you. Finding death on your own and swallowing the chaos spiritual consciousness fragment. You can't blame me for that. Oh brother Wind. Chaos, curse of the gods? Chu Feng was shocked in his heart. Could it be that it was because of this that one's own body had actively started absorbing that spiritual sense fragment? No, it can't be. Even the curse of the gods will not be aroused by the remnants of the district's spiritual consciousness. The only possibility is that this is just the right moment for the curse to break out. Alert, the divine curse of emotions has been activated. Currently entering the state of sorrow and happiness have their own destiny. Alert, the divine curse of memory has been activated. Currently entering the state of chakra cycle earth. Alert, the divine curse of chaos has been activated, and is currently entering the state of black and white are indistinguishable, and the universe is upside down. 3 tips in a row caused Chu Feng's expression to reveal pain that could not be contained. That the grief and happiness have their own determination, that had originally been suppressed for a long time, and the dilapidated town violently recoiled at this moment, which caused Chu Feng to not only lose his own abilities, but also caused him to instantly lose self-control of his body. It's hard to tell black from white, and the world is upside down. Is this the curse Hela put on me? Chu Feng's voice carried a tremor. which inexplicably soothed Sekonguer. You were all high and mighty a minute ago, but now you're dead in the water. Sekonguer inwardly thought as such, but she didn't dare to mock directly. Sekonguer was clear that Chu Feng had numerous cards in his hands, and who knew if he was acting again. However, the verbal taunts and temptations did not fall on her. That stinking she-dragon, on the surface willingly being ridden by you, who knows that when she moves, she is more ruthless than any of us. I sometimes want to ask her what unconscionable things you've done to her to enable her to hate you so deeply. What unconscionable thing have I done? Chu Feng was extremely angry and laughed. The most unconscionable thing I did was to save the evil dragon clan with my own hands. TSK, there's still the strength to fight fiercely. It seems as if the curse of God doesn't have as much of an effect on you as you thought. Sekonguer slowly approached Chu Feng while speaking in a sardonic manner. Seeing that Chu Feng was completely still, just standing so dumbly in place, she had a clear judgment in her heart about Chu Feng's situation in front of her. I'm this close to you and you're still not hiding. It looks like the god's curse isn't as bad as I thought. After determining that Chu Feng did not have the strength to resist, Sekonguer took out a dagger from her bosom. The fact that the black aura flickered at the tip of the dagger was a good indication that it contained a high level of poison. Chu Feng looked at Sekonguer's expression as she leaped forward, and became incomparably cold inwardly. It was true that he hadn't thought about killing Sekonguer since he came back. It wasn't a matter of remembering old feelings or fearing Sekonlan's revenge, simply because it's just that it doesn't want to have anything more to do with this ant on the side of the road. But this ant, now with a provocative look, made Chu Feng regret a little. I could have stayed out of her way. But why didn't I do something as smooth as accidentally stepping on an unrelated bug? Chu Feng fell into deep self-blame when he watched Sekonguer's teasing gaze mixed with hideous ferocity as she raised her dagger to stab at his chest. A certain knot within him suddenly unraveled. Sekonguer, didn't you think the god's curse was nothing? Since that's what you're thinking, why don't you join me for an experience? Chu Feng's words caused Sekonguer to be puzzled. What's a dying man doing talking such nonsense? The moment her dagger pierced into Chu Feng's heart, the raging power of the gods gripped her hands tightly. Then, a prompt came from Sekonguer's ears. Memory, God's curse is activated. Currently entering the state of chakra cycle earth. Cold, shivering, weak. When Sekonguer opened her eyes, she was lying in an icy environment. The sky, at the moment, was covered in goosefeather snow that made it difficult to see ahead. Sekonguer sneezed and tried to brace herself to get up, but realized that she couldn't move at all, as if her strength had been drained from her body. Sekonguer's inner fear was incomparable. What's going on? I was just now. Wasn't I laying the smackdown on Chu Feng? Seeing that he was about to succeed and completely get rid of this nightmare of his, how did he suddenly come to this unknown space? What scared her most inwardly was that at this moment she was like a fish on a chopping board, unable to move. A random passerby, a common beast, could slaughter her. Why is that? Is Chu Feng? It must be him. He must have done something to me. Every move he makes is really just him pretending, in order to lure me in and then humiliate me severely. Sekonguer was incomparably indignant, but she couldn't do anything about it. Calm down, Sekonguer, you must calm down. She forced herself not to think of other stray thoughts, and when she completely quieted down, Sekonguer then realized that the scene in front of her was very familiar. Here, seems to be, Okasimo's polar ice sheet? I've been here before. Wait a minute, why am I here? Sekonguer fell into deep thought. I'm trying to remember. I came to Okasimo's polar ice to fool the planet that was abandoned by the astral domain. I have come to fool the beings here and to practice the will of joy. I took countless lives for fun so that I could take that step toward apostleship. In the end, did I make it? No, I didn't do it. The consul here, gathering the courage of the whole Okasimo, rebelled against my teasing. I, on the other hand, was like a bad guy, a villainous boss, who was sealed for eternity by the righteous side, using the natural calamity of the planet, Okasimo, extreme ice-cold prison. And then, how did I escape? Sekonguer thought hard. Finally, in the depths of vague memories, searching for the one who remembers him. It's him. It's Chu Feng. At that time, he had just become an apostle of abundance, and after hearing about me, he made several leaps from the hanging river Starfield, before arriving on this remote planet. Sekonguer saw blurry shadows flashing before her eyes. This time, she finally struggled to sit up, pushing aside the snowy weather. Sekonguer saw that strange yet familiar figure. It's him. Really, it's the one I remember. The one he. Moon, what's that look on your face? Chu Feng turned back, revealing the ever-present warm smile. Chapter 92, the final act. Didn't I say? I'll be by your side whenever you need me. Sekonguer looked at Chu Feng blankly. She finally realized what was happening. That system alert sound. The only thing that could make Chu Feng change so much in a short period of time was the god's curse of memory, Shakura Cycle Earth. Chu Feng and I both returned to Okasamo because of Shakura Cycle Earth. This memory was too long ago for Sikong Yuer. She had long forgotten how Chu Feng had saved her once here. Chu Feng reached out and pulled her up from the ground. Sikong Yuer got up and hugged her arms, shrinking into a ball, not daring to approach Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't think much about it, just assumed she's too intimidated to speak. At this moment, all of his attention was on the seal of the extreme ice-cold prison. Chu Feng calmly said, "Back off a bit, and when I break the cage here, I will take you away." Outside the ice and snow, a person with a transparent body, like an ice sculpture, slowly descended from the sky. The expression on Sikong Yuer's face changed drastically when she saw the visitor. "It's her, the consul of Okasamo. She's the one who stepped in and froze me here." Sikong Yuer realized that little by little, the memories in her mind began to surface. Chu Feng smiled. "Yuer, you seem to have very little confidence in me today. Whenever you've gotten into trouble, haven't I fixed it for you? Don't worry, this time will be no different." It had been too long since Sikong Yuer had spoken to such a Chu Feng. It was a little uncomfortable for a while. It suddenly occurred to her that before she was pulled into the curse of the chakra cycle earth, Chu Feng's body had not been engulfed and faded away due to the outbreak of the curse. That means at this point he, also in the middle of a memory? However, from Chu Feng's expression, it was impossible to see any deviation from his memory. Sikong Yuer reached out to hold Chu Feng's arm and hid behind him. Chu Feng, on the other hand, gently patted her hand, as if telling her that there was no need to be afraid. This feeling, Sikong Yuer's nose suddenly turned sour, and she felt the urge to cry. Is this what he and I used to go through? Why? Have I forgotten all about it? Is it true that humanity is lost in the pursuit of divinity? The consul of Okasamo spoke at this moment. Outsider, you have seriously violated my, Okasamo's, domain, and I advise you to quickly you go. Otherwise, the extreme cold will move you forever. The clear and cold voice caused the sides of Chu Feng's ears to be gradually frozen by frost. Chu Feng slightly raised his hand. The power of abundance caused the surrounding wind and snow to directly stop. Sikong Yuer felt the cold wind suddenly stop and the temperature of her body surface returned to its normal pattern. Chu Feng is still as powerful as ever then. Her eyes unconsciously fell on the side of Chu Feng's face. Chu Feng did not take it to heart in the face of the other party's threat. He who had originally planned to forcefully break through this place was not so anxious when he saw the planet's owner appear. Chu Feng softly said, "Controller of the Okasamo, I apologize for Yuer's rashness and rudeness towards the living beings here. She had been trapped here for days and had been duly punished. I'll take her away and leave you all alone. What kind of place do you think Okasamo is? Coming and going as you please?" The consul was furious at Chu Feng's words. With the power of extreme cold in her hand, she was about to prepare to strike. For the time being, Chu Feng did not have any thoughts of using force with the other party. "Your Excellency is used to being in a small place. Don't you want to see the vastness of this starfield? If this matter is left at that, I would like to take the lead and bring Okasamo into the starfield sites. How about it?" Outsiders who think highly of themselves, prepare to be suppressed by extreme cold for eternity. Seeing that the other party was completely unable to communicate, Chu Feng left a protective item for Sikong Yuer and rushed forward to meet the other party's attack. When Sikong Yuer saw Chu Feng, who did not dodge, her heart was immediately warmed. He always does, not letting a hint of danger fall in his wake. For this reason, he would all use his physical body to isolate himself from all crises and keep her from any harm. Sikong Yuer looked at her back in midair with a burst of inexplicable peace of mind, but for some reason, there was always a shocking pain in his heart that was hard to suppress. Sikong Yuer held her head and fought hard as memories slowly entered her mind like a trickle of water. Something important happened at Okasamo. What was it? Seeing the gradually clearing memory line, Sikong Yuer couldn't help but shout, "Chu Feng, be careful." Her voice pierced through the wind and snow and entered Chu Feng's ears. Chu Feng was choking the dying consul with one hand and holding her weapon in the other. "Careful of what? Watch out for her?" Chu Feng laughed. "I told you. Don't worry, but I'm going to criticize you this time. He's staying in Okasamo. What are you doing messing with people from so far away? If it wasn't for the fact that the locator device Rueshua left on you was damaged, I really wouldn't have been able to make it in time. Moon, next time don't do this kind of thing, okay? I'd be heartbroken if you got hurt." Sikong Yuer was stunned. Chu Feng's care that came from the bottom of her heart caused the hatred she had been feeling to appear lacking. All of a sudden, Sikong Yuer couldn't remember why she hated him so much in the first place. Nope, it's not like that. It was only right that Chu Feng encountered an unprecedented crisis at this moment. Why? Memory, is there a bias? The body of the consul held hostage by Chu Feng suddenly turned into an ice sculpture. which made Chu Feng realize at the first moment that something was wrong. Thinking again of Si Kong Yuer's shouts just now, Chu Feng hurriedly swooped down to Si Kong Yuer's side. The moment he had just arrived at Si Kong Yuer's side, the threat of death bubbled up from Chu Feng's brain. The sense of early warning made him instinctively push Si Kong Yuer away in the other direction. In the next second, the incredible image appeared. In the world covered by ice and snow, a huge arrow dyed with blood-red flames suddenly appeared and shot out from the frozen ground. Chu Feng was unable to dodge and was shot through his body by the arrow, breaking it into two. Si Kong Yuer, who hadn't yet stopped in the air, finally recalled a complete memory this time. Chu Feng is dead? No, he's not dead. However, the abundance, greatness, will of heaven, that maintains the integrity of divinity was used at this moment. Chu Feng, for himself, here, to lose a life. It didn't take long. Chu Feng's broken body automatically reorganized and returned to its original form. TSK, 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 at this level you still want to kill me? Not even close. Chu Feng arrived in front of Si Kong Yuer. You're not injured, are you? Si Kong Yuer couldn't help but break down and cry. After all this, the first thing he did was to care if I was hurt? Si Kong Yuer, do you know what you have done to the man in front of you? The persistence of the memory comes to an abrupt end at this moment. What Si Kong Yuer saw once again was the expressionless Chu Feng. And at that moment, Chu Feng still had the dagger she had stabbed into his chest. Thanks to you, I'm going through this ironic clown show again. Sure enough, Chu Feng was there too, but his spiritual body is imprisoned in what was once his own, and he has to watch the past happen all over again. Surely he wouldn't do it again if he could? Si Kong Yuer let go and covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably, and the entire body of Chu Feng in front of her was rapidly cracking apart until it shattered into slag. Chapter 93, The Half-Dead Demonic Creature. I killed Chu Feng? Si Kong Yuer looked at Chu Feng's body, which was dissipating little by little, and felt empty in her heart. This, isn't it what you want, Si Kong Yuer? You went to such great lengths to beg your mother's best friend to take out so many precious disposable props, to delve into the analog universe to plot for Chaos' spiritual consciousness fragment. Wasn't it just to save your mother? To use her hand to kill Chu Feng? Now, why do you feel mopey when you've done it all on your own without your mother's help? Is it because, knowing the truth about what happened in Okasamo? Or, is the persecution delusion that Chu Feng is bad for you nothing more than your own fantasies? If Chu Feng really did not care about himself as much as he thought he did, how could he have sacrificed the divine path and risked the incompleteness of the abundance, divinity to save himself? Si Kong Yuer, did you really do the right thing? She looked at the position where Chu Feng had existed a moment before, and kneeled down on the paper boat, 2 lines of tears flowing out silently. Inside space, holding a card that had become incomparably dim in his hand, Chu Feng fell into deep thought. Chakra cycle Earth? That's pretty scary. If the memories he returned to this time were not Okasamo, but those scenes of 9 deaths once upon a time, it was still questionable if he could come out of the memories alive. Another curse of the gods. Chaos, black and white are hard to distinguish. The world is upside down, was also exposed. This troubled difficulty was worse to deal with than any curse he had encountered so far. It was a good thing that the shells and time doppelgangers that were made to hold the curse of God temporarily withstood the outbreak of the 3 curses of God. It would take another blood draw from that imp to make another spare. But, time's detachment won't be available for a while. I just don't know if the newly acquired Chaos spiritual awareness can be utilized to create another split deck. If it's possible, the divine curse of Chaos is given to the new doppelganger to bear, and that's much less of a threat to one's own main body. Chu Feng put away the cards in his hand. This time, the most important thing is still to cut off Si Kong Yuer's thoughts of liberating Si Kong Landseal in advance. If I really let this woman have her way, my own subsequent plans will be disrupted. When Chu Feng thought of the Okasamo that he had returned to due to the memories of the Chakra cycle Earth, his heart could not help but still feel a little hard. This kind of hard feeling was not because of wasting one of his own lives by saving Si Kong Yuer. Rather, he only had women in his eyes at that time, ignoring what was being suppressed in the extreme ice-cold prison. The giant hand that vaporized ice and snow before the memory left that stage was clearly related to destruction. The fact that it could be sealed by that level of extreme ice-cold prison meant that the power that belonged to destruction had been weakened to the extreme. Pity. If there's a chance to return to Okasamo again, that destruction power must be taken. Inside the dimly lit drive space door, Long Evening Harvest saw Chu Feng's furrowed brows slowly stretching apart. It was as if he had let go of a very important matter of the heart. This time, Si Kong Yuer's act of taking the initiative to assassinate Chu Feng had also already allowed him to see through this group of women. The feeling of being rid of this group of parasites soothed him like never before. Senior Chu Feng, what's wrong with you? I see you. As if you've thought of something? In his ears, Long Evening Qing's gentle voice reached his ears. Chu Feng laughed a little and silently shook his head. Put in the past, Long Evening Harvest had already aroused his interest. But today? He didn't feel anything. It wasn't that Long Evening Qing was a bad woman or had any other problems. It was just that Chu Feng simply didn't want to spend any more effort dealing with superfluous emotions. A light shone faintly through the gap in space. Sharp, who was walking ahead, said, "Friends, we're at the exit. I just don't know what will be waiting for us." Crossing the teleportation space, several people came to an empty island. All around, surrounded by endless seawater, Hetty caught a glimpse of their temporary companions Zhuang Bufan and Bai Ying. The two were in an extremely miserable state. Zhuang Bufan's entire right hand was twisted backward by 90 degrees. Bai Shadow's clothes were ragged, and his glowing face was now scratched with several wounds. If she can't be saved in time, I'm afraid it will stay with her forever. The two leaned against a lone standing boulder, and at their feet was a mutilated corpse of an unrecognizable monster, as well as the blonde girl who had led them to the various spaces. As soon as Chu Feng saw the unconscious blonde girl, an inexplicable sense of familiarity spread out. Without moving, he walked over and took a closer look at the young girl, but still couldn't remember exactly who she was. "Evening, sister. Heal them first. We still have to figure out what's going on here." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Long Evening Harvest gently nodded her head. Under the release of her healing technique, Zhuang Bufan and Bai Ying quickly woke up from their slumber. Only the young girl, still with that sleepy look. "There's nothing more wrong with this little girl, but she's not mentally stable and will need to slumber for a while," Long Evening Qing explained. Chu Feng nodded slightly. He looked towards the duo of Zhuang Bufan and Bai Ying who had both recovered from their injuries. "What's going on here?" Bai Ying touched her face that was restored as before, and owed her body towards Long Evening Qing. "Many thanks for saving Miss. My concubine is courteous." Although Beyblade was puzzled in his mind as to why there were other players entering their trial, when he saw Sharp, Hetty, and Fish Yue on the side, he knew that these two were on the same side as them. Beyblade told a general story of what happened to them. Once the two teleported to the other dimension, the young girl stopped in her tracks. Immediately after that, the grotesque statue that had appeared on the ship appeared, and a monster of great size appeared. But good luck to them. Half of the body of this stellar-ranked demon was stuck in the space, and the two of them struggled to kill the demon. But both of them also fell into a coma from their injuries. If it wasn't for Chu Feng and the others arriving in time, the two would most likely have been left to die here. Zhuang Bufan shook off his arm, which had returned to its normal state, and said gratefully to Long Evening Qing, "Equilibrium, above. Knowing that we don't have a nursemaid, that's why you were specially made to appear in front of me in this way? Pretty lady, I can't thank you enough for saving my life. There's no way to repay me, so I'll do it in return." Sharp's mouth heated up uncontrollably, but thinking of his good buddy next to him, he laughed a few times and said, "I'm just kidding." Long Evening Harvest felt slightly displeased with Sharp's flippant remarks. Zhuang Bufan tugged at his tie that was still halfway down, stared at Chu Feng and asked, "This brother, recognize?" Sharp and Hetty were also a little curious about Chu Feng's beliefs. "Death, warlock. Oh, that makes 3 warlocks for us." Zhuang Bufan was a little surprised by Chu Feng's occupation. However, Chu Feng did not want to waste his time on meaningless exchanges. "You killed the demon, and the strange statue should have fallen into your hands as well, right? Bring it out and we'll talk about it back on the ship." The Skybreaker, with the captain and also the first mate under constant attack, they finally knocked down half of the monster in front of them. Chris of the Edge OB wiped a drop of sweat from his forehead and said, "Your Excellency Captain, it is time for me to go find my companion." Chapter 94, The Name of Florence. Chris also didn't expect to be passively caught up in this fierce battle when he had only come over to ask the captain about the young girl. "I also wonder what happened to that temporary group of teammates now. If he hadn't gone back for so long, they wouldn't have already boarded that ghost ship in pairs, would they?" However, through the middle of this battle, Chris realized that there was indeed something strange about the course the Skybreaker was traveling. He had a lot of experience traveling on the sea, and when it came to this kind of weather, it was only logical that the captain shouldn't have moved on, but he did it by choice. The energy field gathered around could be seen that the other party had even intentionally come here for the purpose of this half of the demonic object in general. But Chris didn't ask more questions. For one thing, he doesn't belong here. Secondly, Captain Valentine was of extraordinary strength, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had offered to help, perhaps the other side would have killed him. "Chris, right? Don't leave in a hurry." Captain Valentine stopped Chris, who turned to leave. Chris stared inwardly. "Is there something else, Your Excellency, Captain?" Only Valentine plucked a piece of flesh and blood from the monster's corpse and said, "This is as a reward for your help in restricting, Frense." Frense? Chris looked confused. He'd never heard the name before. This monster with only half a body covered in tentacles turned out to be called Frenzy. What is it? It's normal that you don't know. Valentine, who hadn't been interacting much with Chris, became talkative after resolving Frenzy. Frenzy was originally my lord's divine favorite, but in the end he betrayed my lord and went into the arms of chaos. These tentacled monsters are illusions of the shadow divinity that he forced out of his body. Chris froze. As early as the battle just now, he knew that this captain believed in the second god, shadow, of death. In other words, the flesh and blood that Valentine gifted him actually contained a hint of shadow divinity. This thing, for people of other destinies, although it couldn't directly enhance their divine path realm senses, it could be used as a trading weight or crafted into powerful equipment props. Unfortunately, what he was in at the moment was the analog universe. This gift is tasteless and unappetizing. Valentine's words had given Chris a glimmer of a head start on this trial series of theirs. It's a trial by Shadow. Shipboard Faith, Shadows. He had a clear purpose, and that was to reclaim the divinity belonging to Shadow from Frenzy. If there was a chance, it was not impossible for Shadow to send down an oracle to guide Valentine to Frenzy's body and kill this betrayer handily. Of course, that's just from Chris's trial experience. As for the specifics, it depends on what will happen next. He thanked Valentine and returned to the deck of the. Chris was missing his teammates, only the sailors on guard, and the blonde girl's brother waited. Chris, you're finally back. How did it go with the captain? The sailor saw Chris coming and volunteered to step forward and ask. It's taken care of. I knew the captain would be able to take care of that monster easily. The sailor laughed out loud and said, do you come across situations like this often? Chris tried to pry. It's not a regular encounter. There's always 1 in 3 or 5 round trips from the Starship's landing site to K Island, but the captain always manages to defuse it. It's just that sometimes it's more unlucky, and some of the passengers suffer more when the Skybreaker can't resist the monster's attack. But you know, even so, the Skybreaker is still the safest megacruiser in Edo. The sailor didn't hold back when confronted by Chris, a passenger who had done some favors, and whispered in Chris. In other words, Valentine's purpose of piloting the Skybreaker wasn't just to send the powerful and famous people of the planets to Kauai Island, but more importantly, to reclaim the scattered divinity of the shadows, under the pretext of a righteous cause? Perhaps one's guess was right just now? Chris did not pursue the subject further to avoid arousing the sailor's suspicions. He turned the tables by the way. Where's my group of friends? Them. The sailor sighed. Your friends? They've all gone across to the ghost ship. To be honest, I've tried to persuade them on your behalf, but it's no use. They won't listen to me. The ghost ship is a symbol of this sea. If we don't actively provoke it, as long as we wait for the captain to solve the monsters that appeared on the bottom of the sea, we'll actually be able to leave peacefully. By the time that happens, my sister will be long dead. After waiting uneasily in the cabin, the blonde girl's brother eventually returned to the deck. He knew Chris was a friend of the guys who saved her sister, so he didn't say anything when Chris spoke. But when he heard the sailor's sarcasm, his anger finally erupted. The sailor's face was not so good when he looked at the commoner in tattered clothes before him. Kid, do you realize who you're talking to? A stowaway. You should be happy that a guest from the upper echelon is willing to step in and save your sister. Chris, if you ask me, if her sister hadn't been attracted to the will of the ghost ship, your friends wouldn't have had to take the risk. If they really can't come back, this guy, he's at your disposal. A few deaths in the lower class of the district won't make a difference. The blonde girl's brother stumbled a few steps in fear when he saw the sailor say that. The moment he almost fell, Chris stepped forward to help him. Don't listen to him, he's just scaring you. Knowing that her sister was part of the mission, Chris asked, has anything unusual ever happened to your sister before? Sensing that Chris meant no harm, the blonde girl's brother regained a hint of composure. Abnormal? Does being sick count? Sick? What kind of sick? I don't know. My sister and I, we were originally natives of the planet Edo. Because of a natural disaster that landed in our village, my sister has been suffering from a kind of nightmare ever since. And after the village's only healer, Granny, saw it and said it was untreatable, she told us to leave Edo and find another way. But after years of drifting from planet to planet, there was still no cure to be found. Having exhausted our money, we had no choice but to return to Edo from nightmares. In the game of gods, it is common to suffer from the symptom of nightmare disorder, which is highly likely to be watched by the gods. What could be the reason for this gaze on an ordinary person? Chris rubbed his chin and thought for a moment and said, going back to Edo Star at a time like this, you've given up on treating your own sister? But the way I see you, it doesn't seem like you're going to give up. Our healer's grandmother in the village of Oblivion says she has a cure for my sister. Forgotten Village? What's your name? The blonde girl's brother said, my name is Forgetful Rou. As the two conversed, the space in front of them began to fluctuate violently. Chapter 95, Familiarity. On the ghost ship not far away. The rift in space was propped open a little. Several silhouettes slowly stepped out of them. Dude, awesome. How did you know that the statue could help us open the path back to the ghost ship in space? Sharp asked in disbelief as he saw himself from back to the familiar scene. Zhuang Bufan was also skeptical in his mind when he gave the strange statue that he and Bai Ying had obtained. But right now, Chu Feng had actually done it. Weird statues that are actually anchor points. Anchor point? Bai Shadow was puzzled. Isn't that the ability of time? Such a weird item doesn't look like a shadow creation in any way. Yeah, how the statue couldn't be a shadow thing by any stretch of the imagination. But it was. And it was. In just a few short days, Chu Feng had already seen the shadow's various means. Even the palace of the god of time had seen it, let alone a mere basic time ability. Who knows? Chu Feng did not answer positively, but instead stepped into the air with one foot between the ghost ship and the heaven breaker. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw an arched bridge congealed from black mist appear beneath Chu Feng's feet. The arched bridge ends right at the skybreaker. Decayed, shapeshifter. So you're the apocalyptic. Hetty recognized Chu Feng's summon and said, "Gentlemen, please." Under the shocked gazes of both forgotten Romu and Sailor, several people slowly walked towards them. When Oblivion Luowu saw Zhuang Bufan carrying his sleeping sister on his shoulder, he excitedly ran forward and asked, "This big brother, my sister, how is she? Get some rest. It shouldn't be long before you wake up." Zhuang Bufan handed his sister back to him. "You guys sure are okay? What did you find on the ghost ship?" Chris, who was on the side, glanced at Chu Feng and Long Evening Ching next to her and asked, "And these two are?" Zhuang Bufan looked at the sailor, and Chris immediately said, "Brother, go and speak to the captain, and tell him that my friends have returned, and that we will go to him in a while." The sailor watched as several people who were almost certain to die appeared in front of him, and then remembered the abilities that several people had cast. The group, like the captain, were men with special powers. He nodded silently, not daring to hear another word, and instantly ran out of sight. Fish Yue introduced the Chu Feng duo to Chris, while Zhuang Bufan and the others simultaneously described what happened after they entered the ghost ship to Chris. Although Chris was a bit surprised by Chu Feng's appearance, he shared the information with the crowd without reservation. By the way, shared his conjecture. "You said that you were at the bottom of the sea, with that captain, when you killed a half-assed monster?" Zhuang Bufan and Bai Ying exchanged a glance with an odd expression. But this? Huge stumps spread across the deck of the skybreaker in moments. Chris was silent for a moment and said, "No wonder only half of Frense is left. The other half, it turns out, is actually within the space you encountered previously." Frense? Chu Feng, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke. "You call this Frense? It was that captain who told me." Chris said simply, "Did he tell you that Frense, as you call him, is the apostle of chaos?" Chu Feng pursued. "Apostle of chaos?" Chris inwardly tightened. He didn't say it, but he said that Frense used to be Shadow's divine favorites, then turned their backs on him and went into the arms of chaos. That's right. It turns out that Frense is still a forsaken god. Isolate. Chris looked at the knowledgeable Chu Feng in front of him and drew a conclusion from his words. That's when Frense managed to get out of Shadow's control. If what the man in front of him said was true, then disposing of Frense in the analog universe was out of the question. If Frense becomes an apostle of chaos, it must mean that the opponent will not be killed here again. If the captain's purpose could not be accomplished, where would they go on their mission trip? But what Chris didn't know was that Chu Feng instead drew a very different conclusion from what he said. When Chu Feng had just become an apostle of abundance, he had once met with Frense in the burying god battlefield. Frense was killing and harvesting souls in the burial battlefield at that time with the heavenly gift of chaos. But now it seemed that the battle that Frense had fought in the burial god battlefield was actually suspicious. First of all, the first point was that almost everyone didn't know that it was impossible for shadows to exist, abandoned god dissident. To be precise, it was impossible for the entire destiny to turn their backs on their gods. The moment faith begins, the subordination of the soul is established. Turning one's back on death will only lead to true death. So how did Frense manage to cast chaos? Chaos saw that Flenshoyer was gifted, so he forcibly plundered Flenshoyer at the hands of Shadow? That's not possible. It was important to know that when the god burial battlefield opened, the gods were already in the state of fallen in the rumors, with greatness not manifested. Such a lineage of Frense would only be countered by the power of the destiny path, and it would be impossible to do so at all. However, it turned out that what Chu Feng had met in the divine burial battlefield was pure chaos apostle. Therefore, the only explanation that can be given is not that Frense actively betrayed Shade. Rather, Shadow's sends Frenzy to chaos. As for why Shadow did that, it must have something to do with his experiments. This type of operation made Chu Feng think of his own practice of utilizing the dual faith of Caroler, Ua, and the others to draw on the faith of other gods to grow the old divine guild. Thinking of that, Chu Feng could not help but let out a bitter smile inwardly. It turns out that what you're playing with yourself is what's left of this group of gods playing with the ground. However, Chu Feng did not feel discouraged. This indirectly shows that one is on the right path. In addition to this key piece of information, Chu Feng also clarified the direction of this trial. That's the Frenzy, who hasn't become a chaos mole yet. In the last round of his own trial, his goal was to escape the rundown town. But the dilapidated town, in the midst of Shadow's reincarnation experiments, the only thing he can leave is to break Shadow's reincarnation experiments. If Norman hadn't backstabbed him, Chu Feng wouldn't have stumbled into Fish Yue's trial. However, that trial made Chu Feng understand that if he wanted to pass the trial, he had to take an unusual path. The Shadow's ultimate goal was to make Frenzy shed his faith, but not to make Frenzy turn his back so easily. Assuming that he could stop Frenzy from renouncing his faith in the same way that he had broken the Shadow experiment, then this level of the trial would definitely be passed. Chu Feng sorted it all out. His thinking seemed long, but it was only a matter of a few breaths. Chris, in order to find the right path for the next trial, directly said, "Brother Zhuang, take half of the demon's corpse and head to the captain's place with me. The mission behind us may well have something to do with this monster." And that captain. There was no better way at the moment, and the others had no objections. Chu Feng signaled for them to leave first, and placed his own gaze on the brother and sister duo to the side. Chapter 96. Forgetting his sister in his arms, Romo bent his head in gratitude to the departing crowd one by one. When he saw that Chu Feng did not leave with the others, but instead watched him, the expression on his face changed slightly, especially Chu Feng's eyes, which kept falling on his own sister. It made him nervous. Hello, how may I help you?" Forgotten River Rovo stumbled and asked. Chu Feng reached out and touched the blonde girl's hair, and Forgotten River Romo instinctively tried to resist. "Your sister, what's her name?" Faced with Chu Feng's question from this upper-class person, Forgotten River Luowu felt a bit strange, but he did not hide it and answered directly. "My sister's name is Red Leaf." Forgetful Red Leaf. Chu Feng twisted the young girl's hair, shattering himself with blonde, blue hair. Blonde, blue hair, born with blue hair. It was extremely rare in the entire game of gods, and it just so happened that pure blue was again the representative color of aging. It was a green that distinguished itself from abundance as vitality, dipped in the chaotic color of destiny. MS. Red Leaf. It turns out that not only are you involved with aging, even you've become a vessel for the other side. No wonder he felt skeptical in his own mind about the existence of the Red Leaf of Oblivion in the first place. How can the dead, Edo Star, in the 5th age, be alive? I didn't realize that she actually belonged to the 4th age. To be able to live from the 4th era to the 5th era, it must have been under the torment of aging, day after day, of life and death, that one was able to preserve the existence of one's body. Inside Chu Feng's heart, he felt pity for what happened to Oblivion Red Leaf. If one was living a gut-wrenching life where a divine curse could break out at any moment, then the Red Leaves of Oblivion were a curse in themselves, lived from sunrise, died when the sun went down. This, then, is the horror of aging. After the timeline has been altered, aging, will it really still be as weak as you guessed back then in the land of the unfallen? I'm afraid that at this moment the Edo Star, the whole thing has fallen into the nest of senescence, right? It's also good to save yourself from having to spend time searching for him when the time comes. Listening to Chu Feng's self-referential voice, Forgotten River Luowu couldn't help but ask. "First, sir, what are you talking about?" Chu Feng took his right hand and opened it over Forgettable Red Leaf's head. "Nothing, it's just that I think, your sister and we're very much meant for each other. Perhaps the meeting between us is fate's arrangement as well." Chu Feng laughed out loud to himself as he spoke. In fact, in Chu Feng's heart, it was resisting destiny. This mysterious, yet cunning god who manipulated life with reckless abandon. Chu Feng could not bring himself to be half as interested. Forgotten Rovu does not believe in gods. However, Chu Feng's words caused a trace of vigilance to rise in him, because those rich upper-class people say god-awful things when they are ready to fool people. As in the case of Chu Feng's current performance. Forgetting Red Leaf's brother, right? "Mr. My name is Oblivion Luowu. Roo-chan, when your Red Leaf sister wakes up, take note of her reaction for me. Remember to wait for me to join you when we get to K Island to disembark. By the way, my name is Chu Feng. We'll, see you when we leave." Forgotten River Romo smiled sarcastically and agreed in quick succession, but his heart was in a state of fear. Bad. Own sister, the will not really buy him to set eyes on it? No, when we get off the ship, I must take my sister away quickly. Following the guidance of the signage on the cruise ship, Chu Feng arrived at the captain's lounge. At this time, the not-so-spacious room was almost stuffed with people. Schoolmate Chu Feng is here. Long Evening Ching looked at Chu Feng outside the door and opened her mouth. The eyes of the others were placed on Chu Feng through her voice. What? Look at everyone. Like they're waiting for me? Talking about ghost ships. Seeing Chu Feng's late arrival, Fish Yue explained. After we came out from within the space, the ghost ship never had the intention of sailing away. We can't get to shore until the ghost ship leaves. Captain Valentine said the grotesque statue was needed. Little brother, and friends of Chris, truth be told, the monstrous statue that you all speak of, in addition to being used as an anchor point marker for the ghost ship, is itself the coordinates that control the direction of the ghost ship. Valentine came in front of Chu Feng and said, this time, there were some accidents, and I don't know what caused the Flensier to split in two and fall into the space of the ghost ship's defense mechanism. If I can give that strange statue to the old man for me to use, then reaching Kauai Island will become much easier. Chu Feng saw it at a glance. The old captain in front of me was lying. Putting aside all of his current known information, as a believer of Shadow, it was impossible for Valentine not to know that the ghost ship was actually a belonging of the Shadow camp. He knew that. Yet instead of using the control of the monstrous statue to keep the ghost ship away from the Skybreaker, he chose to kill the Yifrense's doppelganger to drive the ghost ship away. Isn't this just telling the others that he doesn't know any other way to drive away the ghost ship? Chu Feng looked at the others. Everyone's door is clear. They chose by default not to speak out. Instead, he let Fish Yue, who was on good terms with him, speak. With the old captain's identity, it was basically impossible to know about things like Shadow's reincarnation experiments. He's in no position to make contact, but he showed such urgency with the weird statue. The grotesque statue must have a purpose other than being an anchor point for a ghost ship. The old captain reckoned that he also understood what was in their minds, but still bluntly demanded for it, certain that Chu Feng would not refuse. Captain Valentine, say but this? Chu Feng took out the monstrous statues that had merged into one and said, it's not impossible to give to the captain something that is useless to me, but the captain has to tell us about the origin of this ghost ship, right? Of course. Old man me, I know everything. Chu Feng obediently let go of his hand, and Valentine took the grotesque statue and put it away without moving. The others heard this and became interested. This ghost ship, set up here by the followers of my lord, is used to gather soul bodies. What the soul body role is, though, that I'm not quite sure. In short, ghost ships are in the ocean and serve to harvest life. As for the role, Chu Feng and Long Evening Ching exchanged a glance. The two understood at once how the outsiders of the dilapidated town had come to be. The same scene, a similar place, I'm afraid, keeps playing out in countless spaces. This made Chu Feng once again think of the long line of souls with that condescending inquisitor in Carlsbad's memory scene. Shadow doesn't reincarnate meaningless things. He must have some ulterior motive. Valentine's brief words caused Chu Feng and his group to fall into a state of contemplation. It was a moment before Valentine said, come on guys, it's time to get out and get the ghost ship off our course. Chapter 97, Diffusion of Faith. In an effort to move the trial mission forward, the others followed Valentine and rejoined the deck. The whistling of the wind grew louder. The sea lapped against the cruise ship and the swaying became more pronounced. Valentine took out the grotesque statue and began chanting under his breath. The curtains make my garments. The darkness of the night shines upon me. The shadows devour my soul. Shadows, above, give me your oracle. Valentine, in fact, began to pray to Shade. What's more, he actually responded. Blackness like ink fell from the surface of the monstrous statue. The blackness swept toward the sky, and the black clouds that obscured the blue sky were swallowed up in an instant. The endless blue sky once again returned back into the view of the crowd. The ghost ship, too, disappeared from everyone's sight as the black fog lifted. The wind, gradually, became gentle, and the sea, faded impetuous, slowly, gently, knocking up the hull, with the wave of the undulation of the feeling, so that in the cruise ship and a few people have been tense nerves to get relaxed. You see, old man, I never go back on my word, do I? Valentine silently put away the grotesque statue, looked at the empty sea, and said with a smile on his face, gentlemen, enjoy this moment of peace. I'm going to the cabin, and when the high and mighty uppity people come out, your ears won't be as clear as they are now. The captain led the first mate toward the cabin, while the sailors returned to their stations. When they were all gone, Sharp sked. This old captain has quite a few secrets. Several others naturally understood what Sharp was talking about. Does it matter? It doesn't matter, Hetty said indifferently. Who doesn't have some secrets of their own? following him if he can complete the trial of the simulated universe as soon as possible. I can choose to turn a blind eye to his secrets. I thought that everything needs to be careful, and to be honest, I don't really trust this believer in Shadow. Though, we are in the trial of Shadow. Shadow pulled back the broken hair in front of her forehead and said softly, "Take a step and see." Zhuang Bufan habitually tugged on his tie and took out a new suit from his carry-on space and put it on. "I'm going to go have a good exchange with the upper-class people here. See you later." Without a word, Chris turned his head and walked away, looking in his direction. It appeared to be the route the old captain had just taken. Soon, on the wide deck, Chu Feng's 3 people were left. Fish Yue collapsed her small face and said, "I hope that there won't be any more accidents next. Being in this ocean always gives me an uneasy feeling. That's how the Shadow trials have always been." Long Evening Ching pursed her lips and smiled softly. "I still remember even now. The first transfer trial. It was Shadow. The whole thing is so depressing that it takes your breath away. But it's a good thing that the mission of that trial was exploration. So I was able to get out in one piece." "Oh, Evening Harvest has this experience? I want to hear about it. I want to hear about it." Long Evening Harvest didn't mince words and began to share her first trial with Yu Yue. Fish Yue was amused by Long Evening Ching's colorful descriptions, sometimes exclaiming and sometimes laughing. The two of them leaned against the fence, combining with the blue of the sky and the water of the sea to create an alluring landscape. Chu Feng silently watched them until the conversation between the two ended, and only then did Chu Feng say, "The two senior sisters, the young girl we just saved should be awake at this moment. I have something I need to check with that blonde girl from earlier. I'll see you in the cabin later." Under the eyes of the two women, Chu Feng disappeared into the cruise ship at the corner of the upper deck. In the next second, Chu Feng's figure appeared in front of the long bronze table of the old divine assembly. Seeing the red leaves of the forgotten river was nothing more than an excuse on his part. Chu Feng just wanted to confirm through Carlsbad that he knew the true reason for Frenzier's godforsaking behavior. But Carlsbad's silence made Chu Feng eat the door again. By the looks of it, without leaving this Shadow trial, it was probably impossible for Carlsbad to come out. Chu Feng could understand him. As the son of Shadow, he must be clear about certain secrets of Shadow, with what he knew and saw. However, due to the legacy, there were many things that even if Carlsbad said, he himself could not be able to hear. Chu Feng shook his head, returned with disappointment. However, just at the moment Chu Feng turned around, Carlsbad's prompt rang in his ears. "Let Frenzy have an audience with you, if he can." "An audience with me." Carlsbad and he had worked together for 100 years in the land of the unfallen, and knew the role of the old divine council like the back of his hand, especially since coming out. The changes that had happened to him were understood by Karthus. Otherwise, he would not have stayed by his side as a dog, as a good buddy. By saying such a thing at such a moment, Karthus was telling himself that there were many things he really couldn't say. But Florenze, not so much. Just how does one approach Flenchoyer? "Hajj to me." Chu Feng once again recited it silently. "There it is. The god's favorite." Chu Feng immediately went back inside the great hall, pulled away Cici who was sitting on a chair and sulking, and sat down on his own butt. "God's favorites. Open." Countless clusters of light appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. He peered through the sounds, searching. Chu Feng spent a great deal of time on it, but he was never able to discover Flenche's shadow. No, it can't be that easy. Right now, he was still in Shadow's territory. So how could he easily find Flencier, especially since the other party wasn't completely out of the Shadow's gaze? This made it even more unlikely that one would be able to discover where the other person was. It looks like one still has to rely on that Captain Valentine. After knowing that it was impossible for him to do so, Chu Feng's mind no longer pondered the question of where Flenchoyer was. Turn your mind to the proliferation of faith. In this trial, both the players, who entered the simulated universe through the Galactic Alliance and the people simulated in the world of the simulated universe will gradually feel despair. Because here, there are no gods, who can respond to them. Since no god can respond, I wonder if I can harvest a group of believers if I can push them in desperate circumstances. After thinking about it, Chu Feng decided to give it a try. After all, come what may. Chu Feng casually tapped on a light cluster and instantly failed to strain himself. Surprisingly, it's her? Emotions? You are the great god who is exalted and revered by all. The fearful fluctuations in my mind must be your will for me. If I keep going, real emotions will control me to shed tears of awe. Doreen gripped her dagger and pushed open the door to the old black castle grounds. In the next second, Doreen couldn't stop the tears from flowing furiously down her face. Frightened, she closed the door of the ancient castle in front of her. Doreen looked behind herself as bloodthirsty, gray figures raced toward her in hot pursuit. What to do? If I go backward, I'll be caught by the shadow cavalry. But if I go forward, my lord prompts me that I can't enter. Indecisively, Doreen's mind suddenly echoed a strangely grounded voice at that moment. Get in. Chapter 98, The Present, The Future. Hesitantly, Doreen heard the voice in her head and mistook it for her subconscious. Without further thought, she pushed the door into the old castle. In front of him, there was a dimness. Occasionally a few beams of light shone through the cracks in the walls, allowing Doreen to barely make out the scene before her. It's an outside room. The floor consists of cross-ground prismatic hook and loop flooring. On the indistinguishable wooden tabletop rested a clay figure of a man Doreen had never seen before. On either side of the clay sculpture are two extinguished kerosene lamps. Dabbing, the extinguished oil lamp instantly lit up. Doreen jumped at the sudden lighting of the lamp. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and patted her chest. Scared the hell out of me. Outside, the sound of the Shadow Cavalry's pursuit gradually became smaller, and only then did Doreen's hanging heart slowly relax. Shadows are everywhere. Remember, do not enter the inner hall, do not open the door, and do not leave until dawn. Doreen rubbed her eyes. It wasn't until she saw the mouth of the clay statue in front of her opening and closing that she confirmed that the sound was coming from the clay statue in front of her. Hell no. Since when does mud talk? Doreen became nervous again. This clay sculpture just seemed to have mentioned shadows? It can see me being chased by shadow-s believers, the Shadow Riders? She approached the tabletop and was about to ask a question when she realized that the kerosene lamp went out automatically, and the clay figurines, too, were restored to their original ordinary appearance. Doreen stared for a few seconds to make sure the clay figure wouldn't move again, then slowly lay back against the corner. Chu Feng withdrew from the god's favorite state. His face paled slightly. Seems a bit overrated. Simply using a medium to descend the will is too much of a drain on the power of divinity, isn't it? No wonder the gods don't respond easily to their favorites. Operating like that for the first time gave Chu Feng a new understanding of the power bestowed by the old god society. That guy Doran was lucky enough to find an ancient castle that tried to enshrine shadow, surrounded by many shadow cavalry. In fact, I don't need to say anything. The odds are she won't be in trouble tonight. Thinking of this, Chu Feng smiled. Doreen, let's, see you tomorrow. After Chu Feng waited for the divine power within the old divine council to recover a bit, he continued to repeat the search for the god's favorites from earlier. During that time, he even heard the prayers of the forgotten river Rovu. It is easy to see from the other's recitation that he is a man of no faith. The so-called prayers are only for an inner comfort. The Skybreaker, inside the lower cabin. Hey, Romu, what's all the muttering about? Oblivion Romu's best friend looked at him gazing out the window and said with a strange smile on his face. You're not praying to some god-sama, are you? Nonsense. Forgetfulness, Rovu said in dissatisfaction. If there really is any Lord Gods in existence, he should have already sent down miracles to save Red Leaf. Take it easy. I know. You're not going to believe in anyone who believes in the gods. It's just a bunch of gods and goddesses. If you ask me, in this world, there is no such thing as God. The best friend slapped his head. Oops. Why am I telling you this? I almost forgot. Red Leaf's sister has been muttering something in her mouth. Oblivion Romu's expression changed. Red Leaf's nightmare is back? That's not true. The best friend thought about it. She's in good shape. Nothing like her usual state when she goes into nightmare syndrome. But she looks like she's on the verge of waking up. So don't wait for Red Leaf's sister to cry out in fear when she sees that you're not there. So you might as well go over there and check it out. Oblivion Romu rushed back to where his sister was resting. Seeing Red Leaf lying on the carpet, her eyes half open and half closed, she rushed forward to hold her hand. Red Leaf? Forgotten River Romu gently called his sister's name. After a few flutters of her eyelashes, she finally opened her eyes. Darling? Trunks? The words that Forgotten Red Leaf woke up and cried out froze Forgotten Romu. Chew. What? Forgetful Red Leaf froze for a split second. Looking at the oblivious Romu beside him, he said softly, Is it a brother? I just had a strange dream. There's a man by my side. What is he doing beside you? Forgetful Rovu pursued impatiently. Forgetful Red Leaf's pretty face blushed a little and didn't dare to continue on. The dimly lit lower cabin prevented Forgotten Romu from seeing the change in his sister's demeanor. That man, what did he look like? He continued to ask. Isn't he called Chu Feng? Forgotten River Luowu remembered what Chu Feng had said to him on the deck. Perhaps the meeting between us is fate's arrangement too. And by we, you mean the sister and him? Forgetful Redleaf shook his head. I can't remember exactly what he was called. But somehow, my body, it seemed to get better. The drowsiness is gone. And I've never felt so relaxed. A long-lost smile appeared on Forgetful Redleaf's face. This caused the few close friends beside Forgetful Luowu to look dumbfounded. Seeing the expressions shown by his diehards, he said irritably, You guys do what you have to do. Brother, don't be like this. Kamiki brother. Matsu **** brother. And Tetsuya brother, they have helped us a lot. How can you be mean to them? That's it. The friends began to rise up and approach Red Leaf to shush him. A few people flirted with each other. Not seeing anyone else coming behind them, Chu Feng leaned against the side of the aisle of the long corridor. And even though his dress was not that conspicuous, it was already very gorgeous when compared to the poor paupers around him. The giggling few stopped their banter. Oblivion Romo took a slight step forward. Mr. Chu Feng, why are you here? Although Forgotten River Rovu was a bit formal, his body leaning forward was clearly shielding his sister from his best friends. To see your sister, of course. Chu Feng lightly laughed seeing you in such good spirits. I am relieved. Miss Red Leaf. Forgetting the Red Leaf stared at this completely strange face in front of him. There was always an indescribable feeling in his heart. The warmth of the dream was long forgotten upon waking. But for a change, the moment she saw the man in front of her, she was automatically brought into him. Hello, are you the benefactor who saved me? As my brother said? Forgetful Redleaf grabbed his brother's hand and stood side by side with him. Benefactor? Chu Feng shook his head and said, No, wait until I save you. The two siblings looked at each other with puzzled faces. Haven't you already saved me? I'm talking, not about now, but about the future. Chu Feng turned around. Fate tells me that we will definitely meet again. Forgetful Redleaf was silent. Senior Chu Feng, so you're still here. Fish Yue and Long Evening Ching walked side by side in their direction. In the cabin, people stared greedily at the two women. In his heart, however, he dared not have the slightest idea. Everyone involuntarily moved out of the way in front of them, even if, at this point, the promenade was already in a very crowded state. Captain Valentine says he's throwing us a celebration party up there, and now it's just you. Chapter 99. Amidst the other party's bewilderment and incomprehension, Chu Feng bid farewell to the Forgotten River Red Leaf siblings. On the way to the upper cabin, Chu Feng asked, Is it Chris and the others who did something again? What's the act? This old captain? Hetty told me that Zhuang Bufan inquired about a super rich man who believes in chaos on this ship. The rich man's destination was a village on the island of Quebec. I heard that she was going to look for some sort of item there. Some kind of object? Chu Feng rubbed his chin and said, Perhaps it will be related to Flencier? Chris and the others thought the same thing. And the old captain made an agreement with a few of them that they would continue to come to their aid in the future if they encountered Flencier's doppelganger that contained the shadow divinity. In exchange, the old captain needs to proclaim their outstanding contribution in the midst of this disaster. In this way, to get that rich person's attention, so that she will come and hire us to help her find a certain item together. Understanding the arrangement of his temporary teammates, Chu Feng and the two girls arrived within the hall on the upper floor. As soon as he pushed open the door, Chu Feng heard Sharp's voice. That's right, gentlemen. At this moment, the one who appeared at the doorway was the one who took the most credit for solving this ghost ship raid. Our Honorable Chu Feng. Mr. In the hall, there has long been a buzz of activity. People were pushing and drinking, and the smell of slightly drunkenness filled the entire upper cabin. Chu Feng's appearance caused this group of condescending upper-class people to put down their shelves and clamor for him. Fish Yue whispered in Chu Feng's ear. This is also a part of play. Push you as the best of the best, as a way to get this group of rich people interested in you, and thus see if we can't draw some more hidden clues out. Meh. Chu Feng snorted. These guys, hiding behind themselves, not wanting to expose their true strength, but pushing me out. Are they trying to reap the benefits? Sharp's voice continues. As well as, Mr. Chu Feng's two beloved companions, Miss Yu Yue, whose strength is on par with his, and Miss Long Evening Chang. Fishy frowned when she heard Sharp's babbling. I don't remember that phrase in our arrangement. It must be this Sharp fellow putting on a show. Long Evening Chang, who was beside Chu Feng, had a slightly red face and did not dare to raise her head. Warm applause was staggered with the sound of clinking glasses. Chu Feng hung a false smile and greeted the rich people who greeted him one by one. Under the crush, he finally made his way through the crowd to a few of Hetty's people. Unlike the way a few people dressed during the day, at this point, they were wearing evening gowns, and their temperament had changed dramatically, especially Beyonce, who was previously wearing a palace dress. It looks amazing when you change into more modern clothing. Mr. Chu Feng, I'm afraid it's not too good to stare at my concubine's body like that, right? Beyblade whispered as she held a tall glass and shook the bubbling mixer in it. You're overthinking it. Chu Feng looked behind by shadow, not far away from Zhuang Bufan, who was accompanying the wine, and said, That one, is the super rich man who believes in the chaos in your mouth? Yeah, you like it too? Hetty teased with a grin. The woman looked to be in her 50s, with sagging and wrinkled skin. The eyes are large but a little cloudy. The crow's feet at the corners of the eyes are as obvious as grooves, and the collapsed nose makes the face appear even flatter. A large mouth painted with bright red lips stood out against her not-so-white face. The rich woman had a bloated body. Her stomach was cascading with flab. And from a distance, she looked like a bucket with no shortcomings. And her arms were thick as if they were two thick radishes. Her legs were short and thick. And the way she teased Zhuang Bufan at the bottom of the table from time to time looked very funny. Seeing Zhuang Bufan's refusal, it was really difficult for him. Chu Feng. This scene gave Chu Feng a whole won't. In contrast to Zhuang Bufan, the matter of himself being pushed onto the stage by this group of guys was rather nothing. Was Zhuang Bufan a student at the military academy before? Why do you ask? Hetty wondered. Chu Feng said in a serious manner. I guessed. Zhuang Bufan is supposed to be a tanker. After all, not everyone's tiger tank driving skills are as good as his. Put. By Shadow. Who was drinking? Heard Chu Feng's words and sprayed the wine in his mouth all over Sharp's face. Sharp subconsciously stuck his tongue out and licked the wine stain from the corner of his mouth. Sweet. Sweet? Hetty was amused by Sharp, while By Shadow drew out of nowhere the belt she wore around her waist during the day and instantly bound Sharp into a mummy. I feel the need to sew your mouth shut. Woo woo. Sharp struggled like crazy. Chris looked at the haphazard scene before him and shook his head helplessly. Long Evening Cheng was in tears and laughter at the sudden change in the painting style caused by Chu Feng's joke. Senior Chu Feng, you're also too damaging. Hello. A voice, slightly husky in its magnetism, came from behind the crowd. Standing behind Chu Feng was a woman with a tall figure, an attractive wavy curly hair, tousled and sporty, with a few strands falling casually around her cheeks. A fine bun in her hair added a touch of classical charm. The woman wore a burgundy halter dress with slender suspenders that accentuated her flushed skin and delicate collarbone. The dress wrapped tightly around her delicate figure, emphasizing her mature female curves. Her eyes were deep and mesmerized, her lips slightly upturned, and with one hand gracefully holding a smoking gun, she took a soft drag, smoke curling up. Mr. Chu Feng, my name is Watanabe Kimiai. You can also call me Kimiko. It was Captain Valentine who referred me. Is it convenient to take a moment? Not far from Chu Feng's gaze, Valentine gently raised his hand in a gesture and then withdrew the eyes that had fallen on him. Beyblade put away his own weapon and Sharp stood up with a flourish. Eyes were instantly filled with Kiyomi Watanabe in front of him. MS. Beyblade. Are you playing dress up with me? Sharp said playfully. Idiot. Is your brain hallucinating from lack of oxygen? I'm here. Beyblade crossed her arms over her chest. Speechless. Ha? Sharp scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry. I thought it was my friend playing a joke on me. That's okay. Watanabe Kimiai's bright red lips contained the cigarette stem and took another drag. Not minding. Mr. Chu Feng's friends are really interesting. I wonder if Mr. Chu Feng is also so humorous and witty. Chu Feng carefully sized up the other party and said with a crooked head, let's go. Long Evening Ching tugged at the corner of Chu Feng's coat and softly said, be careful of deception. Chu Feng squeezed her hand and said back in a voice only she could hear, I will pay attention. Watanabe Kimiai led Chu Feng to an unoccupied location. The cigarette stick in her hand flicked a few times, and a ranged skill that isolated the sound around them just surrounded the two. Mr. Chu Feng, are you interested in cooperating with us in hunting the Frenzy together? I'm talking, of course, about the real Frenzy. Chapter 100 Disembarkation. Chu Feng saw the transparent energy shield wrapping the two of them, and soon, all the people around them disappeared. Yeah. Chu Feng did not ask for any reason and directly agreed in one mouthful. It left many of the phrases the woman had prepared unspoken. Kimi Watanabe bit her red lips on the stem of her own cigarette and said with a smile, so dry that I don't even know what to say. Aren't you going to ask why I invited you? You have said that you were introduced to Captain Valentine, and I suppose he must have told you about the strange statue? Chu Feng did not find it strange. The shadow stuff is not that easy to access, especially since the scattered grotesque statues actually can refuse to merge into one. It would not have been easy to restore it to its original form, as he had done. It's just easier to talk to smart people then. Watanabe Kimiai took a light drag, and the smoke was exhaled by her onto Chu Feng's face. Quite a bit of teasing. However, I do want to ask, what are you going to ask for my help with that I'm interested in? Chu Feng said as he stared into the eyes of Kiyomi Watanabe. Captain Valentine wants the shadow divinity fragment from Flensier. You want the divinity fragment from Flensier that belongs to Chaos, and I, for one, can't go home empty-handed, can I? Kiyomi Watanabe finally showed a satisfied smile. You see? Who else but a warlock of time, Peeping Tom, could be able to silently erase everything around him? Chu Feng said indifferently. The snooper can rely on tampering with the current timeline to confuse people. What other profession can do that? The answer cries out. And that leaves only the Mage of Chaos. Sink. No wonder Valentine said that even though your God's Path realm is only of planetary rank, he must pull you in. Now, I kind of know why. Chu Feng looked at Watanabe Kimi's gesture and said softly, now that you know, why don't you get out of my head? Oh, you actually knew I wasn't with you? Watanabe Kimi I now knew that Chu Feng was not simple. However, it did not occur to her that the other party had seen through the position she was in with a single glance. The sinking SSS talent, mirroring, an ability that countless chaos believers can only dream of. MS. Kimiko is showing me her strength. Kimi Watanabe smiled. That's good. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch Chu Feng's face. I'll be waiting for you on K Island. Watanabe Kimi's hand passed through Chu Feng's face, and her entire body disappeared into the hall, as if it never existed. Chu Feng regained sight of the crowd in the hall. When Valentine saw Chu Feng emerge unharmed, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth on his old face. He raised his glass and took a drink from it to him. 2 Divine Path Realm stellar rank existences have actually set their sights on me. It seems that the monstrous statue still has secrets that I don't know about? That old man, Valentine, can act. For him to be so generous in giving Flencier's information to that chaos devotee, he must have quite a few unknown cards in Flencier's favor. And anyway, if one's purpose is also Flenche, let's see, who is the fisherman and who is the bait? Seeing the returning Chu Feng, Long Evening Ching asked with concern, is everything alright? Didn't the healing eye that evening sister left on me see the whole thing? Chu Feng looked at her with a smile. I'm fine. No problems whatsoever. Long Evening Ching pursed her lips and laughed. It's true that I still can't hide it from school brother Chu Feng. On the side, Zhuang Bufan walked over with his arm around another chaos devotee, the richest rich woman in the entire Broken Sky number. Fan, these are your friends, right? No problem. When we get to Quay Island, I'll be sure to take them with me. The rich woman was flushed and had obviously had a lot to drink, especially in the case of Zhuang Bufan's deliberate irrigation of alcohol by other means. Zhuang Bufan ignored the straight eyes of several people and smiled awkwardly. Okay Sister Cece, you've had too much to drink. I'll send you back to your room first. 2 hours later, Zhuang Bufan returned to them with red marks all over his face. Sharp covered his stomach and laughed, pointing at him. Man, I think you're really hungry. Zhuang Bufan shook off his hand. Cut the crap. I'm not doing this for the next trial. Chu Feng looked at Zhuang Bufan's face that did not look annoyed in the slightest, and could not help but feel a wave of strangeness. Wait, should he? That's good, isn't it? Zhuang Bufan loosened his collar and said, this woman is not simple. She clearly possesses a high planetary level, yet she deliberately got drunk by me to give me a chance. You two, I see, are hitting it off. Hetty teased. Stop it. Zhuang Bufan sat down and said, her target, like Captain Valentine, is also Flenche. Besides, she knows where Frense is. Chris, who had been silent for a long time, asked, really? Captain Valentine's side told me that even for him to search for Flencier, it would take a bit of effort and time. That rich merchant, does he really know where Flencier is? Do you know? Can't we just follow her? Chris shook his head this time. I'm afraid we'll have to stay apart. I promised Captain Valentine that I would follow him when we got off the ship. Zhuang Bufan shrugged. Yes. What about you guys? Who's coming with me? Chu Feng rubbed his chin and said, I'm looking for Captain Valentine along with Chris. Sharp, on the other hand, said sadly, I was hoping to come with my buddy. Since you're going that way, the 2 beautiful ladies will surely follow you. In order to keep Fan from being crushed by the tanks, I had to reluctantly go and protect him. The crowd laughed at his comical expression. In the end, Chu Feng, Chris, Long Evening Ching and Fish Yue were in a group. The rest of them followed Zhuang Bufan and hitch a ride on the line of the rich woman named Cece. Bai Shadow stretched and said, you guys continue. My concubine is a bit tired. If there are no other surprises, we'll see you under the ship. From the tone of Baiyang's voice, she was not going to meet up with everyone again before she got off the ship. Saying goodbye to the crowd, Chu Feng and the 2 girls returned to the resting place. The 3 did not separate in order to look after each other. During the moment when the 2 women were resting, Chu Feng stared out the window and watched the lapping waves, silently lost in thought. 4 days on end, the ship was calm, until the last day, when Frense's doppelganger shows up once again to mess things up, but this time, with a reasonable amount of suppression from a few people. It didn't impede the ship's progress and was quickly disposed of. Finally, the crowd waited for the moment when the ship docked at Kuei Island. They began to split up. Stepping onto the island of K, Valentine said, I have some things to prepare first, and in 2 days, we will meet here again. Chu Feng was happy to see this. After all, he still had to make a trip to their village, with the forgotten Red Leaf siblings. Chapter 101, The Village of Forgetfulness. In the blink of an eye, only the 3 Chu Fengs remained on the pier of Kuei Island. Analog Universe, Ordinary Trial I. The sea that lights the night sky, shadows. Trial objective, reach the shore, completed. Ordinary trial, collision of truth and falsehood, shadows, has been opened. Trial objective, stand in the right place. The first phase is finally over. Fish Yue watched the changes in the mission and relaxed. The sea that lights up the night sky, referring to the fact that we dispelled the gloom brought about by the ghost ship? I also wonder what, exactly, the goal of the second trial means. After going through the enlistment trials for so long, it's not like you're not aware of unclear goals like this one. And the only way we'll learn the ultimate purpose is with the passage of time. Long evening harvest was used to the Riddler behavior of the trial. That Captain Valentine has given us 2 days to understand the current Kuei Island. Do you have any clue? Chu Feng's schoolmate. Fish Yue asked. Me? There's a little something I need to take care of. Chu Feng casually said. You too. Are you going to follow me together? Is that the blonde girl? Long evening harvest saw through Chu Feng's intentions with a single glance. You know, he had already shown his care for the blonde girl on the boat. Aha. If it's because of that maiden, I've decided to just stay on Kuei Island. Long evening Ching simply said. School brother Chu Feng has a clear goal. There is no need for us to have so many people follow. Rather, stay on K Island and see if there are any other clues here. Fish Yue lightly nodded her head. What Evening Harvest said is not a problem. In that case, school brother Chu Feng, you should still follow your own arrangements. And Evening Star and I, we'll wait for you at Kuei Island. How about that? Good thing too. Chu Feng was not surprised by the two's decision. Fish Yue had frequently used the power of old days in this battle, and at this point, she had reached the tipping point of the Divine Path realm breakthrough again. In order to solve the problem of the god of the olden days bothering her, she had to find a place to be alone. As for Long Evening Chang, it was because Chu Feng used the divinity of the old divine council to influence her from time to time, causing her to begin to have a slight wavering of her faith. To put it bluntly, the two people's active choice was actually Chu Feng's intentional arrangement using the power of faith. On the one hand, to better observe their changes. On the other hand, it was also to get rid of the duo when they traveled to the Forgotten Village next. Instead of letting themselves say something that detracts from their relationship with each other as schoolmates, it's better to use this as a way to reverse the process and get them to initiate. Chu Feng's purpose was achieved. He saw the Oblivion siblings, who had been waiting for him for a long time, and their close friends on the other side of the dock, lead the way. I don't know how much time has passed. Chu Feng passed through a dense forest and arrived at a place that was very different from the bustling Kuei Island. There's no sense of explosive technological growth from contact with the planet beyond. Just a simple, primitive flavor. Chu Feng thought primitively in his head. To type to be right. This kind of feeling, Chu Feng had still seen it last time within the Blue Star's Jedi territory. He walked to the entrance of the village. A simple plaque hangs high above. There were 3 big words written on it. The Village of Forgetfulness. Once inside, Chu Feng saw traditional wooden houses with Edo characteristics arranged in a staggered manner. At the entrance of many homes, tiny wind chimes are hung, and as the breeze passes by, the crisp ringing of the bells echoes in the air. Here, almost every home has an elaborate courtyard. A few goldfish swim lazily in the small pond. The neatly trimmed greenery is vibrant, some with delicate flowers. The stone path meanders through the courtyard, alongside cute little ornaments that add a bit of life. The narrow streets are paved with stone slabs, clean and tidy. Occasionally, you can see a few lazy cats lying on the side of the road basking in the sun. Brightly colored signs hang outside small street stores selling local handicrafts and delicacies. Surrounding the village are patches of lush green farmland, crops swaying gently in the breeze, and scarecrows in the fields quietly guarding the hope of a good harvest. The rolling hills in the distance, mirroring the village, form a beautiful idyllic picture. The Forgotten River village was not large, and Chu Feng was able to take in the entirety of it with a single glance. Mr. Chu Feng, the house in front of you is the residence of Granny Forgetfulness. Look, why don't you walk around outside for a bit? I'll come to you when I have results after I show my sister. Forgetting all the words that he could think of, Romu Brain said all of them. Chu Feng directly rejected him. There's no need. I'll join you. I also want to see what kind of magic the Forgetfulness Granny, as you call her, has. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Forgetful Luowu did not know what to do for a while, although he hadn't returned to the village for a long time. In Forgotten River Luowu's memories, Granny Forgotten River was an old codger who extremely rejected outsiders. He did not want Chu Feng, an outsider, to influence his mother-in-law's judgment, which would lead to other changes, even if this person was the benefactor who had saved his sister only a few days ago. It's okay, brother. Mr. Chu Feng didn't mean any harm. Granny won't blame you. At this point in time, Forgetful Redleaf didn't know his fate later on. I didn't know that my life had become a void even after I stepped into the void destiny. In the eyes that have lost their sight, The past and the future cannot be seen. Only a chaos remains. But for now, she's a naive child. She wasn't bothered by nothingness. The eyes were also bright and untainted. Let's go. It's been a long time since I've seen my mother-in-law in Redleaf, misses her. And one by one, the close friends of the forgetful Rovu ran to their long-lost homes. Watching the fading backs of his best friends, he hesitated in place for a moment, sighed, and finally followed his sister's footsteps. Chu Feng did not slow down and crossed into the room with a single step. As soon as you enter the door, Chu Feng then saw a senile old lady. Her eyes were cloudy and in a state of blindness at first glance, but she took every step toward the few without the slightest hesitation. It was as if she wasn't a blind person at all. Is it Redleaf and Luowu? You two little guys. You've grown into adults after being away from the village for so long. Hearing Granny Forgetfulness's voice, Redleaf thoughtfully turned around and explained to Chu Feng, Granny's eyes have long been blind. She relies on her sense of smell to distinguish people. Chu Feng gently nodded his head. Can you tell that the two siblings have changed drastically just by the position of their breathing and exhaling? Forgotten Romu wasn't as unconcerned as his sister. He stepped forward to hold the hand of the oblivious Granny. Granny, I heard that you found a method on how to get rid of my sister's nightmare syndrome, so I'd like to ask for your help. Granny Oblivion laughed. Luo Wu, although you've grown quite a bit taller, but your heart, it really hasn't changed at all. After saying those words, Granny Oblivion's gaze landed on Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not feel wrong. Even though the other man was completely blind, he could still detect that the eyes were looking straight at him. I did find a way, Granny Oblivion said, but the one who can truly help your sister get rid of her nightmare syndrome is not me, but him. The siblings froze. Chapter 102, Fruit and Cause. The two failed to understand what Granny Forgetful meant. Indeed, it was not true that Chu Feng had saved his sister on the ship, but it's never that simple to completely eradicate nightmares. Forgetful Romu felt a wave of absurdity. The way to do it, in the hands of someone you've known for a few days? Granny, don't joke. Mr. Chu Feng is just a partner we met on the ship. How could he? Granny Forgetfulness interrupted Luo Wu. How did you meet? How do you know each other? Forgotten River Luowu suddenly realized that it seemed as if he did not understand the Chu Feng in front of him at all. All that was known was that the other side possessed some sort of power of faith, and exceptionally powerful. Even the rumored ghost ship couldn't help each other. However, Forgetfulness Luo Mo still hardened his heart and recounted the scene where he befriended Chu Feng. Granny Oblivion smiled. You see, Luo Wu, wifey, I told you, your heart still hasn't grown up yet. How can there be so many coincidences in this world, when all the coincidences join together in an irregular linear pattern? And you look more closely. That is, in fact, inevitable. Chu Feng's expressionless face finally stirred in his heart when he heard Granny Forgetfulness's words. He took a closer look at the old man in front of him, only to find out that the other party was just an ordinary person who couldn't be any more ordinary. But on the contrary, the more it was like that, the more Chu Feng felt alarmed. Forgotten River Luowu looked at Chu Feng with difficulty and said in a begging voice, Mr. Chu Feng, you. Chu Feng waved his hand. Honestly, I don't know what you mean. This Granny Oblivion was unimpressed. Young man, it should be clear in your mind. Only, it hasn't been thoroughly thought out. Destiny. Exactly how a series of messy stories can be pieced together into a complete picture book. A cold sweat suddenly lifted behind Chu Feng's back. Destiny. If my purpose is aging, then I must save forgetful Red Leaf, right? Otherwise, the future me might not be able to run into Red Leaf during that trial? Saving the Red Leaf of forgetfulness for its proper role at some point in the future? Wait a minute. Rather than me needing the power of aging to enrich my own old divine counsel so that he can help me more in the future, it's more like I'm involved in the arrangement of destiny, and he himself is just a pawn being dropped on the chessboard? Suddenly, Chu Feng realized that this was a dead end. There was no way for him to jump out of the route that had been laid out for him. The only thing that can be done is to save the Red Leaves of Oblivion. In this place, there was no way to keep her alive by ordinary means. The only way to do that is to make her believe in destiny. But the damnedest thing of all was that destiny was different from other gods in that he simply couldn't become its believer through prayer. It has to be done by the parties through some kind of rule in order for it to be done. For the forgetful Red Leaf, it wasn't that he wasn't willing to help out. It's just that right now, there's nothing she can do about it. Chu Feng let out a bitter smile. I can't do it. Chu Feng's words caused Forgotten River Luowu's heart to cool. Next to her, although the surface of the forgetful Red Leaf does not care, but her whitened lips make people look at some heartache. Young man, to be able to say that, it looks like you've come to your senses. Granny Oblivion was even more confident than Chu Feng. No, you can do it. Can I do it? How could I possibly do that? It's not like I'm, Destiny, who can make her a believer with a single word. That's never going to happen. No. Nope. Chu Feng thought of his move to use the authority of the old divine council to invade and quietly go about converting Fish Yoe's beliefs now. Faith, it turns out, can be manipulated. If he wanted to save forgetful Red Leaf, he had to make her believe in Destiny. What am I supposed to do about that? Chu Feng's mind exploded violently. It doesn't have to be really Destiny, aging. He controls the authority of the Destiny part. Believing in him will be the perfect solution to the problem of forgetting Red Leaf alive? Your injuries are not the result of fate. How could Destiny, who treats all his devotees equally, single you out for pain? In fact, the thing that caused you to look like this now is not fate, but, rather, the god of old aging who stole the authority of fate. The words that Chu Feng had once said to Red Leaf in the land of the unfallen surfaced in his mind scene by scene. I was mistaken. The faith of the Red Leaf of forgetfulness has never been fate, but the god of old aging. From the moment he had met forgetful Red Leaf, the other party had already been a believer in aging, or even, perhaps, the only believer. Her blue hair, her pain. No, she should have become the only god's favorite of aging. Otherwise, with her god's path realm, how could she become a aging vessel? In other words, the pain of forgetful Red Leaf was entirely caused by Chu Feng? Chu Feng looked at forgetful Red Leaf with a complicated expression. Granny Oblivion sensed the change in Chu Feng's emotions. Well, have you figured out how you're going to save my good granddaughter? Strictly speaking, forgetful Red Leaf was not Granny Forgetful's own granddaughter, but the entire third generation of Forgotten Villages considered her grandchildren. Gradually, Chu Feng's eyes became sharp. He responded softly, aha. Forgotten River Romu was dumbfounded. Again, he didn't understand that. Mr. Chu Feng, if you are able to do so without reluctance, after all, to be able to save my sister once from the ghost ship, Luo Wu was already very contented. Don't worry, I'll save her, but she'll pay a steep price. Chu Feng looked at forgetful Red Leaf and said, are you willing to undertake it? Forgetful Red Leaf hesitated. She was not a believer, but she always felt that something was not quite right when she saw Chu Feng's initial confusion to his final clarity. And after judging that Chu Feng wasn't lying, forgetful River Luowu agreed flatly on behalf of his sister. Willing? Red Leaf will be willing. Whatever it takes, she will be willing. Hongye has always listened to her brother. Hearing her brother say it for her, forgetful Red Leaf bit her lip and nodded lightly. This kind of thing, if it had been placed on Chu Feng's body in his previous life, he would have absolutely told all the ins and outs of the matter to forgetful River Red Leaf, and give the choice, without any concealment, to the Red Leaf of forgetfulness. However, right now, Chu Feng would not do such stupid things anymore, even though he knew the end. Knowing that the Red Leaf of Oblivion will live an epic of agony over this. But what does that have to do with him? He didn't think he would ever be a good selfless person now. At this moment, Chu Feng also deeply experienced something about the greatness of the gods. So, this is fate. It carries the fruits and causes of destiny. Chapter 103 Decisions. Is what your brother said the same result you desire? Chu Feng ignored forgetfulness Luo Wu's voice. Looking at the small fish swimming around in the courtyard pool, forgetful Red Leaf whispered softly. The truth is, I don't have much desire for life. My nightmare disorder, like this pool, has bound the fish for life. It is as if my presence binds my brother to me forever. But I don't want my brother to lose his life because of me. He belongs to me, but more than that. She turned around and looked at Chu Feng and said, I want my nightmare sickness to go away. Chu Feng nodded his head silently. This granny, tell me, where is that place? Now, what Chu Feng was talking about was naturally the place where aging was located. Granny Oblivion narrowed her eyes and smiled. Far away from the sky, but close at hand. Follow me. Forgetting the river, Luo Wu subconsciously asked. What place? The only thing that answered forgetfulness Romu was silence. Chu Feng followed Granny Oblivion, who turned around and walked towards the inner room, resuming her journey for dozens of steps. Granny Oblivion stopped in front of a door. Here is. Memories of forgetting River Rovu gradually surfaced. It's where we used to hide and seek as kids. Forgetful Red Leaf rubbed the wooden door in front of him. At that time, I always liked to hide here, and it's just that you guys can't find me every time. Red Leaf, what you saw when you were a child was only the surface. The real scene can only be seen after you have made up your mind. Granny Oblivion said, push it away and go in. Saying that, forgetful Red Leaf and Chu Feng entered the door. I'll join you. Forgotten River Luo Wu said hurriedly. Granny Oblivion stopped him. Romu, you don't belong there. Forgetting that Luo Wu couldn't care less, he followed behind the duo. By the time he entered it, behind the door was nothing more than an ordinary guest room. Oblivion Romo stared ahead in a daze. He couldn't believe that his sister, who had been by his side the last moment, was now lost. Opening their eyes, the two of them, Chu Feng, saw the mysterious hole in front of them that consisted of countless human heads. Forgetful Redleaf couldn't help but tremble inside. Where are we? Aren't we in our mother-in-law's house? Compared to the adult Forgetful Redleaf, she was still too young at this point. The presence of something with a slight element of horror was enough to scare her. Don't be afraid. Here, this is where you get your faith. Chu Feng took Forgetful Redleaf's small hand and stood in front of her. The two slowly approached the mysterious skeleton cave, the entrance of which was filled with an old and decaying odor. Stepping into the cave, the dim light and odd scent made the heart beat faster. The ground was covered with ghastly white skeletons in all shapes and sizes. The walls of the cave were carved with some ancient and bizarre patterns that vaguely exuded a distinctive power. The two continued along the strange path to the center of the cave. In the center, there was a huge stone platform on which various ritual items were placed, and from the thick layer of dust covering the items, it could be seen that there had been no signs of people coming and going in this place for a long time. Faint light spilled from the gaps between the skeletons stacked on top of each other, reflecting on the wall of skulls in front of them, adding a bit of horror to the atmosphere. The young forgotten River Redleaf couldn't help but shiver at the sight. The two continued on their way, but with each step downward, Forgetful Redleaf could hear the subtle sound of bones rubbing together. Mr. Chu Feng, just what kind of faith is it that would hide in a place like this? Forgetting the River Redleaf asked, her heart buried for a long time. Words this must be, is not a serious god. What does it matter to you what kind of being he is? All you need to know is that by gaining his trust, you will be free of the nightmare and return to a normal life. Chu Feng's words caused Forgetful Redleaf's wavering heart to slowly firm up. Here we are. At the end of the skull cave, there were a new myriad of paths, which made the red leaf of forgetfulness feel strange. But, Mr. Chu Feng, isn't there still a lot of road ahead? What you see is often not necessarily the way. Chu Feng felt the godly aura of the god of old days rinsing out, and silently recited in his heart, it really is him, the god of old days, aging. They are, perhaps, only limited choices in your infinite life. Ultimately, at the end of it all, it converges into one result, and that is the unchanging you. Chu Feng patted the back of Forgetful Redleaf's hand. Go, get his approval, and fulfill the goal of your trip. Forgetful Redleaf moved his pace and looked back at Chu Feng. Mr. Chu Feng, I don't know what I should do to gain the trust of him as you call him. Don't be nervous, and don't be afraid. Repeat after me, and when I say a line, you say a line. Forgetful Redleaf nodded slightly. Chu Feng, candle flame extinguished in life. Forgetting the red leaf of the river, extinguishing the candle flame in life. Chu Feng, birthplace glow and conception. Ometegawa red leaf, birthplace of Terra glow and conception. Chu Feng, in wandering to obliterate all things on earth. Forgetting the red leaves of the river, obliterating all things on earth and wandering. Following the reading, something seemed to come to mind in the memory of the red leaves of the forgotten river. She no longer needed Chu Feng's guidance and continued to read. I pluck away the cobwebs that stretch infinitely like a mist. I converge on the endless cross lines. I peer into the mysteries of life. I dominate the empty walks. Your most highly proud believers, praying for your appearance. Forgetful Redleaf covered her mouth. With some incredulity she went back to the prayer she had just recited. These words, as if engraved in her mind, could never be waved away again. The cave began to shake violently. Those skeleton frames that were like embedded together were scattered all over the place at this time. The aura of life was getting closer and closer to the two. Their reactions, however, were very different. Chu Feng's face was as withered and rapidly drying up, while the red leaves of the forgetful river beside him were vibrant. Her blonde hair was irrigated by the rich vitality and became emerald green. The entire petite body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, until Chu Feng saw that forgotten river red leaf that was in the land of the unfallen. Aside from her hair and eyes, there was no difference between the forgotten red leaf at this moment and the one she was at that time. Forgetful river red leaf looked at the white-haired Chu Feng and exclaimed, Mr. Chu Feng? Chu Feng was not the slightest bit surprised by the change in his body. He said softly, you did it, Red Leaf. Forgetful river red leaf thought that it was Chu Feng who had made some sort of sacrifice for himself, and some sort of said with tears in his eyes, Mr. Chu Feng, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. Chu Feng shook his head. It's your choice. You got rid of the nightmare disease, got a life that wasn't yours, and later on, it's time to suffer the pain you deserve. The forgetful river red leaf had not yet been able to understand what Chu Feng meant by his words. Chu Feng looked at his soon-to-be collapsing body and said, the next time I see you again, I hope that you will think of remembering me. Chapter 104. The Real World. Edo Star. Forgotten Village. The sky was dark and cloudy, as heavy as ink. Suddenly, A bolt of lightning pierced the sky, the light dazzling and brief. This was followed by deafening thunder that seemed to shake the earth to its core. The rain instantly poured down, hitting the ground with countless splashes. The raindrops were large and sharp, gradually connecting into a curtain of rain, blurring the sight of the red leaves of the forgotten river. Strange. Why am I standing here? Forgetting River Redleaf stood on the path of Forgetting River Village with a red-faced oil paper umbrella. Wasn't she in her mother-in-law's yard pruning the leaves at this hour? Forgetting the red leaves was a bit confusing. Step by step she re-entered the courtyard that had once belonged to Granny Oblivion. In the yard, she saw that the lifeless pool suddenly had a few more small fish swimming around. Forgetting the red leaf bent down and stared silently at the pond. Her mind gradually filled with more memories that seemed to have been dusted off by her for a long time. Analog Universe. Edo Star. Kuwait Island. Chu Feng stood at the pier, and for a moment, he could not recall why he had appeared here. As he slowly sorted out the timeline, he realized that he was missing a part of his memory. It was good that Chu Feng was prepared. He opens the function of the old Divine Council God's favorite. Turns out, long before he left the dock, he had set his target as himself. Through the observation function of the God's favorite, Chu Feng figured out everything that had happened to him. Luckily, I have the talent, lifespan replacement. The body involuntarily consumes the breath belonging to aging, revealed in the skeleton cave to sustain itself, and that's what kept me alive. So all of this, was triggered by me? Chu Feng was not surprised by the result. As early as when he saw the red leaves of the forgotten river on the skybreaker, he had a guess in that direction. But after things really went in the direction he expected, his scorn for shadow deepened a few more points. This is even more terrifying than facing annihilation head-on. So far, as with the initial trial prompts, I've been within the shadow's plan, and step by step, I'm moving toward the outcome he wants to see. Though he has not bound my hands and feet and treated me like a puppet on strings, there is a reflection of him in every movement I make. A light wind brushed past, and Chu Feng felt a cold chill from head to toe. In his haste, he summoned the old Divine Council and entered the Great Hall. Galactic Alliance. Simulation of extra-cosmic observatories. Monitor the room. Various instruments and equipment are neatly arranged. Data and images flashed on the screen, emitting a faint yellow light. Several large monitors emitted a rhythmic buzzing sound and the lights flashed continuously. The air in the room was a little cooler, diffusing a faint odor of electronic equipment. A couple of simple workbenches hold books and pens for recording data. The staff, on the other hand, stared intently at the screen, sometimes recording data, sometimes adjusting the parameters of the instrument. Suddenly, the device emitted a high-frequency fluctuation, and the red warning light began flashing wildly. Aaron, the commander sitting in the center, saw such a turn of events and his expression changed drastically. Aaron was about to get up and report the change that had occurred here when the warning automatically lifted, as if nothing had happened. But just to be on the safe side, Aaron was prepared to report up the chain of command. At that moment, an old man came in at the door. Aaron hastened to say respectfully, Chief of Staff Rinbetsu, Lin Don't, one of the pioneers of the Blue Planet. After following Seacombe Lan to the Galactic Alliance, he became the Galactic Alliance's rotating Chief of Staff by virtue of his rapidly growing Divine Path realm. Rinbetsu Chief of Staff, just now here. Shoo, Lin Bei put his hand to his own lips and whispered, there's no need to say it. I know it all. So, we should. What to do? Lin Bei shook his head. We don't have to do anything. Here is a portion of the historical simulation of his contribution to the achievement. What he wants to do here, we deserve to obey. Even if it's just a stream of his will, we can't disturb it. Aaron sighed in relief. He hadn't been wrong. The one that caused the analog universe to change just now was the will of the gods. I just don't know which lord's will is visiting. Suddenly, something occurred to Aaron. Chief of Staff Lin Bui, if he keeps on not leaving, I'm afraid that our batch of conscripts who have entered the analog universe are going to die or be injured. He will bring the analog universe closer to our world. And for that, what's a little price to pay? Lin Bei didn't care at all if the conscripts who had entered within the simulation universe died or lived. To him, the Galactic Alliance's ability to establish a foothold in this infinite starfield was fundamentally based on this analog universe. That's why he rushed over after noticing the anomaly in the first place. You go and inform the other generals on duty that this place, for the time being, is under my care. Aaron stroked his chest in salute and departed in the direction of the Alliance as Lindbergh watched. The world knows that the gods love to patronize the analog universe, searching for his missing authority. The little ones who were conscripted and met the gods in person, even if it was just a remnant of their will, as long as they could be noticed, the benefits would be heavenly. It's up to you, if you can grasp it. Lin Bui looked upward through the transparent dome. There, the stars twinkle. There was silence in the vastness of the stars. At that moment, a strange light appeared and a starship leapt into existence. The light shone like a dream, instantly illuminating the surrounding darkness. The starship was massive and imposing, its metal shell gleaming in the starlight. It was quietly suspended in the universe, as if it were a messenger from a distant time and space. As the blinding light caused by the leap dissipated, the outline of the starship came into sharper focus, and behind it, there were two more starships of the same model in hot pursuit. The person in front of you, no matter who you are, I advise you that you'd better exchange the eternal shattering rays that you snatched away for a new one, or else my divine race Eshin clan will surely hunt you down and kill you in every starfield. The man was putting out harsh words, but his bottom was obviously not very strong, because what they were facing was an apostle who could not see beyond the faith. Oh, is the god race Eshin family? I have indeed heard of it slightly. I've heard that Shin, the head of the Shin family, seems to be dying. In order to stay alive, he seems to be dispersing the divinity in his body. If you guys don't want it, you can give it to me to study. If Chu Feng were here, he would be able to recognize that the one sitting in the chased starship was none other than his sole divine favorite, Carol. The Shin family's crowd fell silent. This kind of information, even though they had repeatedly blocked it, was almost an open secret to those at the apostle level. Eternal shattering rays still want to go back? In response to Carol, there was still silence. Since I'm not talking, I'll take it as a gift from the Shin family. Chapter 105, Looking Down on the World. The Old Days of the Divine Council. Inside the Great Hall, Chu Feng stored this memory within the card, avoiding any other reasons that would cause him to lose this memory again. Chu Feng, who had brought along the heterodyne, looked at the imp Sissy, who was crouching to the side, and uttered, "What are you doing?" Sissy was startled. Immediately, he turned around and broke down. "Chu Feng, you damned bastard." When he saw that the one standing in front of him was not the Chu Feng with the abominable face on top, his heart thumped. Who's this guy? His breath is so weird. Why, in his body, do I feel a power of faith that is even stronger than my sister's? Seeing Sissy reveal this expression for the first time, Chu Feng said with interest, "Chu Feng, what's wrong with you?" Sissy got up and said in a hasty manner, "No, it's nothing." She wasn't sure what kind of relationship this person in front of her had with Chu Feng. In case the other party was Chu Feng's friend or something like that, he would definitely be put on the spot if he offended him. Chu Feng returned to his seat, leaned back and laughed. "There's no harm in it. There's no need to worry about who you'll be punished for saying bad things about him. Here, no one can enter without my permission." Sissy looked around, lowered her head and said, "It's really nothing. Chu Feng, that guy, just talking is more annoying. After all, he saved my life." Chu Feng on the seat knew that Sissy wasn't telling the truth. This ninny, in the back of her mind, didn't know how she was cursing him. Chu Feng was self-conscious, so he stopped paying attention to Shi. He glanced at the points of light in front of him and realized that one of them was particularly bright. Aha! Well, if it isn't Carol, I should not be able to observe her in the real world within the analog universe. But why? A puzzled expression appeared on Chu Feng's face under his mask. Could it be that is because in the Skull Cave, the power of the gods cast by aging alarmed the gods of the real world? No, it's not right. Maybe it's because of someone's arrangement that led to the big, aging, move right. Shadow is responsible for manipulating the whole picture. While you, descending into greatness, position, aging, is that you? Destiny, God. Chu Feng sighed slightly in his heart. It should be the will of destiny that descended into the analog universe, causing the threads of the virtual and the real to connect. Chu Feng had not wanted to observe Carol at this point. However, Chu Feng found that there were several times that Carol's prayers and requests for audience were on the consciousness carrier of the old Divine Council. Just as well, at least it's one's first god's favorite. It wouldn't be good not to respond in case the other party thinks he's a liar and it affects the trust between them. Chu Feng gently lit the light ball, and a scene of starlight was cast within the grand hall. Beneath the stars, 3 starships of similar size appeared within the projection, and in the starship's cockpit at the very front, the silhouette of Carol Earth sat in it, a playful smile on her face. Sissy's mouth dropped open. Sister? Wait. Chu Feng had said that his sister had given herself to him through the Lord God's audience as a way to cure the disease in her body. Kame-sama. The man before him is not he, but he? But, doesn't sister believe in the god of abundance? There was no greatness of abundance in him. What kind of god was he? Sissy suddenly felt that her body didn't belong to her at all. All she could do was stand still, unable to move. Above the stars, a sigh came from within the Shin family's starship. This friend, even if Shini is no longer an apostle, the Shin family is not something that can be bullied by just any passerby. I hope that my friend can return the looted, eternal shattering ray, for my sake. And I can forget about everything that happened earlier. Listening to the somewhat familiar voice, Carol tentatively asked, Shangguan Qinghe? So my friend knows about me. In that case, please raise your hand high and don't mistake each other. Shangguan Qinghe's voice was polite, but it wasn't hard for Carol to hear the other's condescending tone. This Shangguan Qinghe was little known in the Apostle's circle, especially his non-male and non-female voice, which was extremely recognizable. He had a wide range of friendships, and generally people of the same rank would respect him. But who is Carol? She, a solitary apostle with no ties except her sister, would not scruple at all about the other's reputation in the astral realm. Furthermore, the eternal shattering ray was a very famous, dyed spirit, artifact of the balanced fate, combining healing and defense, so she naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to obtain this item. A sister who is not on her own needs exactly this kind of thing. You take yourself too seriously, Shangguan Qinghe, Carol disdainfully said. However, I have no interest in wasting time with you here either. She has not forgotten her mission. One still had to go to the Galactic Alliance to join the rest of that godly lord's divine dependents to do something important. After saying that, Carol opened the starship and was about to start the leap to leave. The moment she pressed the start button, Carol clearly felt a force of time and space wrap around her. The leap was actually cut off by the other side. You won't get away. Friend, Shangguan Qinghe slowly said, for the last time, leave behind the eternal broken light. What if I say no? Carol left the starship, her entire body suspended in the starry sky. She took her black scythe and swung it hard at the starship. Shangguan Qinghe shook his head when he saw Carol strike. I don't like to fight people of the same God's path realm. We have come this far for our faith, and no one has it easy. I'd like us to be friends if we can. Hypocrisy, Carol mocked with precision. I can't do what people like you do, obviously coveting everything in the divine race, Shin family, but pretending to pretend that everything was for an old friend. It's okay if others don't dare to say it, but you're pretending, and you're still in the movie, aren't you? Carol continued to sneer. But if you were like me and just took whatever you wanted, I wouldn't find your behavior revolting. Who does it disgust when you have to act this out? The scythe turned into a massive shadow and swung down towards the two starships. Stubborn. Shangguan Qinghe's voice was no longer the same subdued one from earlier. Instead, it was mixed with some anger. But because of the standing persona, it was not good to explode with a sense of astringency. But the district's death, destiny. The turquoise breath of life wrapped around the scythe, and the pure life force around it was taken away little by little. No, this isn't death. This is life? Brother Shangguan, you also have times when you are blind. A hearty laugh emanated from another starship. This man and I are not of the same destiny. A talent somewhat similar to death, I think, would be bountiful. SSSS talent, vitality mistake. It's rare to meet an apostle of abundance. Why don't you let me move around first? Carol frowned slightly. I can't believe there's a apostle level guy hiding. Suddenly, a crack opened up under the starry sky where the three of them were standing. The fog unfolded like a scroll, and a pair of eyes, hidden by a mask, stood tall, looking down on all beings. Chapter 106. At a glance, Chu Feng saw the Shin clan's starship station within the universe. What a coincidence! On the starship, the two Shangguan Qinghe and Yi Hongjin, who had once been double decapitated by themselves for hitting on the Shin family, were also among them. At that time, one was still on the side of the Shin family. Greed, hypocrisy, and cunning are synonymous with these two. They are good at disguises. Obviously not a good thing, but they have raised their reputation to the point where people from all star fields respect them. In the beginning, if there was no presence of his own, I am afraid that the Shin family would have really become their bag. Raising her guard, Carol's brows stretched when she saw the familiar aura of a god. She stopped her hand movements and bent down to respectfully say, Lord God, your devotee, Carol, presents herself to you. The sudden turn of events made Shangguan Qinghe and Yi Hongjin much more cautious. It wasn't that they were afraid of Chu Feng. After all, at this moment, Chu Feng did not release a single trace of his divine aura. The reason why the two were so careful was because they were afraid that someone from the same realm would see through their true character. The two of them didn't believe in the god Sama that Carol was talking about. This friend, you are resourceful. However, the divine lord you speak of, how come we've never seen it before? The two looked at Carol and flirted. Not a single bit of divine greatness was felt. It's not, by any chance, a step you've made for yourself in order to beg for mercy, is it, idiot? With a mocking snort, Carol stopped talking. Shangguan Qinghe shook his head. Unfortunately, your bowing down is a bit late. In addition to the eternal shattering rays, your life, we will also take it. Normally, between apostles, Head-to-head battles would rarely break out. Those who had reached this level could no longer be called ordinary people. A hand raised could destroy a planet. But the situation at hand is different. The two Shangwan Xinghe thought that Carol had provoked her first and was alone. The attraction of abundance, divinity to them was no worse than taking back eternal broken light and selling the Shin family a face. With a combination of factors, the two men got up to kill. At the sound of the two men's voices, Carol almost didn't laugh. However, it was no wonder that the two hadn't been able to recognize the god Sama they believed in old days. This is the kind of thing that, placed before, one would have the same attitude. By mistake, Shangwan Xinghe and Yi Hongjin had already angered Chu Feng without their knowledge. Chu Feng originally did not intend to kill the two people like he did in his previous life. One must know that the Shin family today was the force he wanted to eradicate the most. He had wanted to keep the two alive to give the Shin family a headache, but the other party had set their hearts on his only divine dependent, Carol. Kill them all. Carol, who received the command from the god of olden days, was shocked in her heart. On your own? To fight one against two. And one of them was the best of the apostle class, Shangwan Xinghe. I'm afraid it wasn't that easy, was it? My friend, you're a better actor than I am. Shangwan Xinghe looked at Chu Feng's exposed eyes and said, in a word, you really consider yourself a god? Carol's puzzlement lasted only a breath, and in the next second, it dissipated. The divine greatness that belonged to the old days entered her body unceasingly. Carol's eyes were replaced by a gray patch. The sudden change caught Shangwan Xinghe and Yi Hongjin off guard. No, are you for real? The two were horrified. What was in front of him was actually really a god. But why had they never seen this power of the gods before? Run! Shangwan Xinghe and Yi Hongjin couldn't care less about the Shin family behind them, and the two of them immediately split up to escape. Among old days, the power controlling the Vierna, part of the force was completely stopped in its tracks by the two with Carol's light sentence of, leaving is forbidden at this place. Terrified, fearful, unable to even tremble, Shangwan Xinghe roared with silent words. Impossible! How could it be the power of my lord, order? Unfortunately, their bodies, as if time had been drained of the past and the future, left only the current, this moment. Shangwan Xinghe and Yi Hongjin could only send pleas for mercy to Carol with their eyes. But the only thing that responded to them was the blackened scythe. Under the stranglehold of Carol's talent, life misalignment, the bodies of the two that were about to go to the gods were destroyed like garbage. 1. Annihilation, divinity, and 1. Order, divinity returned to the old divine council under Chu Feng's guidance. Gained, annihilation, divinity. Divinity value plus 3. Gained, order, divinity. Divinity value plus 6. Current divinity value of the old shrine association, 49 points. Chu Feng did not feel elated by the harvest of divinity. His eyes fixed on Carol and he whispered, my faithful servant, remember what I said? Carol froze. His Excellency, the god of olden days. What else did he say? He, only said, kill them all, right? Haven't I already put? Carol looked at the two ships in front of her that were filled with divine race, Shin's family. Does my lord mean, leave no one alive? Carol swallowed softly in her throat. Even if he was an apostle, he had never thought of completely offending the Shin family to death. The Shin family? In addition to Shin-Yi, that old man, the bottom line is still there. Is this really a good idea? No, I can't think like that. How can I go against my lord's will? Carol hesitated for a split second, and the scythe in her hand fell again without mercy. Without Shangwan Xinghe and Yi Hongjin to fend them off, the people on the two starships were taken away by Carol at almost the same time. In the Great Hall, Sissy couldn't stop her whole body from shivering as she looked at her sister's cruelty. What the hell did my sister do? She actually believed in a god she had never heard of? The sister who respected life was reduced to an executioner who reaped life under the control of this god. Sissy vaguely heard this divine excellency. Beside herself, let out a merry laugh. Well done, Carol. Carol bowed her head and said, this kill is dedicated to you, and all that is here belongs to you, your excellency, of old. After Carol's arrival in the new, all of the items under the starry sky were pocketed by Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng only left behind a few items, and all the rest were taken out by him and gifted to Carol. These belong to you, not to me. Carol was shocked. She knew deep down that without the blessing of olden days, she would never be able to solve everyone easily. But this god Sama took almost nothing and gave all the loot to himself? Carol was certainly aware that these items were not needed by the Divine Lord, but he can bestow his own divine favorites to enhance the bond between believers. But now, it's all in her pocket. Carol said with great gratitude, thank you, my lord, for your gift. She put away this large windfall and asked in a small voice, the old days, your excellency, may I ask, my sister her? Chu Feng knew exactly what Carol was thinking. The gray mist swept toward her, and in a few moments, Carol was inside the Great Hall for the second time. Chapter 107, Carol's Shock. By the time she was able to see, her sister's figure was standing in front of her. Carol was speechless for a moment. The unknown virus that she herself could not undo with all her means was easily undone by the god she believed in. Is this the means of the gods? Chu Feng looked as if he had seen through Carol's thoughts. The man who saved your sister now needs to borrow an item from your hand. Carol realized this. It turned out that the one who cured his sister was not His Excellency, olden days, but someone else. The person who could say that from His Excellency the old days' mouth must be the same as her. The same as His Excellency the old days' divine dependence. Right? Your old excellency. Everything I have is yours. Chu Feng let out a light laugh. Took eternal shattering rays from Carol. Eternal broken light has the ability to equalize and harmonize everything. Of course, it also includes the time doppelganger that was destroyed due to the curse. The eternal shattering ray flickered covertly for a moment, and Chu Feng's detached deck that contained the power of time faith was restored as before. Chu Feng quietly unfolded the card, and Chu Feng's body appeared unnoticed in the grand hall. Cece saw Chu Feng's hateful face and glared at him indignantly. She wanted to go up and scold him, but when she remembered that she was sitting next to a murderous god, she immediately deflated like a powerless eggplant. Chu Feng turned back to himself, who was sitting high above, and respectfully said, "The new gods are revived, and the old gods are to be put to death, in praise of the old days." Seeing Chu Feng's relaxed appearance, Carol had an inference in her heart about Chu Feng's status, and in order to make his doppelganger a little bit more forced, Chu Feng even specially crowned a trace of divinity from the old divine guild on its body. Carol could clearly sense the divine fluctuations in Chu Feng's body. At least one apostle. She thought in her mind as she did so. Ms. Carol, meeting for the first time, there is something that I need to discuss with you. Chu Feng, there is no sense of disconnection when you first see each other. Instead, he said like two old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. I need this eternal shattering ray as a trait for me healing your sister. Sure enough, he's the one who cured Sissy. Instead of making Carol feel annoyed, Chu Feng's straightforward character thought that Chu Feng was a good guy. Originally, Carol had taken this Equilibrium's spirit dying artifact for the purpose of healing and protecting her sister. Right now, my sister had been completely healed, and she herself was within the territory of His Excellency's audience in the olden days, so there was no need to worry about her well-being at all. The other party was able to claim this item, which was a partial repayment of the favor. Of course there's no problem. Ms. Carol is just refreshing. Chu Feng looked at the cards covered on the bronze table and said, to be valued by His Excellency, old days, Miss Carol must have exceptional qualities. I hope that in the future, we can get along well and become good partners. Sissy bristled and said wordlessly, my sister doesn't want to be partners with you. Before that, pick a card from here. Carol looked at the old days on the seat, but there was no indication from the other side. Chu Feng smiled and said, don't worry about His Excellency, old day. He is a very amiable deity. Sissy, Carol, amiability. This god Sama who wiped out thousands of lives in the blink of an eye shouldn't be associated with amiability, right? Carol walked toward the long bronze table. She touched the deck with her fingers and looked at Chu Feng and asked, may I ask, what is the purpose of these cards? It's a status symbol, a testament to what we are to each other. Chu Feng briefly introduced each card, with the exception of His Excellency, olden days, being able to duplicate it, is unique, like an unseen underground organization usher. He gave Carol a roughly brief introduction. Carol nodded plausibly. She fumbled around for a bit and randomly selected one, which depicted a mysterious and unpredictable shadow, as well as two words, abundance. Abundance? Carol's mind reeled. Could it be that this shadow, whose appearance could not be seen, was actually the real body of abundance? Chu Feng then feigned ignorance and said, from today onwards, Ms. Carol, you are still a loyal believer of abundance. With those words, Carol felt a sense of déjà vu. Once His Excellency, of old, seemed to have said something similar. Remember our current goal, to be the first god under faith. Carol was a little giddy. This Excellency, of old, does not seem to care that his faith has been defiled in this way? Could it be true that His Excellency, olden days, was regarded as an amiable deity, as the man who had saved his sister had said? She didn't know what to say, so she agreed. Okay. Suddenly, Carol looked like she understood something. Faith is set. In fact, no matter which card one chooses, that card will eventually look like abundance? Carol looked at Chu Feng and tentatively asked, I don't know your card. Chu Feng clamped his two fingers together and turned the one with the contents towards Carol. Time. Chu Feng reverently chanted, I am me. I am not me. I exist in the past. and I am moving towards the future. Great Lord of Time, I pray to you. Carol marveled at Chu Feng's audacity. How dare you pray directly to the god of Time, here? However, after he saw the old day god who did not react in any way, his heart believed in Chu Feng's words a few more points. Miss Carol, going forward, get along. In the face of Chu Feng's sudden gesture of goodwill, Carol was somewhat at a loss for words. She nodded gently. Are there any others besides us? Old days, Your Excellency. Other gods' favorites? Chu Feng pointed to the rear. Isn't this coming? Carlsbad, who hadn't appeared for a long time, showed up at this point. Karthus glanced lightly at Carol and ignored it. You can try to put the face of the card on your forehead and sense it with your spiritual power. The people who own the cards are closely connected. Carol did as she was told, and it was as if the man in front of her, like a ghostly shadow, could see right through her. Shadows. Carlsbad. This person's soul is so powerful, it's like it's condensed into a solid body. No, this is a pure soul body? Through the connection of the cards, she saw something about Karthus. It was also known that the Time believer who had healed his sister was named Chu Feng. There are two more if the breath. One is rotting, the other is roaring. Wait, Rant, who is it? Chapter 108, the second one. Deep space in a distant star field. A small starship leapt through at speed. Campbell, who was sitting in the middle of it, was drenched in blood, and his eyes, which were closed, suddenly snapped open. It was easy to see from his body that he had obviously just gone through a big battle. And this starship, that's his trophy. Larera looked at the expression on the prince's face and asked softly, "What's wrong?" I sensed the call of the old divine council. "It's Lord God?" Liriella exulted. "Which direction is it?" Campbell pointed to the right rear, the corners of his mouth a little taut behind. Us. Carol was still in the state of shock she had sensed. In addition to him, His Excellency, Olden Days, had 4 other divine familiars. One of them, or the never-before-heard, Rant. It was easy to tell from this god's strange title that the other party was most likely a god of the old days. This conjecture was something she would be able to find out later when she checked the Starfield database. Even the god of the olden days believes in this Olden Excellency before me? Could it be that he, in his true identity, was in fact the true deity of the gods of old? The more Carol thought about it, the scarier she felt. She exited her sense state and greeted Karthus politely. Karthus nodded slightly. With that, he then stared at Chu Feng's Time doppelganger with the appearance that he had something to say. Chu Feng said thoughtfully to Carol, "Miss Carol and her sister haven't seen each other for a long time, so there must be quite a lot of things you want to say, right? Why don't we go aside to the inner room for a little gathering?" Carol wasn't without her eyes. The two men in front of them obviously had something to discuss. Being a newcomer myself, I'm not yet qualified to listen. Carol waved to her sister, signaling the other to follow her. Sissy was well behaved at this point. Even when they passed by Chu Feng's side, they did not dare to say anything. Shedding out, Chu Feng looked at Carlsbad, whose strength had grown again, and let out a faint smile other than divinity. "I'm afraid that there is nothing that can interest you anymore." It turned out that after Chu Feng obtained the annihilation divinity belonging to Yi Hongjin, Carlsbad took the initiative to contact him and made it clear that he needed the annihilation divinity. At first, Chu Feng did not want to ignore him. By what right did he want to find him to reveal some of Shadow's secrets that he was unwilling to say? But after seeing Annihilation's divinity instead, he took the initiative to run and talk to him? However, thinking of the image of Carls's being unable to do anything because of his memories, Chu Feng still chose to communicate with him. When Chu Feng knew that the annihilation divinity could allow Carlsbad to briefly fight against the inherited memories, Chu Feng did not hesitate to bestow the annihilation divinity on him. However, it comes at a price. That is to become a god's favorite of the olden days divine council. Carlsbad agreed without thinking. After all, when he was in the land of the undying, that's what he was doing in the old divine council. In a roundabout way, though without the constraints of the pact, Carlsbad was back to square one. But Carlsbad had no regrets. That memory, I've already suppressed it by utilizing the divinity of annihilation. It won't affect my activities anymore. Karthus explained to Chu Feng why he needed divinity. That day, because of Chu Feng's prying, it caused the dusty memories of Carlsbad's inheritance regarding the Shadow to loosen, causing him to lose control of his self. As the son of Shadow, Karthus was in agony whenever he thought about that memory of Shadow. But it wasn't a choice he could make. Because Chu Feng was in the simulated universe of the Shadow trial, he was unable to erase the existence of that memory. For this reason, he could only stay within the old divine council until his memories gradually solidified. After revealing a little bit of key clues to Chu Feng, the memories once again began to disorganize. Luckily, Chu Feng had gotten hold of a strand of annihilation divinity, which led to the scene that now appeared in the Grand Hall. But don't think you're going to get any useful memories out of me. Shadows, it's not something you or I can resist. The memories are not something you or I can touch at our current level. Where did Chu Feng have the time to think about that after experiencing a series of operations from Shadow? He currently only wanted to quickly complete the trial and leave the analog universe. Only by obtaining permanent residency in the Galactic Alliance would he have the opportunity to launch his exploration into other starfields. Got it. Chu Feng was not amused. You asked me to detach Carol. What else did you have to say besides that? I'll go with you to Flenche. Karthus said. Remember what I told you about getting Frenthe to join the old gods? Sure. Chu Feng held the eternal shattering ray and said, this thing, it was specifically asked for by Carol for the purpose of dealing with him, but now with your good buddy's help, taking down Frenthe is definitely out of the question. Don't think of Frenthe so simply. Karthus shook his head. Chaos can't be defined. And since he can be a forsaken god isolate, the unknowns he holds will only be much more than you or I can think of. So you want, walk me out first. Chu Feng was surprised. You want to go alone first? Well, I know you're in Edostar, and there's an item left behind by Shade here that I want to look for. Karthus said. Good you Carlsbad, eating alone. Ha! Chu Feng feigned anger. Karthus was a bit helpless memory, not to be trifled with. The implication is, I know something about it, but I can't say anything, and if I do, something will happen. Asterisk. Get lost. If I get the stuff, it's mine. Carlsbad unexpectedly did not refuse. He turned into a mist and left through the passageway opened by Chu Feng. Staring at the location where Carlsbad had disappeared, Chu Feng fell into deep thought. It was a long time before Carol and Sissy came out of the room. Seeing that to the store only Old Days, Excellency and Chu Feng were left alone. Out of the blue, he asked, Mr. Carlsbad he had to leave first. Chu Feng said, I will soon be leaving the midst of His Excellency's Old Day domain as well. Miss Carol, it is time for you to continue on your journey as well, isn't it? The time for the appointment with Valentine and Kimiko was coming up. He has a little more preparation to do. Carol let out a Mr. Chu Feng, I'll see you in the Galactic Alliance. Looking at her sisters departing back, she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chu Feng just now. After she finished telling her sister what happened to her, instead of saying that she would stand up for her, her sister scolded her fiercely. He also said that he was too capricious, and that he should be properly tempered. No, educated by Chu Feng, without a backer. Coupled with all of this that Chu Feng had displayed, it forced her to lower her head. That, she wanted to apologize, but Chu Feng didn't even give her a chance to speak. The being moved her finger and she was back in the room once more. This time, Chu Feng was finally the only person left in the Great Hall. He took out a shiny stone that he had gotten from Shangguan Qinghe not long ago, and a smirk appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, this fellow, Shangguan Qinghe, actually has a divine casting crystal in his hands as well. In this way, forging another heterodyne, one will be able to have yet another faith split. Chapter 109 Punctuality. Being able to obtain the second divine casting crystal stone from Shangguan Qinghe's hands was a real surprise. According to normal logic, Shangguan Qinghe's apostle identity would never lack extreme props. There was only one explanation for him not using it up the first time he got it. That is, this divine cast crystal stone belongs to the Shin family. Chu Feng took out another item obtained from the Starship, the key to the Temple of Sanctuary. Shin Sushi, asking, Apostle, to circumvent the crisis of the Hall of Sanctuary, for you so that you can enter it and obtain the inheritance of one of the three great subordinate gods under equilibrium. Rock, I heard the sound of your planner across countless starfields. Unfortunately, it's costing you a lot of credit. Chu Feng casually put away the key to the Sanctuary Hall. In addition to the above two items, Chu Feng only left behind one of the Shin clan's starships to use as a backup. The other things were precious, but they simply wouldn't work for him for a while. It was better to let things shine in Carol's hands than to leave them to waste on themselves. When Chu Feng successfully fused the divine cast crystals into the heterodyne, the heterodyne's appearance underwent a completely new change. Chu Feng put the mask back on, and the second doppelganger slowly appeared in front of Chu Feng. From today, you are a believer in memory. Chu Feng, who believed in memory, gently chanted, returning to the final silence, awakening the dreams of all beings. Seeing that faith had become a reality, Chu Feng withdrew the split. The reason why he chose the memories detachment was purely because Chu Feng had been disgusted by the curse, Shakura Cycle Earth, last time. He didn't want to reminisce about the moments he spent with the guys. The next time the god's curse was triggered, Chu Feng would be able to directly let the memory's doppelganger bear it. At that time, with the gift of memory blockade, the memories can be circumvented by placing everything experienced within the memory body. You're enjoying yourself by avoiding being disgusted and having your doppelganger bear the curse of the chakra cycle of the earth. Chu Feng, who believed in time, joked. Chu Feng said indifferently, other than that, the memory's Oracle Assembly should open some time from now. It's only important to send this doppelganger over and get inside when the time comes. Yes, 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 and you don't have to be there in person anyway, so who would be able to arrange it as well as you? Chu Feng ignored his doppelganger's flirting and looked at the room where Sissy was in. Go prepare another empty shell. I have an omen that the curse of God may still erupt when I find Flenche. There are too many unknowns in the body for us to take it lightly. That little girl, terrorized by this operation of yours, will only be at my mercy later? I'm afraid. Chu Feng, who believed in time, laughed evilly. That's better. Chu Feng looked at the time again. I'm going to K Island. Here, I'll leave you to it. Among the stars, Carol returned to her starship. The second Hajj gave her a new perception of the old days. Gentle, generous, cold-blooded, mysterious, uninhibited, and, like other gods, indifferent to life. She looked down at the deck in her hand. From the cards, we learn that the organization that believes in the Old Sun is called the Old Sun Shrine Association. The bar seems to be high in the old days of the Assembly of God. If you don't reach the apostle level, you don't deserve to join at all. Moreover, the other god followers who believe in the old days are still devout followers of other gods. This is still the tip of the iceberg that one glimpses. Who knows if there are still any order envoy or slave god level existences under the old days. Carol withdrew her mind. But no matter what, this is not bad for oneself at the moment. At least, Cece was saved by that god's favorite named Chu Feng. And this is one's greatest gain. Carol drives the starship and opens the leap. The appointed time has arrived. Chu Feng appeared punctually at the place where he had agreed with the two of them. UUA. It's also the location where Valentine and Kiyomi Watanabe would later come over. It was a small tavern of modest size. The wooden tables and chairs were neatly arranged and smelled faintly of wood. The lighting is dim and soft, giving it a warm and relaxing feel. The bartender skillfully made a variety of fine wines, and the sound of glasses clinking was crisp and pleasant. The air was intoxicating with the scent of wine and the faint sound of music. In the bistro, a minimally dressed man leans forward slightly, hands folded on the table, listening intently to the words of the lady across the table. The lady's eyes were bright, and from time to time she gesticulated with her hands and told anecdotes about herself. At another table, a few close friends sat around, one of them leaning back in his chair, gently shaking the glass of amber-colored wine in his hand, and speaking with a raised eyebrow about his adventures in recent times, while the others nodded their heads from time to time and smiled knowingly. That's how powerful the analog universe is. Here, they are not NPCs played in the game, but vivid beings with flesh and blood and stories. It was no wonder that even the gods were interested in this place. Senior Chu Feng, this way. Long Evening Harvest got up and waved to him. Chu Feng smiled and sat down. What have you two schoolmates been up to these past 2 days? Long Evening Ching subconsciously said. No, nothing, just simply strolling around. Instead, Fish Yue said without much concealment. School sister Evening Clear. School brother Chu Feng is aware of the existence of the god of old days. There is no need to hide anything from him. Ah, Long Evening Ching exclaimed, somewhat embarrassed. Well, Chu Feng could not help but smile when he saw Long Wanqing's somewhat adorable expression. Actually, Chu Feng knew a little bit about the activities of the two of them, Yu Yue and Long Evening Ching, in the past few days. Fish Yue tried to bring Long Evening Ching to pray to the old day voice, something he heard in the old day divine council. But being in the way of taking care of other things, there wasn't time to respond to the two of them. Speaking of which, the reason I knew about the god of the old days was still because of the reminder given to me by Senior Chu Feng. Fish Yue has mixed feelings about her own changes. She didn't know how much trouble she would cause her current self by going back to faith in a strange god. At worst, it was likely to become a forsaken god dissenter. But the desire for power in Yu Yue's heart overpowered her reasoning, making her unable to resist the urge to peek into the mysteries. Every time she went to think of that deity, the power of her own skill release went up a few points. Fish Yue lowered her voice and asked, School brother Chu Feng, do you know what that god of the old days, named Old Days, actually is? Chu Feng was trying to guide her faith in the golden days, when the sound of the window tapping outside the window reached the ears of several people. We'll find another time to talk about that. Now it's time to go do something else. Knowing that this was related to their second round of trials, Fish Yue got up and said, Well, let's go. The moment she turned around, she didn't see the hopeful gaze in Long Evening Harvest's eyes. Chu Feng snickered. It seemed as if the schoolteacher had also been aroused. Outside the tavern, Watanabe Kimiai, who was holding a cigarette stick, said, "Mr. Chu Feng is really on time." Chapter 110, Deep Sea Prison. Chu Feng pointed to the clock tower in the distance and said, "Ms. Himiko is the one who is punctual. 7 o'clock in the evening, minute by minute." Kimi Watanabe took a deep drag on her cigarette stick and crossed her arms. "I always had a feeling that we'd make good friends." Fish Yue and Long Evening Harvest stared at Watanabe Kimi with wary eyes. Valentine scanned the week and asked, "Where's Chris, man?" "Mr. Captain." Chris stepped out of the tavern without haste. He was covered in the smell of alcohol and had obviously arrived even earlier than Chu Feng and the others. Chris saw that Kimi Watanabe didn't have much of an expression on her face. Valentine should have told him about the others' presence a long time ago. He gave a slight nod to Chu Feng and the others, and then followed Valentine. It looks like Chris may have come to some sort of understanding with Valentine. All present and accounted for. Let's go. This time, the target was the location that Valentine had spoken of when he disembarked the ship, Deep Blue Prison. Valentine had prayed to Shadow no less than 10 times in order to find the approximate location of Flensier. Eventually, the place was finalized. "Captain Valentine, so you came to me for the grotesque statue to use it as a link to Frensei as a way of pinning down his whereabouts?" It was only after Chu Feng saw Watanabe Kimi offer the monstrous statue to Chaos in the form of a sacrifice that he realized the other use of the monstrous statue. If it wasn't for Mr. Chu Feng taking down this godforsaken statue from the ghost ship, Valentine, this bad old man, wouldn't have come to contact me specifically. After doing this, Watanabe Kimi smiled thanks to Mr. Chu Feng's hand. Otherwise, I still don't know when Valentine will dare to make a move on Frensei's main body. Chu Feng made one thing clear from Watanabe Kimi's words. The two had a cooperative relationship early on, but since they couldn't lock down Flensier's true location, they could only locate Flensier's position by beheading his doppelganger when Flensier faded away from his shadow divinity. It seemed that the matter of finding Henny and Zhuang Bufan to get the strange statue had not been done wrong in the first place. Kimi Watanabe drew a vague map with smoke and whispered, "Gentlemen, I found it." Having been given the exact position, the captain's first mate with his subordinate sailors found them from a place where they had long been on standby, and Kimiko had pulled in a group of ninjas that were very common in Edo Star. Under the other party's guidance, Chu Feng discovered that the so-called Deep Blue Prison was actually in the ocean waters in front of the Forgotten River village. What's going on with the village up ahead? There's a chillingly odd feeling. Valentine, who was at the front of the line, asked with a frown. "I've noticed it too. This is Forgotten River Village, a very ordinary village on the edge of Kauai Island. Why has it become like this?" Watanabe Kimi changed her usual smile and said with a puzzled face, "Could it be that was affected by the monsters in the deep sea prison? The village of Oblivion." Yue suddenly remembered that the young girl they had saved seemed to have the surname of Forgetfulness. Chris, who also knew about the existence of the forgotten siblings when he shared information with Zhuang Bufan, said directly, "Captain Valentine, could the change of heart here be caused by that blonde girl on the ship?" Valentine was silent for a moment. "Forget it, whatever the reason. Let's stop speculating. The most pressing goal right now is to find Frensei." Kimi Watanabe agreed. "It's not too late for us to pry into the anomalies of Oblivion Village after we've finished with Flenshoyer." What had happened in the Forgotten River Village was only clear to Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked at the villagers whose eyes were lifeless, and there were no waves in his heart when he should have had a guilty conscience. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him. The group continued on to the edge of the sea. Valentine was the first to take out a glowing stone to wear. The first mate and sailors behind him put them on as well. Even Chris was given the same item by him. This is the water avoidance stone. It can circumvent the water and pressure in the deep sea. Chu Feng, take it. Valentine generously threw the 3 water avoidance stones to Chu Feng, signaling him to take them. Watanabe Kimi smiled and said, "Mr. Chu Feng, the old captain's broken stone is too much of a hindrance to his actions when he carries it around. Why don't you? How about using my absorption bead?" She personally placed 3 rings inlaid with absorption beads on Chu Feng's hands. Chu Feng looked at the water avoidance stone in his left hand and swept his eyes at the absorption bead in his right hand, and after pondering for a moment, he said, "Thank you both for your kindness. I'll take the things. But the waters of this district don't need the 2 of you to help yet." Saying that, Chu Feng gently wiped the surface of the cards in his hand, and 3 demonic creatures in the form of miniature puppies that emitted blazing flames and were the size of fingernail caps appeared in his hand. "This is the Fire Soul Beast?" Valentine said with some surprise. "The Fire Soul Beast, that seems to have died judging by the rotting aura it emits?" Watanabe Kimi raised her eyebrows slightly. "No wonder Mr. Chu Feng can't look at other people's things. It turns out that it's a Fire Soul Beast that has a water isolation and is born with its own gravity adjustment." Chu Feng laughed. "Unfortunately, my strength is not too outstanding. Summoning 3 of them is already the limit. Saying that, he handed the other 2 over to Yu Yue and Long Evening Ching who were beside him. Ahem. Since we all have a way to circumvent the seawater, let's continue down. I don't know how long I've been gone. The crowd finally peeked into the corner of the deep blue prison. It is quietly hidden in the deepest part of the deep sea, as if it were a forgotten corner of the world. The huge black building was wrapped in dark waters, giving off a mysterious and intimidating aura. The walls of the prison are made of impenetrable, unknown metal, capable of withstanding the immense pressure of the deep sea and a variety of unknown threats. Above the deep blue prison, it was crawling with mutated deep sea creatures that emitted a faint glow, causing the entire prison to be shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Rumor has it that the deep blue prison was specially created by the organization that believes in shadow, Song of the Ocean, to deal with heretics. I wonder if that's true, Kimi Watanabe asked, looking at Valentine. Valentine nodded, not pausing for a moment in his steps. They came to the entrance, where the heavy iron gate was closed as if it were an impassable barrier. A faint blue glow flickered next to the door, the surveillance equipment on constant alert for any movement. Song of the Ocean has left a mechanical horde here. Be careful, Valentine prompted. Walking inside the prison, the narrow passages wind around like a maze. The passage was lined with a narrow cell, its iron bars glowing with an icy sheen. In the cells, prisoners of all races were silent or growled in low voices, their eyes filled with despair, anger and madness. Valentine, who seemed to have anticipated this, took out a prop in the shape of an orb. The orb swept over the crowd, making them instantly transparent. Come on, through the prison gallery. We're going to the control room. The only way we can find Frenzy is to stop the mechanical one's surveillance. At this point, in a huge control room deep within the deep sea side prison, Song of the Ocean, the mechanical one left behind, is nervously busy. Here, at the heart of controlling the entire prison, is the key to maintaining order in the deep sea. On the console, a mechanical doll stared at the blinking dots of the screen with an anthropomorphic smile. Funny, a little mouse actually slipped in? Then you won't be able to leave. Chapter 111 Fighting 1. Kiyomi Watanabe, with Valentine's blessing, took a few sharp puffs on the stick in her hand while using the exhaled smoke to search for Frenzy's location. Halfway through the day, she looked up. No wonder there's been no sign of Frenzy for so long. He's actually been captured? From where it's shown, it seems to be at the bottom. The bottom? Valentine said in a somewhat low voice. Deep blue prison is structured in a downward direction. The further in you go, the more pressure there will be. Not only that, the inner level of the deep blue prison is a bit trickier with different ground guardians on each path to the next level. Chu Feng felt a hint of surprise at Valentine's reaction. It stands to reason that Valentine must have done his homework this time by abandoning his voyage to specifically invite Kimi Watanabe to join him in rounding up Flenshoyer. But the look on his face now, an unexpected look. Clunk. The door that Chu Feng and the others had entered was suddenly closed. The sound of the alarm was depressing to the people locked up in the deep blue prison. Valentine said, "It's a control system left behind by the mechanical ones. There's no way back. We have to keep going down." Watanabe Kimi's expression was relaxed. If I remember correctly, the control room of the deep blue prison is also on the bottom floor. As long as we get there without incident, we don't need to worry about being temporarily trapped at all. Chu Feng nodded, walking silently behind them. Soon they came to the first level down. What appeared in front of the crowd was a demonic creature that made people feel uncomfortable. The guardian of this floor is Nyarlanth, a believer of destruction, Valentine said indifferently. Although the God's Path realm is only of high planetary order, the people of the Song of the Ocean have specially made the deep blue prison enchant unknown effects on the guardians in order to be able to make the other heretical believers able to sell out for them. From the outside, Nyarlanth looked like a sea urchin with spikes, but no one here dared to underestimate it. Even the only two stellar ranks, Valentine and Kiyomi Watanabe. Kimi Watanabe looked at Frenzy's position and said, "Captain Valentine, how about I leave this to you to deal with? You know my abilities well, and I won't be able to take advantage of them against Nyarlanth." Valentine nodded. "You don't have to wait here for me to finish the fight. There are many more levels downward. My crew and I will hold off Nyarlanth while you continue down." Chris was about to leave with Chu Feng next to him when Valentine called out to him. "Chris, you'd be a little better off following me, don't you think?" Valentine said, staring at Chris. Chris stopped walking. He glanced at Fishy Yoi and said, "Okay, Captain, I'll stay." Chu Feng did not know why Valentine wanted to leave Chris behind, but judging from Chris's expression, he himself was a bit surprised by Valentine's move. In order not to cause any complications, Chu Feng did not think much about it. They soon arrived at the second level below. The second level was occupied by countless jellyfish-like monsters. Kimi Watanabe said simply, "It's actually a blue spiny jellyfish." Although their divine path realm is not high, their vitality is extremely tenacious. Mr. Chu Feng, let me do it here. We'll see you on the 3rd level later. Before waiting for Chu Feng to respond, Watanabe Kimiai built an invisible bridge with the smoke generated within the cigarette stick. Several hands reached out on either side of the bridge made of smoke and grabbed the trio to the center of the bridge in a flash. Chu Feng kowtowed to her and entered the 3rd level with the duo of Yu Yue. As soon as he entered the 3rd level of space, Chu Feng realized that this place had changed. Here, it no longer looks like the steel building it was just a moment ago. Instead, it's a wilderness. The three stood above the wilderness as the wind howled. As soon as the guardian of the 3rd floor turned around, Chu Feng recognized the demonic creature in front of him. This is an anthropomorphic, deep blue phantom. The deep blue phantom's stance was enchanting, her dark blue robe fluttering in the wind, her eyes flickering with icy eyes. It raised its hand slightly, and the air around her instantly became cold. As countless ice-blue ice crystals coalesced around her, Chu Feng said, "Let me do it. You guys go. We're splitting up too." Long Evening Ching worriedly said, "I still think it's better to follow you." "It's okay, I'll fix it quickly." Chu Feng said what he had to say in his heart. "You guys go to the next level first and see if Zhuang Bufan and the others have arrived yet." Fish Yue was puzzled. "They found this place too?" The blue spiny jellyfish on the 2nd level there just now has obviously been cleaned. "It seems like the rich woman that Zhuang Bufan is evening out seems to be a little more powerful," Chu Feng said. "I guess Himiko probably found out as well, which is why she took the initiative to ask for a hand. Chaos works better on groups, and she doesn't want to delay." But Long Evening Ching wanted to say something else, but Chu Feng interrupted her. "There is something wrong with that Captain Valentine and Chris. If you can, it is best to get rid of them. Don't forget what we came apart for, and now we've achieved it." Fish Yue recalled the scene of their exchange when they split into 2 groups. The squads split up, but only to better, and faster, find out where Frenthe was. If you catch up with them at the 4th level below, rendezvous with Zhuang Bufan and the others. Fish Yule asked. And Chris couldn't care less about him. Chu Feng shook his head, saying that the power of faith around Chu Feng skyrocketed. He held the deck in his hand with both fingers. The card quickly cut through his neck, blood gushing wildly. He yanked hard with his left hand, yanking his head off raw. The aura of decay filled his entire body. A warhorse without a head, riding a horse that was burning with black flames and whose body was shrouded in iron armor, appeared at Chu Feng's side. After seeing that Chu Feng had summoned the cold flame headless horseman, Fish Yue nodded silently and pulled up Long Evening Ching to run towards the left front. When the deep blue phantom saw the escaping figure of the two of them, Yu Yue, she softly shouted under her breath, and the ice crystals that she had gathered for a long time shot towards the two of them. This was Deep Blue Phantom's skill, Frost Fury. The headless horseman swooped over and blocked the ice crystals coalesced by the Deep Blue Phantom with his tall and powerful body. Deep Blue Phantom looked towards the headless horseman and instantly became interested in him. Using Frost Fury again, the headless horseman waved the huge black longsword in his hand, facing the Deep Blue Phantom's attack. He was undaunted. His legs clamped onto his horse's belly, and his warhorse hissed as he charged forward. He waved his longsword and the sword wind whistled, chopping up the ice crystals that shot at him. Black flame slash. The headless horseman shouted, and a black sword chi slashed like lightning towards the Deep Blue Phantom. The Deep Blue Phantom's figure flickered and easily dodged the sword chi. She danced with her hands and mouthed the words, "Dance of Charm." The Deep Blue Phantom's figure became a blur as countless phantoms danced across the battlefield, dazzling people. Even though the headless horseman doesn't have a head and can't see the Deep Blue Phantom seduction, but the headless horseman was still caught by this special skill of flesh manipulation. Chapter 112 Battle 2. The headless horseman was confused by the phantoms and for a moment didn't know which one to attack. However, Chu Feng's combat experience was extremely rich, and he split out some of his spiritual energy that was still left to summon another small bird that only had a skeleton. The bone-winged bird landed on the headless horseman's shoulder, granting sensory abilities that don't belong to the headless horseman. The headless horseman searched for the true form of the Deep Blue Phantom with his gained senses. Suddenly, condensing cold flames, he lunged in one direction. At the same time, the longsword in his hand was raised high. Demon Breaking Strike. The longsword chopped at the Deep Blue Phantom with a powerful corrupting force. The Deep Blue Phantom's face changed and he hastily cast defensive magic. A blue shield of light appeared in front of her. A deep blue shield? It's useless. The headless horseman's attack was too powerful. The light shield instantly shattered and the Deep Blue Phantom was sent flying out. Chu Feng had long anticipated this scene. The mental protection of the Deep Blue Shield alone is not enough to stop the headless horseman's penetration that contains the power of decay. The Dark Blue Phantom stabilized his stance, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But she didn't flinch in the slightest. Instead, a stronger fighting spirit flared in her eyes. She clasped her hands together. then slowly parted them, and a huge blue magic formation appeared at her feet. Gale force winds mixed with ice and snow surged out of the magic formation and swept towards the Headless Horseman. Is this extreme cold storm? Not just any dark blue chimera? The Headless Horseman felt the powerful force, and he swung his longsword once again in an attempt to fend it off. But the power of the ice was so strong that his warhorse was frozen, and he himself became slow in his movements. The deep blue phantom took the opportunity to attack as she instantly moved to the Headless Horseman's side, coalescing an ice blue short sword in her hand and stabbing it towards the Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman couldn't dodge and was stabbed in the shoulder by the short sword. The black armor and upper body were instantly frozen. Originally, I was not sure how to solve it in a short time, but you took the initiative to get close. He. The Headless Horseman didn't fall. He let out a roar and the corrupted power in his body erupted violently, sending the deep blue phantom flying out. Death Charge is still awesome. It doesn't even need its own command. It can be used by instinct. The Headless Horseman rode his warhorse like a black lightning bolt towards the deep blue phantom. The deep blue phantom knew that this strike was immensely powerful, and she hurriedly cast her strongest defensive magic. Sure enough, it's not an ordinary deep blue phantom. Even a natural defense skill like Deep Blue Guardian can make it out. A huge blue shroud of light enveloped her. The Headless Horseman slammed into the light shield with his man and warhorse with a loud bang. The light shield trembled violently, but in the end, it was unable to withstand the Headless Horseman's attack. The longsword pierced through the deep blue chimera's head, picking her off in midair and throwing her to the ground. The Headless Horseman instinctively maneuvered his warhorse to trample on it, and the dark blue phantom shattered apart like ice crystals. An unseen but sensible energy escaped, and the scene before Chu Feng's eyes changed drastically. Dozens of seconds later, the wilderness scene of the party turned into a prison look again. So it's the enhancement given by the deep blue prisoner. I said, why is this deep blue phantom suddenly so fierce? Worthy of being a demonic creature bred by Song of the Deep. The treatment is different. Seeing the appearance of the entrance, Chu Feng didn't hesitate any longer and immediately ran towards the entrance of the next floor on the Headless Horseman's warhorse. 4th level. The two of them, Fish Yue and Long Evening Chang, arrived without any danger. However, this place was not like what Chu Feng had guessed. There were shadows of Zhuang Bufan's few people having come here. There is just an entrance watcher dash, Iron Blood Hunter. Without saying a word, Long Evening Harvest used all sorts of buffs on in unison. Fish Yue looked at the Iron Blood Hunter in front of her and sighed. My spell skills are somewhat restrained by it, so I can only do it in a different way. I'll hold the line of defense for you, Long Evening Ching said softly. The two had fought side by side in the academy for some time, and they already had an understanding with each other. Fish Yue thought about it and decided that it would be better to use that distinctive power. The special power that has both Order and Old Days. Fish Yue tore the last page out of her thick book. A flaming longbow that appeared in her hand. This was borrowing the unique Order power contained within the Old Days. At this moment, I am the hunter. Mages and close combat fighters don't have an advantage. That's why Fish Yue chose to utilize the power of Old Days and combine it with the power of control of Order to briefly change her occupational attributes. She stared intently at the berserk demonic Iron Blood Hunter in front of her. The Iron Blood Hunter was huge and muscular, as if he were made of steel and violence. Its eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red light, and a low growl continuously emitted from its mouth, making people tremble with fear. Its sharp claws were as sharp as knife blades, leaving a harsh scratch in the air with every swing. Fish Yue took a deep breath and mobilized the Old Days power in her body. She gently pulled the flaming longbow, and an arrow burning with a blazing flame instantly appeared on the string. As she let go, the arrow shot like lightning towards the Iron Blood Hunter. The arrow sliced through the air with a blazing temperature, as if it was going to burn everything to the ground. The Iron Blood Hunter roared and dodged sideways, easily avoiding the arrow. It violently stomped on the ground and rushed towards Fish Yue like a cannonball. Fish Yue tapped her toes and quickly leapt backward while pulling the bowstring once again, shooting several arrows in succession. These arrows intertwined into a web of fire in the air and covered the Iron Blood Hunter. The Iron Blood Hunter was undaunted as it waved its sharp claws and slapped away the incoming arrows one by one. The arrow impacted on its claws, erupting in brilliant sparks. Seeing this, Fish Yue frowned slightly. She knew that ordinary attacks had little effect on this demonic creature. That was the end of the trial, and she decided to use her skills to make quick work of it. Fish Yue closed her eyes and chanted under her breath as the air around her began to tremble slightly. A moment later, her eyes snapped open and a golden light radiated from her. This was Order's Shield Isolation skill, which could provide her with a strong defense. The reason why Fish Yue did this was also to reduce Long Evening Harvest's mental energy consumption. He did not know what kind of state Chu Feng would appear in later on. Thus, Long Evening Harvest must not consume too much on himself. The Iron Blood Hunter took advantage of Fish Yue's moment of reflection to pounce. its sharp claws viciously grabbing at Fish Yue. However, when its claws touched the golden light, they were rebounded back by a powerful force. Fish Yue took the opportunity to pull away and raised her flaming longbow once again. This time, she infused the power of faith into the arrow. The flames on the arrows became even hotter, as if they were going to set the entire world on fire. Fish Yue aimed at the Iron-Blood Hunter's eyes and shot this arrow decisively. The Iron-Blooded Hunter felt the threat of this arrow and it tried to dodge it, but it was too late. The arrow accurately hit its eye, erupting in a burst of blood. The Iron-Blood Hunter let out a growl of pain and flailed his claws wildly. Fish Yue didn't give it a chance to catch its breath as she shot several arrows in succession, each one hitting the Iron-Blood Hunter's vital parts. The Iron-Blood Hunter's body began to shake, and its strength gradually weakened. Fish Yue exerted the power of no failure, order, holy judgment. She raised her flaming longbow above her head, and a huge pillar of golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the Iron-Blood Hunter. The pillar of light contained a powerful power of judgment, causing great damage to the Iron-Blood Hunter. The Iron-Blood Hunter struggled in the pillar of light, but in the end, he was unable to resist the powerful force. Its body gradually became illusory and finally disappeared into the air. The battle ended and the flaming longbow turned into pages once more, returning to her hands. Fish Yue exhaled softly, her eyes filled with exhaustion. The Iron-Blood Hunter who gave up all his skills in exchange for a purely gifted fighting style is still really hard to kill. If it weren't for the special power of old days, I would never have been able to do such a quick kill. Fish Yue seems to be easy, but in reality, the consumption is huge. At that moment, Long Evening Harvest's gentle hand reached out to her. Chapter 113 Battle 3. It didn't take long for Fish Yue to be in much better spirits. She looked at Long Evening Harvest. You see, this is the reason why I didn't want you to help me too much just now. Deep Blue Prison, there are still an unknown number of floors, and you are the one who needs to conserve your strength the most. With your healing, we can go far. Got it. Long Evening Ching smiled and shook her head. She tried to strike a few times just now. It was good that Fish Yue had a scare to cut down the Iron-Blood Hunter. Regarding the change in Fish Yue's ability that wasn't quite the same as usual, Long Evening Harvest didn't ask too many questions. After treating Fish Yue, Long Evening Ching looked at the entrance they came down from time to time. Why hasn't schoolmate Chu Feng come yet? Just after Long Wanqing finished speaking, Chu Feng appeared in their eyes. It's not coming. Fishy pointed. As soon as Chu Feng arrived at the 4th floor, he felt the energy fluctuations of this place that belonged to the old days. This made Chu Feng feel a little surprised at Fish Yue. She was actually able to access the power of faith of the Old Gods Association, a little bit under her own research. That dark blue phantom was favored by the dark blue prisoner just now, and its ability increased quite a bit, so it took me some time to get rid of it. Chu Feng looked at Fish Yue, whose clothes were somewhat damaged, and asked, "Are you guys alright? How could anything happen with Evening Star?" Fish Yue showed Chu Feng the wound that had already healed. That's good, Chu Feng said. This place, Deep Blue Prison, has dozens of layers, and the further down you go, the more powerful the demonic creatures become, and it is indeed important to retain your spiritual power. Long Evening Harvest nodded. It's been a while since we parted, and the captain and the lady, who have not yet caught up with us. Can't something have happened? Hearing Long Evening Ching say this, Fish Yue suddenly thought of something. No, something's wrong. School brother Chu Feng said earlier that he had seen traces of Zhuang Bufan and their passing on the 3rd floor, but we didn't see them on the 4th floor. Perhaps the passage down here is not, in fact, set in stone, but has a randomness to it? Chu Feng stroked his chin. It's possible, but in terms of feeling the pressure, we're always going down. Thinking about it that way, I shouldn't have separated from you guys. Order is above. It's good that we're still meeting at this level. Fish Yue glanced at Chu Feng and silently prayed. That's not bad. It's good to get rid of Valentine and that MS. Watanabe Kiyomi, and also feel at ease to go and meet up with Zhuang Bufan and the others. The three of them rested on this floor for a while and came to the entrance of the next floor. The pressure increases steeply and dramatically. The three looked at each other. I'm afraid we've dropped many layers this time. We'll have to be more careful. Before Chu Feng could finish his words, the scene in front of him changed once again. There were no more boundaries around them, just a dark, unseen blackness. In the darkness of the night, a hissing sound came from all directions. The three men leaned back against each other, their gazes fixed firmly ahead of themselves. Gradually, in the darkness of the shadows, a behemoth slowly stepped forward. Its body was huge and slender, snaking like a moving black mountain range that could be tens of feet long from head to tail. On the surface of his body, countless scales were like black iron, spreading all over his body and blending with the shadows around him. Its head was huge and hideous, shaped like a huge, sharp axe. Both eyes burned with black flames, revealing cruelty and coldness, as if they could see through everything in a person. Its tail was like a huge whip, full of sharp barbs. There is also a sharp spike at the end of the tail, like a spear, which can easily pierce through any object. Around this demonic creature, there was always a faint layer of black mist, which made it look even more mysterious and unpredictable. It moved silently, like a ghost. By the time they saw it again, the other party was less than a meter away from them. Fish Yue and Long Evening Ching's pupils shrank. It's actually Shadow's devotee, Phantom Dragon? The Phantom Gargoyle spread its enormous wings, covering the sky as it exuded a terrifying aura of darkness. The giant dragon roared, sound waves exploding in the air like thunder, shaking the ground slightly. Chu Feng took the lead as he flung out the card in his hand, and in an instant, light flashed as a huge flaming male lion was summoned. But this size, compared to the Phantom Gargoyle instead, was not enough. The flame lion roared as it charged at the Phantom Dragon, a gray blaze burning around it. The Phantom Giant Dragon was undaunted and swung its huge claws to slap at the flamed male lion. The flaming lion nimbly dodged before leaping up and pouncing on the dragon's neck. Its school brother Chu Feng's summon, Undead Fiery Lion. But unfortunately it's not enough compared to this primordial stellar rank Phantom Gargoyle in front of us. Evening. Long Evening Ching nodded gently, and the staff in her hand lit up slightly. Fish Yue then tore off a page of the book and softly shouted under her breath, "This place will be covered by countless ice arrows." In an instant, countless sharp ice arrows appeared in the sky, shooting at the Phantom Dragon like a rainstorm. The dragon twisted its body and tried to dodge the ice arrows, but many of them still hit its body. But this was nothing to the Phantom Gargoyle, only leaving a shallow mark on its scales, although it wasn't injured. The Phantom Dragon was clearly enraged as it opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a dark dragon breath. Chu Feng and Fish Yue reacted quickly. Chu Feng ripped off his left hand and drew a bizarre symbol on the ground, and 10 or so two-headed ogres with mouths growing from their stomachs formed a city wall and blocked in front of the three of them. Instead, Fish Yue cast her magic and raised a wall of ice around them to further enhance their defense. The dark dragon's breath was barely cancelled out. However, only 2 of the two-headed ogres summoned by Chu Feng survived. He couldn't think fast enough to pull the headless horseman, who had just fought the deep blue phantom, back out. Not enough. Chu Feng frantically mutilated himself, the injuries on his body disappearing and reappearing, appearing and disappearing, until the entire field was littered with countless summons. Fish Yue and Long Evening Ching looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They were worried about Chu Feng's summoning behavior, and at the same time, they were also startled by the strength that Chu Feng had displayed. I knew that school brother Chu Feng was very powerful, but I never thought it was a scene like this. Only Chu Feng knew clearly that even if he used all the summons he could summon, those still would not be a match for the stellar-ranked Phantom Giant Dragon. Because of receiving the limitations of his divine path realm, the power of these summons was also constrained. Therefore, Chu Feng decided to change his tactics. He focused his mind and summoned the last of his summons. This is a group of wind elves. Elementals were not supposed to be within the scope of Decay's skill talent. However, Chu Feng utilized Annihilation to forcefully taint the element with the aura of death. That's what allowed him to use his gift of summoning anything to bring about the wind elves. Elementals can be somewhat weakening to Shadow's Phantom Gargoyles. The wind elves fluttered around the Phantom Gargoyle, interfering with its vision. Fish Yue took advantage of the fact that she was currently unclear about Chu Feng's purpose, but the skills in her hands never stopped. She tore off pages of books and paper and stacked them on top of each other to cast a powerful magical attack. Here, the meteorite falls. A huge ball of fire flew towards the Phantom Dragon, exploding the instant it came into contact with the dragon with a deafening sound. Chu Feng's weakening tactic worked. The God's Path realm was under the influence of old days, and the powerful strike performed by Fish Yue, who was almost infinitely close to the stellar rank, caused the Phantom Gargoyle to take damage. The Phantom Gargoyle roared in agony as it swung its body frantically, trying to get rid of the Wind Elf's interference. However, Chu Feng and Yue cooperated well and continuously launched attacks. Long Evening Ching also knew that this was a critical moment, and she didn't listen to what Fish Yue said about preserving her spiritual power anymore. Instead, a boundary was laid in place, Courage Blessing. Under the light of the Himu Earth, Chu Feng's summons had a great deal of aura and pounced on the Phantom Giant Dragon one after another. The Phantom Gargoyle lifted its wings and swung, trying to pull away. However, Chu Feng's summons did not give it a chance at all, going up one after another to cut him off. Fish Yue understood from Chu Feng's actions that this spectral shadow dragon that believed in shadow was afraid of the erosion of the elements. So Fish Yue cast another lightning storm magic. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky and slashed at the Phantom Dragon. The dragon's body was struck by lightning and bursts of black smoke emerged. However, just with these, it wouldn't be so simple to defeat the Phantom Dragon with its home field advantage. It was seen gathering its dark power and preparing to launch a deadly attack. Chu Feng and Fish Yue felt the powerful, shadow, power within the giant dragon. Crap! It's angry! This is the dark burial of the phantom dragon. It absolutely cannot be resisted. Just at the moment when the phantom giant dragon was about to attack, Chu Feng suddenly said, as a mage of order, you should know the art of sealing, right? I do know a little. But, Chu Feng knew that she wanted to say that between the two, the span of steps was too large, and it was not necessarily possible to succeed. What if, using the power of the one you believe in? Fish Yue knew what Chu Feng was talking about. She gritted her teeth and said, okay, I'll try. The old gods are revived. The new gods are to be put to death. Great God of the old days, please grant me the power of absolute faith. For a moment, it was as if Fish Yue saw for herself the great hall that had flashed in her eyes during her first audience. A pair of masked eyes stared back at him. She then felt energized. If it's just sealing, I think I can contribute. Long Evening Ching stretched out her hands behind the duo, and a holy light shot straight at the power-storing phantom dragon. This is the link from that day in the dilapidated town. Can even be used against the enemy? Chu Feng was a bit surprised. Long Evening Ching said, my talent is somewhat special. Once linked to a local target, it will split the other person's God's Path realm equally with me. But of course, I won't be able to enjoy the increases all. But indirectly, it also weakens the strength of the phantom gargoyle. Chu Feng nodded his head silently. During this period of time, Long Evening Harvest had been following him, standing silently behind himself except for one chance to strike when he left the dilapidated town. It seems that this school sister's strength doesn't have to be inferior to that of Fish Yue. Chu Feng understood Long Evening Ching's intentions, and Fish Yue's eyes were bubbling with the golden light of judgment as she softly shouted at the phantom giant dragon. This place, enter the Hall of Judgment. The phantom giant dragon's buildup was just about to explode when it was pulled into the sealed space created by the pages of the book by Fish Yue. Thanks to Evening Harvest apportioning the strength of the phantom giant dragon, it was not able to struggle and was directly sealed by me on the spot. Fish Yue said with a sigh of relief. Zigzag. The golden pages of the book were bubbling with a bit of black gas and making a nuisance sound. Not good. This phantom giant dragon is still trying to break free from the seal. Her newly relaxed mood tightened again. Without that little bit of suppression from school sister Evening, the other party has regained a few points of strength. Chu Feng looked at the great momentum to break free and said, this can't go on like this. Senior sister Yue, would you try to sacrifice this object to that person? Fish Yue hesitated for a moment and continued to pray. After a large hand condensed with black mist took away the pages of the book in the hands of Yue, the entire space returned to tranquility. Is this okay? Fish Yue cried and laughed. The crisis that had nearly killed the three of them just now was now just dissolved. That phantom gargoyle contains a touch of shadow that the gods will be interested in. Chu Feng said, it's finally over. Long Evening Harvest sat on her but on the ground without any image. The two natural abilities, Boundary Blessing and Link, had consumed a lot of her mental energy. Fish Yue looked around and said, strange. How come we haven't left from within the Guardian's illusionary space? Chu Feng was also somewhat surprised. He signaled the two to follow him and began to grope his way through the infinite darkness. Until, that is, they found an ancient door. On the door, a statue of an unreadable demonic creature was carved. Beast Master. Sirius Ridge. Kurenai bid farewell to the clan leader and arrived at the Beast King's Hall. From a distance, the Beast King's Great Hall looked like a magnificent fortress standing between the lofty mountains. Its architecture is rustic and heavy, filled with a sense of raw power. The main body of the hall is made of huge blocks of stone, which have been carefully carved and spliced together in a tightly knit fashion, demonstrating a high level of architectural skill. The outer walls of the hall were tall and sturdy, reaching tens of feet high, giving it an inviolable feeling. The walls are carved with various designs of ferocious beasts, including lions, tigers and cheetahs, which are so lifelike that it seems as if they will leap off the walls at any time. These carvings are not only decorative, but also symbolic, representing the majesty and dominance of the King of Beasts. The roof of the Beast King's Great Hall was sloped and made of thick stone slabs. The edges of the roof were adorned with sharp spikes, like the fangs of a fierce beast, adding a sense of majesty. In the center of the roof stood a huge statue of a mighty Beast King, with its head held high and its eyes gleaming, seemingly overlooking the entire world. The entrance to the Great Hall was two huge stone doors, which were carved with intricate patterns and runes. On each side of the stone door was a huge stone beast statue. They were in different forms, some with open teeth and claws, some with their heads bowed and roaring, giving people a strong sense of oppression. It's been a long time since I've been here. The last time, it was when I was undergoing the transfer trial. Kurenai was a bit emotional, but back then, I was only worthy of waiting outside the door. But now, I can see what it's really like in the Beast King's Great Hall. He walked into the Beast King's Great Hall, the interior of which was spacious and open. The floor of the great hall was paved with irregular boulders, topped by a high dome, from which hung countless brilliant jewels, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire hall. Huge stone pillars, which were similarly carved with the designs of various beasts, were arranged around the hall, supporting the entire hall. Ornate draperies hung between the stone pillars, and from the surface of the draperies it was clear that they were not ordinary decorations. In the center of the great hall, a huge throne was placed, which was made of precious materials and inlaid with runes that Kurenai had never seen before. The backrest of the throne was in the shape of a huge beast, its eyes flashing red as if it were watching everyone who entered the great hall. On each side of the throne was a row of petrified earth guards, dressed in mighty armor and armed with sharp weapons, guarding the dignity of the beast king. This is the place. The matriarch said that if I could sit on the throne and feel the strange changes, it would mean that I was the chosen one. Kurenai took a step forward, sitting on a huge throne. Chapter 114, The Body in the Coffin. Kurenai had been ready for this for a long time. He had made this determination from the moment he initiated a request to Lord Skywolf, the patriarch of the first clan, to go out to the Silver Wolf clan. He knew that the only way to qualify to lead the Skywolf clan was to pass the test of the Beast King Hall. On the throne, Kure lost control of his body. In a daze, he saw an ancient door in front of him. On the door, a statue of an unreadable demonic creature was carved. The demon's eyes opened, and Kurenai subconsciously stepped forward and pushed the door open. The three of them, Chu Feng, stared intently at the demonic creature carved out of the door, only to see a gust of wind lifting up, and the originally closed door slowly opened. A shadowy figure flickered. Before Chu Feng's few people could see what appeared, the door closed again with a bang. In the next second, the scene in which he was in gradually changed back to deep blue prison. What was that? Fish Yue and Long Evening Ching asked suspiciously. Chu Feng shook his head, didn't see it. Forget it, let's not make a scene. Let's go. Fish Yue didn't want to look deeper into that weird scene. The most important thing right now is to find the others and take care of Frense together. Chu Feng looked at the backs of the two of them, Fish Yue and Long Evening Ching, who had grabbed the lead and walked ahead of him, and knew deep down that he had found good experimental materials. If one were to utilize the divine power of the old divine guild in one's party, resolving that phantom gargoyle would be nothing more than a matter of minutes. But doing that would also expose its own existence and cause the perception of the gods who had entered this place through the simulated universe. Next, let me take a good look at your performance. Two school sisters. The three of them went down again and found the bottom empty. There wasn't even a caretaker watching. Several people descended one after another, finding each floor empty. The more airspace layers means we're one step closer to them. 2. Sure enough, with Fish Yue's words only shortly after she had finished speaking, they ran into the others on the next floor. All of them, to be precise. On the left, led by Zhuang Bufan and the rich woman, while on the right, the sailors led by Captain Valentine and Kimi Watanabe. As soon as the three of them entered this place, the tension in the air became even more solidified. Chu Feng looked at the scene strangely. Nope, even if they met, with Valentine's understanding of them, he knew that Chu Feng's few people were together and would not be more than right and wrong to strike. Valentine glanced at Chu Feng and said, "You're here." Watanabe Kimi threw an eyebrow at Chu Feng and said, "Mr. Chu Feng, you've kept people waiting for quite a while." Chu Feng didn't know what the woman was playing at, and casually said, "We're a bit weaker, so naturally we came slower. That's okay, it's better to be early than never." Kiyomi Watanabe pointed to the center that had the crowd facing off. There, in plain sight, stood a coffin. See that coffin? Inside, that's Frense's imprisoned flesh. Mr. Chu Feng, we're all being held back by that fat woman across the street, and now you're the only one who's free. But then, in order to hold me and Captain Valentine back, she got herself into a point where she couldn't move. Go ahead and take control of Flenche's physical body so that we can head to the final level to kill Flenche's soul. Really? Chu Feng asked rhetorically. Of course it's true, I wouldn't lie to you. What I'm saying is that the only guy across the street at the stellar level can't move now? Kimi Watanabe hesitated. The control is in the other party's hands. She should be able to remove it any time if she wants to. Chu Feng nodded his head silently. He told the two of them, Yue, to stand behind the crowd, while he himself traveled alone to the coffin. On the opposite side, as the four Zhuang Bufan people watched Chu Feng's step-forward movements, the expressions on their faces changed again and again. When Chu Feng was completely close to the coffin, the cards in his hand shot out at a rapid pace, and a primary planetary rank, scorpion-tailed serpent, coldly appeared from all sides, pointing straight at the rich woman beside Zhuang Bufan. The rich woman's eyes immediately widened. She let out a cold smile and merely glanced at Chu Feng, who felt the sky spinning and the scorpion-tailed snake's movements slowing down. The smirk that had just appeared on the faces of Valentine and Watanabe Kimiai in the distance was dried up when they saw Chu Feng's audacious actions. This brat is nothing more than having a little understanding of shadow. Do you really think of yourself as a stellar order? Even though Watanabe Kimiai already had mental expectations, what Chu Feng did still made her feel dissatisfied. Take it easy. Valentine seemed to know what Chu Feng was going to do. However, without waiting for Kimi Watanabe to continue speaking, dozens of tiny worms were spat out of the powerless scorpion-tailed snake's mouth. The rich woman was about to reach out to block, but she realized that both of her arms had been cut off by Zhuang Bufan's merciless sneak attack. Sorry. Zhuang Bufan witnessed the bugs burrowing into the rich woman's body, gnawing away at her shell in just a few seconds. Gee, what a great bug. Not bad for my buddy. Sharp laughed. If this fat woman hadn't died, she could have tried the bug therapy diet. Jimei has such a good base. He must look beautiful when he's slimmed down. At that time, brother Zhuang Bufan would not have closed his eyes and entered. Zhuang Bufan. Beyonce. Hetty. What are you all looking at me like that for? Sharp scratched his head. I was just kidding. Hell, jokes aren't funny. Hetty scorned. In the face of the sudden change of scene, Valentine and Kaim Watanabe from the rear immediately rushed over and killed the rest of the people brought by the rich woman. And they lost a lot of people on their side. Well, Mr. Chu Feng, it's because I underestimated you. Watanabe Kimiai glanced at Zhuang Bufan. I almost forgot. This group of people, they are your companions. It is true that companions must help each other. Valentine patted Chu Feng on the shoulder and said, good job. And Chris just looked at the crowd and didn't say anything. The others took Chris's expression in stride and didn't care too much. Zhuang Bufan came to Chu Feng and pulled him aside to ask in a low voice, are you so confident that I will make a move? Chu Feng simply said, you have no choice. At that point, the only way to do that is to have two sets of people, one less directly. With two people on our side, it's impossible to kill them all in the first place. So the only target is that lady. Zhuang Bufan sighed. You're right. What? Chu Feng looked at his somewhat regretful expression and said, you can't be. Are you heartbroken? Zhuang Bufan's face changed. Nonsense. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. As the two rejoined the group, they heard Valentine say, I'll take this flesh for now. The soul that is to come later belongs to you. Chapter 115, some kind of connection. Kimi Watanabe swept her eyes across the coffin and smiled, then listened to Captain Valentine. Chu Feng knows. The flesh in the coffin has only the aura of shadow, and is not connected to chaos. So Kimi Watanabe didn't argue. Everyone rest in place for a while and wait to go to the last floor. A few people who had been separated were reunited. My concubine never thought that we would actually meet in this way. Beyblade was a little emotional. Judging from her messy attire, her opponent hadn't fought much. When we first confirmed that we were separated, it was so that we could complete the second level of the trial as early as possible. Who knew that we would all still be together? Hetty chimed in. Only Sharp has the biggest heart. Isn't this a good thing? Zhuang Bufan, on the other hand, said with things loaded in his mind, without her hold. I'm afraid that Captain will flip out later. Brother Bufan, tell me honestly, is that really the reason? Sharp asked, not quite believing it. Zhuang Bufan looked at him speechlessly. Could I have any other reason? Chu Feng glanced at Sharp, and for some reason, his intuition told him that Sharp just wanted to make a bigger scene like that. Almost forgot. This guy wants to come all so crazy. Zhuang Bufan's concern is not unlikely. Fish Yue said, maybe the captain won't do anything to us. But that woman with the cigarette stick, I always thought she was strange. Chu Feng interrupted the speculations of the crowd instead of ruminating here. It would be better to rest. Later on is the boss of the second level. Just be careful not to be used as cannon fodder. Chu Feng's words caused everyone to stop gossiping and focus on recovery. With Long Evening Harvest's help, everyone's spiritual power was slowly rising. But this state didn't last long. Suddenly, this level of the prison began to shake. The assorted prison villains locked up on either side began to bang frantically on the bars. Not moving too slow. It's quite a feat to make it this far. The voice that suddenly appeared in everyone's ears made them sit up and take notice. Everyone got up nervously and started looking around. But other than the mobbing of the prison villains, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Just as the crowd was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the sphere above them suddenly lit up and projected a shadow that looked like a person. Not a person. Into the center of the crowd. This seems to be Song of the Deep, as mechanical think puppet? Valentine guessed. The answer is correct. Unfortunately, there is no reward. The mechanical thinking puppet had a stiff smile on its face. Oh no, there is a reward. I almost forgot. The guys on this floor are your reward yet. If you are lucky enough to survive, I won't stand in the way if you want to do anything else. The mechanical wise puppets began to sing and dance in front of them. and all of the various species that had been imprisoned on all sides broke free of their cages and all came rushing towards them. By the way, if you're slow, the guys up there, they'll all be running down too. So don't blame me for not warning you, the mechanical thinking puppet said as it danced merrily. Obviously, it's an attempt to psychologically pressure them. Valentine looked around at the monsters and calmly said, Chu Feng, right? Chu Feng nodded. You go down with your companions and hold the spirit of Frenthe for a while. Here, leave it to me and Kimiko's people. Chu Feng instantly understood Valentine's intentions. He didn't leave himself and the others here to deal with it. Presumably in his mind he was worried that they wouldn't be able to hold out for that long. Once Chu Feng and the others collapsed up there, the strange things that rushed down would definitely affect the final battle. So, Valentine changed his mind. It was up to them to guard themselves and then let Chu Feng and the others hold them back. As for why not together, Chu Feng looked at the coffin that Valentine was tightly guarding, and the answer was self-evident. The soul and the body, at a given moment, merge into one. And when would that be? Chu Feng guessed that Flenchoyer. I'm afraid that with one more metamorphosis, he would completely get rid of the shadow and throw himself into the arms of the chaos. Before the others could wake up from Valentine's appointment, Chu Feng had already led the charge at the front. Various summons swarmed and briefly opened up a path. What are you waiting for? Go! With Chu Feng's loud shout, several people finally reacted and followed behind Chu Feng, killing the entrance to the last floor together. In just tens of meters, it was extremely difficult for the crowd to walk. This left everyone with varying degrees of injuries on their backs. And Long Evening Chang, a nurse who belonged to them from the sky, played a crucial role in this battle. It's a good thing the beautiful MS dragon is here, or we'd all be dead in the water. With no crisis ahead, Sharp is back to being anemic. Hetty shoved him. Cut the crap and get down there. Beast Master, serious leader. The territory of the Skywolf clan. Kurenai stood in front of the huge Skywolf, half kneeling on the ground. Lord Skywolf, I'm back. Did you get anything out of your trip to the Beast King's Hall? The old wolf asked, half opening one eye. Kure shook his head in silence. Oh, no harvest? Then did you still decide to attack the Silver Wolf clan? Kurenai nodded again. Lord Celestial Wolf said that sitting on the throne. If I can see the wolf soul of my Celestial Wolf clan, it means that I am the chosen one. If I see nothing, it means I don't belong there. However, I saw two kinds of scenes outside of what the matriarch portrayed. The old Sky Wolf lifted his paw and propped his massive head up, suddenly interested. What is it? Kurenai thought for a moment. It's a door. And on the other side of the door, I saw a familiar figure. I'm actually a little less sure, but that person was a teammate I fought side by side with not too long ago, during the trials. That teammate is mysterious and powerful, but I was still amazed. I don't think that he should be there. God Wolf whispered. It's kind of interesting. Other than that, is there anything else? There is another, a skywolf that is exactly as massive as your body. The crowd went through the last door of the entrance. Get inside. Here, unlike all above, it looks like a basement. There are no cages for other prisoners. The space in the basement was extremely open, and as far as the eye could see, nothing could block the line of sight, and one could look directly from one end to the other. Several people's footsteps landed on the basement floor, each step provoking a string of hollow echoes. So quiet, Chu Feng could hear his heartbeat at the moment, as well as the occasional ticking sound of falling water drops. How come there's nothing? Sharp looked around curiously. Is Frenthe really here?